Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
As always, I habitually scanned my surroundings. Inside the cave, there wasn't even a way to utilize the traps like in a dungeon. Still, considering it wasn't even a match for the Watcher, let alone the monstrous bird, there was a chance of winning. I raised the staff, the only weapon I had. The giant fox's paw flew towards me immediately. Following Donaton's lead, I dodged it with minimal movement. Seeing an opening, I extended my arm and jabbed the fox's neck with the end of the staff. Thwack! As expected, it was still a monster. Unless it was a sword, penetrating that thick hide with a staff was impossible. Nonetheless, it seemed to cause some pain, making it close its eyes tightly. The fox lunged at me with its teeth. I avoided it with a backstep and thrust the staff into its forehead like a fencing move. This time, the thrust contained a tiny electric orb. Zap! Crackle! If I kept accumulating damage like this, it would eventually die. Growling? Judging by the deepening frown on its face, it seemed to be getting angrier. The fox began swiping wildly with no regard for what was in front of it. I dodged by ducking with all my might or stepping into places where I wouldn't get hit. Her cell. Busy here, what is it? Don't you feel ashamed calling yourself a magician? I used magic, didn't I? Now focus. Perhaps it was due to the lack of energy after just waking from hibernation. After repeatedly dodging with cold sweats, the fox's movements began to slow down. Huff, huff. At that moment, a sudden exclamation from behind made my shoulders flinch. Wow. Turning my head, I saw Gravel with her mouth wide open as if she had witnessed an acrobatics show. Seriously, she's such a forgettable woman. So immersed in the battle that she quickly forgot. Hey, over there. What? No, I mean, over there. I looked where Gravel was pointing. The giant fox, after catching its breath, was climbing the wall on all fours. Its target wasn't me but Gravel. Thud, thud. The giant fox charged at Gravel, swinging its arm broadly. True to her timid and cowardly nature, Gravel closed her eyes tightly regardless of the approaching threat. Having rushed forward earlier, I blocked the fox's claws with my back. Clang! Physical attack detected. Invincibility for 1 second cooldown, 59 seconds. The sharp claws made a ripping sound as they fell to the ground. Squeal! The giant fox let out a monstrous scream and backed away from me with cautious movements, likely due to the considerable pain from losing its claws. Fueled by this momentum, I stepped forward, igniting the noble blood ember. Now, it's not fun anymore. I'll spare you, so get lost. I intended to use the 1 second invincibility as a last resort. Since the opponent was a monster, there was no certainty that bluffing would work. However, the monster I faced this time seemed to be an instinct-driven beast that had no intention of retreating. If that's the case, it was time to execute the ultimate move, cooling down and falling off the cliff with Gravel. At that moment, Gravel squeezed out a voice. Move away. When I glanced back, Gravel was drawing a spell with her staff. It was quite surprising, as it was a high-difficulty spell that Carmelo had demonstrated. It was a mixed spell that simultaneously utilized elemental and embodiment magic. Whoosh! 5 fiery pigeons flew at lightning speed and pecked at the fox. Astonished, I looked at Gravel, who had her eyes wide open. If the previous impression of her was monochrome, now she was alive like a vibrant photo of fresh fruit. Have you been casting a spell on yourself all this time? Among embodiment magic, there were spells that used surrounding mana to diminish one's presence. According to Carmelo, it wasn't hypnosis but camouflage. It seemed the camouflage spell was dispelled while she was casting the fire pigeon spell. Ah, yes, no wonder her presence was abnormally faint. Why? Gravel turned her head quickly and murmured softly. Because I didn't want to get noticed by you. I wonder what she sees me as. The giant fox, repeatedly attacked by the fiery pigeons, eventually collapsed to the ground. I blinked, looking at the neatly roasted fox. She was quite a formidable magician after all. Well, it wasn't uncommon for a playable character's acquaintance to be stronger than an ordinary person. More importantly, her cell, are you okay where the fox scratched you? Gravel ran over with a worried expression, holding a handkerchief. Let me see your back for a moment. Showing her my coat, shredded at the back, Gravel widened her eyes and wiped non-existent blood. Seeing the still clean handkerchief, she looked bewildered. How is it possible to have no wounds at all? Now's not the time to be impressed. Finding a way out is the priority. Gravel looked up the steep cliff with a troubled expression. But what should we do? We don't have a rope. Of course, the rope was gone. Can't you do something with embodiment magic? I'm not that skilled. Seems like her innate talent lies in elemental magic. In that case, we have to find another way. No need to worry. What? Do you know how to use embodiment magic? I know a better method. I picked up the claw the fox had dropped. With its thickness, suitable for gripping, and needle-sharp tip, it could be used to climb the wall. You're not planning to climb the wall with that, are you? That's the plan. Will you carry me, or should I wait here until you bring a rope? As Gravel hesitated, fiddling with her fingers, the surroundings lit up. The light gradually transformed into a long shape, forming a wooden ladder. Come up, Gravel. Looking up, I saw a man with a ponytail holding a staff. Rix. The playable character, Rix Don Orion. He had created the ladder with embodiment magic. Gravel motioned for me to go up first. Isn't it ladies first at times like this? You really don't understand women, do you? What? Nothing. As I climbed the ladder, I saw the fallen Rendell gang. Judging by Rick's appearance, he had been observing Gravel from afar. His cold gaze swept over me, fixing on the bag full of merrily roots. His eyes became meaningful. Seeing Gravel coming up, he reverted to his sharp expression. Gravel, you shouldn't have followed me here. Rick spoke sharply and began to leave. Gravel dropped her shoulders dejectedly. I took the worst quality root from the herb bag and threw it. Catch. Rix caught the root and stared at me. Why are you giving this to me? Think of it as payment for the ladder. Unable to refuse the temptation, he silently put the root in his herb bag. After Rix left, Gravel and I walked toward the professor's location. There was no conversation. It was probably due to Gravel's timid nature and the hurt she felt. Do you care about what he said? A little. It was understandable. Gravel had followed Rix here, but why? You followed him here. Did you enroll here because of him? Well, he's my friend, so I wanted to attend the same academy. There were no other places you got accepted. No, I got into another place too. That other places are expensive. Considering you had that option, you must come from a well-off family. I started to understand. She has no friends. Still, it's too much. He changed completely since coming here. Unlike the past when Rix used to take care of everyone. Isn't it because of your personality? What? There's something about you that's frustrating to watch. Not born into a wealthy family, Rix tried to enroll here cheaply, and Gravel must have followed on her own. Rix would have opposed it, and Gravel must have insisted. Besides, knowing Rix, once he realized the environment here, he would have felt a sense of responsibility and thought he shouldn't indulge her whims anymore. If Gravel remained timid and unchanged, she wouldn't adapt here. Still, you don't need to worry about what he said. Despite his cold exterior, he seemed concerned enough to come here. Though he seems prickly, he has a deep and tender side. That's why he's so popular. The reason his friends followed him here. And isn't there someone else who followed him here besides you? Yeah. Then you should be grateful he's worried about you enough to come here to help. Gravel's eyes widened in gratitude. What? Grateful? Hercel, do you realize how harsh you're being? You've grown a lot, talking back to me already. We've only been together for 40 minutes. In that 40 minutes, you've grown. Be proud. After exchanging such small talk, we arrived in front of the professor. Mr. Hercel, Ms. Gravel, you two arrived first. Gravel blinked and asked. Huh? Didn't Rix arrive yet? I thought he would be here first. Oh, Mr. Rix hasn't arrived yet. According to the professor, Rix had asked his partner to wait for a moment and then left again to find more roots. True to his loyal and steadfast nature, he seemed to be looking out for his partner's share as well. But Mr. Hercel, you have a lot of roots in your bag. Can you give them all to the professor? The female professor smiled slyly. I quickly hid the herb bag behind me. You clearly said we only needed to collect one root. Oh, well, can you give me at least the best one? Do you think I'll give it? As I refused immediately, the professor made a tempting offer. Come on, just one more. I'll give you an A+ in the next class. If you insist, Professor. I glared at Gravel. You know what to do, right? Ms. Gravel, don't tell the other students. I won't say anything. With that, 9 roots remained. I whispered to the professor, suggesting I sell the 9 roots wholesale. 800 coins. It's a good deal, isn't it? That sounds tempting, but can't you sell the remaining root too? Oh, this one belongs to someone else. I took out the request from my pocket and showed it to the professor, who widened her eyes in shock. Gasp, it's from Professor Rockefeller? Pretend I didn't see that. She must have realized she couldn't handle something from the highest-ranking professor. The strings of a violin played a sweet melody through the friction of the bow. Rockefeller didn't stop there, using telekinesis magic to play the keys of a small organ while blowing into a bassoon with his mouth. Ah, indeed, nothing calms me like this. Feeling the stress from the principal's scolding melt away, Rockefeller poured his heart into playing the most important part. He had another reason to be happy. He had heard that Hercel, Schlaf's slave, had taken the request for the merrily root, known for restoring energy, so he would soon be able to get some. As the grand music filled the professor's office, the sound of the door being forcefully opened shattered the flow. Bang! How rude. Don't you know to knock? Huh. I knocked, but there was no response, so I just came in. May I proceed? Rockefeller frowned. He didn't like having his sweet time interrupted, but he could guess the reason for the visit. All right, Hercel Bentenist. What brings you here? I want to talk about the night department. Rockefeller's lips curled into a smirk. Have you come to transfer to the night department? I never expected you to show such a pitiful sight in just one day. I thought you'd last at least 3 days. Oh, really? But what can we do? There are more successful applicants than expected, so I don't know if there's a spot for you. The carriage has already left. Rockefeller continued, feigning indifference as he inspected his nails. Still, making one spot is easy for me. At first, I considered placing you in a Dell dorm, but that's a bit difficult. You'll go to the Burger dorm instead. Hercel's eyes widened with joy. Is that true? Burger dorm. Rockefeller smiled cynically, lowering his gaze to his shoes. But you'll have to show some sincerity first. Bow your head and lick my shoes. The slaves of Schlafdorm would bow their heads for far less. Hercel, still holding on to his pride, didn't move. What? Can't do it? You don't have to if you don't want to. Just remember, this is your last chance. Rockefeller expected Hercel to surrender. When Hercel slightly lowered his head, Rockefeller smiled in triumph. But when he saw Hercel's blue eyes gleam, his smile faded. I said I wanted to talk about the night department, but you keep saying strange things. I'm asking why you're so obsessed with it. Seeing your state, it seems like a normal conversation isn't possible. What? By the way, the answer is still no. I'm not joining the night department. Besides, you don't look well. You should take this. Hercel had lowered his head to take out a piece of paper with Rockefeller's familiar handwriting. Why are you so surprised? It's the Merrily root you requested. Hercel presented the thick Merrily root. Rockefeller gulped, gritting his teeth. You dare play with me? If you don't want it, just say so. Don't waste my time with nonsense. I'm busy. Hercel put the root back in his bag. Feeling a vein pop on his forehead, Rockefeller threw a pouch containing 100 coins at Hercel. Take it and get lost. Thank you, Professor. Another scolding from the principal was inevitable. Better to replenish his energy instead. Rockefeller watched Hercel disappear and then savagely bit into the root. How did that wretched brat find something even third-year students can't easily get? He chewed the root with rage. Feeling his energy replenishing, Rockefeller wiped his face. I'll acknowledge your talent for getting under people's skin, Hercel Ben-Tennist. Rockefeller picked up the orb on the desk. Hamendel, are you the professor on duty tonight? At 3 a.m., release the outer barrier. Professor Rockefeller, what do you mean by releasing the barrier? Consider it a training exercise close to real combat. Don't give any hints to the Schlaf students. But sir, it's only been a day since the new students arrived. Are you serious? Rockefeller's smile deepened. Of course, we have a very competent student who seems to enjoy showing off. At 3 a.m., the invasion of monsters was scheduled. In just one day after entering the Schlaf dormitory, I had amassed 1,150 coins, of which I had spent roughly 800. Master, this way, Sally called out, waving her hand with the ordered items piled behind her in the first-floor lobby. You got everything I asked for. Frostheart operated on a free market system, making it not too difficult to purchase various items since there was a market selling all sorts of goods. Of course. But why do you need a long sword after joining the magic department? I just think it might be necessary. After all, a staff couldn't penetrate a monster's hide. Shing. When I drew the sword from its sheath, the blade gleamed. Despite the crossguard being slightly rusted, it seemed to be a good weapon. And these potions? I bought them from the alchemy department as you said, but I'm not sure if they're exactly what you wanted because I'm not familiar with them. Did you show them the order form? Yes, but it was hard to pronounce. I checked the sack Sally brought. The potions were correct, and the quantities matched. They didn't try to cheat. What are you going to use these for? In the Schlaf dormitory, sudden mock training exercises simulating monster invasions, akin to a 5-minute readiness alert in the military, are conducted. Though there's no immediate need to worry with the new semester just beginning, one can never be too sure. That man had a history of manipulating the third test. Consider it as being prepared. By the way, wasn't there more I asked for? Sally scrunched up her face and pulled out something wrapped in paper. The fishy smell wafted from the slimy object. I removed all the bones myself. But why do you need something like this? If you want to eat fish, you could just go to the cafeteria. Cooking requires care. Sally sniffed her hands and grumbled. Ugh, the smell won't go away even after scrubbing with soap. Soap? She wouldn't have coins to buy it, so it must have been given for free. I suddenly became curious about how the attendants here lived. Contrary to my expectations, Sally seemed quite content. Do they give you soap? Huh? Oh, yes, they provide various things. Here, we have to buy everything. Food too. Of course. The meals are good. I was worried at first, but the bed is warm, and the room is comfortable. The people are kind too. This was unexpected. I had always assumed the attendants were treated poorly. The nobles here were surrounded by people who starved from the cold and hunger. Better off than some nobles. Excuse me. Nothing. Go rest now. After sending Sally off, I gathered the items and took out the mirror with today's instructions written on it. Do not use the stairs at the end of the right hallway. Use only the left hallway. If you mistakenly use the stairs, you will find the same floor repeating. Do not panic, stay calm, and wait. Someone will come to rescue you in the morning. Today, I shouldn't use the right hallway. After arriving at room 303 in building 3, I unpacked and took a shower. The night department's classes seemed to be running longer, as the shower room and hallways were eerily empty. Back in my room, I placed the fish Sally had prepared on a plate by the door and lay on the bed, recalling today's classes. The first day class was solely about herbology. Professor Hall's herb gathering task took a staggering 5 hours. Only Gravel and I received an A+. Rix, who split the roots with his partner, got an A, and the rest received BS. Given that it was an arduous task for freshmen, the scores were generous, which still led to dissatisfaction among the peers. It must have been tough waiting. Hercel, go deliver it to Professor Rockefeller right away. On my way back from delivering to Rockefeller during class, I overheard the magic department students talking to Professor Hall from a distance. Did you give special treatment because he's from the Tenist family? Right, we haven't seen it for hours, isn't this too suspicious? It was obvious that the Lethe guys smirking from afar had set the mood like this. Because of them, Professor Hall was put in a difficult position. Rix found one too, didn't he? Rix said Hercel gave it to him. Why is he the only one who found it? Did the professor give him a hint? Rix's face turned to one of bewilderment, as if blaming himself for the situation. Given his character, he couldn't take credit and had honestly stated the source. Right, Gravel. Naturally, the blame then shifted to the easy target, Gravel, who had partnered with me. Be honest, you were with him, weren't you? And no, that's not. Why hesitate? Just tell the truth. So, you're in cahoots too, huh? Unable to watch any longer, Rix intervened. Even if there are bad rumors about Hercel, stop making baseless assumptions. It's possible he found it by chance. Don't raise issues without proof. Though the Lethe guys hid in the crowd, making snide comments, Rix's popularity ensured they didn't gain traction. Rix wouldn't do that. Right, I've known him since childhood, and you guys are mistaken. Some of you know, right? Didn't he lend you gloves when your hands were cold? And he carried me when I fell. With public opinion on Rix's side, the situation seemed to settle down. Yet doubts persisted, and Gravel and I remained the subjects of gossip. At that moment, I approached and said, if you're going to gossip, don't do it behind my back. Say it to my face. When I confronted them, they started sweating and avoided my gaze. I sneered at them. Go ahead, keep it up. Most of you will be stuck in the Schlaf dorm for 3 years anyway. Your only joy will be gossiping and envying others. The group glared at me fiercely, but I smiled smugly. I have a conscience, I'd feel bad taking even that from you. So, gossip all you want. You'll go crazy if you don't. H. Hercel. Don't pretend you know me, Gravel. You've been a burden the whole time, and now it's the same. Surprisingly, timid Gravel wasn't disheartened. She just stared blankly at Rix and me. That's what happened in today's class. Hercel. What? Do you enjoy making enemies? Is that fun? Even if you show kindness, don't expect others to recognize it. Donaton's words made me laugh involuntarily. He probably thought I was merely provoking my classmates and deflecting anger onto Gravel. But my actions were calculated. If a show-off like me shows kindness, there's always a reason. Since being possessed, I was always the one taking the blame. Now, people's criticism barely phases me. Given that, why would I refuse a reward in exchange for some criticism? Rix Don Orine. Blessing. Devoted sage's grace. Knowledge belongs to no one. It is for everyone. Magic power increases with the number of people showing favor to the owner. When defeating monsters, it slightly increases the mana of those who show favor. Traits. Mana recovery. Gentle charisma. The devoted sage's grace was the most needed blessing for me. Even a slight increase in mana was permanent, allowing me to cast more spells. This was why I set up Rix in the first place. Having just finished my shower, my hair was still wet. Rix, with the string he used to tie his ponytail around his wrist, went down to the first floor lobby. Gravel was sitting on the long seat. Rix, over here, over here. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, I just got here too. You wanted to ask me something. Rix nodded and asked in detail how she obtained the Merrily route. He heard some suspicious points. You prepared the rope from the start. Yes. That meant he knew in advance that it was in the cave under the cliff. But I didn't get any hints from the professor. At that time, Hercel was dealing with the Lethe guys, so he didn't have the chance. If not from the professor, there was a possibility he got the information from elsewhere. Rix then felt what he was doing was ridiculous. The idea of considering it cheating was absurd. After all, many new students had sought advice from seniors. Some even paid 5 coins for herbology information. It turned out to be a scam though. In essence, many had cheated, and the professor seemed to turn a blind eye. When someone sought help from a senior, the professor overheard but just walked by. Sorry for wasting your time, Gravel. Wait a minute. Is there something more? No, it's just. Others talk badly about Hercel, but I don't think he's as bad as they say. He helped me when I was in danger. Rix blinked. Gravel, usually timid and always on the fringes, was rarely assertive. And he spoke harshly to the others probably to protect me from harm. That might be how it seemed. But that guy. The rumors about Hercel were all terrible deeds that Rix couldn't understand. This made him even more suspicious. Maybe the way Hercel acted towards Gravel was just a facade to win her favor. Be careful, Gravel. That might be his method. He has a bad reputation with women. Rix couldn't trust that man at all. It was a sound sleep until the horn and bell rang loudly. As soon as I opened my eyes, I said, "You've got to be kidding me. Was it real that there was a monster defense drill just 2 days after the new students arrived? It had to be Rockefeller's revenge. He had the authority to initiate it, and I had pissed him off a lot yesterday. Even so, I never expected he'd order something like this without training the freshmen first. That bastard must have a heart as small as a needle." Fueled by hatred, I quickly moved. While packing the bag filled with the items Sally had bought, I saw a black cat eating the fish by the door. It turned to smoke as soon as our eyes met. Was the fish for that? It said that befriending it brings luck. Now wasn't the time to dwell on that. I rushed out the door. In the hallway, Asl was yawning with his mouth wide open, and Limberton looked anxious. Then, urgent footsteps and loud voices from the stairs filled the air. Weren't we not supposed to worry for a while? Oh, that lunatic Rockefeller is starting drills already after just a few days with new students. Wait, what was today's rule? Judging by their talk, they had to be second or third years. Is it a war or what? Don't panic, Limberton. You'll get used to it quickly. What the heck is going on? Well, just then, Rockefeller's voice echoed through the dormitory. A swarm of monsters has attacked. Schlaf dorm students, arm yourselves immediately. This situation is both a drill and real. Frostheart occasionally held such events without notice. It was supposedly to prepare for monster attacks in the heart of the labyrinth, but in this case, it was just petty revenge. The monsters are ice oxen, totaling 300. Good luck. After the announcement, Limberton sighed in relief. So, it's just a drill. It's a drill that feels real. It's like the third test. It means we could die, I figured. I'm too tired to be surprised. But Hercel, seeing you packed your bag well, you've prepared something again, right? Limberton raised an eyebrow, half-lidded eyes scrutinizing me. I chuckled. Looks like you've gotten used to it already. The situation wasn't entirely unfavorable for me. Although the invasion was supposed to occur 2 weeks later, the time difference wasn't significant. The monsters were the same, and I was prepared. Shall we go make a haul then? Time to double the 800 coin investment. Previous ITOCI next. Although it's good that we've prepared, it's a pity that it's a bit too early. If possible, I wanted to participate in the defense battle while enjoying the benefits of Rix's blessing, devoted sage's grace. It was a perfect opportunity to permanently increase my mana capacity, but currently, our relationship with him was only just getting started. Since we haven't built a strong connection yet, we can only look forward to the next opportunity. First, let's check your equipment before we begin. Aslay only had a large shield strapped to his back. It probably wasn't bought with money. If it were the Knights department, they would borrow weapons like swords or armor. In the magic department, they would borrow staffs or some tools. Aslay is confirmed. Limberton had light armor and a medium sword. The peculiar thing was the bow slung on his back, which was smaller than a normal bow. Does the Knights department have such small bows? I asked, and Limberton proudly showed arrows that seemed slightly bigger than a crossbow bolt by spreading 3 fingers. I bought it for 30 coins, how about it? Weren't you planning to just use a sword? It's good to have something familiar. Well, good job. Aslay, wanting to show off as well, took out a thick book and pointed it at me with a clumsy pronunciation. The one who gives money. Boss. The book was an imperial dictionary. Boss. I felt a slight sting in my nose. They are commendable kids. I thought they would waste the coins, but they invested in themselves. Yes, call me boss. Aslay. As the bell rang longer, the corridor became busier. I took Aslay and Limberton and headed to the lobby on the first floor, squeezing through the confused classmates. While walking down the stairs, I heard the pathetic voices of seniors from the second-year dormitory. Hey, where are you going? Going to die with the fledglings. A man in pajamas, even carrying a pillow, asked, and an armed man blinked. Huh? Why are you dressed like that? Sigh, you slowpoke. Didn't you read today's rules? The man in pajamas pushed the rule mirror. The armed man giggled happily. Wow, sometimes these damn rules are actually useful. Today's rule was like this. Do not use the stairs at the end of the right hallway, only use the left hallway. If you do not hear this correctly and use the stairs, you will end up on the same floor repeatedly. Do not panic, and wait calmly at that spot. Someone will come to rescue you tomorrow morning. Pathetic fools. They intend to enter the place where strange phenomena occur just to slack off. What the heck? Why are the seniors doing that? You shouldn't enter the left staircase today. They know. They're trying to slack off and pretend they had an accident until someone comes to rescue them in the morning. They are really good at slacking off. That's why I don't treat them as human. I've always felt like you talk as if you've graduated from here. Ahem, it's just my good instincts and those guys are obvious at a glance. If I wanted, I could prevent them from pulling such tricks. I had the necessary item in my backpack. Anti-demon potion. It restores phenomena caused by magic to their original state. But it was too precious to use on those idiots, so I continued my way. The first floor lobby was a mess. There were women wearing armor over pajamas, men with empty scabbards despite properly wearing armor, and people who hadn't prepared anything. Half were scared and panicked, and the rest seemed clueless and were yawning. They were all faces I had seen somewhere before. Hercel, they all look like freshmen. You noticed too. I already memorized all the girls' faces. Ignoring Limberton's nonsense, I counted the number of people. Approximately a total of 250. About 170 were first-year students, so only around 80 second and third-year students gathered in total. Though I expected it, the number was still excessively small. A single ice ox was worth 50 coins, and defeating the warlord's leader would end the situation, offering a reward of 1,000 coins. Even so, the low participation rate of seniors was because they didn't want to work with newbies. While staring blankly at the freshmen, the dormitory supervisor cleared his throat. Ahem, attention. His face showed clear discomfort. Though he was experienced, this unprecedented situation must have flustered him. Just in case, I ask, have any freshmen undergone defense training? When most shook their heads, the supervisor sighed deeply. The second and third year students stared with expressions of shock. To put it simply, it is training to defend against monster invasions. You just need to prevent them from entering the outer fortress and eliminate them. There will be rewards for subjugating monsters. For instance, the ice ox has 2 horns, and each horn will earn you 25 coins. So, the supervisor looked at the seniors with a guilty expression and pleaded, I earnestly request the seniors of Schlaf Hall to guide the juniors who are still inexperienced. Of course, the reaction from the seniors was intense. Are you joking, supervisor? You want us to teach them and fight monsters at the same time? With these numbers? Hey, call Rockefeller out immediately. This is all his doing. Even the supervisor seemed ashamed of saying such pathetic things, as he tightly closed his eyes. The poor man. He was merely passing on additional announcements. Regardless, I watched the scene leisurely as if it was someone else's business. My target was only the warlord's leader. Naturally, I didn't consider the second and third year students as part of my forces, nor did I need them. One of the advantages of fighting warlords was that if you took down the leader, the remaining troops would scatter and run in panic. And I had a way to approach the leader at the center of the forces. I won't do it. I thought I could make some money, but what is this? I'll sit this one out too. Trusting my life to them? Am I crazy? I don't want to risk my life for some coins. As the poor supervisor remained silent, the few gathered second and third year students started leaving one by one. Ignoring those people, I spread a paper on the floor. A sleigh, Limberton, I'll explain from now, so pay attention. As they lowered their heads, I drew the plan for subjugating the leader with a pen. While doing so, I saw someone walking urgently toward the seniors and paused my hand. It was Rix. The Orion family is well known among the residents for their kindness. The story of them sharing food with the villagers until their storeroom was empty during a poor harvest is famous. It was the same during large public construction projects like clock towers or churches. The construction project that everyone advised against as impossible. They spent a lot of money, but when it was completed, people called it a miracle. The head of the Orion family believed in doing his best to improve the quality of life for the residents, and he always created miracles in this way. Thus, while they didn't live a prosperous life, Rix, who grew up watching such a father, always felt secure. The residents also reciprocated by voluntarily donating and participating in construction, and the sense of unity felt on the day they completed the clock tower remains even now. I should go and sleep on the stairs. I saw them gathering like a swarm of bees earlier. I wonder if there are any spots left. As the seniors walked towards the left staircase, Rix quickly approached and blocked their way. Please wait a moment, seniors. The seniors frowned at Rix's sudden action. An unfamiliar face. Are you a freshman? Yes, I'm Rix Don Orion. Please, I beg you. Please help us. We freshmen know nothing. But we know it will be disastrous without your help. Please guide us. As he bowed his head, a few seniors, feeling pity, softly consoled him. Well, we understand your difficult situation, but honestly, it's too much to ask. Collaborating with untrained freshmen. I was hoping to earn some coins this time too, but with so many bailing out, it's not possible. Sorry. A senior patted Rix's shoulder and tried to pass by. Even so, I don't think it's impossible if we all work together. I know it's hard to say this, but I'm confident in magic. I won't be a burden. Also, I have competent friends who... Competent. At that moment, a senior interrupted Rix's words. Rix flinched at their suddenly cold eyes. What is this? Why did the atmosphere suddenly... Well, good for you. If you're competent, you might go to the burger hall. Is he bragging? Oh, there's always one every year. The ones who make it obvious they'll leave soon. The seniors pushed Rix's shoulder and walked away. Move. Do your best with your friends. Watching them leave, Rix drooped his shoulders. However, as his friends approached, he had no choice but to raise his head as if nothing had happened. Rix, why did you follow the seniors? We were worried when you suddenly ran out. I was just trying to persuade them. As you can see, it didn't work out well. Gravel hesitantly spoke with a worried look. The atmosphere seemed bad earlier. Didn't anything happen to you? I'm fine, Gravel. Rather, can you guys wait in the lobby? I think I need to try persuading them again. As he followed the seniors, Gravel's strained voice was heard. Rix. All attention was instantly drawn to her. It was a rather courageous act on her part. How about asking herself for help if things don't work out? If you're going to say that again, I don't have time, Gravel. But he looked really strong back then. Thinking it was some nonsense, the friends sighed deeply at the mention of the incident with the giant fox, where her cell emerged unscathed, even breaking the fox's claw, an unbelievable story she kept repeating. See you? Rix took his eyes off Gravel. The friends scolded Gravel. That again? We know you want attention, but tone it down. Right, there's no way someone that strong would get the last place in the third test, Gravel. Rix glanced sympathetically at the disheartened Gravel. She wasn't one to lie. Reaching the left staircase, the seniors were gathered in a cluster. Seeing them breaking today's rule and trying to enter, Rix had a vague idea. Are they trying to hold out there until the morning rescue? At that moment, the seemingly empty left staircase turned into a swirl of mixed colors. A few seconds later, through a translucent barrier, the densely packed crowd occupying the stairs became visible. It seemed they were seniors who had secured their spots first. No more space. Someone needs to leave, it's overcrowded. The stairs are full. Complaints arose among those who couldn't enter. Damn it. It's all that ponytail bastard's fault for making us late. Wait. Didn't he follow us here? One senior, frowning, grabbed Rix by the collar. You brat, how will you take responsibility for this? Please, seniors, I ask you once more. Please guide us. What? The seniors inside and those right in front of Rix sneered. Nonetheless, Rix believed they would help and pleaded with everyone. To the seniors inside, I earnestly request your participation in the defense. Is this kid crazy? The senior holding his collar gritted his teeth and raised his hand to slap him. Just as his palm was about to swing, a low voice echoed. Hey, it's the scum. Blonde hair and long legs. It was Hercel. A slay, those are scum. Repeat after me. Scum. A hulking barbarian and a short man stood behind him. Scum. I told you not to provoke the seniors. A slay, you're the same. The senior who had grabbed Rix's collar, seemingly familiar with them, released his grip and stepped back with a sweaty, confused expression. Why you are? Others reacted similarly. Isn't he the guy who forced us to take the request back then? Yes, I remember their faces clearly. They are the ones. The senior who had grabbed Rix asked Hercel. What brings you here? Hercel smiled sharply, taking something out of his backpack. To save you, seniors. The glass bottle he held sparkled, and the seniors hiding on the stairs screamed in horror. Gasp! The anti-demon potion. Please, calm down and put that thing down, Junior. Wondering why they reacted that way to the potion, Hercel called out to Rix. Rix, some people don't understand unless you use a stick. Like this? He threw the opened potion at the stairs. Soon, a whale-like wailing sound echoed through the dormitory. Ugh. The translucent barrier between the stairs and the corridor disappeared completely. As the seniors on the stairs stood shocked, Hercel exuded an imposing aura. Since it's not an accident, you know it's mandatory participation, right? If you don't want to get punished by the professors, gather in the lobby. The seniors gritted their teeth and moved quickly. They cursed and swore along the way, saying things like they'd remember this and calling him crazy. Once the stairs were empty, Hercel turned his back. Wait. Rix unknowingly called out urgently. I have a question. Do you think my method was wrong? Lowering his head, Hercel asked in return. Let me ask first. Is this your first time seeing such people? Yes. Well, being from a renowned family, you've likely met kind people. With your gentle nature, you've probably only attracted good friends, and this is your first encounter with such hopeless folks. Rix felt his chest tighten at his perceptive gaze. It felt like he knew Rix from the beginning because he was spot on. I can't deny it. You weren't wrong. They were? Rix lifted his head. Hercel continued with a serene smile. You did what you could, and I did what I could. Next time, your way might be the right answer. Rix felt his narrow perspective broadening with his words, and he realized that his assessment of Hercel had been biased. Paradoxically, he had witnessed someone who would hurt others for the sake of others. He was willing to be hated for this. In a way, it was closer to sacrifice. Perhaps the bad rumors about him stemmed from such behavior. Was he not just pretending to care for Gravel back then? Recalling the events during the Gravel incident, Rix was convinced that his assumption was correct. Somehow, I think I understand. A man who doesn't mind being hated for others. At least, he wanted to defend him when others criticized him. Follow me, Rix. If we don't hurry, the fortress will fall. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I feel bad for not properly thanking you when we first met. Thanks for helping me get an A. With a human interest in Hercel, Rix followed him to the lobby. The ground trembled from the horde of white oxen rushing forward. At the forefront, a senior woman, fully armed, drew her sword and stood firm. She had introduced herself as the representative of Schlaff Hall earlier. The shield squad will hold the front. When the ice ox sticks to the shield, those with swords should stab through the gaps. Mages, prepare your spells from the back. And freshmen in the shield squad, don't expect too much, just hold your shields properly if you don't want to die, understood? One of Rix's friends in the front shouted loudly, yes. Remember, all we can do right now is defend. If we keep taking down the leading ones, they'll eventually retreat. So let's give it our all. Rix took her words to heart and gripped his staff tightly. And even if they retreat, don't try to act recklessly. It takes 3 people to take down one ice ox. The ones sticking together are hard to take down because there are no openings to attack. So don't risk your life for some coins. At that moment, the senior woman's eyes widened. She spotted 3 people wandering around the perimeter, away from the tightly formed line. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Join the line immediately. They were Hercel and his companions. Ignoring her shouting, Hercel calmly said his piece. We're going to hunt the leader now. Anyone want to come? It's a chance to earn some coins. A leader? You, a freshman. Naturally, no one volunteered. Well, if you don't want to, then forget it. Hey, you crazy bastard? Didn't you hear me? Then, good luck. Hey. He completely ignored her and walked away. Gravel timidly suggested. It's a chance to earn coins. Shouldn't we follow? His friends were skeptical. Are you serious? I hate to say this, but please, just be quiet. Sorry. Rix chuckled at Gravel. I think it's a good offer. I feel like we could really earn some coins. What? Are you serious, Rix? I want to earn too, but trusting Hercel? That's a bit. Despite his friend's concerns, Rix started walking. If you don't want to, stay. Come on, Gravel. Huh? Okay. Following suit, his friends awkwardly trailed behind. Fine, I'll come too. Rix, wait, I'm coming too. The senior woman shook her head, seeing more freshmen leave. This year's freshmen are really crazy. A smile spread on my face at the system window on my retina. You are under the influence of the blessing. Devoted sage's grace. Additional effect activated. When those with goodwill subjugate monsters together, mana capacity slightly increases. At best, I could only use magic twice with my current mana capacity. I wonder how much it will increase this time? Hercel, is this really going to work? Limberton asked worriedly as the horde of ice oxen charged. I answered by throwing a glass bottle from my pocket at the herd. Limberton, you'll know if it works once you hit it with an arrow. Wait a moment. Limberton aimed at the falling glass bottle with his bow, drawing a parabola. The arrow shattered the bottle. Red powder spread widely and landed on the ice oxen. The sound of horns clashing rang out. The oxen hit by the powder started fighting among themselves. This disrupted the formation of the charging herd. Limberton's eyes sparkled as he saw the new glass bottle I took out. Wow, what's in that powder? It's a drug that makes monsters fight each other. Powder of madness. Inhaled monsters become extremely aggressive. However, it doesn't work on some monsters. I'll throw all I have, Limberton. Keep hitting them. Okay. While Limberton was busy pulling the bowstring, I patted a sleigh on the back. A sleigh, get ready. A sleigh gripped his shield tightly and began to advance. Limberton, keep shooting at the eyes of those attacking the shield as we move forward. You can do it, right? Move forward like this? Wait, what about attacks from behind? It's okay. Ice oxen don't care about those who've passed them, though there are exceptions. The exception showed up about 100 meters ahead. An ice ox, its eyes bloodshot, snorted at me. It seemed to be affected by the powder. At that moment, a sleigh was busy blocking the herd with his shield, and Limberton was focused on shooting at the front. While keeping an eye on them, the crazed ice ox charged at me. I stretched my arm towards it. These guys are great at charging straight. Pop. Physical attack detected. Attribute activated. 1 second invulnerability cooldown. 59 seconds. Like it impaled its head on a well-fixed skewer, the ice ox died instantly with its head pierced by my index finger. I decided to collect the horn later and looked up to hear a distant gasp. See, I was right. Rix. Sorry for doubting you, Gravel. With just a finger. Gravel's story was true. Unbelievable. It was Rix's group. There are actually some who followed. Previous ITOCI next. The ground was torn apart as white snow was being trampled everywhere. Rockefeller stood on the wall, looking down at the scene with his staff in hand. Ice oxen, with their crystal-like horns shining, were charging like waves. Schlaff Hall students stood with their backs to the wall, preparing for the defensive battle. The second and third year students held their stances skillfully. The first year students, as expected, were clumsy, but for those who hadn't even been trained, they didn't look too bad. Now that I've set things in motion, it seems a bit off. At this rate, they might not be able to subjugate the enemy, but they could at least manage the defense without significant damage. If they killed about 40 of the leading ice oxen, the rest would likely retreat. It doesn't look like they need help. The dawn air was cold. Rockefeller turned to head towards the warm shelter with a stove. But then, a woman's sharp voice pierced his ears, making him turn around again. What are you guys doing? Are you crazy? Join the formation immediately. It was Athera, the representative of Schlaff Hall and a third-year student from the Knights Department. She was yelling at 3 men who were leaving the formation. We're going to hunt the leader now. Anyone want to come? It's a chance to earn some coins. The leader? You, a freshman. Well, if you don't want to, that's fine. Hey, you crazy idiot? Didn't you hear me? Stop fooling around and join the formation now. Good luck, then. Hey. Rockefeller's eyes glinted with a cold light as he watched the golden-haired head shining even from the top of the wall. Hercel Ben Tennist. He called out his name like an enemy, veins bulging on his forehead. Rockefeller conjured a chair with shaping magic, sat down, and gritted his teeth. All right, let's see how good you really are. He had confirmed through his orb that this guy was fine even after taking a hit from a sentinel. With his skills, he could easily take down the leader, but Rockefeller was curious about what kind of outrageous things he would do to annoy people this time. He wouldn't be doing something ridiculous like spraying water again, would he? Rix ran through the snowfield. His friends, following behind with frightened faces, also traced the footsteps of those who had gone ahead. Rix, it's not too late to turn back now. What? Didn't you come to earn some coins? Coins? We're here to drag you back, man. If things look too bad, they can retreat then. Rix grinned at his friends. Just then, Gravel, who was running beside him, stopped in her tracks. Hey, there's red smoke over there. Smoke. As Gravel said, there was red smoke in the sky. The smoke began to settle quietly, landing over the herd of ice oxen. Then, the leading ice oxen stopped and started banging their heads against each other. What the? They're fighting amongst themselves. But it was an opportunity to attack. The herd of ice oxen now had clear openings. If we handle this well, the friends who were following behind said with wide eyes. What's going on? Actually, if we handle this well, we can catch them. What? Look, their formation is broken. Rick smiled satisfactorily and spoke. Felix is right. If we surround and attack one by one, it won't be too difficult. Rick said this while observing the scattered charge of the ice oxen. Their terrifying feature was that they charged like a solid wall without giving any gaps. From the opponent's perspective, they had no choice but to take the full frontal attack with the ice ox's weight behind it, which was a disadvantageous structure. Normally it would be like that, but now it was different. You just needed to dodge the frontal attack and surround them to attack their bellies. Hersel's words weren't lies. It was indeed a good environment to earn coins. Rix joked to his friends. You said you came to drag me back? Should we head back now? His friends shook their heads frantically with urgent faces. And no, I was going to say we came to earn coins and drag you back. Ahem, you weren't wrong after all. Thanks. Thank that guy. Finally, while running, Rix saw Hercel throwing a bottle in front of him. When the small guy shot the bottle with an arrow, red smoke spread again. It was indeed his doing. He approached to greet them. One ice ox, breathing roughly, charged at Hercel. But he didn't even think of drawing a weapon, simply extending his bare hand. Thunk! The ice ox fell to the ground without even making a sound. Blood mixed with brain matter flowed from a hole in its head. Hercel nonchalantly wiped the blood off his index finger. Rix got goosebumps all over his body. Did he really poke a hole in its head with just his index finger? Is that even possible? He hadn't heard of such a magic spell. And since there was no mana visible, it was purely physical skill. While Rix was in a mental turmoil, Gravel spoke. See, I was right, Rix. Eventually, Gravel's words turned out to be true. Rix apologized with a face full of shame. Sorry for not believing you, Gravel. His other friends seemed equally astonished by the sight. Did he do that with just one finger? Gravel's words were true. Unbelievable. Then, Hercel looked this way. All of them froze in place. Limberton spoke, sensing that this moment would be a story he'd tell for the rest of his life. There's a woman's scent. Hercel, are there girls behind you? No, there aren't. They're all guys, so focus and don't look back. Despite being told there weren't any, he wanted to show off and his arrow firing speed increased. At first glance, it looked like he was shooting haphazardly, making me want to say something. But every arrow he shot landed precisely in the eyes of the ice oxen. He was hitting them incredibly well. While the two focused, I approached Rix's group. But they all seemed a bit stiff. Didn't you come to earn coins? If that's the case, you can't just stay put here. Why yeah. Gravel mumbled, and Rix snapped out of it. Ahem, sorry for tagging along. He smiled, but he still looked a bit flustered. Don't feel burdened and just hunt. That way, my mana will increase quickly. Devoted sage's favor. When those with goodwill subjugate monsters together, mana capacity slightly increases. Oh, and when you catch an ice ox, retrieve the horns immediately. Anything left on the ground afterward will be ours. Understood. Rix nodded seriously and took out his staff. That's more than enough. I appreciate your consideration. Then, Rix's group began slaughtering the scattered ice oxen one by one, blocking the charge with shields and repeatedly stabbing with swords and magic from the sides. Dividing into 3 teams of 3, they hunted, and joyful notifications kept appearing on my retina. Mana capacity slightly increased. Mana capacity slightly increased. Mana capacity slightly increased. If Rix had taken the 3rd exam, he would have gone straight to the Adele Hall. Well then, shall we start moving too? A sleigh. When called, a sleigh slammed his shield into the ground, leaving just enough to cover Limberton's entire body. Limberton, remember to support a sleigh from behind the shield. Hercel, are you really going to do this? I'm the one who said I'd do it. I need to set an example. Of course, it was also to monopolize the 1,000 coins given exclusively to the one who takes down the leader. I passed Limberton, who was shooting arrows, and a sleigh, who was overpowering ice oxen with sheer strength. The ice oxen in front were too busy fighting each other to charge at me. As I walked, the number of fallen ice oxen, trampled and collapsed while fighting, began to increase. Since they were all money, I happily looked for gaps in their formation and moved forward. Finally, I spotted the leader standing tall in a spacious area. It was larger than the others, with thick horns and white fur like a lion's mane around its neck. The leader stood alone in the open space, snorting roughly. Whoosh! The ice oxen around it formed a circle, surrounding us. It was a common sight in warlord battles. The leader needed to prove its strength. If the enemy came alone, the leader would also fight alone to show its dominance. That's why it was respected by its subordinates. In this world, it was called the leader battle. Oh, so there are monsters that know this tradition even now. Was this also a thing in the past? Not always. But those forming warlord groups often had leader battles. Listening to Donaton's historical lecture, I approached the leader. It scraped the ground with one front hoof. Just like before, I intended to pierce it with my index finger. Wham! The leader charged, putting its massive weight behind it. I extended my finger towards its head. But an unexpected pattern emerged. Whoosh! The leader easily twisted its neck to avoid my finger and struck me with its massive horn. Crack! Physical attack detected. Attribute activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. Naturally, one of its horns broke. Yet, as befitting a leader, it seemed indifferent to pain and began to lift me with the other horn. Oh, damn it. In a desperate attempt to survive, I leaped and placed my foot on its horn. Feeling my weight shift upward, I jumped again. The higher I soared, the smaller the ice oxen below appeared, like ants. What is your plan? Donaton asked, seemingly confused. I smiled in response. Donaton, have you forgotten that I'm a magician? As I reached the peak of my ascent, I pulled out my staff and began drawing a spell formation. I checked the notifications I had been ignoring. Mana capacity slightly increased. Mana capacity slightly increased. Mana capacity slightly increased. The mana, which had been almost non-existent, now felt more substantial. I could use it now. The unique spell that only a few could perform due to its high mana requirements. Recovery magic is a unique spell, right? When I asked, Carmelo had replied, even if you draw the spell formation precisely, there are inherent spells that you cannot perform. Elemental magic, for example, is typical of those whose senses have blossomed first. Your unique magic, master, would be recovery magic. Before that, I quickly drew a telekinetic spell to adjust my landing point towards the leader. Holding my staff in my mouth, I drew my longsword. To pierce through its head, I positioned the blade downward and gripped the hilt with both hands. As my body accelerated downward, the ground came closer. I drove the longsword straight into the leader's forehead as it looked up at me. Thunk! With the weight of the fall behind it, the longsword pierced through its skull. Despite its hard skull, it was only natural that it would be pierced. Additionally, one of the gauntlet options was significantly increases the durability of items held, making the longsword incredibly sturdy. Before my feet even touched the ground, I activated the lightweight magic engraved on the gauntlets to mitigate the fall's impact. Still, the pain in my ankles was intense enough to crack the bones. Ugh. To heal quickly, I drew a recovery spell hastily. A warm sensation enveloped my ankles, and the pain disappeared in an instant. Of course, the mana consumption was so high that it quickly drained my reserves. See, donate on? This is magic. Don't be ridiculous. You killed it with a sword. No, it was magic. The first and last steps were magic, so it counts as magic. The sword was just an accessory. Therefore, it was a magical attack. Regardless of the process, the subjugation is successful. I pulled out the longsword embedded in the leader's head. As it lay dead with its tongue out, the surrounding ice oxen quickly retreated. In the distance, voices could be heard. Boss. Hercel? Are you alive? It was Aslay and Limberton. I gestured to the leader's corpse to indicate I was okay. What the hell happened? You suddenly flew into the air, and it scared the hell out of me. It was magic. I used magic to kill it. Is there really flying magic? By the way, did you have a good hunt? Limberton hesitated and pointed back the way we came. There were crushed and arrow-riddled ice oxen corpses everywhere. While calculating how much we would earn, Rix's group approached, looking at the fallen leader and me in shock. Hercel, there was a girl here, right? Limberton, I always thought you were a cool guy. You might seem pathetic sometimes, but when it matters, you do your job. Hey, stop saying such embarrassing things. But when you talk about girls, it's just off-putting. Ahem. While Limberton wisely kept quiet, I approached Rix. Did you collect the horns? He smiled faintly, shaking off his stunned expression. Thanks to you. All right, now that it's over, let's head back. I took out a rope from my backpack and tied it around the leader's body. Boss. Aslay shook his head as if to say it was unnecessary and simply slung the leader's body over his shoulder. With the subjugation complete and the horns collected, we walked back toward Schlaff Hall. Meanwhile, Athera, the third-year knight representative of Schlaff Hall, stared blankly at the ice oxen. What? What is this number? Only 19 ice oxen had made it this far. Even then, they all had arrows stuck in one eye and were staggering. The poor students wouldn't have left them alone. It was more of a one-sided slaughter than a defensive battle. When the last ice ox fell weakly, Athera realized what this situation meant. Did that blonde kid really take down the leader? The group that had left the formation was returning. The leader's corpse was tied to a huge barbarian's back, who looked at the blonde man with reverent eyes. Straining her ears, she heard their chatter. Wow, I didn't think he'd actually do it alone. Limberton, Aslay, this one's mine. Remember that. Did he really take it down alone? Who the hell is that guy? Although she wasn't expecting an answer, someone spoke. Ah, that guy is Hercel Ben Tennist, the eldest son of the Tennist family. Athera's eyes widened. Is he the one rumored to have survived that monster? Yes, there are such rumors. At first, she didn't believe it, but maybe there was some truth to it. A freshman took down the leader. Athera couldn't help but smile brightly. With that guy, we might actually be able to crush those bastards. It had been a while since Schlaff Hall had such a valuable asset. With him, they might just win against the duo bringing disaster soon. Theory of Aura and Mana. The words written on the blackboard. As the name of the subject suggests, today's class was held together with the Knights Department and the Magic Department. Sitting in the very back seat, I looked around the circular hall. The structure of the building, with the seats lowering in height the closer they were to the front, reminded me of a concert hall. The lecture hall was huge, packed with students from both the Burger Hall and Adele Hall. The elderly professor on the stage adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. Ahem. It seems I brought the wrong textbook. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. Please wait a moment. While the professor went to fetch his book, I felt a peculiar sting of eyes on me. It wasn't difficult to find the owner of the gaze. While others chatted with their friends, a few people were looking up at me. Hercel, you don't seem to get along well with your fiancé, Limberton said, glancing at Lena. There's nothing good or bad about it. We're practically strangers. But why has Ryaman been staring at you since earlier? Limberton asked, noticing Ryaman also keeping an eye on me. Our eyes met. He gave a slight nod. What's with him? Maybe it's that. Before entering the lecture hall, when we accidentally ran into each other, he had said something to me. Enjoying yourself, aren't you? If by enjoying he meant catching the leader and making a lot of money, then sure. It seems he might have heard about the recent defense battle. Maybe he's interested, I said. The coins I made amounted to around 3,000. 1,000 was the prize money, and some of it was from selling the leader's corpse. Unlike regular monsters, leader monsters have high-quality materials or structurally different organs, making them highly sought after. The leather was purchased by the embroidery department, and the entrails were entirely bought by the alchemy department. Additionally, Aslay and Limberton's share of the money brought it up to 3,000. Each of them made 1,000 coins, and Rix's group, who joined later, shared about 300 coins each due to their larger number. Anyway, be careful of Ryaman, Limberton. He might be eyeing our coins. Limberton frowned. I'm already wary. He seems like a twisted guy. Rix, sitting next to us, joined the conversation. Is that Ryaman the guy who ranked first in the entrance exam? Yeah, you should be cautious too. I didn't expect the top-ranked student to be like that. I'll be careful. Just then, the professor returned with his book. The gazes that had been fixed on me started to fade, eventually disappearing altogether. All except for one persistent stare. The person sitting among the donation students had black hair with a hint of red. When our eyes met, he smiled softly. It wasn't pleasant. This man was the boss of Frostheart Act 1 and the current president of Lethe. Originally, he should have been inaugurated right after Hersel's death. Why is this fearsome guy smiling at me? No, think positively. This scene was the result of my departure from Lethe, returning the story to its proper course. Since I was the founder and former president, there might be future interactions, but there shouldn't be much to worry about. Donation students live under strict supervision in the special hall. Even now, a black-robed professor was watching them. When the time comes, the main characters of Adele Hall will retire him, so as long as I stay away, there should be no problem. I'm quite late. Let's proceed with the class quickly. I shifted my gaze back to the professor. To explain the basics of the relationship between aura and mana, the origin of aura is mana. The human Danshan, is a special organ that absorbs mana from nature and transforms it into a new power. This sometimes results in strange magical phenomena when using aura. Some mistakenly consider it mystical. As he covered familiar ground, my eyelids grew heavy. Aura can become as solid as armor with training, but because its source is mana, it's vulnerable to magic. Simply put, to withstand a 5th level spell, your aura needs to be at least at the 10th level. This principle works as the tedious explanations continued, students from Schlaf Hall began to close their eyes one by one. Well, considering they fought a defense battle early this morning, it was no surprise they were tired. The professor glared at the sleeping students, sighed deeply, and began to write large letters on the blackboard using telekinesis magic. Aura is. Given the special circumstances, it seemed he was willing to overlook it this time. So, I decided to enjoy the benefit as well, falling asleep to the sound of chalk. I was leaving the lecture hall after class ended. Think about it again, won't you? Athera clung to me, being annoyingly persistent. Originally from Burger Hall, she took up the role of Schlaf Hall representative for a fee, but she had become quite influenced by the Schlaf lot. There was no need to treat her well. I said no. So, what exactly was she asking me to do? Those troublesome duo, we need to deal with them somehow. If not, even you will be affected. She wanted me to beat someone up. Do I look like a thug to you? Well, to be honest, a bit. A lot. This woman. If you don't want to hear any harsh words, just leave. Besides, aren't you a third year? Shouldn't you be busy with other things? Ugh. Athera's expression was priceless after I lectured her about being a role model when she thought I was a thug. So, you're really not going to do it. Don't make me repeat myself. Fine, but know this, those duo are getting out today. You might be safe, but your friends won't be. The rumor about your coin earnings is all over the place. Athera snorted and left. She seemed to think I wouldn't be able to avoid clashing with them. The truth is, those guys are a real headache if you live in Schlaf Hall. The duo, Macdal and Bidon. They caused trouble in their 3rd year at Adele Hall and were expelled to Schlaf Hall. They were enemies you'd encounter if you started as a playable character in Schlaf Hall. And they were infamously strong. Even Rix and his friends would get beaten up if they ganged up on them. That's the early story, of course, and those guys would later be defeated by the grown playable characters. Considering the situation, am I supposed to deal with them just 2 days after entering? Paying them protection money is a better option. It only costs 10 coins a month. For someone like me with 3,000 coins, it's a small price to pay for security. Even though they're trash, they do their job of keeping Burger Hall guys from messing with Schlaf Hall folks. Disappointing, Hercel. Here he goes again. What now? I thought you had grown a bit seeing you teach those ruffians a lesson. But refusing a woman's plea for help? How disgraceful. Donaton expressed his disappointment, and I responded with a smirk. I only fight against those I can beat. Exceptions are those who try to cross my line and take what's mine. In those cases, I'll defend it fiercely. Beneath the fortress, in the underground detention center, the punishment wing. It's a place for those who couldn't be disciplined even after receiving control curses from professors. Rendell, dragged here for pushing gravel off a cliff, managed to stand up with his body wrapped in bandages, except for his face. Ugh, a prison in the basement. This insane academy. Grinding his teeth, cursing Frostheart internally, hunger set in. Rendell gulped down the cold soup and licked the bowl clean. Then, he heard voices from the cells around him. 5 more minutes. I can't wait to lick a freshman's neck. I hope there's a cute one among this year's freshmen. I'd like a handsome guy to come, too. Huh. The lunatics were awake. Except for sleeping, they would constantly spew dirty jokes. Rendell, wary of the particularly effeminate voice talking about men, held his breath, keeping as quiet as a mouse. If they see my handsome face, it might be dangerous. As he slowly put down his bowl, his ears perked up at a name he loathed. Hey, Macdel, did you hear the news? Our hall's president has moved into Schlaff Hall. Ah, that guy who kicked us out? Her cell, wasn't it? Hehe, time to pay him a visit. Oh no, you can't. The vice president is there too. Do you want to get beaten up again? Wait, Macdel? Rendell realized who they were. Former Lethe executives, Macdel and Bidon. Their expulsion reason was clear. Isn't that Bidon the guy who tried to assault her cell and got kicked out? Macdel was expelled too for being an accomplice. Of course, they were thwarted by the vice president, who had anticipated the situation, and were terribly punished. Listening to their conversation, Rendell had an idea. This could be useful. Hey, seniors? No need to worry about that. Huh? Weren't you mute? Oh my, why hide such a good voice? Because of you. No, ahem, the important thing is that her cell is no longer the president. He quit on his own. And to top it off, he beat up our members, so even the executives are after him now. The two men's voices rose with glee. What? Is that true? Really? Oh, I like this. Their excitement was short-lived. Bidon's tone suddenly turned cold. But you know, I feel like it's best to leave him alone. The vice president, Luan, is fiercely loyal to him. Right. He's definitely different from those who are just in it for personal gain. What to call it? Admiration. Yeah, his eyes always had that look when he saw him. Rendell smirked. Even Luan, now president, was silent about this situation. As long as the first-class executives were after her cell, he couldn't act either. Oh, don't worry about that. The executives have promised a reward for taking him down. So, it's almost like the president tacitly approved it, right? Haha. Macdel and Bidon laughed heartily. Then a professor walked past the bars. Macdel, Bidon, you're being released. Don't cause any more trouble. Of course, Professor. We'll be model citizens. Yeah. The cell door opened, and the two men walked out. The burly Macdel ignored Rendell, but the heavily made-up, bearded Bidon stopped and scrutinized his face. Nice voice but. Bidon spat in Rendell's face. Ugly face. Bidon left with a disinterested look. Rendell felt humiliated but also relieved. At least he wouldn't have to worry about that pervert after his release. The lobby of Schlaff Hall looked like a refuge. Seniors were in a frenzy, shouting about the duo coming, while freshmen looked on in confusion. However, for me, it was a positive sign. The useless seniors would work harder because of them. That would improve Schlaff Hall's economy, make me richer, and ultimately, benefit everyone. Moreover, with low grades and always working like slaves, Schlaff Hall students were often bullied and mocked by Burger Hall students as beggars. The duo, for a fee, did a good job protecting Schlaff Hall residents from such abuse. They were a necessary evil. Just then, I heard fearful voices in the hallway and someone knocked on my door. It must be them. Knock, knock. I got up from my chair and grabbed the 10 coins I had prepared on the desk. It was my contribution to national defense. When I opened the door, as expected, Macdel and Bidon stood there. Here are your 10 coins. I held out the coins, and Bidon spoke meaningfully. Oh, they were right. Hello, President. Or should I say, former president, since I'm no longer with Lethe either. So, he was from Lethe? No matter, it's all in the past since we both left. The big Macdel pulled Bidon back by the shoulder. Wait, Bidon. Remember, I got beaten up because of you. This time, I'll do things my way. I know. So, we're just saying hello today. Bidon winked. I wanted to kill him, but I held back. Take your coins before my arm falls off. Macdel's eyes widened at the sight of the coins in my hand. Just 10 coins. Is there a problem? Everyone else pays this much. But you're different. I heard you've got over 3,000 coins. Macdel smiled nastily. You've got talent. So, you'll pay 1,000 coins a month. I guess there's no choice. I'll have to bite back at these guys, even if it means dying. I called the secret weapon staying in the next room. A sleigh. The door to the next room opened with a bang. If the starting point is Schlaff Hall, then hell unfolds. The seniors scam the freshmen, obstructing their paths while not making any effort themselves. Sure, you can tolerate that. As long as you're not directly affected. But these bastards test the limits of patience no matter how hard you try to endure. The tyrants of Schlaff Hall. The money-loving giant Macdel, and let's collect the advance payment first, shall we? The effeminate pervert Bidon, who only loves men. Especially this guy, he's the most dangerous. Oh, Macdel, that's too harsh. Even the most talented playable characters are like unbloomed flowers. In front of the third-year duo from Adele Hall, the natural course of action is to endure and survive the years of hardship. But I decided to resist their tyranny. The rich should pay more taxes, right? Now, quickly, hand over 1,000 coins. I couldn't stand by while the oppressed suffered, driven by deep compassion and a strong sense of justice. And with friends who understood loyalty, my heart was always fortified. Suddenly, a shadow looms over us. Look behind you, Bidon. I've never seen someone bigger than me. A sleigh, with a fierce look, was towering over them. Even the visibly scared Limberton was with him. Look at those chiseled muscles. Such wild charm in a man. And the little guy next to him is just the right size to be used as a cup table. The moment Macdel reached to touch Limberton's head, Aslay grabbed Macdel's wrist. Squeeze? Ha, looks like you have some strength. Gore. The veins in Macdel's arm bulged as he tried to resist. However, Aslay wasn't even using his full strength, slowly increasing the pressure. UG. As Aslay twisted Macdel's arm slowly, sweat started to drip from Macdel's forehead. Bite, you might have to handle this one. Oh dear, why is a magician showing off strength? At that moment, Limberton widened his eyes and asked in surprise. A magician? That giant. Kiddo, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Someone who looks tough on the outside might be gentle inside, and someone who seems elegant could be hiding a beast. Bidon said, raising his index finger in a familiar gesture that made my eyebrows twitch. I urgently burned the noble blood ember. Enough. I wasn't talking to Bidon, but to Aslay. Aslay, that's enough. Aslay released Macdel's wrist, and Bidon squinted and smirked. Ha, looks like a lot has changed since we last met. You've become a more impressive man. I was now certain. Aslay might be able to beat Macdel, but Bidon would be too much. Well, okay. We just came to say hello, so we'll leave now. Bidon's victory gesture was something he only showed to those he was certain he could defeat. From experience, I knew that I had never won a fight after seeing that gesture. Bidon patted Macdel on the back. Macdel, you went too far. 100 times is too much. Wait, Bidon. Didn't we agree to do things my way this time? Macdel looked at Bidon with a childish expression. Then Bidon's atmosphere turned frighteningly serious. Macdel. Okay, it was a joke. Just by calling his name, Macdel backed down immediately. Though they were both second in command, Bidon was clearly a step above Macdel. But that wild-looking guy isn't skilled at using aura. He's too raw, Bidon commented, passing by Aslay. Once the duo had disappeared, Aslay approached me with a puzzled look. His expression seemed to ask why I had stopped him. Aslay. I pointed to his arm, and his eyes widened. His forearm had a deep indent where the skin was pressed in. It must have been Bidon's doing when he passed by. Ugh. Aslay grabbed his left arm with his right hand, but as soon as he let go, it fell limp. His left arm seemed paralyzed. Sweat started to drip from his forehead. Now you see, you would have lost if you fought. Then, suddenly, Aslay looked at me with an intense gaze. A look full of expectation. Ever since I caught the leader, he occasionally gave me that look. Surely, he doesn't think I can beat Bidon, does he? The main characters would need at least 3 months of intense training to beat that Bidon. We need to go to the infirmary first. And maybe get his head checked too. Having just gotten out of the punishment wing a day ago, the fresh air outside was still intoxicating. Macdel and Bidon wandered aimlessly around the academy. But Bidon, why did you back off? Oh, that? I got more intrigued than before. You mean Hercel? Yes, the moment I showed my killing intent, he stopped it. Has he been training? He seemed to know how it would end. So you backed off. Well, he still wouldn't stand a chance against me. Macdel scratched his cheek with his index finger in confusion. Then you could have just smashed him there. Oh, why would I ruin such a handsome face? Macdel made an sound and nodded. Right, Bidon, you've wanted him for a while. Yes, so this time, I'll take it slow. You'll help, right? Macdel chuckled. Sure, I'll be careful not to mess with him. At that moment, they heard harsh words coming from near Burger Hall. You think I don't know? Pretending to earn money while flirting with men. If you live in a filthy place, know your place. 2 women were surrounding a third with menacing faces. It's a misunderstanding. I was just here to do some sewing. Don't lie till the end. One of the attackers poured a drink over the victim's head. The assailants laughed gleefully. Tasty, isn't it? What are you doing? Drink it up. When else will a beggar like you get to taste something like this? The victim was a second year from Schlaff Hall. Are you going to intervene, Bidon? Since we're collecting taxes, we should work for it. And make a point. True, that makes sense. Bidon started walking stealthily. The 2 women gasped and trembled when they noticed him. Bidon. Today's your release day. Bidon narrowed his eyes and grabbed the 2 women by their heads. Ah! The women screamed from the pressure. Bidon spoke softly. How could ladies do something so vulgar? Sorry. But, that girl. And spilling sticky drinks on the ground attracts bugs. Bidon pressed their heads towards the wet floor. You know I hate bugs, right? Please forgive us. We won't do it again, please. Bidon stood them up and sent them away. After the commotion settled, the second-year girl thanked Bidon with a rigid face. Thank you, senior. Not senior, call me big sister. But dear, you must have suffered while I was in the punishment wing. Such a delicate thing. This won't do. Bidon smiled radiantly, causing the girl to break out in cold sweat. Tell everyone to gather by 6 p.m. tonight. You know what that means, right? The girl nodded, trembling as if recalling a dreadful memory. At 6 p.m., the freshmen and even the third years gathered in front of the dormitory for training disguised as punishment. Of course, this was nothing but torture to satisfy the duo's sadistic pleasure. The tyrannical duo were cunning. Externally, Burger Hall kept an eye, but Schlaff Hall, always at the bottom, remained a blind spot for the professors. It was the perfect condition for them to openly extort money under the guise of protection fees and commit character assassinations and physical assaults. Within the closed environment, their justifications, although flimsy, kept dissenters quiet. They minimized friction with external forces and presented themselves as necessary evils to stifle complaints. Additionally, in a positive light, the punishments could be seen as training. They crushed the students' spirits with force and, if there were complaints, told them to get stronger. And the professors viewed this favorably. To the professors, it just looks like they're training the students of the lowest-ranked dormitory. Unless we present strong evidence, they'll just keep turning a blind eye. I spoke to Rix, whose face was still swollen from being beaten. As someone with a relatively upright character, he had resisted the duo's injustice yesterday and got thoroughly beaten for it. His entire group had been trashed. Such upright fellows. At that moment, Baidan's loud voice echoed, even reaching us. Just because you're a magician, doesn't mean you can neglect physical training. What will you do if I approach like this? Baidan shouted, slapping a female student's cheek. Macdal, meanwhile, was laughing as a male student tied to a post was getting hit by other students in a line. The one getting hit was the one who had reported the duo, sending them to the punishment wing. Hell was unfolding on the ground. Unable to bear it, Athera, who had lost her authority, spoke. I can't keep getting you out of this for long. Thanks to Athera, the representative of Schlaf Hall, Aslay, Rix, and I were able to avoid the training. The official reason was that we were assigned to repair the fortress wall. Since the duo extorted 30% of the daily wage as a fee, they generously allowed outside work. More money meant more profit for them. Remember, I'm only helping because you promised to get rid of those guys. She was really rubbing it in. I had intended to survive using a similar method from the start. It didn't matter if it wasn't here. And that little guy, Limberton, right? If he keeps making weird comments, he'll be kicked out immediately. Poor Limberton had been berated by Athera for making creepy comments. Your muscles seem really stiff. Can you take off your armor? I'll give you a massage. And when it comes to it, you'll undress the rest yourself. Now he was walking around with a cup on his head, serving as Macdal's walking cup table. Despite being beaten, Rix hadn't lost his resolve, clenching his fists. Why do the seniors keep enduring this? If we all work together and report them to the professors, they'll go back to the punishment wing. Athera sighed, as if too tired to explain, so I answered instead. Those guys are smart. They never get caught openly. Even during fake sparring, they hit inconspicuous areas like the belly or thighs. When using excessive violence, they frame it as students fighting among themselves, slipping through like eels. Of course, some might have evidence. But the scariest thing is they work as a duo. If one goes to the punishment wing, the other won't leave the informant alone. And even if both are sent, the victim might be too scared of retaliation to speak. Given the atmosphere, no students would dare oppose them. Rix dropped his shoulders and said, so, we have no choice but to use force. Then, they all looked at me with eyes full of expectation. It seemed they genuinely believed I could defeat Baidan after the leader's subjugation. Maybe the rumors of me surviving the giant bird added to it. I glanced at Limberton, who had become a walking cup table. If I told the truth, would I get kicked out immediately? Better to dodge the topic for now. Ahem, even if I crush them, it'll be a problem. They'll just hide and do the same things in secret. It'll be harder to catch them then. Rix nodded in understanding. That's true. They'll still stay in Schlaf Hall even if we beat them. Athera also agreed. Her cell makes sense. Poking the bear might backfire. We should start by gathering solid evidence. And we need to convince the victims that we have the means to send them to the punishment wing. It would have been better if she had stopped there. And if her cell beats them badly enough to send them to the hospital, their reputation will be ruined. The victims will no longer be afraid and will come forward to expose their crimes. Rix exhaled in admiration. Indeed. If we have someone to protect us from retaliation, we can unite. Yes, but they won't believe us just by words. We need to show them that someone has defeated those guys. If the entire Schlaf Hall rises, the duo's punishment wing stay will be extended. Her cell, this is a great plan. So, you'll wait until we gather evidence. No, you demonic bastards. You guys need to endure for 3 months, train, and then beat them with your numbers. That's the proper way. Rix asked Athera. Senior, how do we gather evidence? I don't think the victims will just hand it over. It would be good to have material evidence. Material evidence? They keep a ledger in their room for those who didn't pay taxes. Getting it would be a suicide mission. Why does it feel like my improvised plan is getting more convoluted? Indeed. This seems impossible from the start. Actually, if you beat the 2 guys so badly that they can't even lift a spoon, the victims will come forward with evidence on their own. They're just too scared to report, but if safety is ensured, they'd be the ones who want those guys dead the most. Then there will be a thorough investigation, and their ledger disguised as a book with lewd illustrations will be found. They'd rot in the punishment wing for at least 6 months. But they started coming up with convoluted strategies instead of the straightforward way. I have a good idea. Athera scanned the men with innocent eyes. One of you could pretend to like Baidan and let him attack you on purpose. Then, gather evidence and report him. All the men, except me and the clueless Aslay, grimaced. Honestly, it was a pretty good idea. Sexual harassment is taken very seriously, so even the professors wouldn't stay quiet. That would surely send Baidan away. Macdal, who even loses to Aslay, could be beaten and sent away once the victims are safe. Then Baidan's sentence would naturally be extended. This seemed like a solid plan. Of course, I recommend her cell. Bidon seems particularly fond of him, but it was the wrong method. Peace built on sacrifice is fake. My words made everyone solemn. After a few seconds of silence, Rix spoke. I'll think deeply about that, senior. And Hercel, just wait a bit. We'll gather the evidence somehow. This place is definitely a madhouse. 5 days later, there was an announcement for a tree planting event organized by a professor. I decided to endure here just until then and then move to another safe place. Late at night, Limberton was serving as a cup table in Macdal's room. I'm thirsty. Yes. Macdal, lying on the bed, drank a gulp of water. Ah, it's a bit warm. Should I get more? No, it's fine. You can leave now. As Limberton was about to leave, a sketch on the desk caught his eye. A drawing of a woman changing clothes. I didn't get paid, so I guess I can borrow one book. Besides, there were plenty of similar books on the shelf. Thinking it wouldn't be noticed, Limberton secretly took it, not realizing it was the tax ledger. Today, I realized that there are no normal people around me. The very idea that I could defeat Bidon is laughable. And evidence? With their history of tyranny, do you think they'd be so careless? Even if I search for days, I won't find anything. Though the meaningless struggles are a bit bothersome, I'm not too worried. In 3 months, Rix and his group will have grown stronger, and if I push them to eliminate the duo, everything will be resolved. So, what I need to do is stay away from Athera and Rix's group as much as possible and let them handle it themselves. For now, I'll endure the repair work on the wall, filled with lunatics, for just 5 days. After that, a new construction project led by the professor will start, which will be perfect. By wandering around like this and working just enough for 3 months, peace will return to the Schlaf Hall without me. Limberton left the dormitory of Macdal and headed toward the freshman dormitory. As he descended the stairs, he ran into Aslay and Rix's group at the corner. You guys, did you enjoy banishing me? Ahem, I'm sorry about that. Still, why did you have to make such advances? When Rix's group averted their eyes, Rix apologized with a remorseful expression. Don't resent us too much. We were worried about you and waited here until now. Really? Limberton frowned, noticing someone missing. But where's Hercel? He said he was tired and went to bed early. Heartless bastard. Limberton massaged his stiff neck, probably from having a water cup placed on his head for over 3 hours. Rix asked, concerned. It seems you had a tough time, are you okay? Me? Oh, I'm fine. Compared to those who rolled in the yard, I had it easy. Limberton thought of his classmates and seniors who suffered terribly, and he slumped his shoulders. Violence disguised as training. Especially among those who didn't pay taxes, they were made to fight until one of them passed out under the guise of a sparring match. What was even more chilling was that even the passing professors didn't take this situation seriously and went on their way. This place is truly insane. Limberton shivered at the thought that it might get even worse. He hoped this tyranny would end as soon as possible, and the one to end it would likely be that guy. He has always acted like he knew everything and resolved it, so he'll probably do the same this time. By the way, what did Hercel say about this matter? Rix smiled reassuringly. You don't need to worry. He said to just gather the evidence, and he'd handle the rest. As expected, I knew he had a plan. Limberton sighed in relief, patting his chest. Just then, a book hidden inside his shirt fell to the floor. It was a book he took from Macdal's room, depicting a woman changing clothes. Oops. I need to return this later, hopefully it's not damaged. As he flipped through the pages to check its condition, Rix blinked. What's that book? Oh, this? I borrowed it from the Macdal guy without permission because he didn't pay me. Huh? But what's this? It's just names and numbers. At that moment, Rix snatched the book with a shocked expression. You like this kind of stuff too? Well, it's common for guys. But it's a shame there's nothing interesting in it. However, as he flipped through more pages, Rix's eyes widened. The names of the delinquents are recorded here. This is definitely an account book. What? Rix smiled, a drop of sweat trickling down his face. With this, we can drive them out. Limberton, you've done something big. Huh. There's no time to waste. Let's go to Hercel right away. Oh okay. Limberton followed Rix's group, feeling that something good was happening, judging by everyone's cheerful mood. They arrived in front of Hercel's room. Knock, knock. Despite Rix's knocking, there was no response. Is he already asleep? Limberton perked up his ears. No, I hear something. It sounds like the floorboards creaking. Hold on. Limberton raised his voice at the door. Hercel, are you awake? Can we come in? If you don't answer, we're coming in. The door wasn't locked. Carefully opening the door, Limberton blinked. Rix exclaimed in surprise. Hercel, who they thought was sleeping, was doing push-ups with his eyes closed. So he was secretly training like this even at night. Although he was frozen like an ice block, the sweat pooled on the floor suggested he had been training for quite a while. Rix closed the door softly with a bitter smile. It seems he's training to drive out that duo. We shouldn't disturb him. Then, he picked up the account book and turned away. I'll take this to Senior Athera. Limberton scratched his head with a puzzled look and asked. Isn't it late? If we tell the dormitory warden, she'll come out immediately. You guys go to sleep first. I'll be back. Rix headed to the lobby on the first floor. Athera came out to the lobby quickly. Rix's face lit up at her reaction upon receiving the account book. I've seen this illustration before. It's definitely the account book those guys were keeping. Then, we should tell Hercel this news tomorrow morning. Rix was excited at the thought of driving out the duo faster than expected. However, Athera shook her head. No, let's hold off. I have a feeling we shouldn't tell him. Why? He's the one who said he'd take down the leader by himself. And remember the confidence he showed on the wall. Hercel did say, even if I crush them, it's a problem. Rix recalled Hercel's words, which sent chills down his spine. Do you mean Hercel intends to face the two alone? I think so. He said he doesn't want any sacrifices. When Athera mentioned sacrifices, Hercel had indeed insisted. Peace built on sacrifices is false. He doesn't want sacrifices. This only adds credibility to Athera's assertion. If someone fought Hercel instead of one of those guys, they would be seriously injured. Rix remembered getting beaten up with his friends. Seeing Hercel's determination in his midnight training confirmed it. Certainly, if it's Hercel, that makes sense. Rix, I think this is our last chance. So I don't want you to tell him. Understand? Rix, taken aback by Athera's bold suggestion, asked again. What? Of course, I don't think he'd lose even if he faces the duo alone. But just in case, it's best for a guaranteed victory to fight one-on-one. I can manipulate the situation to make that possible. Athera's logic made sense. It was a reasonable explanation. Rix nodded, touching his swollen cheeks. I agree. And I don't want to burden him with everything. We should handle one of them ourselves. Right, even if we lose, we'll fight one-on-one and defeat him. Rix asked Athera seriously. Who should fight Hercel first? Bidon. He's stronger than Macdal. If we deal with him first, Macdal's morale will drop. And it's easier to lure Bidon. Understood. I'll make sure to keep it a secret from everyone but Hercel. Rix ran back to the dormitory and informed everyone except Hercel. 6 p.m. While the Schlaf Hall guys were being tortured, I headed to the wall for the repair work. However, Athera took a sleigh and Rix's group to get materials, telling me to go ahead and rest. Though I felt uneasy, I gladly accepted. Lately, I was exhausted every morning when I woke up. I should ask them to lower the boiler temperature in the dormitory. I must be sweating a lot while sleeping. Yes, it is quite warm. I climbed the wall and sat at a suitable spot, watching the entrance for their arrival. After a few minutes, the sound of footsteps echoed. You came sooner than expected. Well, you called, so of course I'd come right away. I doubted my ears at the delicate voice. Hoping it was a hallucination, I stared at the entrance. But reality, as always, was merciless. Hello, darling. Bidon appeared with a creepy grin, holding a letter. Surprised? I was planning to approach slowly, but you called me so eagerly. Did I call you? At that moment, I saw Athera and Rix's group hiding by the entrance, watching. Those bastards? They sold me out? I wanted to kill them right now, but my priority was to handle this situation. As usual, I improvised, lighting the noble blood flames. What nonsense are you talking about? Call you? Me? Oh, come on, don't be shy. You sent this letter, right? Someone must have written it as a joke. I never sent such a thing. But I have an idea who did. Look behind you. Bidon turned his head. Those annoying guys quickly hid. There's nothing. Ah, I get it. You're setting up some sort of game, aren't you? Bidon chuckled and approached me. Does Hercel know he's no ordinary guy? Do you have any idea how to escape this? Don't talk to me. I'm thinking. As Bidon got closer, I desperately said whatever came to mind. I told you it's a joke. I didn't send that letter. Repeating the same thing is boring. Ah, you're just embarrassed. That's why you're denying it. Don't be ridiculous. I have no interest in you at all. So get lost. Bidon's eyes darkened. You mean it, you bastard. Suddenly, he started laughing maniacally. But it doesn't matter. Right now, it's just you and me. This moment is all that matters. Now, let's do what we couldn't before. I don't know what you're planning, but if you don't want to die, you'd better not try anything foolish. Oh, it'll be worth it. Don't come any closer. I hurriedly pulled out my staff and loaded a spell. Despite this, Bidon approached confidently, causing me to back away instinctively. As he got close enough for me to see the stubble on his chin, I thrust my staff charged with electricity at his neck. Crackle? The professor explained that to perfectly block a magical attack with aura, you'd need at least double the amount of aura. And it was a surprise attack before he could properly coat himself in aura. Judging by the smoke coming from Bidon's body, it seemed effective. However, Bidon, eyes wide open, muttered creepy words. Ah, hide and seek, fun. I'll come for you once the paralysis wears off. Now, I'll give you time to run. His counting sent chills down my spine. 3. Running from him? 2. That's impossible. 1. Then what? Bidon spread his arms to embrace me. Panicked, I took a step back, only to step into thin air. I must have stepped into an unfinished section of the wall. It's human instinct to grab something when falling. I grabbed Bidon by the collar, but he, not fully recovered from the paralysis, easily leaned towards me. Wait. Below is a cliff. Losing our balance, Bidon and I began to fall from the 10-story high wall. Of course, I'm not afraid of falling. At this point, I even consider it a kind of recreational activity, like bungee jumping. Yet, what truly terrifies me is Bidon's determination to cling to my body even while plummeting. I resisted his monstrous grasp, protecting myself from his clutches. Luckily, I had long limbs. Stretching out the hand that gripped his collar, his attempt to hug me only swiped through the air. But Bidon didn't give up and struggled even more fiercely. You persistent bastard, just give up already. Even if I die, I will. With Bidon flailing like a live fish, our weight balance got tangled. Now, I was above, clutching his collar, while Bidon was beneath, facing the ground. The ground was already close. The relative positions no longer changed. Bidon's back slammed into the ground, and dust spread with a tremendous noise. Boom, impact detected, trait activated, 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. Her cell fell off the wall, clutching Bidon's collar. Watching this, Athera, Aslay, and Rix's group stood wide-eyed and gaping. D-double suicide. Athera muttered in a dazed voice, and Rix sweated nervously. We can't just stand here. We need to check if they're okay. Rix moved quickly, as if dancing on hot coals. The others, realizing the urgency, hurriedly followed. At the bottom of the wall, only dust hung thick in the air. A breeze blew just then. Athera rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Bidon was embedded in the ground, unconscious. And on top of him, her cell still clutched his collar, pressing down on his neck. The clear distinction between the winner and the loser made Athera's eyes twitch. He grabbed his collar and fell, just to slam him into the ground. Dusting himself off nonchalantly, her cell stood up, as if it was nothing. His dignified appearance made Athera gulp. The others seemed equally incredulous, expressing their admiration. How is he unscathed? No, more importantly, with such a brute method. At that moment, her cell looked up. Gulp. Everyone swallowed nervously, and he shouted fiercely. When the investigation comes, tell them clearly, this was self-defense? Testify that it was an accident that occurred during that process? Understood. Athera felt a chill. If her cell had beaten the duo one-sidedly from the start, it could have violated the school rules. So, he must have waited until they provoked him first, to ensure he could kill them without any repercussions. I must be careful with him. While marking him as a person of interest, Rix's voice trembled. Is he dead? Bidon wriggled in pain, showing he was alive. Her cell answered indifferently. He's still alive. As expected of a third year from the Adele Hall. Thanks to covering himself with maximum aura, he didn't die. But judging by his condition, his bones seemed to have shattered. Rix turned with a sudden realization. Senior, we can't stay here. We need to deal with the other one ourselves. Oh. Athera, leading the way, rushed to subdue Macdal. Dragging the half-conscious Bidon along, they left him on a path professors frequented. Cutting through the underbrush, I hit upon hearing Macdal's raving. In the Adele Hall, every day is a competition. If you neglect training for even a day, you'll immediately fall behind. The same goes for mages. No matter how good you are at magic, without basic physical strength, you'll face many hardships. His words were quite educational. If only he weren't grinning perversely at a girl soaked in sweat from doing push UPS, it might have felt genuine. But Limberton was grinning foolishly too. Just then, Athera, Aslay, and Rix's group passed by me. I discreetly called Aslay's name, beckoning him into the bushes. Aslay. He quietly left the group, who were still focused on Macdal, not noticing his absence. Boss. We're just going to watch here. To be clear, this isn't revenge for them selling me out. It's not because Aslay can't fully understand Imperial language. It's simply that the outcome would be too predictable with him involved. The duo exists to make playable characters in Schlaf Hall grow. They provide motivation for training for more than 3 months, and through combat, they offer valuable experience. It would be a waste to get rid of them without letting the characters benefit. So, this isn't petty revenge, but a dedication to their growth. What are you guys? Macdal raised his staff. As expected, Athera and Rix's group were pummeled by his magic. Wait, where's that big brute? Athera's expression was priceless when she noticed Aslay's absence. Senior, this is no time to be distracted. Ugh. Rix was struck in the abdomen by a pumpkin-sized water orb. The rest of the group was electrocuted by a mix of elemental and curse spells. Watching them, I inwardly cheered for Macdal. Just like a lion throws its cubs off a cliff to make them stronger, so do I. They will train hard until their hands are calloused and their muscles sore, thanks to Macdal. It's harsh, but inevitable. For the sake of clearing the scenario, I must be a heartless person. You're smiling happily even as your comrades are suffering. My heart is crying. Anyway, it would be too wasteful to let Macdal go now. Only by making the most of him will everyone grow and I will be satisfied. With a sudden idea, I snapped my fingers. This might turn out to be quite profitable. A week passed. During that time, the rumor spread that I defeated Bidon. As for the duo's fate, Bidon was sent to the punishment cell due to his severe injuries and the overwhelming evidence from the reporters. Meanwhile, Macdal was allowed to stay after a private conversation between me, Athera, and the Schlaf Hall representative. What are you going to do next? Are you planning to take down Macdal too? No, I'll leave Macdal to Rix's group. What? You'll leave him to them? Did you forget they were completely beaten up last time? Despite some opposition, I managed to convince them by citing my reasons. I plan to train them. Macdal will be a suitable opponent. However, there's a condition. If Macdal is defeated within a set period, you can send him to the punishment cell. Originally, Bidon should also have been used for growth, but unfortunately, that's not possible now. Macdal will have to play the role of 2 people. It will be hellish enough for him to beg to be sent to the punishment cell. I also reached an agreement with Macdal. After hearing the rumor that I defeated Bidon, his attitude changed drastically. He became much more humble. You want the coins I've collected? Just pay 10,000 coins as compensation for mental damage. It's not a bad deal, considering I've kept you from being sent to the punishment cell. The duo had accumulated roughly 60,000 coins. When the righteous Rix wins, all those coins will return to their rightful owners. Before that, I'll take my share. But 10,000 is a bit. If you don't like it, then fine. I heard many people are gunning for you. You'll rot in the punishment cell with Bidon, penniless. Macdal, seemingly moved by my generosity, paid the 10,000 coins willingly. By the way, you've lost a lot of weight in the past few days. Rix and his gang keep attacking me. Of course, I'd lose weight. So, Hercel, could you please tell them to go easy on me? I might not survive otherwise. Isn't this the training you were talking about? Keep it up. Despite my words, Rix's group's attacks didn't cease. Sometimes, he even stormed into the third-year showers, swinging his staff. His unwavering integrity and determination made him keep challenging until he succeeded. It seems like an obsessive madness, but as long as he grows, it's fine. Currently, I was filling out a form on my desk. The pen's writing quality was different, perhaps because it was a high-quality one. Indeed, expensive things have their reasons. What I was writing was the application for after-school classes, now open to first years as well. These weren't mandatory but could be chosen according to the student's will. The variety of subjects was wide, including combat techniques like hand-to-hand combat and crossbow for the knights, and aura meditation or various niche magics for the mages. Since I am far from conventional magic, Limberton is only good with a bow, and Aslay only uses grappling attacks. These were essential subjects for us. The after-school classes, meant for supplementary learning, were an excellent opportunity for me, given my short learning period. The next day, I was on my way to the reception desk with my after-school class application. My chosen subjects were niche magic and mana meditation. Niche magic included the eccentric spells that Donaton often mentioned. Unregulated and non-systematic spells fell under this category, making it worthwhile to apply in hopes of finding magic compatible with my unique abilities. Mana meditation was to increase my already scarce mana even a little. Since there wouldn't be a daily defensive battle, the benefits of Rix's blessings were limited. There was a long line at the reception desk. Familiar faces from Schlaff Hall were nowhere to be seen. Most of them seemed to be from Burger Hall and a few from Adele Hall, making me feel out of place. Perhaps the first-year Schlaff Hall Knights haven't finished their classes yet. Aslay and Limberton, who were supposed to meet me here, were nowhere in sight. Having nothing else to do, I decided to stand in line. But then, someone blocked my way. I haven't seen you before. Where are you from? 3 flashy-looking guys approached me. They scrutinized me intensely, and I responded bluntly. Schlaff Hall. The guy with a slicked-back hairstyle, who seemed to be their leader, smirked. If you were a second or third year, I'd know you. So, you must be a freshman. He then shrugged and looked at the person behind him. If that's the case, he might not know the rules. Right. Hadel, let's just explain it briefly and let it slide this time. Yeah, no need to establish dominance with someone we'll use soon enough. They pretended to care about me, but their smirks betrayed them. Hadel, the leader, spoke with a sneering tone. Ugh, it smells like a rag. Not only do we have to take combined classes with these bums, but also extra classes. Sorry, I have a weak stomach. When I remained silent, Hadel waved me away. If you understand, get lost. At this point, I was curious. Could this guy be from Adele Hall? Where are you from? Hadel blinked, as if he had misheard me. You're speaking rather informally. The 2 guys behind him chuckled. Looks like he's cocky because of that duo. Bidon, that perverted bastard, got beaten by a freshman and sent to the punishment cell, didn't he? And Macdal looks like he's caught a terminal illness lately. I got it. These guys were from Burger Hall. Now that the duo was gone, these punks were strutting around. Anyway, they weren't worth engaging with. If you're done, move aside. Even though I spoke politely, they just stood there with playful expressions. As I was about to walk around them, a kick flew out of nowhere and hit Hadel's stomach. Whack. Ugh. Hadel clutched his stomach and fell to his knees. Turning around, I saw a man with black hair tinged with red looking down at him coldly. Behind him stood a professor in a black robe, who looked shocked. Luan Albanus? What are you doing? Despite the professor's shout, the man didn't reply, just smiled faintly at me. How have you been, Hercel? This guy was a donation student. The current head of Lethe and the first act boss of Frostheart. His epithet was the mad aristocrat, Luan Albanus. It wasn't easy to determine how to deal with this man. I had left Lethe, and Luan was the current president. For the sake of my safety, Hercel's remnants had to be cut off, and he was a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Lethe, despite being a third-rate villain mercenary company, had top-tier members who were undeniably strong. In Frostheart, Luan, along with 3 first-grade officers who were donation students, formed the top echelon. And now, I found myself facing the most dangerous among them, one who was under special supervision. Since he greeted me with a smile, it seemed appropriate to maintain a neutral attitude for now. I've had no significant issues, Luan. Luan blinked slowly. As befits someone with the epithet of a nobleman, even his smallest gestures appeared refined. That's good to hear. But were you serious about leaving Lethe? It seems I must draw a clear line here. Getting involved would only bring trouble to me. Yes, that decision hasn't changed. I expected Luan to show hostility. However, his face remained unchanging, as if he could understand. If you ever change your mind, feel free to return. I will take care of the matter with Randall myself. His friendly demeanor made me doubt if this was the same man I remembered. Outwardly, he maintained his dignity, but hadn't he just kicked someone in front of a professor? The calm madness hidden beneath his handsome exterior was like the surface of water, expressing itself explosively when disturbed. Though my decision to leave should have provoked him, his eyes only reflected genuine goodwill. Therefore, a non-committal response seemed best. I'll consider it. Luan nodded with a gentle smile. Then, the professor pointed his staff at Luan's neck. If you've said everything you needed to, come with me. We'll address what happened just now this evening. Then, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Luan said this and left. Watching his retreating figure, I felt a twinge of sympathy. Although donation students lived in better conditions than those in Schlaf, being under such constant supervision from professors must be uncomfortable. Yet, what choice did they have? These students were marked for disposal by their families. From what I heard, the special hall was created because some expressed their betrayal through extreme anger or even committed suicide out of despair. After a year without major incidents, they would be freed from surveillance, but Luan would never truly enjoy freedom. Like most bosses, he was destined to be defeated by the main characters. I turned my thoughts away from Luan and back to what I needed to do. Right, I was about to stand in line to register for classes. As I turned, something tripped me, drawing my gaze downward. Eek. A guy with a parted hairstyle was sitting on the ground, looking up at me in fear. The reactions of the two behind him were similar. Oh, right. There were those guys who picked a fight. H. Hercel, the freshman who supposedly threw Bidon off the wall, and the eldest son of the Tenist family. If you don't want to get hurt, back off quietly. The two left their leader behind and disappeared quietly. I addressed the remaining guy in a gruff tone. I was going to register for a class. Did you have any objections? And no, nothing. I remember there being something, but you say there wasn't. Are you calling me senile? It was a joke, just a joke. Feeling suddenly bored, I made a slight feint as if I would knee him. The guy flinched, spreading his palms in a defensive gesture and groaning. Eek. This was surprisingly fun. The special hall was directly below the principal's office. Occasionally, Principal Arkandric would come down with snacks and take care of things, but those who rebelled faced severe punishment. The traces of this were hidden behind the paintings hanging on the walls. Luan Albanus. You dared to commit violence with a professor watching. As Arkandric grabbed Luan's head, the students in the special hall thought another painting would be added. Yes. I accurately struck his solar plexus with my foot. Luan's indifferent tone, as if having a casual conversation, made Arkandric's forehead veins bulge. It's good to admit it right away, but it seems you need some discipline. Arkandric threw Luan against the wall. Bang! Luan hit the wall like a nail. He then pulled himself out and nonchalantly brushed the debris off his head and shoulders. Satisfied, Arkandric picked up a large basket from the floor. Today's snacks are here. The large basket placed on the table was filled with a variety of snacks, from cookies to bread. And Luan, don't be late for today's training. Arkandric, who believed Luan was a suitable candidate to learn his swordsmanship, dragged him to train every day. Despite this, Luan shook his head. I told you I'd come when I feel like it. Tisk. Others are begging me to teach them, yet you're so indifferent. Clicking his tongue, Arkandric left the special hall. Only the students remained. Excluding one person standing apart, 3 people approached Luan. The man standing apart glanced at those approaching Luan, then left the room. Are you okay, Luan? Besides a slight headache, nothing much. Ugh, that brute. He was practically trying to kill you. The man seemed to recall being slammed into the wall during the entrance ceremony, clutching his head tightly. Luan turned his gaze from him to the basket filled with snacks. Disciplinary love, huh? There was a hint of genuine affection in Arkandric's violence. Seeing him cut through steel during training made it clear that slamming someone into the wall was like tossing a misbehaving child onto a bed. Luan picked up a warm piece of bread from the basket with a soft gaze. Arkandric is sincere. He wants to reform us. The bread still retained its warmth. Savoring the warmth transmitted to his hands, Luan traced a graceful curve with his eyes, but his gaze remained clouded. But that's not our style. Agreed, Luan. I don't want to stay here for a year. The surveillance is killing me. So, what's your plan? In response to the men's questions, Luan bit into the bread and answered succinctly. First, we need to earn the old man's favor. His swordsmanship is quite useful. After swallowing the bread, he continued. Besides, we can't harm him with our current skills. Unless we find a special method, we should quietly bide our time. A special method. There must be one. This place is strange. I've heard many odd stories, like graduates hiding unusual tools or secret spaces, and even students occasionally disappearing. Some even claimed that the academy hid cursed items created by dungeons. Though it sounded far-fetched, this place was atop a dungeon. Moreover, occasional warnings about something to be wary of appeared in the rule mirrors, so it was worth checking if the rumors were true. First, we need to find a way to neutralize the old man. Until then, sharpen your skills. This place is filled with whetstones, perfect for getting stronger. The academy was a place determined to raise students' levels, even if they resisted. It offered knowledge hard to obtain outside and ample time for training all day. The 2 men nodded obediently. However, the man who had been silently listening spoke in an uncomfortable voice. I understand your plan. But why are you leaving Hercel alone? Do you really intend to reinstate him as president? The other two agreed on this point. I think the same. Even if we overlook his departure, Purcell messed with our subordinates. If we leave him be, there won't be any order. Right, Luan? We said we'd handle this. But if you intervene like this, it'll be troublesome. Luan replied with a relaxed gaze. He has a unique charisma. Even with his meager strength, he has a talent for swaying people. Moreover, he's now strong enough to easily defeat Bidon. The rumor that he survived the monstrous bird might also be true. The initially opposing man frowned. I'll admit that. But in truth, you've built Lethe to what it is today. It ran smoothly even without a word from Herself for nearly a year. I'm against his return. Luan looked at him with cold eyes. The man flinched and closed his mouth. It's still uncertain whether he'll return. It's too early to discuss this. If he accepts the offer, we'll talk about it then. For now, don't mess with him. The three nodded slowly. Luan probably had his own thoughts, but hopefully, it wasn't out of some misplaced affection. It had only been 2 weeks since I enrolled. Exhausted by the string of incidents since the start, I decided to empty my mind for a while. Despite that, thoughts kept surfacing. From being marked by Rockefeller during the entrance exam to joining Schlaff Hall, enduring a defense battle after just 2 days, and defeating Bidon. And now, I had caught Luan's attention, making it impossible to relax. I already missed the mansion. It was tough for just 2.5 months, but it was peaceful after the festival. I needed a stress-free, peaceful daily life. Fortunately, I held papers that would let me taste such a life, even briefly. Letters from Mersel and Niesel. Good kids. It was gratifying to see my efforts rewarded. It seemed my letter had made it through Frostheart's harsh censorship and reached them properly. Feeling a bit emotional, I decided to set everything aside for a moment and read Niesel's letter first. But the hallway grew incredibly noisy. Found him? We found Macdel? He's here, Rix. Arg? Leave me alone, you lunatics. Patience. They'll pass soon. H. Hercel? Please open the door. Macdel was banging on my door. My stress peaked, and I placed the letter on my desk, opening the door to shout. Quiet. I am sorry. But there's a reason. Please let me in for a moment. I have something urgent to tell you. Macdel pleaded with teary eyes, clasping his hands together. More concerning were his dark circles and even more sunken cheeks. You seem in worse shape than before. Didn't even ask. They now invade even at dawn, tormenting me. Just then, Rix and his gang crowded in front of my door. They didn't look well, with bruised eyes and swollen cheeks. Yet, their eyes shone with a fervent glow, like that of a fanatic believing in their righteousness. I had no choice but to speak to Rix calmly. Let's call it a day. What do you mean, Hercel? You told us to get stronger by fighting him. We've been training daily, seeing progress. We can't waste a single day. The others supported Rix. Yeah, we even came up with a new strategy. This time, it feels good. I think we can win. Macdel, come out from behind there. These crazy guys. I had to side with Macdel, fearing they'd break my combat training device. Are you trying to wear Macdel down to death rather than beating him in skill? Rix looked down at the ground, ashamed. That's true. Attacking day and night, he must be exhausted. Maybe we thought we were getting stronger, but it was an illusion. I encouraged Rix, making sure not to demoralize him completely. No, you are getting stronger. Just look at him, fleeing all the way here. Isn't that proof? Then, I subtly nudged Macdel. Why yes. I almost got beaten up today, you jerks. Rix and his group lifted their heads, smiling creepily at Macdel. Feeling pity for Macdel, who was experiencing hell without Bidon, I added. Take a rest today, Rix. Inform the others too. All right, we'll withdraw for today. As Rix and his gang left, Macdel started to complain. Those guys are crazy. Especially that Rix, he's a complete lunatic. He keeps bringing his gang. No matter how much I beat them up, they never give up. Rix indeed had a stubborn streak. It meant he could turn any necessary task into a daily routine. He also had a trait called gentle charisma that motivated his group. Just relax and rest in your room. You have a break today. Sorry, but can I ask you a favor? What? Could you please tell them to stop tormenting me? No, go away. This guy was now trying to shirk his duty just because I sided with him once. Then, can you at least accompany me to the cafeteria? Cafeteria. Yes, I've been unable to even lift a spoon because they keep barging in. So that's why he lost weight. Didn't you hear Rix? They won't bother you today. I don't trust them. I just want to have a peaceful meal this once. He seemed paranoid, almost to the point of neurosis. I reluctantly took him to the cafeteria and bought him everything he wanted. Macdel cried like a child, thanking me repeatedly. Having regained some peace, I returned to my dorm room and read Niesel's letter. The first page was filled with childish drawings. No, the next page was also a drawing, so it seemed to be a picture diary. Oh, they started raising a parrot. The next drawing depicted Niesel learning magic. I clicked my tongue, observing the pictures closely. Seriously, they must have turned a blind eye because she's a girl. I had to enroll in the magic department secretly. Yet, a smile crept onto my face. Just hearing about these mundane things felt purifying. My mind, soaked in the harsh environment here, also felt clearer. Tisk. Unfortunately, the picture diary ended there. Next, I decided to read Mersel's letter. My expression drooped as soon as I opened it. It was just one page with a single large sentence. But the sentence Mercel wrote was quite troubling. Brother, how have you been? I'm bored to death. I want to go there too. He wants to come here? While I was perplexed by Mercel's letter, the outside became noisy. It was probably Macdel and Rix causing trouble again. I frowned and opened the door. Surprisingly, it wasn't them but Limberton and Rockefeller, with Rockefeller shouting at Limberton. You've got some nerve, Limberton Beldelsey, trying to send this letter to Lady Llewellyn. Rockefeller was reading aloud a letter, presumably written by Limberton, in a monotonous voice as if reciting from a book. Mom, this place is crazy. Please take me away immediately. The professors don't care if students die. I'm digging a tunnel, so please send even a single horse. Limberton. People in the hallway came out, stifling laughter at the spectacle. Oh, look, there are watermarks. Did you cry while writing this? And no, it's not that, Professor. I warned you already. All letters about the Academy are subject to censorship. Please, just this once. Limberton was begging with his hands clasped together. Rockefeller, showing no sign of sympathy, pulled out another letter from his pocket and started reading it, this time with added commentary. It's too cold here. I need the scarf Mom made for me. I should have stayed home as Mom said. Why did I go to the dungeon? This one's outright revealing everything. Rockefeller then cast a curse of restraint on Limberton with his raised staff. Limberton collapsed to the floor, foaming at the mouth. Watching this, I deduced the reason for Rockefeller's visit. It was absurd for the top-ranked professor to personally come just to punish someone for breaching censorship. There was only one possible purpose. How have you been? Hercel Ben Tenist. He came to pick a fight with me. Do you have any business with me? I asked sharply, and Rockefeller approached with a smirk. His trembling lips and the vein bulging on his forehead made it obvious that his smile was forced. Why was he acting like this? Hot. Could it be? I just wanted to talk about Mercel Ben Tenist. Not interested. I cut him off and slammed the door shut. Bang! As expected, my bad feeling was right. The professors had read Mercel's letter through their censorship. They must have urgently informed Rockefeller, causing him to come here. Even just Mercel expressing a desire to come here was enough to set off alarms. Considering Mercel is the top recruitment target for other academies and even the royal family, it's no wonder the professors were on edge. No matter how talented the kid is, bringing such a young child here is insane. I blocked my ears and tried to sleep, ignoring Rockefeller's persistent knocking until he gave up. Knock, knock, knock. Hercel Ben Tenist? I need to talk to you for a moment. Keep knocking, I won't open the door. Although Rockefeller's hour-long knocking disturbed my sleep, I managed to protect Mercel from these child abusers. What was the mistress doing while the kid was causing such trouble? I told you it wouldn't work. These days, it's normal for Mercel to reject everything. AOL sighed deeply as he watched Ahila. The boy's stubbornness is just like yours. Plus, he's also like me, always wanting to do what he's told not to. You know this well. Caught in the middle, AOL was just frustrated. His wife was cold, and Mercel had been sulking, making excuses to avoid training. Occasionally, they would glare at him like cats from both sides. For the sake of peace, he needed to find a compromise. Besides, even if he's still a child, he has 2 older brothers, so there's no need to worry too much. Here, he has his parents, so there's even less to worry about. If you keep refusing, he might rebel. Didn't Hercel also go astray because the Grand Duke spoiled him too much? That boy was strange from the start. The energy-draining argument continued. Ahila, tired of the meaningless conversation, let her shoulders slump. She must have been exhausted, too. Despite her efforts to cheer Mercel up, she only received sullen responses in return. At this rate, our relationship with Mercel might be ruined forever. Think carefully. Eventually, Ahila sighed deeply and seemed to give in. They say parents can't win against their children. I never thought I'd experience it myself. AOL smiled inwardly at her positive response. But there's a condition. Condition. If Mercel wants to come home, make arrangements for him to return immediately. You can handle that, right? AOL nodded. Although Frostheart had no formal expulsion procedure, if the student was Mercel, it was a different story. If the Academy refused the condition, he could just cancel the whole thing. If they changed their mind after admission, he could lead his knights to make trophies of Arkandrike and the professors in the basement. Not that I'd mind filling the empty space left by the monster bird. But Ahila's demands didn't end there. Once a month, let Mercel visit home, and send a personal maid. Also, I think Arisil should have a maid too. Ahem, Arisil said he didn't need one. Forcing a maid on a child who doesn't want one is not right, right? Suddenly, the mistress seemed to have a bright idea and widened her eyes. And please stop keeping those creepy things in the basement. It's not good to live above such things. It doesn't look good to visiting guests either. Stop collecting trophies? AOL was about to say something when Ahila preemptively called out. Mercel, I know you're eavesdropping. Come here. Yes, Mom. Mercel peeked out from behind the wall and ran to Ahila, hugging her. She stroked his head and looked at AOL. Your father has given up his precious hobby for you. What do you say? Thank you, Dad. Mercel looked up at him with expectant eyes. Reluctantly, AOL squeezed out words he didn't mean. All right, I'll do that. AOL's eyebrows twitched as he looked at Ahila and Mercel, who exchanged knowing glances. Seeing their exchanged looks, a feeling of unease crept over him. The suspicion that they might have been plotting this all along crossed his mind. Perhaps Ahila had always intended to send Mersal and saw this as an opportunity to get what she wanted. She might have made a secret agreement with Mersal, promising to send him if certain conditions were met, including making AOL stop his trophy collection. No, surely it can't be. Yesterday, I lost some sleep due to the Black Devil's knocking. But surely, Mersal wouldn't come here so young. Feeling relieved, I headed to the first floor lobby for class. I was chatting with the two knights from the club when Limberton asked, "Club? Is there one you want to join?" "I don't plan to join. I'm just looking to invest from a business perspective." Invest. There are various clubs, from alchemy to clothing production, and many are essentially groups that generate profit from students. Due to the nature of their business, developing and producing items incur significant costs, and many fail even when they launch products. For them, investment is something to welcome with open arms. If you invest money, you get dividends. It's better than just sitting on the coins I've saved. Oh, that sounds interesting. If you're interested, come with me after class. The quality of their goods is decent enough to be worth a look. For student-made items, the quality wasn't too bad. The clubs passed down the knowledge from their seniors like a legacy, and the wisdom of their supervising professors was deeply ingrained. Aslay, also interested, opened his Imperial Language Dictionary. His finger pointed to the word investment. Investment means earning. That's right, investment. It means you put in money to get more back. Then he pointed to the word loss. Loss means losing. Correct. If you're not careful, you can lose money. You have to be cautious when choosing where to invest. Aslay nodded in understanding. I felt a bit proud of him. Such a diligent student. The club building was inside the fortress. The academy had dedicated 2 entire floors to club activities, and the scale was almost like a market. As soon as we entered the first floor, Limberton looked at the rows of signs and questioned. "I came here once before, but why are there so many clothing clubs? There are at least 7 clothing production clubs." 7? How is that allowed? The academy permits clubs with overlapping themes, especially those like clothing production that require few members. The minimum number of members needed to start a club was 3. After clothing production, food-related clubs were likely the next most numerous. "I want to get a suit made, but I don't know which one to go to." As Limberton said this, the members of the clothing club's eyes lit up. They looked at us like predators eyeing prey, silently pleading for us to choose their club. Limberton approached the booth with the most women. "Hey, you 3, new students. Wow, look at the long legs on that blonde freshman. Mind if I take your measurements?" 2 women swarmed Limberton, who winked and made a crude joke. "Can you take my measurements instead? Not that size, though. Haha." The women recoiled as if they'd seen a cockroach, eventually being replaced by a male member, causing Limberton to sigh deeply. "I'll take your measurements, shorty." "Yes." Since we were here to buy clothes, I decided to get Aslay fitted for a suit as well. I couldn't have him walking around in animal skins forever. "Aslay, you should get a suit too. If the environment changes, you need appropriate attire." Aslay nodded and took the measuring tape. He flinched at its unfamiliar texture, making the women laugh softly. "Wow, look at those muscles. Hey, you're touching too much." Limberton's eyes grew teary watching this scene. While the 2 got their suits fitted, I decided to find a club to invest in. "I'll be upstairs for a bit. See you later." Saying this, I climbed the stairs. The clothing of the people on the 2nd floor looked expensive, even the fabrics. The booths were decorated with sophisticated wood and signs, almost blindingly bright. The 2nd floor was for those with money, where poor students from Schlaf couldn't dream of going. But I had over 13,000 coins. I was the wealthiest first year, having converted some of my coins into black coins worth 1,000 each. Now, let's invest. Let's see, I have some ideas. The Alchemy Club? It has the lowest risk but also the smallest returns. Still, it's the best choice. Food clubs are too high risk, high reward. Trends change too quickly, and any hygiene issue could ruin them. Clubs making school supplies or fancy items have moderate risk. There's always a steady demand. With so many clubs, it's hard to remember where I invested each time I restarted at Frostheart. The names are all similar, so I need to check them directly. As I walked, reading the signs, I occasionally felt sharp gazes. Passers-by chuckled at my attire, and the vendors seemed to hope I wouldn't approach. It was understandable. With the freshmen having just arrived, my unfamiliar face and first-year status were obvious. Naturally, they thought, what's a first year doing here without money? Except for the Adela Hall students, who were already known as future big spenders by the club members. Ignoring them, I continued until something caught my eye. Nil's Alchemy Workshop. It was a shop with windows, not just a booth. A premium spot. I was surprised to see the ice beast hide I had once captured hanging there. Why is that here in an alchemy club? Selly had told me she sold it to a textile club. As I looked on, a familiar face popped out. Welcome. My eyes widened in recognition. This was the very alchemy club I had invested in each time I started at Frostheart. The most stable and highest paying of all the alchemy clubs. A freshman. She scrutinized my appearance, raising an eyebrow. I nodded in response. Then she asked again. Which hall are you from? Schlaf. She smiled brightly but her words were harsh. Get lost. Clearly, she regarded me as one of those worthless Schlaf scum. Little did she know how much money I had. What are you doing? Get lost. Me? Why should I do that as a customer? When I retorted sharply, she looked at me as if she were seeing something strange. Look at this, talking to a senior like that. Your attitude towards an investor is quite flawed. Ha, seriously. Now even freshmen are trying to deceive. As she stepped inside the store, she appeared holding a large club. At that moment, a man grabbed the club, his eyes wide with surprise, as if to take it away from her. He must be the representative of the Nil Workshop Alchemy Club. Hey, wait a minute, what are you doing? Oh, let go, senior. These beggar bastards need to be taught a lesson so they don't come back. You punk. Still, you can't treat a customer like that. Move aside. This guy, he's a first year from Schlaff Hall? Do you want to get ripped off like last year? She seems to have some grudge against the Schlaff Hall guys. Well, considering the notorious behavior of our proud Schlaff Hall seniors, it's understandable. They often don't pay their debts, scam others frequently, and probably thought I wouldn't have money as a freshman. To her, I must have appeared like a new parasite. There's always a reason for being disliked. Even so, he's still a freshman and has a chance. He might move to Burger Hall soon. He could become a potential customer then. Despite that, the club representative spoke optimistically. It's rare for 1 in 10 to make it, so why risk losing 9 times? Normally, I would have laughed it off, but since I was the subject, I nodded. This only made her glare at me more angrily. Oh, you annoying bastard, picking up bad habits from beggars. Ah, senior, move aside. This all happened because you're known as a pushover. Ignoring the commotion, I asked the representative something I was curious about. By the way, was the ice cow hide sold by that small maid? Huh? Oh, yes. We bought all the innards and everything from her. The person she serves bought a lot of stuff from us too. He proudly pointed to the hide. Do you like this hide? I actually promised to pass it to the embroidery club, but it looked so good as a decoration that I didn't want to sell it. This place must have been where they sold to me at a fair price the day before the defense battle, without trying to scam me. Actually, I didn't come to buy anything. I was thinking of investing. Can we talk inside? Invest. The representative scratched his head. I haven't seen you before. Do you really have that much coin? He wasn't so naive as to be completely trusting. Instead of words, I answered with the contents of my wallet. I placed 5 black, glossy metal coins in my palm. Each was worth 1,000 coins. When I showed them, the woman who had been glaring at me as if to kill me suddenly smiled. Oh, my goodness. I'll bring out our best tea. Please come in and have a seat. Her attitude changed in an instant, like flipping a hand. Having money certainly makes things easier. However, the representative, being too kind-hearted, gave me some foolish advice. I see you have a lot of coins, but are you sure about this? Wouldn't it be safer to invest a bit more cautiously? Think it over before you decide. Hearing this, the woman rushed at the representative with an angry face. Senior, after the 3rd years graduated, all our investment funds dried up. We can't just miss this chance to get such a large sum at the start of the new term. Her reaction was normal. For clubs, this time of year is like a tough march. Graduating students can exchange their coins for currency used in the empire, so they would have withdrawn all their investments. Freshmen wouldn't have enough to invest. But still. Oh, you frustrating man, 5,000 coins is enough for 16 months worth of allowances for the guys in Adele Hall. We need to gather capital now to get ahead of other alchemy clubs. I couldn't help but smile. Their combination was reassuring for an investor. One had a gentle nature but exceptional skills in crafting. There wasn't a single defective product in the last defense battle. The other, though ill-tempered, prevented the representative from being too naive, thus ensuring solid profits. Regarding money, she was practical. The representative sighed, as if he had given up, and nodded. All right. By the way, what's your name? Hercel Bentenist. Wait a moment. The contract, hold on, Hercel. Why is he acting like this suddenly? If you're Hercel, are you the one that little maid serves? Did she mention my name? No, I was just curious. You spent a whole 600 coins here at once. The man kept rambling excitedly, like he had found something interesting. After hearing stories about capturing the Ice Cow leader and defeating the Bidon, he finally brought out the contract, and I could sign it. After setting a cup of tea before me, he ran towards a bubbling pot. Oh, almost burned it. I sipped the tea and looked around the store. The display cases were full of various kinds of potions. There were potions for dyeing hair or pills to change your voice, suitable for a bit of fun. Another shelf displayed the potions I had bought, mainly used during the magical training courses and selling like hotcakes during practice periods. Though the variety was limited now, during practice periods, they sold out quickly, making for substantial dividends. The best part of investing here was this. If I bring materials, could you make something custom? Of course. If you invest that much, I'll even use my personal time to make it. Normally, only near mass-produced items are made, but not here. Rare items not made due to low demand can also be custom-made. It will be greatly helpful later on. Lena stroked her armor. The surface was rough, with deep dents and scratches from blade impacts. It looked too worn to be usable, but she didn't throw it away. It wasn't anything special, just an ordinary piece of armor easily obtainable. However, it was something she had kept since being told to lay down her sword by her family. It was precious because of that. With no support from her family, the armor had become imbued with her own convictions. It wasn't usable in its current state, but I need new equipment. Lena gently set the armor aside and picked up her wallet from the desk. She paused in front of a full-length mirror. The reflection showed a figure completely stripped of any remaining girlishness. It was getting tight anyway. She needed slightly larger armor. After finishing her tea, she was on her way back, looking for a new investment opportunity, when she made eye contact with a woman with long red hair. Her cell. Lena looked at me with a nonchalant expression. It was clear this was a coincidental encounter, and it would be best not to get involved. I tried to pass by indifferently. While others might approach cautiously to avoid ruining the narrative, Lena was different. As a swordswoman, her biggest obstacle was me. Keeping our relationship distant was the right thing to do, and she probably wanted that too. However, she blocked my way. Do you have any business? When I asked calmly, Lena nodded. I want to talk for a moment. Her usually indifferent eyes seemed somewhat softened. Well, she might only be trying not to show it. She had a soft side despite her exterior, so expressing emotions wasn't strange. But if her target was her cell, shouldn't she be showing some hostility? It was odd indeed. I'm busy, so keep it short. Lena's gaze turned calm. You said you don't remember. Is it the same now? It seemed to be about her previous question. Why did you arrange our engagement without my consent? Why? I had answered that I didn't know. Well, if it were her cell, it would be roughly guessable. As someone obsessed with women, he enjoyed messing with lives, so it seemed he had picked Lena as his victim. That was my conclusion. I don't remember. When I repeated the same answer, Lena gave me a look that reminded me of Sally's peculiar gaze. It felt like being treated as a madman. I see. This was the second time for the same question. Naturally, curiosity arose. Why was she so obsessed with her cell's motive? Since she had cut ties with her family, there was no obligation to marry. With her entry into Frostheart, she was guaranteed the means for self-reliance. Then why? Why are you so fixated on this? You and I are practically strangers now. When I hinted at my question, Lena coldly replied and turned away. My father didn't tell me anything. So I asked. The cause seemed to be her father, the head of the Dervian family. Maybe Lena was holding on to hope. She probably wished her father wasn't the kind of man who would sell his daughter for the benefits of the Tenist family. In her memory, her father was a loving man who cherished her before her cell appeared. Understanding this, Lena's obsession with the same question made sense. When someone involved in arranging her engagement appeared, she naturally wanted to ask about it in detail. Knowing the background made Lena's seemingly light question feel heavier. Why did you arrange our engagement without my consent? Why? But wasn't her question slightly off? She probably wanted to know the conversation that led to this, trying to steer it towards her father's reasoning after hearing her cell's motive. Instead of going in circles, if she had directly asked, do you know why my father did that, she might have gotten a higher chance of a helpful answer. Of course, even then, I wouldn't have answered. After the encounter with Lena, I reunited with the two guys. Since they only came for the request, they were dressed the same. My main purpose here was investment, so I took them around various places. Currently, we were at a skewer club, chewing on meat. There was no special sauce, just the taste of smoked meat and some salt. I asked them, what do you think? Limberton, a gourmet, closed his eyes to savor the taste, while Aslay, satisfied with everything, devoured whatever was in his hand. 80 points. Delicious. There seemed to be many regulars. Should I invest 1,000 coins here? I invested the entire 10,000 coins I extorted from the guy in various clubs. Word must have spread because people offered free samples or explained the benefits of their products everywhere we went. Even a Schlaf Hall student gets respect if he has money. As we made our way out of the crowd and left the citadel, Limberton muttered. But, where do they get these materials from? Like clothes or food supplies? Well, you order, and the logistics wagon delivers. Despite being a closed-off place, you could still order basic necessities and various tools. Of course, it had to pass strict inspection by the faculty. I think the merchant group contracted here was from Orbula. Why? Are you thinking of starting a business? I asked, just in case, and Limberton's eyes gleamed. His words revealed his sticky desires. Right. How about opening a women's lingerie shop or an adult store? Main items would be garter belts. We could hang sensual drawings on the stands. For that, we'll need the right tools. His expression was serious as he envisioned the business. At that moment, the clouds parted, and the intense red sunset made me squint. I couldn't help but chuckle. Not for any significant reason. Just because, after a hearty meal, chatting about random things while heading home under the evening glow felt nostalgic, like being back in school days. For now, enjoying this peaceful daily life seemed fine. Just as I was about to say something to Limberton walking ahead, laughter stopped us in our tracks. Give it up. If you don't want to be arrested for public indecency. Hearing the commotion from passersby, my laughter vanished. Another second year from Burger Hall has gone missing. Again? Ugh, will we even survive until graduation? Seeing them shiver, Limberton asked curiously. Huh? Did they break the rules or something? No way. I acted nonchalantly and walked on. It's late. Let's head back. Yeah, peace isn't in my cards. I should stay sharp. Someone must have untied the golden thread. I can't let my guard down. Restless spirits are still wandering the academy, gnawing at the cracks in one's sanity. The occasional sound of scribbling could be heard. Even though the professor was conducting the class from the podium, the students were murmuring due to the recent incidents. Up to here, we've described the expressions of magic before the age of change. The professor scanned the students and sighed deeply. It seems you can't concentrate because of recent events. First, it was a first-year student from Adele Hall. Next, a second year from Burger Hall went missing. Today, it was a third year from Schlaff Hall. There were even rumors of strange ghost sightings outside the dormitories, and the chaos showed no signs of subsiding. Regarding that, our professors are working on it, so you can relax. It's something that happens occasionally. When the professor spoke nonchalantly, Rix raised his hand. Occasionally. What happened to the people who went missing before? They usually come back. Usually. Let's see. Last year, about 7 people went missing, and 6 were found. What about the one who wasn't found? The professor replied in a relaxed tone. They were found dead. The students' reactions grew colder. The only ones who remained unfazed were those who had taken the 3rd exam. Being exposed to deadly trials, they had already realized that common sense from the outside world didn't apply here. Don't worry too much. You know the professors are searching tirelessly, right? And, the ghosts you're talking about aren't as dangerous as you think. They are more like explainable natural phenomena. The professor continued, they are essentially something created by the mana or magical energy combined with the lingering thoughts of dead humans. We've researched these phenomena academically, so there's no need to be afraid with acute. Being incorporeal, they can only influence the mind. They seep into weak mental gaps and brainwash, only to fulfill their unrealized desires from life. A student at the front asked, desires? Does that mean they're alive? No, they're just memories. Think of them like a diary where people write down their plans and wishes. The professor scratched his head as he looked at the students. But still, stay alert. Especially those with weak minds should be careful. Even the professors can't guarantee they can deal with these spirits. Unlike dealing with monsters, the method to handle them is different and tricky, but at the professor's level, it's possible to manage them. Though the spirit we're dealing with this time is a bit special. Fella of Loss. Fella was a troublesome disciple whom Frost the Art's founder, Feldy, imprisoned in the special hall. A woman twisted enough that her master had no choice but to do so. Her end came as a sorrowful suicide. However, Fella didn't leave quietly. She vowed revenge on her master just before dying. She chose the forbidden magic of splitting her soul and hiding it in cherished objects, hoping for eventual resurrection. That created the scenario we're facing now, a dark and ugly lingering thought. The catalyst for its release was Lethe, who, under Luan's guidance, was stirring up the academy. By the way, one of the scales in the apothecary broke. Please handle the items here carefully during class. They are all historic pieces. Got it? Now, let's resume class. Well, what could go wrong? No matter how strong she was in life, she's just a typical ghost without a body. The disappearances are her attempts to find a suitable host, but she would need a playable character's level of strength to be satisfied. Those with a strong mind won't get brainwashed, and when the time comes, the professors will reseal her. After all, this isn't a scenario for playable characters but a plot device to give Luan more freedom. The professor inserted the key into the hole on the iron bars blocking the corridor, causing the wall-mounted lamp to flicker out. This was the special hall for students admitted through donations. Scrape. Luan sat in his private room, carving a stone with a chisel. The surface shaved away like sawdust as it absorbed his aura. Despite the darkness, the details of the horse's 4 long legs, muscular chest, mane, and tail were vividly expressed. Scrape. Gradually, the horse's form emerged. After even sculpting the eyes, Luan headed to the living room with the completed piece. Sniff. The thick smell of mana tickled his nose, emanating from under the carpet. Carefully lifting it, a faint bloody scent spread. It's done, fella. When he spoke, the red blood on the stone floor began to wriggle. It soon formed lines and then letters. Thank you, master. I told you I'm not your master. Lies. No one else would come to see me but you, master. Luan placed the horse sculpture on the floor and began organizing the information he had gathered through their conversations. This special hall was originally a prison for this woman alone. He didn't know what crime she committed. As she had no awareness of it herself, he couldn't get an answer from her. What he did know was that she was the disciple of the great wizard who founded Frostheart and that she had bled herself to death here. What gift would you like next? A horse. A horse with a mane. She couldn't update her memories. Thus, the information he could glean was limited to what she remembered before dying. All right, I'll prepare it. But you'll do me a favor in return, right? Of course, it's a request from Master. Last time, he had asked where another part of her lingering thought was sealed. It was the apothecary's scale. Now that it was broken, he needed more information. That necklace you hid. Where is it? The answer took a while. I don't know. I'm sorry, Master. It was the same answer as yesterday. But through their conversations, Luan knew she was lying. Fella, you have a habit of pausing when you lie. Are you calling me a liar? The word accuse isn't used like that. Because you are a liar. Master, I hate you. The blood on the stone floor receded. Pressuring her won't work. I'll need a different approach next time. Luan got up, unconcerned. After all, once he placed the horse sculpture on the floor again, she would respond as if nothing had happened, forgetting the entire previous conversation. Let's see what's happening outside. Luan walked to the window and looked down through the iron bars. This place was situated high up in the citadel. The ground below seemed very far away. However, the black-clad professor stood out clearly against the white background, moving around like a swarm of ants. The surveillance has become much looser. Previously, each professor would monitor one person. Now, one professor was handling two. This was because personnel had been reassigned to search for the missing students. Luan memorized where they were going. It wouldn't be to a common place. If it were, they would have found the missing students already. It would be somewhere seldom visited, possibly one of the secret spaces rumored to exist. As expected, a few groups headed toward the wall and then disappeared. That area was an empty lot he had visited while exploring the academy. But they didn't come out even after some time had passed. There must be something there. Luan began mapping the professor's movements. He marked locations like the storage room where they spent 15 minutes, the door leading underground, the dense forest path, and the small buildings, noting places that took longer to search. Finishing his work, the pen rolled off the desk. From tomorrow, he could investigate more actively. Today, the lobby of Schlaff Hall was peaceful. The lazy seniors demanded escort fees from the juniors, boasting about their purification magic. If you get brainwashed by a ghost, I'll save you with my purification magic. Listening from afar, I was astonished. Maybe the top student from Adele Hall could do it, but a third year from Schlaff Hall? It was clearly a scam. Are you going to scam us again like last time? What? If you can, show us right now. Haha, I've used up all my mana today. I'll show you next time. Tisk tisk. It was a beautiful sight to see the freshmen glaring at such seniors like trash. And then, another piece of trash, Magdal, slipped and fell with a crash, as if he had stepped on an oiled floor. Hiding behind the desk and pots, Rix and his group sprang out like bees, wielding staffs and wooden swords, ready to strike at the groaning Magdal. Magdal. Watching Rix wave his staff with a face full of righteousness, Donaton commented. There's nothing more dangerous than a man with blind faith who has lost his way. He seemed like a righteous man at first, but how did he become so vile? Indeed. He wasn't always so ruthless. How did he end up like this? He must have been corrupted by you. That's impossible. I am a walking moral textbook. He should have become more virtuous. Just then, the Schlaff Hall representative, Athera, clapped her hands in the lobby. Attention, everyone. Rick's group, leave that for later. Yes, senior. As Rix put away his staff, Magdal sighed in relief. You all know the atmosphere on campus is unsettling lately. Especially for the freshmen, it must be quite shocking. Strange phenomena, ghosts wandering around, it must be scary. And you should be scared. Keep being scared. Those listening expressed confusion with an sound. This situation is serious. Professors who are adept at finding hidden troublemakers haven't found a single missing student yet. This is extremely rare. The second and third years know what I'm talking about. The seniors nodded. No wonder there were so many of them around. They sensed something was different about this incident compared to previous ones. So, what I'm saying is, from now on, you should always move in pairs. That way, your chances of survival will be higher. Athera spoke practically, fitting for a representative. However, she had already been corrupted by her regained power. So, I'm going to start a fundraiser. That's actually why I gathered you all here. A fundraiser. Yes, as your representative, I'm the most important person here. There's someone in Adele Hall who can use purification magic, but they're asking for a lot of money. So, show some sincerity. She was rotten to the core. It was wrong of her to come down from Burger Hall just to enjoy being the head of the snake here. Unsurprisingly, no one offered any money to the collection box she held out. Nothing? Really? Not a single person cares about their representative's life. Athera spoke in a disheartened voice. Anyway, especially you Schlaff Hall guys, be extra careful since you're all rotten to the core. Always go in pairs, and remember the dorm curfew is now at 7 p.m. Be back on time. Now bored, she yawned and scratched her rear. Yawn. Oh, and club activities are banned for now. You can't take on any requests either. Use the coins you've saved to get by. That's all. Dismissed. Apart from the pair rule, she showed no concern for the students' well-being. The Schlaff Hall students looked exasperated at the lack of practical measures. All we have is debt, and now we can't take requests. What is this? How long will it last? What about people like me who live day by day? They should have saved some money earlier. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Meanwhile, in the Adele Hall dormitory, Lena closed her door excitedly. She held a letter from her father, who had declared their estrangement. She hadn't expected a reply. Feeling down with nothing going right, she had forgotten to buy new armor because of her cell last time and had planned to do so today, only to find all the clubs closed temporarily. Though her trip was in vain, the letter lifted her spirits. Lena gently put down her old armor and opened the letter. What would it say? She hoped her father had accepted her mother back and acknowledged her desire to become a knight. It was a moment of tense anticipation. However, the moment she read the first line, her grip tightened. It's good news that he entered Frostheart. If he doesn't mind you wielding a sword, you must be satisfied. But don't let your guard down. You must strive to keep his attention away from other girls. Russell. The subject was neither her mother nor herself but some other man. It was always like this. During meals, she was told to go meet him. When she chose clothes, she was told he wouldn't like them. Whatever she did, it was always about her cell. Even in letters now, her cell. The memories of the father she loved seemed to be shrinking. She could no longer recall the smile he had when he looked at her with pride or the excited tone he had when he said he was proud of her. All she could remember was his icy expression and formal voice. I was a fool to expect anything. So, Lena buried her emotions. If you expect recklessly, you'll only be disappointed recklessly. Better to become indifferent. Her clothes stuck to her sweaty skin. Lena suppressed her expression and grabbed her washing basket. Entering the private shower room and closing the door, the curtain fluttered. Tap. A red glare flashed beyond the window. It stared persistently at the old armor in the corner. Naturally, the after-school classes were postponed. With the dormitory curfew moved up, the time spent in Schlaf Hall increased. And now, I was just staring at a black cat gnawing on a fish in my room. Rip. Maybe it's because I've been feeding it every day without fail. The cat, indifferent to my gaze, continued to comfortably eat the fish. Donaton watched with a pleased expression. It doesn't run away anymore. Soon, we'll be able to pet it. It's surprising. I didn't think you liked cats. I smiled at Donaton's words. Yeah, I actually like cats. What are you plotting now? Plotting? What do you mean? The cat vanished into thin air, leaving only the fish bones behind. FSSSH. With nothing else to pass the time, I took out the rules mirror. The hot water in the showers will not be available for the time being. If you see steam, leave immediately. Today, while others nearly froze to death in the showers, only the magic department students secretly used warm water. Indeed, nothing enhances the quality of life like magic. Today's knock is always 3 times. If it's not 3 times, no matter how familiar the voice, do not open the door. Rereading the content I had already seen was getting boring. Bored, I left the room. The hallway was completely silent as if everyone had disappeared. Most people were probably in the first floor lobby. Before entering Schlaf Hall, Athera had frightened everyone with stories of seeing something terrifying. I saw it. It was different from what I saw before. Its eyes glowed red. As more and more students added their own sightings, the scared ones ended up clustering together. If you keep your mind healthy, there's nothing to worry about. Turning around the stair corner and descending, I saw the first floor lobby crowded with people. They were sitting huddled together, and at that moment, a mischievous guy was pointing at the air, trying to scare them. It's here, a wraith. The girls screamed, and even Limberton joined in. Haha, gotcha. You bastard. Can't you see there's a time and place for jokes? The guy grinned mischievously and was kicked by the surrounding people. As the guy writhed on the floor, someone dragged a chair over and sat down. Well, since there's nothing to do, how about we tell some interesting stories? I'll start. Feeling lonely holed up in my room, I decided to pass the time here. As I approached the group, the guy on the floor pointed at me and pulled the same prank again. A wraith? It's a wraith. How dare this guy try to prank me? I was about to hit him when everyone's eyes focused on me. They gaped like goldfish, looking as if they had seen something unbelievable. What? Did you all plan this together? Be behind you. When I turned at Limberton's words, there was nothing to see. So this is the kind of joke they play on newcomers. I started to sit down on the floor. Hey, don't come closer. This is getting boring, can you stop? Just then, something brushed my cheek, a feelingless touch. It was just something I noticed with the corner of my eye. Looking up at the ceiling, I met the gaze of 2 blood-red eyes. A woman in a white dress, old-fashioned and elegant, with pale skin, was looking down at me. I was a bit surprised, but not scared. After all, I had 1 second invincibility and, more importantly, a healthy mind. To me, people are scarier than ghosts. Limberton, should I introduce you to a girl? How can you joke at a time like this? She's gone. I guess she didn't like you. As the wraith vanished, people crowded around Limberton. We might be safe around this guy. Yeah, even ghosts seem to have good taste. Limberton trembled, looking displeased. Don't you think that's a bit much? Anyway, with nothing else to read and bored out of my mind, I hoped this would end soon. Should I give the professors a clue about where the missing students are hiding? No, I shouldn't mess with the scenario. They'll find them eventually. The wooden floorboards of the walkway stretched out. In the center was a long staircase leading up to the citadel, flanked by statues of the founder Merlin and large monuments. Under a professor's supervision, Luan and another donation-admitted student were enjoying the fresh air. You look tired, Professor. Don't talk to me, Luan. Only one professor, who was supposed to supervise 2 students, was with them. This was due to the increased personnel allocated to find the missing students. As they walked, Luan spotted a man in the distance walking towards them with his hands in his pockets. Noticing Luan's signal, his companion stopped and drew the professor's attention. Is that the rumored wraith? What? As the professor looked seriously, Luan discreetly exchanged a note with the man walking past him. Oh, my mistake. It was just a piece of cloth. Enough with the jokes, Felshen. You're too harsh. What if it had been real? While the professor glared at Felshen, Luan quickly scanned the note's contents. The item you requested is placed by the window. I regret to inform you that the other item has not been found yet. Luan crumpled the note and discreetly discarded it in the snow. After finishing his outdoor activity, he returned to his room. The shelf was full of pigeon-shaped stone statues, and a chisel and hammer lay on the desk. He passed by them and approached the barred window. Tonight, the professors were too preoccupied with searching for the missing students to notice the item hanging on the bars. Luan brought the cloth-wrapped item inside and unwrapped it. Inside was a dark steel piece about the size of a candle, a bluish-green monostone, and a pouch of white powder. The color of the steel and monostone is about right. Let's test the powder. Luan took out a pocket watch and dipped his finger in the powder. 10 seconds had passed, but to Luan, it felt like only a second. Thought-paralyzing powder. A powder that temporarily disrupts cognitive processes. Its fine particles can even penetrate the skin. There's too much of it. I need to reduce the amount. Luan adjusted the powder to be almost invisible. Though the effect would be lessened by using only a quarter of the amount, it would suffice. Just then, the professor announced lights out. After this time, no one is allowed to go out. Sleep well. Luan watched the professor's back as he walked down the hallway. The only way out was through the stairs at the end of the corridor, blocked by iron bars. The bars on the window and those on the stairs are both unbreakable by force. This prison was enforced by high-level magic. The only way to unlock it was with the professor's key. As the professor inserted the key to lock the door, Luan closely observed its shape. Having seen it many times, he memorized every notch and the shape of the monostone at the end of the key. Luan returned to his room, picked up the chisel, and channeled his aura. He carved the steel piece into the shape of the key, recalling its details. After engraving the monostone to match, the fake key was almost indistinguishable from the real one, only the color slightly different. Lastly, he engraved a crack into the bluish-green monostone at the end of the key. Crack. If he swapped the professor's key with this fake one, the professor wouldn't notice and would discard it, thinking it was broken. Since it was likely that Arcandric carried a spare, obtaining the real key would greatly expand his range of movement. Swish. Luan approached the bars and sprinkled the powdered drug onto the handle. He stayed awake until morning. When the professor approached with a weary expression, he spoke. What are you doing here, Luan Albarna? I wanted to get some fresh air as soon as possible. Smiling gently, the professor looked at him strangely before taking out the key. As the professor habitually touched the handle, Luan swiftly snatched the key with one hand while dropping the fake one. When the professor came to his senses, the fake key had fallen to the floor, drawing his attention. Ping? The professor picked up the fake key and blinked. The monostone broke. Wait here. I'll get a new key. Thus, Luan gained his freedom. Even if it was just for a late-night venture, it was enough time. The next evening, the dormitory buzzed with heated gossip. She was found in Adele Hall. A first-year dormitory, they said. The missing third-year girl from Schlaff Hall had been found there. Apparently, a student residing there was subdued by the missing girl who had invaded, and she was caught by the professors. I sensed something had gone wrong at that moment. Limberton approached me with a worried expression. Did you hear? The injured person is Lena. Yeah, I heard. This wasn't in the original scenario. There was no sudden appearance of the missing person, nor an invasion of Lena's room. This is clearly an anomaly. But the shocking news didn't end there. Lena, who was supposed to be recovering, went missing. She shouldn't have been brainwashed, so why? There was no time to ponder the cause. The more important thing was what would happen next. Fella of loss. A lingering thought that enhances the host's physical abilities to their utmost limits. Even an average students and specs would fall short against the experienced professor's concerted efforts. But it's a different story if the host is a playable character. Although Lena is a swordswoman, Fella's magical knowledge wouldn't enhance her technical skills. Yet, Lena's high potential means she could become a top-tier swordswoman if she grows. Her physical abilities surpass Arcandric's, and ordinary professors would struggle against her. Ordinary professors, that is. The thought of someone unpleasant crossed my mind, making me sigh. Rockefeller. I left Schlaff Hall to find him. The professors had gathered in front of the citadel. Unlike the previous day, when they were relatively relaxed, their expressions were now filled with urgency, sweating profusely. They looked ready for battle, with swords and staffs in hand. I observed from afar, listening in on Rockefeller's instructions as he coordinated the situation. A second year from Burger Hall and a first year from Adele Hall have returned voluntarily. I'll address your incompetence later. The target seems to be the Forbidden Library. I don't know why the Wraith is targeting it, but you all know what will happen if an intruder steps in there. Speaking in a calm voice, he looked at the professors disdainfully. And please, make sure not to disturb the headmaster's sleep. Capture them quietly. As Rockefeller waved them off, the professors quickly dispersed. He had no intention of getting involved directly. If all the professors died in the initial encounter, future storylines would be disrupted. A rat-breaking curfew, I see. He scowled as I revealed myself. I remained unfazed and asked, as usual, Professor, are you not going to intervene? Me? Restrain some students? You should be more concerned about your punishment, Hercel Bentenist. You can punish me later. Shouldn't you help the professors first? He smirked, raising his staff. Haha, sounds like you want me to deal with you right now. I didn't expect him to agree easily. I might have to manipulate him with the information I knew, just like with D-Lodger. But unexpectedly, there was no need. A voice came from his cross bag. Professor Rockefeller, we were ambushed on our way to capture the students. The word ambush made Rockefeller's face contort with surprise. An intruder? How many? No, it was Lena Dervian, a first-year knight from Adele Hall, alone. Rockefeller growled in frustration, glaring at me with icy eyes. But I didn't care. My objective was achieved. The rest was his problem. Well, I'll return to the dormitory as a good student. Good luck, Professor. I quickly turned to leave for my safety, but a hand gripped my shoulder. You're coming with me, Hercel Ben Tenist. What? You're coming? Why? He stared at me for a long moment before muttering something peculiar. You're better than those incompetent fools. Pretending not to hear, I tried to walk away, but his telekinesis lifted me, dragging me to the battlefield I wanted to avoid. Damn bastard. I had hoped he would call Arcandric after getting beaten by Lena. Meanwhile, Luan was stealthily following the two individuals, who were undoubtedly the ones who had returned from being missing. The girl is a second-year knight from Burger Hall, and the boy is a first-year mage from Adele Hall. Where were they heading? According to the information from Fella in the special hall, her lingering thoughts were obsessed with the Forbidden Library. When asked what was there or their purpose, she always lied, so I couldn't find out. The Forbidden Library. There were rumors about it. They had entered the citadel. Following them to the basement, the boy drew symbols with his hand and placed them on a brick wall. The bricks, which couldn't be considered a door, started to sink inward. Rumble. The bricks revealed a descending staircase. Luan waited until the footsteps faded before following discreetly. A new hallway appeared as he carefully descended. As he rounded a corner, a woman suddenly got close, sniffing the air. That faint magical energy. Another fella. Though he was discovered, it didn't matter. Since the lingering thoughts were originally one, they would be on the same side. Luan smiled, thinking optimistically. Yes, a friend I recently made. But the woman drew a longsword from her waist, berating her other self. You released a useless one. With a belligerent attitude, Luan spread out the paper he held. The powder scattered. Luan blew into her face. Who? Swish. In an instant, he snatched her sword and pointed it at her neck. That's something I should be saying, don't you think? Despite having a sword at her throat, her fist came flying at Luan. Smack. A sharp pain in his cheek. Luan quickly put some distance between himself and the woman. When he wiped his cheek with his hand, it came away bloody. She's fast, almost too fast to track with the eyes. It was a dodge based purely on prediction. Had he not anticipated the move, his facial bones would have been shattered. You nearly cut me. Are you handling your body so carelessly because it's not yours? If you don't follow, I won't kill you. Oh, nice to have choices. Luan recalled his conversation with Fella in the special hall. I hide in the scale to maximize the host's potential and make them stronger. Is that even possible? I wanted to be recognized by my master, so I made it myself. Another lie. It was a lie that she developed it herself, but it seemed true that she made the host stronger. The attack just now had a speed that only a strong knight could achieve. Otherwise, it's hard to believe a Burger Hall student could be this fast. Luan smiled faintly and threw his sword behind him. The woman relaxed her fighting stance. A good choice. His role was to scout and return without leaving any trace. No matter how strong a student gets, it's only a matter of time before the professors subdue them, and things will return to normal. If they were found dead or injured, the professors would hunt down the perpetrator relentlessly. In that case, there was no choice but to subdue her without leaving any evidence. Dash! Luan charged at the woman. The first-year male from Adele Hall had long since rounded the corner. In a one-on-one situation, there was a chance to win. The woman feinted a kick with her right foot. Whoosh! A sharp kick grazed Luan's hair as he ducked. Her fist then came straight at him, but he twisted his body to dodge. As expected, her attacks are predictable and rigid. Her stance made it obvious where she would strike. The woman's fighting style was merely textbook moves. Even if her body rivaled a professor's, her skills were still those of the original owner. Fella was a mage, so I was concerned, but her fighting techniques are based on this woman's memories. Approaching her, Luan threw a paper containing the thought-paralyzing powder. Pop! The woman reacted immediately, breaking the paper with a punch, scattering the powder. But Luan was already behind her, executing a joint lock. Ugh! She struggled, but the joint lock left her unable to shake him off. Luan, engaging in a struggle, moved like a snake and choked her. The woman tried to slam Luan against the wall. Bang! As she repeatedly bashed him against the wall, blood dripped from Luan's mouth. Yet, he smiled with the eyes of a viper. Ha ha ha! Ugh! As she tried to twist her body, Luan relentlessly tightened his grip, perfecting the chokehold. This was a close combat technique he learned from Arcandric. The neck is often the weak point for knights. If their body is surrounded by aura, the neck is the easiest part to target. A demonstration is unnecessary. It's better to learn from experience. Damn old man. After a few seconds, the woman went limp. She'll wake up on her own. Luan propped her up against the wall and realized something new about the wraith. She doesn't seem to lose the thread of the conversation. Fella in the special hall would reset if the conversation broke. If the wraith was the same, it would repeat the same words when it resumed. But this one retained memory and consciousness, meaning unconventional attacks would only work once. Luan sat down to regain his strength. His next opponent was the first-year mage from Adele Hall. As Fella was a disciple of the Archmage, she could fully utilize the body's potential, requiring thorough preparation. Frost the Arts Citadel had two entrances, north and south. Students rarely used the north entrance, as most classrooms and facilities were accessible through the south entrance. The north entrance led to a corridor blocked by brick walls with a few doors. Professors used it for setting up exams and storing necessary tools, but the real reason was known to me. The Forbidden Library was hidden there. And now, Rockefeller was dragging me there. Stop being stubborn and call the headmaster. I grumbled while floating in the air, suspended by Rockefeller. Shut up. His pointless stubbornness was tiring. If Arkandric learned of the professor's incompetence, this man would bear the consequences. It's not my problem as a student. But now I had a change of heart. The wraith aimed to reconstitute its original body to become human. The ingredients for that were stored in the Forbidden Library. Normally, they would be detected and led by the professors, but with the variable of Lena, their success was likely. It was necessary to assess the situation on site. Professor, what? Is Lena really fighting the professors alone? According to the report. If that's the case, then, the other two have already gone inside. Rockefeller's face showed a hint of panic. We began to see a professor lying on the floor, limbs twisted. Rockefeller stopped to check his condition. He was still breathing, so he wasn't dead. A professor getting bested by a student, pathetic. Despite his harsh words, Rockefeller drew symbols with his staff that I recognized. They were healing spells only those with a special talent could use. Professor, did you awaken the taste perception ability? When I asked, Rockefeller frowned. What does it matter to you? Thinking back, many of Rockefeller's spells were unconventional. I didn't realize it when I just clicked skills with a mouse, but now, formally learning magic, I knew he belonged to a rare talent category like me. It was unsettling to share this trait with him. Finally, we arrived near the north entrance. The red-haired woman swung her sword, creating a storm. Professors in black robes were being blown away like leaves in a blizzard. Lena approached a knight professor and struck vertically with her sword. Clang! The professor's sword, blocking hers, bent. He quickly retreated, dropping his arm. I think my wrist is broken. Go rest over there. Another professor, catching his breath, intercepted Lena. Yet, she bypassed him in an instant, aiming to finish off the injured professor. Just before she stabbed his heart, her movements slowed. Thud! Her sword struck the ground as the injured professor floated into the air. I watched as Rockefeller swung his staff. The spell was a combination of curse magic and telekinesis. Despite this, his telekinesis lifted not only the injured professor but also others who were hurt and gasping for breath, pulling them behind him. Can telekinesis handle the weight of 10 people? Professor Rockefeller. I apologize. Rockefeller clicked his tongue at the professors. Pathetic. His face was serious. He had cast a high-level curse, but it barely restrained Lena for even a second. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he let me go. Hercel Ben Tenist. You capture the 2 intruders in the Forbidden Library. He used telekinesis to hand me a professor's sword. Capture. Yes, capture. Do not kill, but capture them alive. Me. Rockefeller drew symbols. A crow appeared, and my staff glowed white. What is this? The crow will guide you. And I have cast a purification spell on your staff. Touch their heads with it to break the brainwashing. Enchanting another's staff. A type of magic even Camelo hadn't mentioned. Curious, I stared at Rockefeller, who scowled. Again, capture them alive. Why so insistent? You should know better. I asked with my expression, and Rockefeller gritted his teeth. Don't cripple them like you did to Bite on. He turned to face Lena, looking quite formidable, until he muttered softly, Hercel Ben Tenist, you must hurry. Preparing to run, I retorted. I told you to call the headmaster. Lena charged at him. As the crow took flight, I ran towards the north entrance. My task was to purify those 2. Given the conditions, it was possible. I had the 1-second invincibility. Thanks to Rockefeller diverting attention, I made it into the citadel. I saw the secret staircase leading to the Forbidden Library, and Donaton evaluated Lena's combat. That woman, Lena. Her situation is the opposite of ours. What do you mean? I have the Sword Saint's skills, but your body is like a bug's. On the other hand, her body is exceptional, but her sword skills are lacking. He got beaten by a kid, Mercel. Fine, I'll let it slide. Well, that's understandable. She didn't have support from her family and likely learned from basic manuals. A swordsman's strength is defined by their training. Unique techniques are far superior to common manuals. Lena just hadn't found a proper teacher yet. She would soon in Frostheart, but that's a story for another time. I walked down the hallway to the Forbidden Library. It led to a maze-like structure, but thanks to the crow, I didn't have to remember the way. Turning a corner, I tripped over something. A woman, slumped against the wall. One of the missing second-year students from Burger Hall. A headache started to form. Who knocked her out? If it were a professor, they would have reported it to Rockefeller. I sensed an uninvited guest and touched the unconscious woman's head with the purified staff. Hercel, someone's nearby. I gripped the sword handle. As I carefully approached the next corner, a soft voice made my heart jump. It's you, Hercel. A man, disheveled yet elegant, stepped out. His eyes, filled with aesthetic appreciation, watched me as he approached calmly, as if meaning no harm. Luan. He was supposed to be investigating elsewhere, so why was he here? Huff. No matter how hard Rockefeller tried to lift Lena with telekinesis, she wouldn't budge. She steadily closed the distance. Rockefeller gathered the snow around and blanketed the sky. A tidal wave of snow cast shadows as it enveloped Lena. Shush. He compressed the snow into hard ice to restrain her. But sheer force cracked and broke it apart. Lena charged, shattering the ice. Damn, I need to change the terrain. Rockefeller melted the ice and refroze it into a flat ice field. Casting telekinesis on himself, he dodged her charge sideways. Lena slid forward but shattered the ice with her strength. Crash! As ice shards scattered, her lifeless eyes closed in. Rockefeller smiled, watching her sword swing. Her speed and strength are like the headmaster's, but her movements are simple, lacking any technique. He cast multiple protective shields and lightened his body with magic. Whoosh! As her horizontal strike hit, he was flung far back. 3 shields remained intact after the heavy blow, yet his smile persisted. His staff, glowing white, touched Lena's head. It's over. He used telekinesis to hold the staff in place. Moments later, Lena's dull eyes regained life. Huh. Her shocked expression was brief. The surrounding malevolent energy darkened the white light, clouding her eyes again. What is this? Rockefeller's stunned face echoed his internal scream. Not yet? Her cell bent tennised. By the time the teacup was empty, the mistress stamped the final document. The moon was already high outside the window. Seeing that she had finished her work, the headmaid finally spoke up. Madam, have you heard the news? News. It seems that the eldest son of the Banas family has been admitted to Frostheart. The headmaid cautiously watched the mistress's reaction, bringing up the man who had often irritated her since the day of the festival. However, it was all in the past now. As expected, the mistress replied nonchalantly. I knew. He was destined to go there from the start. The Banas family mansion was infamous for a series of unfortunate events. Tragedies such as people suddenly becoming vegetative, going insane, or dying of heart attacks. The common thread among the victims was that they were all half-siblings of the eldest son, Luan. Though there was no concrete evidence, the suspicion was enough. Luan's fate was sealed. The only plan was to erase him honorably. So, he achieved his wish after all. Indeed. The mistress pretended to be deep in thought, then chuckled. Thinking back, it's a bit regretful. I considered it a kind of amusement, but in the end, it feels like he won. The headmaid remained silent, wisely. The mistress seemed to recall how he persistently tried to communicate, even when cut off from the outside world. He sent countless carrier pigeons and even tried to sneak letters through the supply wagons entering the mansion. There were also attempts to infiltrate the Tennis estate with members of the Shady Lethe Club. Eventually, when he crossed the line, the mistress contacted the Banas family to have him confined, ending the matter. To plan an invasion of the mansion, that was too much. Indeed, a man who did not know his place. The headmaid smirked and nodded. The mystery was quickly unraveled. Luan al-Banas, now free at night, was aware of Fela in the special hall. Seeing another person brainwashed by a wraith would have piqued his curiosity, leading him to follow them. It was plausible that he would be found in the Forbidden Library. One thing remained puzzling: this place was an ideal maze for hiding. Despite these perfect conditions, he showed himself willingly, almost confessing. What if I reported him? I never imagined meeting you here. Luan approached with relaxed steps. Though a sense of vigilance rose within me, he wouldn't make a sudden attack. If any injuries or bodies were left behind, it would only serve as evidence. Just to be sure, I looked at the woman slumped against the wall. Did you do this? I just choked her until she fainted. She'll wake up soon. I sighed in relief. Luan asked with a curious face. So, what brings you here? Her cell. Red alert. How should I explain this? Should I say I'm also here to uncover the secrets of the Forbidden Library? Well, does that staff have a purification spell to break brainwashing? Damn, this guy has sharp eyes. And the mana scent is foreign, almost like it belongs to someone else. And a sharp nose. It must be a professor's spell. Damn, he figured it out. I had no choice but to answer honestly, facing Luan's questioning gaze. I'm here at the professor's request to subdue the 2 missing students. He smiled warmly. Ah, it seems we have the same goal. What a fortunate turn of events. Why does he look so happy? His voice carried a hint of excitement. Why are you so happy about being with me, given my connection to the professor? It's been a long time since we were together. We used to play a lot as kids. Luan's face showed a bit of life, which made me curious about what connected these wicked men. I needed to understand his goodwill more precisely. Don't you resent me for leaving Lethe? When I prodded, he blinked as if puzzled. Do I have the right to blame you? I couldn't even contact you for the past year. Contact. The meddling of that stray cat was quite significant. By stray cat, he meant the mistress. He must have tried to reach out but was blocked by her. So, I think I should be the one feeling guilty. I can understand why you decided to leave Lethe. So, he's blaming himself for my departure from Lethe. Really? That's convenient for me. The second-year knight from Burger Hall is manageable, but the first-year mage from Adele Hall is a tougher opponent. If he plans to continue showing goodwill, I might as well use it. Finding the location of the Forbidden Library was only a matter of time for him anyway. I just needed to ensure he didn't take anything from there to mess up the scenario, though I had to make a risky demand first. In that case, don't think about taking anything from the Forbidden Library. That's the condition for accompanying me. I boldly made this demand to the Act 1 boss, but he nodded willingly. I intended to do that regardless of your request. I'm only here to explore what's hidden today. It seemed like unnecessary worry. Of course, if anything disappeared from the Forbidden Library, the professors would search for it intensely. He wouldn't want to take that risk either. He added another reason. Besides, I wouldn't want to trouble you. That made me uncomfortable. If I took something, you'd take the blame. Too friendly. Now I was curious. Why was the boss treating a weakling like me so kindly? I remembered that he wasn't like dead.But. Ahem. Luan always had a demeanor suggesting he'd give his all. There seemed to be some story behind it. For now, I decided to put off setting boundaries with him. We're late. Let's hurry. We followed the crow without further delay. I asked him how he subdued the woman. You said you choked her. What did you use? He opened his mouth in surprise. Thought paralyzing powder. So, he muttered his plan to subdue the enemy. That was my plan. He also realized that the enemies learned. Alright, I'll match your strategy. We ran through the maze, choosing the correct path thanks to the crow. I saw the man standing at the door, summoning a spell with his palm. Now was our chance as he tried to open the entrance to the forbidden library. I picked up speed, though Luan overtook me. The man opened the door and aimed his staff. Whoosh! The air swirled, showing the faint shape of a giant transparent spear. I grabbed Luan's collar and pulled him behind me. Huh. As he fell, the wind spear hit me full force. Bang! Impact detected. Trait activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown. 59 seconds. Herself. Ignoring Luan's surprised voice, I ignited the noble blood ember and faced the man. That won't work on me. Show me something else, maybe a real trick. Fella's specialty was curses. He learned that brute force spells wouldn't work on me. I hoped my tactic had worked. The man began drawing a curse spell with his staff. I sighed in relief, turned slightly toward Luan, and reached for my staff. Donaton, be ready. You may proceed. As I ran forward, a black mist of curse magic engulfed me. My heart raced, and the world turned red. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 43 seconds. Status abnormality, blood rage curse. My hand, guided by Donaton, drew the staff. The hidden white light emerged. As it touched my head, my heartbeat normalized and my vision cleared. I quickly touched Luan's head with the staff too. Tap. Luan sprinted toward the man as he threw the white powder. As the flower-like dust spread, the man smirked. Did you think the same trick would work twice? His staff was charged with a wind spell. Whoosh! The gust blew the powder away, covering Luan. He stood paralyzed. The man aimed his staff at Luan, drawing a curse of explosive death. I'll get rid of this leech first. But Luan moved. Snap! He grabbed the man's staff with both hands. What? Luan quickly disarmed him and put him in a joint lock. His arm choked the man. A mage couldn't match Luan's strength in close combat. Why? The man asked. Luan smiled softly. The powder was ground stone. I approached the subdued man and tapped his head with the purified staff. It's over. Luan released the unconscious man and smiled. I'm glad you came, Hercel. I would have died alone. Lies. If he were really in danger, he would have ditched the restraint of subduing and killed the man. Luan always found a way to win, his most terrifying trait. I doubt that. Luan flinched. I pointed to the forbidden library. Shall we take a look? He eyed the keyhole curiously. Why are there 2 ways to open the door? The man had used a spell on the wall to open it, yet there was a keyhole too. It was puzzling. The spell to unlock it was lost over time, hence the keyhole. Frostheart was full of such hidden elements unknown even to professors. Who knows? I feigned ignorance. These secrets were meant for the protagonists and him to uncover themselves. Luan carried the mage and the knight on his shoulders. After exiting the maze, he handed them over to me. He gave me extra thought-paralyzing powder as a gift and hid. As I left the north entrance, I approached the injured professors to draw attention. The area was a mess. Huff, huff. Hercel Bentenist. I ignored Rockefeller's struggle with Lena, treating him like he was invisible. You dare ignore my orders. I brought them. The professors stared at the subdued students in shock. Luan took the chance to slip away. With the task done, I planned to return to Schlaf Hall and sleep. But the professors' urgent voices stopped me. Where are you going without helping Professor Rockefeller? I did what was asked. The rest is up to you. Hercel Bentenist, comply or face a curse of control. Do as you wish. You professors expect a lot from a student. As I pretended to leave, Rockefeller's dying voice called out. Hercel Bentenist, help me. His stubborn refusal to summon Acondric. He was persistent. Who threatened to punish me for breaking curfew. My joke made Rockefeller glare at me murderously. Briefly, before Lena charged with her sword, forcing him to concede. I rescind it. I can't hear you. I said I rescind it. I smirked and drew the purified staff. The professors shook their heads. It won't work. It didn't work. Professor Rockefeller tried, but she quickly reverted to brainwashing. So, it didn't work on Lena. This was troublesome. Professor, I don't think I can help. Just buy me 2 seconds. I can do that. With 1 second invincibility and thought-paralyzing powder, it wouldn't be hard. I approached Lena, stopping to ask the plan. What do you intend to do? Squeezing out his remaining magic, he answered. Memory reading, a mental spell. He hid in the snowstorm, quickly blown away by her sword wind. It fixes the weak mind from the inside. It's the only way to prevent rebrainwashing. He steadied himself with telekinesis. Sending you in is the only way. Me. His scolding response answered my dumbfounded question. Who else? Only you have a connection with her. It might have the opposite effect, but... Lena aimed to pierce Rockefeller, so I hurried. As she appeared before me, attacking invisibly. Ping. Impact detected. Trait activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown. 59 seconds. She had likely aimed to cut my neck horizontally. The sword was split in 2. I threw the thought-paralyzing powder given by Luan, looking at Rockefeller's prepared blue spell. Remember, Hercel Ben Tenist. You only get one chance. With a trembling staff, he touched Lena's head and smacked mine. This bastard. The night sky was painted as if with a brush, the moon's strokes clearly visible. The surface of the grass was uneven, as if dried oil had coated it, and the grey buildings had an unnatural brightness. The whole world appeared like a picture. This was the result of combining image-based magic that paints the heavens and earth with curse magic that manipulates the mind. And it likely included a unique type of magic unknown to me. Where do humans even learn such things? Is this also part of forbidden magic? Seconds passed without a response. Donaton. Even calling his name yielded nothing. It seemed he hadn't followed me here. Curious, I checked the system window visible on my retina. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 57 seconds. The countdown was the same as before Rockefeller hit my head. Despite feeling like several minutes had passed, time hadn't moved. No, to be precise, it was flowing very slowly. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 56 seconds. Time in the mental realm must flow differently than outside. To understand more accurately, I opened my status window, but nothing appeared, even though it usually did. What's going on? Most notably, I felt a sense of freedom in my mind. It was as if the constant warm presence inside me had vanished. It feels like the noble blood ember is gone. This was strange. The 1 second invincibility was still there, but Donaton and that trait seemed left behind. It was unsettling, but I couldn't decipher this mystery immediately. I started walking towards the building on the hill, stepping on the winding dirt path. Yet, my pants were different from usual. Familiar texture and design. These were the dress pants I wore countless times while working at the company. The shoes were the same, and the watch on my left wrist matched my memories. I pulled my hair in front of my eyes, and it was blonde. When I touched my face, it still felt like Hercel's. It seemed my appearance was determined by my perception, combining elements of both identities. Then, I focused on imagining myself as I was during my company days. I looked at the doorknob of the hall. In the metal reflection, my hair was black, and my face, though always handsome, now looked even more refined. Perhaps nostalgia had enhanced it. Well, it's a good thing. I was about to enter the mental world of a woman who hated Hercel. This way, I wouldn't be recognized as him. Creak. The hall inside resembled a long corridor art gallery. Pictures lined the walls, and the first frame caught my attention. It was an image of the infirmary at Frost Heart, with familiar white beds, curtains, and tools. But the depiction on the bed was strange. It looked as if an invisible person lay there, the pillow was indented, and the blanket bulged as if covering an air doll. Out of curiosity, I touched the painting, and my finger slipped through it as if it were a doorway to another world. Startled, I pulled back, and sounds began to emerge. I heard she got beaten up by Burger Hall. Isn't that a bubble? What's Adele Hall? Was her family Dervian? I've never heard of them. Did she even learn proper swordsmanship? It was full of scornful comments. Somehow, the painting captured the sounds of the scene as well. I decided to look at other paintings. The other paintings were similar to the infirmary one. Teacups floated in midair, or knives appeared to be cutting meat by themselves, manipulated by telekinesis. Traces of people were present, but the actual figures were missing, like edited out. While pondering this oddity, Rockefeller's voice echoed in the hall. Hercel Ben Tenist, find Lena in the paintings. She is the sole consciousness and the owner of this inner world. Do whatever it takes to wake her up and make her realize. I need more explanation. Professor, are you listening? Hey, Rockefeller. No answer. It was a one-sided instruction. I guess I need to find Lena among these paintings. The task seemed daunting. The number of paintings, representing snippets of someone's life, was astronomical. Naturally, this place, displaying each scene of a person's life in frames, looked like an endless corridor. Find Lena among these. This was like searching for a needle in a haystack. My mind felt foggy, like I was in a dream, my consciousness floating. At that moment, Lena's wrist throbbed. Ugh. The sensation was akin to when she had struck a rock with a wooden sword, inspired by a knight's tale. She opened her eyes wide, rubbing her wrist. Is something wrong? Lena's father gazed at her with concern, a fork with meat in his hand. It seemed to be mealtime. Oh, no, just a sudden sharp pain. Beside her, her mother smiled kindly. You must have been swinging your wooden sword late into the night again. Her mother's voice was soothing, like a lullaby. Brushing it off, Lena tried to cut the meat on her plate with a knife, but the plating included the carrots she disliked. As she scraped them off with a fork, her mother chided. You need to eat those too for your health. Okay. Embarrassed, Lena put the carrots in her mouth, grimacing as if eating poison. Her father watched with a satisfied smile. Chewing a few times, Lena's eyes widened. The bitterness she hated had mellowed, making it palatable. Her mother chuckled. I asked the cook to change the recipe this time. No wonder. Lena blinked. Her mother had prepared the carrots so she could eat them, and her father watched, cherishing the memory. She vaguely remembered something similar from long ago. Why do I feel like this happened a long time ago? It felt like a submerged memory resurfaced. At the same time, her consciousness floated again. Lena excused herself from the table. I don't feel well today, so I'll head in early. Her parents looked at her with concern, a scene somewhat unfamiliar. The carrots were good. I ate them all. Only then did they seem reassured. Lena left the table, walking towards her room. The creaking wooden floors and the walls worn by time were familiar. She arrived at her room in their modest home, heading to her desk to continue reading a book. Passing a full-length mirror, she stopped. Was I always this short? She felt smaller than she remembered. Her face seemed more mature. She touched the mirror, and a figure appeared behind her. A woman with long black hair in a vintage dress, looking at her expressionlessly. This memory must be getting boring too. Who are you? Don't ask, remember. Who am I? Despite the strange reply, Lena's lips spoke the name instinctively. Feldira. Correct. Lena asked, surprised. How do I know your name? Feldira gently held Lena's hand, explaining. You know it. You just hadn't recalled it yet. What do you mean? Think of it as an old toy box. When you rummage through it for something, you find things you forgot were in there, right? Lena blinked, not understanding. Feldira smiled. You can pull out memories you want to recall. This is your world, after all. Pull out? What are you talking about? As curiosity about Feldira grew, a fact flashed through Lena's mind. This was an invading thought in her head. Lena's eyes filled with caution. What have you done to me? Feldira shrugged. What could I do? I'm not even a living being. Can the wind harm you? Can an earthquake harm you? Such expressions don't fit. But if you had to define it, you should have said, why did you help me? More memories surfaced for Lena. When she briefly regained consciousness in the real world, she saw injured professors, and her hands held a bloody sword. All of this happened after being taken over by Feldira. You took over my body, and you call it helping? Don't make me laugh. Well, I need something in return, right? But don't worry. I'm just borrowing your body until I create my own. I'll return it in good shape. Feldira chuckled, and Lena clenched her fist, approaching. Give it back now. Do as you like. As I said, this world is yours, not mine. I'm just here talking to you. Feldira pointed to a door. Go ahead, leave if you want. This is your inner world. You can do it if you wish. Lena opened the door without hesitation. Feldira followed, whispering. But you'll have to pass through painful memories. Crossing the threshold, sweat droplets flew. Lena was swinging a wooden sword. A voice came from the side. Don't swing a sword if you're a girl. It was Hercel, sitting on a rock. Lena's mouth automatically replied. If it bothers you, I'll do it elsewhere. Wrong. What I want is for you to stop wielding a sword altogether. Even if you give up here, you'll swing it somewhere I can't see, right? This scene was their first meeting, and the start of her misfortune. So, these are the painful memories. Lena smiled faintly, thinking of Feldira. I've overcome memories like these. Sure. Then move on. Keep wishing for the reality you desire, and an exit will appear. Feldira waved her hand dismissively. Lena squinted, focusing only on escaping. The next scene was her learning to dance in a dress, her father watching sternly. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Her father scolded when she made a mistake. Lena frowned, bitterly commenting. It was hard, but it's no big deal. Sure. The following memories were similar. She secretly bought armor and a wooden sword with saved money after all the swords in the mansion were disposed of. Her father burning the night storybooks she cherished, making her cry. Her parents' constant arguments. Hundreds of days that gnawed at her spirit passed quickly, reaching the most recent memory. I finally made it. This is. The setting was the Adele Hall dormitory. Lena held a letter from her father in her room. She clenched it tightly, seeing it only mentioned Hercel. Letting her body act on its own, Lena watched herself mimic past actions. I was foolish to expect anything. Next, she would look at her sweat-soaked clothes and head to the shower. After the shower. Why are you in my room? A woman was in her room, holding her armor. Put that down. Lena approached menacingly. Crack. The armor crumpled like paper, and a sharp pain pierced her heart. The engraving inside, her constant support, was crushed. The steel that had been her pillar turned into mere scrap. The intruder threw it out the window like used tissue. My armor. The thread of her reason snapped. Lena lunged at the intruder, not caring about the glass shards on the floor, her eyes hollow. She threw a punch filled with emotion. But the intruder moved faster, landing a kick to her abdomen, making her kneel. Ugh. Lena stood up, wiping blood from her mouth. She grabbed the wooden sword from the wall, swinging it. The intruder dodged effortlessly, hitting her wrist with a palm strike. Thwack. As she looked at the sword stuck in the ceiling, a knife hand strike hit her neck. Whack. Her consciousness faded, and the next memory was the smell of antiseptic. The white furnishings and fabrics indicated the infirmary. Struggling to rise, sharp voices pierced her ears. I heard she got beaten up by Burger Hall? Isn't that a bubble? Humph, what's Adele Hall? Was her family Dirvian? I've never heard of them. Did she even learn proper swordsmanship? The intruder was from Burger Hall. Lena felt the blood drain from her face. Were the calluses on her hands all an illusion? If this is the result, what was all my effort for? The cost of her stubbornness hit her. If this is how it's going to be, she had lost so much. If she had put down her sword and listened to her father, she'd still have so much. Tears of regret trickled down her cheeks. Drip. A tear fell on the blanket, and Feldira sat beside her, looking sympathetic. Burger Hall's third year. A perpetual failure. She always blamed herself for being stuck. Yet, even she trampled you. Your peaceful family is in ruins, and this is the result of your stubbornness. The sense of loss is overwhelming, isn't it? But you must accept it. This is the result of your efforts. Lena looked up. This woman was the cause of it all. Anger surged as she strangled Feldyra. You did this? You broke my armor. You controlled that woman. It's all your fault. She shouted, teeth clenched, hands squeezing tight. So what? I was just the trigger. If you had truly achieved something, you would have won. And if you had been wise, who knows? Your parents might not have fallen apart. Feldyra continued calmly. Take out your anger if it helps. Break my neck or throw me out like your armor. Suddenly, it felt like déjà vu. This had happened before. Lena remembered doing this countless times already. How many times? Ah, you remember? This gets boring after so many repeats. It was pointless. Lena loosened her grip, and Feldyra straightened her wrinkled collar. But really, is counting the number important? What matters is whether you want to leave or return to that time when everything was perfect. Feldyra stroked Lena's cheek sympathetically. I understand. We have a lot in common. You wanted to be acknowledged through the sword, right? Your father praised you for that once. I was the same. I studied magic harder to be recognized by my beloved mentor. But I was condemned, locked away, and abandoned. Feldyra smiled bitterly. But I don't resent my mentor. If I get a body, I'll live like I did during those happy times. I want to fill my empty heart that way. Lena looked at Feldyra with cold eyes. Feldyra's gentle gaze returned a spark of life to her. You already have something precious. Are you going to abandon it? Happiness is already within you. Lena closed her eyes. If she wanted to forget her loss, she could return to that time. Everything was perfect and comfortable back then, without painful memories. As she focused on her parents' smiles, a man's voice caught her attention. Nice words. Plain shoes crossed the threshold of the infirmary. A man in nondescript clothing and a white shirt with no individuality adjusted a long cloth hanging from his neck. But this nasty woman uses good words so cruelly. This man's appearance felt unfamiliar. Feldyra's bewildered expression confirmed it was their first encounter. Who are you? Feldyra asked, and the man introduced himself. Ah, sorry for the late introduction. Nice to meet you. I'm her, ahem. My name's not important. Mind if I sit? Lena nodded, taken aback. The man pulled a chair and sat down. I overheard your conversation outside. It was quite interesting. The topic is whether to stay in the happiest moments or live through a miserable reality. Right. Lena, thinking deeply, nodded again. Then, may I join this debate? Feldyra glared at the man. What do you think you're doing? Just as you did. Hush. The man gestured to Feldyra to keep quiet, looking at Lena. Don't worry. Think of this mean lady and me as the devil and angel on your shoulders. You just decide whose opinion you agree with more. He then pointed at Feldyra with a mocking grin. You be the angel. I'll graciously let you have the good side, even though you look like you were made by Satan. Lena blinked. What's this? The man leaned back leisurely. Let's start with the angel's opinion. Lena, don't listen to him. Ignore him and let's go back. Such harsh words. Back where? Do you think I'll answer you? Seems you're unprepared. That's why you're stuck from the start. Intrigued by their bickering, Lena decided. I want to hear it. Feldyra. Feldyra frowned at the absurdity but had no choice. Fine. I'll play this stupid game. She sighed deeply and started. My opinion hasn't changed. The moment you longed for is within you. Why take the long way around? The man replied. Because it's boring. Going in circles gets dull, doesn't it? Even your favorite snack gets tiring after a month. Feldyra scoffed. You only know half. You return without remembering. I'll make it feel new every time. The man chuckled. Help? Like giving someone dementia. Feldyra yelled. What do you know? There are memories people want to forget. Of course. Everyone has them. But what can you do? That's life. Humph, if you talk so casually, it must be trivial. That's why you can say such things. The man shook his head. It's less painful to joke about it. That's why satire is popular across ages. And don't belittle others' bad memories. They're painful to them, no matter what they say. Realizing she was losing, Feldyra turned to Lena. See, he's telling you to endure it without offering any real solution. Isn't that irresponsible? Surprisingly, the man agreed. True. That's why life is often said to be painful. Right, so leave it here and let's go back. Not a bad idea, staying in the happiest time. See, even he's given up. But Lena had already made her choice. She would rather stay in the perfect past than face the painful future. Imagining the good times, she closed her eyes, but the man spoke. But remember, satisfaction there means having already satisfied, not finding new satisfaction. Lena glared at him. I'll be satisfied with that time. The man looked deeply into her eyes. Really? So, were you a knight in those memories? A cold chill ran through her, her skin shivering, and her head ached like being hit with a hammer. The forgotten reality dawned on her, her eyes widening. Ah, it was unfulfilled dreams that she still yearned for. Goals unmet, absent from her memories. If she had accepted her father's wishes, she could have pleased him. She could have refused her mother's offer to join Frostheart. Yet, she refused because, staying or leaving is your choice. I'm heading out. The man exited the infirmary. Lena rubbed her wrist, recalling the pain from striking a rock inspired by knights. Back in reality, Lena peacefully slept. Professor sighed in relief, lying down from exhaustion. Rockefeller, head held high, looked down at me. Well done, Hercel Ben Tennist. My head throbbed where he hit me, and I frowned. Do you have something against me? Hush. Step back. I'll handle the rest. Rockefeller raised his staff. Floating above was the hideous remnant of Feldyra. Finally, the end of this wretched spirit was near. But shouldn't you professors handle this without asking a student for help? Be quiet. The smell of metal filled the air, stinging my nostrils. I was hammering away, working on some scrap metal. Clang! Sweat formed on my forehead. I took a break, sitting down to gather my thoughts. Fella of loss. Rockefeller easily sealed away any thoughts of the body he lost. The location of the seal was kept a secret for security reasons, and I was also sworn to silence for the same reasons. Rockefeller emphasized multiple times. If you reveal what happened today, I will follow you to the ends of hell and destroy you. His wariness stemmed from the forbidden library. It was Rockefeller who taught a student like me its location, essentially putting his life in my hands. Even so, knowing that he wielded such strange magic, I didn't plan on exploiting it. I feared that provoking him could lead to my brain being magically altered. Besides, he was a magician like me, belonging to a peculiar group. Rockefeller had reached an unknown level. It would be a waste to get rid of him now. Instead, I did receive some compensation for my efforts. Wasn't that tough work? Anything for me? You can use the cafeteria for free for 3 months. Is that all? Perhaps feeling guilty, Rockefeller offered something decent. TCH fine, if you cause any trouble next time, I'll pardon you once. So, I received 3 months of meal tickets and a pardon. And one very small favor. That was the outcome and the reward. Now, it was time to piece together the cause of this incident. The start of the incident was undoubtedly Lena being brainwashed, something she would normally never have succumbed to. She had a strong will, determined to become a knight against her family's opposition. How did she end up consumed by thoughts? The answer was surprisingly simple to find. In the Hall of Memories, aside from observing the painting of the hospital room, I also paid close attention to a painting of Lena's room. The content of the letter I read there would have shaken anyone's mental state. Lena read it with anticipation, hoping for her father's approval, only to find it full of hateful talk about her cell. On top of that, the thoughts, sensing an opportunity, crumpled her armor, which she cherished and believed in. The incident of it being thrown out the window brutally crushed her spirit. Losing to the Schlaf house on top of that likely plunged her into despair and doubt. Was this path right? Had she made an irreversible choice? Despite that, she unconsciously struggled to escape the comfortable illusion, driven by her unfulfilled desire. It was just that Feldyra's tricks made her forget what her dream was. So, if we pinpoint the cause clearly, it's me who brought this body, which should have been dead, to this point. But what can I do? Enrolling wasn't a crime. Well, shall we continue? The scrap metal I had been hammering was actually Lena's armor, which I had picked up from the junkyard. There wasn't any particular reason. It was just a piece of armor she held on to until the end of the story, and I thought it might cause a variable if it was missing, so I decided to fix it just in case. Clang! After a few more strikes, it looked pretty good. Well, that's just my amateur opinion. Satisfied, I took out the skull I had brought from the mansion. What's that? This. Cursed giant's skull. Attribute, curse. Objects hit by light shrink. Shrunken objects return to normal when exposed to light again. A trophy from the first assassin. Now that I was a magician, I could handle it. I thought I'd make a miniature. Me miniature? What's that? It's a thing. I aimed the skull at the chest armor and recalled the words Lena had engraved on it when she was full of girlish dreams. Let's become a knight. It didn't matter if it was unreadable. That sentence was already deeply engraved in her heart. *****. When Lena opened my eyes, she was in the infirmary again, surrounded by white furniture and sheets. Lena hurriedly got up, wondering if the same things were repeating. Her muscles ached, especially her wrists. She had never been this injured before, so this must be reality. Still, why did her eyes keep drifting to the infirmary entrance? Even now, it feels like a man in plain clothes with simple shoes might cross the threshold. Could all those things have been dreams? The new pains couldn't be explained away so easily. Those vivid memories were too real to be dreams. Lena placed her numb legs on the floor and struggled to get up. Lena, you shouldn't be moving yet. The medical professor approached, trying to stop her. Her knees buckled at his touch. Just as she was about to voice her confusion, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. So you've awakened, Lena Reldervian. Rockefeller, with a bruise around his eye, glared menacingly. The medical professor, embarrassed by his presence, quietly retreated. I just remembered something urgent I need to attend to. As the professor left, Rockefeller pointed his staff at her neck. I don't want to do this, but this is his request. His face was full of humiliation. I'll cast a healing spell, so relax. Warm light seeped from the tip of his staff into Lena's body. The tingling pain remained, but the numbness in her wrists and muscle aches significantly subsided. Lena looked up at Rockefeller and asked innocently, "Why is your eye like that?" Rockefeller, looking baffled, gritted his teeth and muttered, "This girl. You don't need to know that. Instead, tell me exactly what you remember from yesterday. Every detail. Remember." Lena blinked and explained everything to Rockefeller. How Feldyra had invaded the hospital room, how she was deceived and trapped in the past in a daze. She also described the man who came into her memory of the hospital room. He had black hair, plain clothes, and wore a unique watch on his left wrist. A watch on the wrist? Can something like that even be attached to the wrist? Who was that man? When Lena asked, Rockefeller's eye twitched. You don't need to know. His reaction confirmed that the man was a real person. Then, who was the person that asked the professor to help me? Lena Rel Dirvian, do you think a student like you can question me? Is it so strange for a student to ask a professor a question? Stop these pointless thoughts. Focus on recovering and attending classes. If he wouldn't answer, I would find another way. So, she called out to Rockefeller, who was about to leave. Professor, there's something important I need to say. What is it? Lena took a deep breath and spoke with a serious expression. I don't think I deserve to stay in the Adele Hall. I'll move to the Burger Hall and start from the bottom again. The position didn't matter when it came to practicing the sword. Recognizing one's inadequacies and striving to improve was the true path of a knight. As long as she didn't lose the spirit of becoming a knight, she could always overcome obstacles. But unexpectedly, Rockefeller said something different. No, you are a fitting member of the Adele Hall. As he rubbed his bruised eye, he seemed to remember something and exclaimed. Ah. He threw a small box onto the bed. This is something that person wanted you to have. Ignoring Rockefeller as he left, Lena carefully opened the small box. Inside was a glass bottle with a miniature armor in it, still bearing its distinct engraving despite being badly dented. It had been so long. Her face, usually set like a mask, broke into a broad smile. You still want to become a knight? I'll be cheering you on from afar. Lena hugged the glass bottle close to her chest. Just then, professors began entering the infirmary in droves, each wearing a wary expression. Huh, ugh, arg. Their faces were pale, and their behavior was strange. Some even had their hands on their sword hilts. Lena blinked, pretending to be oblivious. Why are they acting like that? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I walked briskly towards the dining hall. With the meal tickets, I could choose anything. It made sense to pick the most expensive item. Today, as usual, the woman who worked at the Schlaf Hall's dining hall greeted the regulars. The usual, please. I'll bring it right over, miss. The attendants here were personal servants who had followed the freshmen. In Frostheart, nothing was free, so even the servants had to work like this. However, since only elites were sent from the families, the food and service quality were top-notch. Once the line cleared, I handed my meal ticket to the dining hall lady, the most expensive one. She looked at the meal ticket, then waved her hands in surprise. No, you can't use that here, sir. What do you mean I can't use it? That's for the dining hall managed by the Adele Hall only. In the end, it was a wasted trip. I had no choice but to head back to the castle. When I entered and ascended the floors, a professor blocked my path. I haven't seen you before. Only Adele Hall members can enter here. Show your student ID. Are they telling me not to use my meal tickets? Just then, a professor next to him saw my face and spoke to the one blocking me. His lips were bruised. This is Hercel Bentenist. Professor Rockefeller has given his approval, so remember his face. PR Professor Rockefeller. To professors, Rockefeller was an awe-inspiring and fearsome presence. Just hearing his name made the professor smile and grant me entry. Ha ha ha, please go ahead. I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. Thus, I smoothly entered the dining hall managed by the Adele Hall. Just stepping on the carpet made the grand doors automatically open. Inside, there was a chandelier sparkling above, swans carved from ice, and tables covered with expensive wooden furniture and snow-white linens like an opera house. A man who seemed to be a waiter looked me over and squinted his eyes. Excuse me, young sir, but may I ask what brings you here? My clothes must have seemed suspicious to him. They were originally expensive, but living here had faded them, and they were now wrinkled and worn. Even Sally's diligent washing couldn't fix that. I'm here to eat. Excuse me once more, but may I ask how much coin you have? I showed the waiter my meal ticket. He gasped and hurried towards the kitchen. About 10 seconds later, he returned with a somewhat tense demeanor and guided me. The table he led me to was quite surprising. It was the longest table, with a particularly different, well-cushioned chair. Moreover, it was located in a prime spot with a view of the landscape outside the window and the paintings on the wall. This was a VIP seat, rare even during gameplay. I never imagined the meal ticket Rockefeller gave me would be valuable enough to sit here. Senior, that table. The Adele Hall members eating there began to murmur. Why is he sitting there? That seat is not just for anyone. The menu there is different. The base price is at least 800 coins. 800 coins. 3 months allowance from Adele Hall for one meal, no wonder they were surprised. The waiter opened a menu with a gold cover in a refined manner. The standard is a course meal. What would you like to order? The most expensive one. It will take some time. But once you taste it, you'll understand why it's worth it. Please look forward to it. Confidently, he left, and about an hour later, the food began arriving. Sorry for the wait. The waiter brought a waitress along to carefully place each dish on the table. There were so many that the table legs seemed ready to break. When he opened each lid, the aroma made my mouth water. This is the finest coq au vin, made from the highest quality turkeys. The sweet sauce and perfect cooking were incredibly delicious. It was comparable to the food I had at the Tennis Mansion. The slight tanginess eliminates any greasiness. As I savored the meal with formality, the Adele Hall members watching started to gulp and ignore their own food. This is bouillabaisse, made from fresh fish delivered directly by a magician. After devouring the dishes one by one and finishing the meal, I started to rise from my seat. The waiter, surprised, asked why I was getting up so soon and mentioned that the course meal wasn't over yet. Was the meal not to your satisfaction? It's not that. Ah, just a concern then. Please wait a little longer as more dishes are on their way. We'll also bring dessert when you're nearly done. The plates were cleared, and more food arrived. These guys seemed to enjoy a bit of food torture. Just as I wondered how to handle this, the dining hall door opened, and Arasil walked in. I waved lightly at him, and he asked in surprise, "B brother, what are you doing here?" "Ah, perfect timing. Sit down. Let's have a meal together." "Are you crazy? Eating with you? Suit yourself?" I had intended to treat him since the lady of the house asked, but take care of Arasil, herself. However, as soon as the new dish's lid was lifted, Arasil's eyes lit up and he started drooling. "Fine, I'll pretend to be crazy just this once. Rude brat. If you don't want to scavenge my leftovers, speak nicely." All right, just give me that fish dish." Well, this was a rare opportunity, so I might as well ask him about the current state of the Adele Hall members. What happened at the Adele Hall? Nothing much, really. Everyone's just attending their classes as usual, Arasil said while eating grilled oysters in butter. Is that so? So, they're all doing well. The playable characters from Adele Hall didn't have any significant storylines for a while, so there wasn't much to worry about. As I silently felt relieved, I suddenly realized a fact that had slipped my mind due to its natural progression. I'm rather surprised. This fool is really in Adele Hall? It was quite shocking to me, who had thought he'd end up in the burger hall at best. Although it's hard to believe, seeing him use this dining hall made it undeniable. I never thought you'd end up in Adele Hall. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? I stared at Arasil blankly. Come to think of it, he wasn't originally supposed to enroll here either. Since he was another variable like me, I needed to pay more attention to him. Arasil, how is your life at the academy? When I asked seriously, he suddenly choked as if something had caught in his throat and clutched his neck, coughing violently. Here, have some water. He gulped down the glass of water I handed him, shuddering as his eyes widened in horror. B brother, why are you suddenly so scary? I replied calmly, making up a plausible excuse. Well, you're my brother. It's not so strange for an older brother to take an interest in his younger sibling. Ugh, that's making me feel sick, so stop it. Even when I try to be nice, you respond like that, you rude brat. Ha, that's better. Seeing him relieved, I considered taking away the plate in front of him. But the food here is never boring. There's such a variety of dishes. The dishes are made by servants from all over the empire. There are many dishes different from what you had at the mansion. Ho, this spicy flavor isn't something you find in the north or east. We continued to talk about trivial matters, devouring the luxurious dishes and even finishing the dessert. I've eaten well. I'll be going now. Ah, big brother. What is it? Next time you come, call me along. I stopped looking at him like a beggar and left the dining hall. The last dessert had left a dry feeling in my mouth, so I thought of having a cup of tea to cleanse my palate. Now that I think about it, I heard recently that Selly was assigned to work at the cafe here. Since I'm here, I might as well check it out. I also have some tasks for her. Snowflakes fell off her boots with every step. The carpets, enchanted to remain clean despite any dirt or debris, maintained their pristine condition. Lena, walking through the lobby of Adele Hall, seemed satisfied with her new armor. Occasionally, she blinked in response to the gazes of men. The woman walking with her hair flowing to her shoulders, turned to Lena. Why, are you bothered by the men staring at you? Well, yes. It was similar to when she first enrolled here. Men would look at her, but when she approached, they quickly averted their gaze and acted as if they hadn't been staring. It's been quiet for a while, so why now? Are they interested in the armor? She wondered internally, and the woman chuckled. It's probably because of your recent injury. Lena's shoulders drooped slightly at her words. Hey, Scylla. Do you think I don't fit in here? Scylla quickly shook her head as if embarrassed. No, that's not it. I mean, you were hard to approach before, but seeing you get hurt might have triggered their protective instincts. Protective. Men are like that, you know? When they see a woman they want to protect, they get easily drawn in. Lena tilted her head in confusion. Scylla looked at her with a somewhat drained expression. I've always thought this, but you don't have any male friends, do you? Lena denied it immediately. Of course not. I had my father and the butler. Ugh, the butler's probably old, right? And, other than those two, no one. Swinging a wooden sword in a secluded area meant there were no points of contact. Even if there were, it was only the kind of attention where they looked but didn't speak to her. Suddenly, Lena's eyes widened with a realization. Scylla, do you think I lack charm as a woman? Scylla scrutinized Lena's face before twitching an eyebrow. No, that's not it. It's just that your face is always the same as if you're wearing an iron mask. A mask. Yeah, you always look so stern. Sometimes even I find it a bit scary. Scylla imitated Lena's usual expression before glancing at a group of men talking nearby. Oh, wait here for a moment. I see someone I know. I'll just say hi. Sure. Scylla sneaked up behind one of the men and surprised him. The man turned around in shock. Oh, it's you, Scylla. I came, and you didn't even say hi. It's been a while. The man next to him asked. Oh, is she a freshman? You know her. She's just a relative. She looks pretty cute. Scylla greeted politely. Hello, senior. Don't be fooled. She has a nasty personality. Scylla stomped on the foot of the man she had called a relative. Ayek. Don't get cocky just because you're a senior, you idiot. Lena watched Scylla return with small steps, deep in thought. Thinking back, Scylla got along well with both men and women among her classmates. She seemed more knowledgeable about human relationships and men than Lena. Maybe I should consult her. Did I keep you waiting? That was my cousin who enrolled a year before us. You weren't gone long. But, Scylla, you seem to know a lot about men. Scylla gave her a suspicious look. Are you still talking about men? What's up with you today? She leaned in closer to scrutinize Lena's face. Your expression seems a bit more lively today. Does it? What's going on? Did you meet someone who caught your interest? When Lena shook her head, Scylla laughed and said, let's see. If there's a man you might have some connection with. There isn't anyone. Sure there is. Herself. Lena's eyes instantly turned fierce, causing Scylla to take a step back. No need to glare like that. Sorry, but I do have something I want to discuss about him. Even if he doesn't remember, maybe this woman knows why he initiated the engagement without her consent. Really? Go ahead, tell me. Lena hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. She explained how he had arranged the engagement without her consent and how she couldn't get an answer from him for some reason. Scylla responded nonchalantly. Well, isn't it because he's into you? Into me? We'd only met once, and we barely talked. People can fall in love at first sight, you know. Lena suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, ah. Some knights' autobiographies included tales of love at first sight, though most of them didn't end well. I don't think that's it. Since coming here, we've barely even acknowledged each other. Really? That's a shame. A shame? What do you mean? He's good looking. And compared to before, he's much more subdued. Stories of Hersel's antics still circulated in Adele Hall. Beating up his classmate, Rendell, extorting money from Schlaff Hall seniors, and even trying to push a man named Bidon off the wall. Compared to his past actions, he had become much calmer. Normally, he'd gather those fools from Let or whatever and cause trouble every day. Indeed. Contrary to concerns that there would be daily victims, the frequency of incidents had significantly decreased. There were also no rumors of him harassing women. Anyway, he says he doesn't remember? I think he's just too embarrassed to admit it. Lena pondered deeply, muttering that she didn't think so. Scylla glanced back at the path they had come from. The men quickly turned their heads, but their faces were all dazed. It must be intimidating to approach her. Her attitude was as impenetrable as the armor she always wore, and rumors about her engagement to that guy must have spread. Scylla stopped walking and they found themselves at the cafe. I'll pay for today's coffee to celebrate your discharge. There's no need for that. It's fine. You spent a lot on armor recently. If you feel bad, you can pay next time. As they entered the cafe, Lena suddenly stopped. Scylla, bumping her head against Lena's waist, asked tearfully, what's wrong? Why did you stop suddenly? That person over there. Scylla looked in the direction Lena pointed and chuckled. It was the blonde-headed man chatting with the small maid who had recently started working there. Lena walked toward where Herself was sitting. If Scylla's guess was right, she could ask him directly. Perhaps reminding him of his feelings would jog his memory. Plus, she was curious about why he had blocked her path in such a way. It seems they're filling in for the people who left. They're being quite generous with the compliments. Oh, really? That makes sense. The servants must have left with the graduates. As they approached, Sally nodded in surprise. Ah, hello, Lady Lena. Herself looked up with a sullen expression. Sally, sensing the tension, quickly grabbed her tray and stepped back. Oh, my goodness. I should get back to work. Lena looked down at Herself and asked for his permission. May I sit here? What if I say no? Then I'll stand and talk. Just sit. When he reluctantly allowed it, Lena sat down and stared at him. Do you have feelings for me? Herself, looking dazed, responded weakly. Feelings. Lena racked her brain for a description, desperately trying to find the words. Does your heart race when you see me, or do you want to be with me, something like that? Saying such things in front of this man was humiliating, but she managed to get it out. Herself, however, remained expressionless and calmly replied, are you asking if I'm in love with you? When she nodded, he blinked slowly. Another one of those pointless questions. His eyes were serious as he looked at her closely. Herself leaned in slightly, making Lena instinctively lean back. You must be out of your mind. His voice, tinged with pity, made her head spin, but she clung to her sanity. Shouldn't I be the one saying that to you? Besides, I can't think of any other reason why you'd arrange our engagement. Herself shook his head slightly. Neglecting treatment, you seem to have a terminal case of princess syndrome. Stop saying nonsense and answer properly. Fine, I'll be honest. I admire your spirit to become a knight. People with goals shine brightly. But this is a cafe. You're the only one wearing armor here. He took a sip of tea and looked her over from head to toe. And you spend all day holding a sword. You never dress up. It's training, training, and more training. While some might like that, I don't. Herself, with a detached yet sincere look, said plainly, sorry, but you're not attractive to me as a woman. What? Given how quickly I forgot about it, the engagement must have been for a trivial reason. You're wasting time on something that doesn't matter. I'd appreciate it if you stopped bothering me. Lena's eye twitched. Herself, ignoring her reaction, got up. I'll be going now. Lena stared blankly at his empty seat. The deep-seated feeling of humiliation welled up inside her. There had been moments when she doubted her appeal as a woman, but hearing it directly, especially from someone she hated, was a first. I could want to kill someone even more. As the unbearable anger surged, Scylla rushed over. Lena, are you okay? She frowned at Hersel's departing figure. That jerk. There are things you just don't say to a woman. His personality hasn't changed. She patted Lena on the back in encouragement, but Lena just looked down at her armor. Scylla, is it really strange for a woman to wear armor here? Scylla met Lena's gaze but said nothing. Leaving the cafe, I sighed. This was the third time she had asked the same question. Like a ditzy girl, she casually asked such things. Tired of it, I decided to raise my response level. If I could teach her that talking to me would only upset her, I wouldn't have to deal with it again. As I left the Adele Hall lobby, I thought about my schedule for the next few days. In a few days, the monsterology class would begin. It was primarily about the ecosystem and habits of monsters, but it also included live demonstrations by professors handling real monsters. Then, a month later, the field training in the labyrinth would start. And tomorrow, the extracurricular activities would begin after classes. While the main characters would enjoy a peaceful life for a while, I, with so much to learn, couldn't afford to waste any time. I must stay sharp. The Schlaf Hall lobby is as noisy as ever. The Rix Corps lay sprawled on the floor, having been beaten like dogs again today, and Macdal was panting heavily. Interestingly, his usually mean expression seemed more relaxed than usual. Phew, you're getting better. As Macdal laughed heartily, Rix gritted his teeth and glared. Are you mocking us right now? Macdal casually wiped his nose and said something plausible. I'm saying it because I can see you're covering your weaknesses. You realized your techniques were slow, didn't you? Then he looked at the fallen members of Rix's group with a thoughtful gaze. And the others are moving more systematically. Maybe it's because you all have good chemistry, but it's the first time I've seen a group move as seamlessly as one organism. Watching this, Limberton scratched his head. Doesn't that guy seem more relaxed lately? Yeah, I asked Donaton. Is it just my imagination, or is that guy moving better than before? It's just as you saw. He's definitely gotten stronger since the first time we fought. Initially, the idea was to train Rix's core, but perhaps enduring all the fights alone without Bidon made Macdal stronger. At this rate, he might last 3 months. Today's warm-up was just right. Kids, let me point out what you lacked as a reward. Macdal pointed at Rix. You there. For someone who's supposed to be the leader, you really can't position yourself. If your specialty is shaping magic, support from the back. Always charging in front just demoralizes your teammates. Then he pointed at Gravel. And you, the invisible girl. Ambushes are good, but the problem is your teammates forget you exist. You cancelled your spell because someone got in your way, right? It's a waste of your latent destructive power. Finally, he clicked his tongue at the whole group. Tisk tisk, the rest of you are the biggest problem. Compared to those two, your abilities are seriously lacking. I thought you might be good enough for Adele Hall with hard work, but maybe I was wrong. As he talked so arrogantly, Rix's core lowered their heads to hide their bitter expressions. I wasn't sure what was going on, but if they were getting stronger, that was fine. As I tried to pass by, Macdal bowed politely. Good morning, Lord Hercel. Yeah, I walked past Macdal. Limberton, with a puzzled look, asked. Doesn't he seem different? His expression is a bit softer too. You noticed that too. Macdal's expression seemed full of fulfillment. It looked like he'd gone mad after enduring extreme neurosis. He's finally lost it. After magic class, I was on my way to after-school supplementary lessons. Limberton went to learn advanced crossbow techniques, and a sleigh went for martial arts. I went to learn non-mainstream magic, and the classroom I arrived at was desolate. Only one man was there. When I sat down, the man glanced at me and sneered. Are you a freshman? From my memory, he was a second or third year magic department student, but not from Schlaf Hall. If he were, I'd feel more familiar. Yes. Nice to meet you. When I responded briefly, the man frowned in displeasure. I'm a second year, from Burger Hall. Since you signed up for this class, you can't be from Adele Hall. You must be from Schlaf Hall, right? Come here. The man gestured arrogantly like he was calling a dog. From his annoying expression, it seemed he thought he'd found an easy target to bully. He wasn't worth engaging, so I ignored him and took out my notebook. Are you deaf? When I nodded, he ground his teeth and stood up. You little. At that moment, an old professor entered the classroom. The man, seemingly planning to get back at me later, glared and sat back down. The professor glanced at us and sighed deeply. Only 2 applicants. No need to check the attendance list. The old professor set down the attendance book and shouted toward the entrance. Bring him in. A scruffy man with handcuffs was dragged in by 2 professors. His hair was matted, and he wore a tattered prison uniform. This prisoner will be teaching you non-mainstream magic. He's an external invitee. The second-year student's eyes widened in shock. On the other hand, I was indifferent, having applied for non-mainstream magic a few times out of curiosity in my novice days. Playable characters either couldn't learn these spells at all, or if they could, they were highly inefficient and soon forgotten. Professor, why is there a prisoner here? And how can that trash teach us? Because most who know non-mainstream magic are criminals. Excuse me. It's called non-mainstream magic, but it's really fiend magic. It's a discipline born in the shadows, far from formal magic. And who better to teach it than this expert? The professor clicked his tongue at the prisoner. Tisk, he was supposed to be executed. Lucky guy. You two, make sure to come back later. After the professors who brought the prisoner left, the old professor sat down, watching over us. The prisoner began swearing profusely. Hey, you. The one who called me trash earlier. You want to die? I'm a noble before I'm a student. Shouldn't you show some respect? What an idiot. The second year's face turned red with anger. The old professor lightly scolded the man. You can speak freely, but avoid disruptive comments. The only reason you're alive is because we found you useful. The prisoner swallowed his resentment. The second year continued to express his dissatisfaction to the professor. Professor, isn't this too much? How can we learn from such a criminal? The professor stood up and approached the second year. His previously kind grandfatherly demeanor vanished, replaced by fierce eyes glowing under shadowed brows. Are you dissatisfied? Intimidated by the professor's presence, the man replied. And no, I mean, if not, stop whining and focus on learning. But what? In terms of skill, you can't even compare to him. If he weren't a criminal, he'd have brought great honor to the empire. Consider yourself lucky to learn from him. The second year, looking shocked, cautiously asked. Who exactly is this prisoner? Haytherson Ayala. He's the man who killed the third knight commander of the empire. Upon hearing that, the second year's face turned pale. Haytherson Ayala, a former high-ranking member of the infamous criminal organization, the Watchers of the Underworld. He was a big shot in the underworld, officially declared executed but actually held captive in Frostheart. Damn, I thought I'd at least get to see some women here. The handcuffs on his wrists were made of a special metal that suppressed both magic and aura. If those hands were freed, even the old professor couldn't stop him. Enough idle talk. Haytherson, get started. The professor's command made Haytherson open his palms. You two, hold out your hands. Let's get this over with quickly. While the second year hesitated, I placed my hand on his palm. Haytherson, seeing my lack of resistance, smiled intriguingly. No fear, huh? I like that confidence, but, you. Haytherson sighed deeply. You have no talent for magic. Your mana is insufficient, and judging by your pulse, you're poor at manipulating it. It's surprising you even awakened your senses. His assessment was accurate. In my case, it was thanks to Carmelo's bizarre experiments. If I had real talent, I would have blossomed immediately without needing such experiments. At that moment, the second year proudly stepped forward. Move aside. Seeing that I was fine and trusting the professor's presence, he thought nothing could happen to him. Hey, check me too. I'll show you how I'm different from this low-level guy. When his hand came up, Haytherson faintly smiled. Oh, you're definitely better than that blonde guy. You've awakened two senses. But Haytherson pulled the second year closer and headbutted him in the nose. Whack. Ayek. You're a real jerk. The second year clutched his bleeding nose and urgently turned to the professor. Professor, this criminal dared. The professor looked indifferently at Haytherson. So, will you teach these two or not? I'll do it. Otherwise, I'll just go back to prison, right? Haytherson scattered the papers on the podium and grabbed a piece of chalk. The magic I'll teach is paper folding. The professor frowned. Are you not going to teach proper magic? Old man, we didn't specify what kind of magic I should teach, so it's my choice, isn't it? Seeing the formula on the board, the professor dropped his stern facade and sighed. With an annoying smirk, Haytherson completed the formula. By the way, I hate nobles like you. You're all so full of yourselves it gives me hives. Look at my skin. It's breaking out just from touching your hands. Despite his blatant contempt, I diligently copied down the formula. The lines and patterns were indeed different from traditional ones. The equations seemed more creative, almost like an IQ test where you have to deduce the rules to find the answer. I don't know if you wrote learning idiots will understand. Magic is like a language that can be expressed in various ways. Like how the same object has different names in different languages. Water is water. In English, it's water, but the essence remains the same despite the different name. I think Haytherson's point is something like that. Ho, you're sharper than I thought. Haytherson admired, but the second year scoffed. That's nonsense. Magic just requires correctly copying the formula, doesn't it? The second year drew the formula on the board with his staff. The paper Haytherson had tossed on the floor began to fold, but soon, rustle, it turned into a crumpled ball. Idiot. I, too, sympathized with Haytherson and looked at the second year with disdain. He ground his teeth in humiliation. Haytherson asked him a question. Do you know why fiend magic isn't part of formal magic? Because it was created in filthy streets. Nonsense. Magic Tower scholars avoid it for a reason. We use not just mana, but also magic power. Over time, that messes with your mind. The second year stuttered. Magic power. Yes, see the inverted triangle at the end of the formula. The distribution is 9 parts mana to 1 part magic power. But you, not understanding the principle, just filled it with mana. Haytherson clicked his tongue at the professor. Damn fools. Teaching students this. Do they think they're disposable? The professor remained silent. Knowing the answer, I still asked Haytherson. So how do we handle this magic power? Haytherson smirked. Do you think I'll tell you? Annoyed by his attitude, the professor explained instead. Precision telekinesis. Magic power can be moved telekinetically, unlike mana. It's about incorporating it into your body. The professor swirled his staff, drawing magic power from the depths of Frostheart. SSSSS. Black mist gathered into a small cloud. Haytherson clicked his tongue and asked, "Do you want to try incorporating this? Magic power corrodes the mind. Holding it within oneself is something only a madman would willingly do, which is why playable characters in Frostheart reject it. Even if the user wants to, it only results in a monologue of refusal. But now, I could willingly accept it by moving my hand. I used telekinesis to draw some of the magic power into my body. SSSSS. Because it was a small amount, 1 second invulnerability didn't activate. Following Haytherson's formula, I created a paper crane." Haytherson sighed in admiration. "You really understood the formula. Just copying the formula wasn't enough." Haytherson hadn't written everything on the board, there were missing parts that one had to figure out. If missed, the result wouldn't be a paper crane. Despite the simplicity, the magic Haytherson taught had depth. The second year, ignorant of this, sneered. "What's the big deal? I could have done it right if I used magic power." "Don't be cocky. Even if you had, you'd have made something weird. You said I have more magic talent than this guy. Are you drunk on magic power?" "Yeah. Shall we see if I'm wrong? Let me shove magic power up your ass and find out." Annoyed by his persistent whining, I approached the second year and spoke coldly. "If you're not going to take this class seriously, why don't you just leave?" "What? You're wasting my time. You arrogant." The second year clenched his fists, then glanced at the professor before storming out. Whatever. If memory serves, he wasn't going to last long anyway. There have always been plenty of Burger Hall students who looked down on Schlaff Hall. It's easy to vent stress here, and they can boss around the servants for a few coins, making it fun for them. Used to treating their servants harshly to feel superior, these so-called nobles liked to belittle those who couldn't talk back. The satisfaction from such bullying was enormous. The second year, who was humiliated in the non-mainstream magic class, waited for his older brother in the Burger Hall lobby. I just wanted to mess with him a bit, but that arrogant guy, that first year from Schlaff Hall dared to look down on him. And even that criminal prisoner treated him like an idiot. What he couldn't stand the most was being talked down to with that condescending tone. Grinding his teeth in anger, his older brother approached. "What happened to your nose? Don't ask about that. Do you know someone named Macdel from Schlaff Hall?" "Oh, Macdel? We were close when he was in Burger Hall." "Why?" The younger brother smiled wickedly. He had messed with Schlaff Hall before thanks to his brother's connections. Though recently he had been thoroughly defeated by someone named Hercel, he thought his brother would turn a blind eye to messing with a disrespectful first year. "I need to teach someone a lesson. Can you help?" His brother's expression became serious. "Did the guy who did this to your nose also do that?" "Yes. I was tricked into this. Can you help?" "It'll be tricky without bite on, but it's not impossible. We've been bothering Schlaff Hall a lot lately, and they haven't said anything." As the younger brother cheered internally, his brother grabbed a passing senior. "Hey, Ebel. What's up? A first year from Schlaff Hall did this to my brother." "What?" The senior, thinking it was time to reassert the hierarchy, gathered others. "Hey, a first year from Schlaff Hall broke Schubel's nose." "Schubel. You know, Ebel's brother." Word spread quickly, and a crowd gathered. Walking confidently, Schubel felt empowered by his brother's connections. That night, around 30 Burger Hall students marched on Schlaff Hall. Due to the sudden intrusion of the Burger Hall students, the Schlaff Hall lobby was noisy. Recognizing the familiar faces, the students were too scared to say anything. Burger Hall had some decent guys, but the crowd here was full of really nasty ones. "Who's the one who did this to my brother? Come out now. Have these bastards lost their touch? Aren't they training the freshmen properly?" As they threatened the passing students, Schubel, with his nose wrapped in bandages, puffed out his chest. The dormitory warden shook his head at them. Dormitory conflicts were supposed to be handled by the students themselves. In such cases, the representatives were supposed to mediate and resolve the issues. At that moment, Athera, who had heard the commotion, appeared. "What are you guys doing here?" "Hey, Ebel." "Athera." Athera glared at Ebel and asked, "Why are you causing a scene in the middle of the night? One of your freshmen did this to my brother's nose. We're tired. Just gather the freshmen so we can deal with this quickly." "What? Never mind. Just call Macdel." Ebel waved his hand dismissively. Athera narrowed his eyes at Ebel's rude attitude. "Does your representative know about this?" "Ha, Athera, stop pretending to be the representative. Honestly, you only have the title, no one follows you. The real power was taken by Bidon, and now you're overshadowed by that freshman Hercel. Look around. No one's here to help you." As Ebel said, the Schlaff Hall students averted their eyes, pretending not to notice. Just as Athera's face darkened, Macdel appeared. "Why the commotion?" "Oh, Ebel, long time no see." Ebel greeted him cheerfully. "Wow, look at you. Lost some weight? How have you been?" "Healthier than ever. But what's going on here?" When Macdel asked, Ebel smiled. "Well, one of your freshmen did this to my brother. So, I need you to gather the first years." Unlike with Athera, Ebel spoke in a friendly manner to Macdel, but Macdel's expression turned odd. That's quite a serious issue. But it'd be best to resolve it peacefully. What's with you all of a sudden?" "Nothing, just." Ebel tilted his head, puzzled by Macdel's unusually gentle demeanor. The fierce impression he remembered seemed significantly softened. "Anyway, I don't have the authority to make that decision. The representative here does." "Did you discuss this with Athera?" Athera snorted, raising his chin. "So he says, Ebel. Not understanding what was going on, Ebel reluctantly took a step back. Athera, could you gather the freshmen? Well, what should I do? But shouldn't we resolve this issue? We do need to hear from those involved, so I guess we should. At Athera's command, the Schlaf Hall freshmen started to come out one by one. Shibble scanned their faces, his eyes widening. Why all the fuss? I'm tired as it is. He came. The blonde with long limbs. Shibble whispered to Ebel. Brother, that's the guy. Ebel smiled, thinking he'd found the culprit and approached him. Macdal and Athera watched curiously. But when Ebel tried to flick his forehead, wham! His wrist was grabbed by a hand the size of a pot lid. Aslay, who was standing beside the guy, glared down at Ebel. Squeeze? Despite the heavy grip, Ebel forced a nonchalant smile. What's this? Are you his friend? You should stop. With your build, you'll be in Burger Hall soon enough. You'd want to live comfortably, right? The Schlaf Hall students gaped in astonishment. Macdal's eyes widened in shock, and Athera muttered quietly, that crazy bastard. Aslay's calm voice resonated through the silence. Boss, should I break it? No need. What do you want? I don't recognize you. When Aslay let go, Ebel pointed hastily at Shibble. My brother says you broke his nose with some sly trick. Hercel narrowed his eyes at Shibble. Oh, that? He got hit by the instructor for acting like an idiot. Shibble scowled and protested. Don't be ridiculous. You did this. In a world where rank is everything, if a superior says something, it must be true. Shibble urged Ebel. Brother, can you believe this guy? Ebel, feeling confident with his large entourage, ignored the large guy and said, Athera, we need to deal with this guy. Is that okay? Athera, at a loss for words, remained silent. Ebel's group began to surround Hercel. Then, a dull thud echoed as Ebel's head was smacked from behind. Whack! You crazy bastard! Bow down and apologize. The one who hit him was Macdal. Macdal, why? Macdal forced Ebel's head down. Lord Hercel, please forgive us. What? Ebel was shocked. Hercel, the freshman who had taken down Bidon, the new ruler of Schlaf Hall. So this was the guy? As his name was mentioned, the group hesitated and backed away, dumbfounded. If you don't want to die, bow down and apologize. At Macdal's shout, they began to kneel one by one. Ebel, sensing the danger, followed suit. Only Shibble, still oblivious, remained standing, trembling. Be brother, what's going on? Shut up and kneel, you fool. Shibble, scared, also knelt. The voice from above, deep and low, seemed to press down on them. So you came to avenge your brother for something I didn't do. Why yes, but now I understand it was a mistake. Isn't that right, Shibble? You lied, didn't you? Macdal smacked the back of Ebel's head again. Whack. Ugh. Speak respectfully if you want to live. Yes, it was a mistake. My brother surely regrets it. Isn't that right, Shibble? Shibble, sensing the danger, knew he was too scared to face death alone. Be brother. Hercel sat on the kneeling Shibble and spoke to Ebel. I'm not a bad person. If your brother apologizes, I'll let it go. Seeing a chance, Shibble quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you, Lord Hercel, and was rude. But Hercel just looked at Ebel. It seems you have a rule. If someone from your dorm is hurt, you retaliate. Is that right? That's why you all came together. Why yes. Then stand up. Since your brother apologized, I'll keep my word. Ebel's group sighed in relief and began to rise. But Hercel turned to Athera. Senior, our people have suffered a lot at their hands, right? Well, yes, that's true. What are you waiting for? Payback is the rule, isn't it? Understanding? Athera shouted. Yes, that's the rule. Anyone who's been wronged, come forward. The Schlaf Hall students hesitated but, seeing Hercel, gained confidence. Soon, they surrounded Ebel's group. And the beating began. Kicks and punches rained down, and Ebel's group curled up like pill bugs. Whack. Wham. Ebel's group endured, gritting their teeth through tears and snot. This bastard always hit my head. You, enough with the dirty jokes. You messed with our coins? Think we're easy because we're from Schlaf Hall. The violence continued for over 10 minutes. When the attackers finally tired, Rix, who had been showering, arrived. Sorry for being late, Senior Athera. Rix, did you ever suffer at their hands? No, I don't know these people. What's going on? Athera explained the situation to Rix, who scolded them for their actions. We are noble people with intelligence. We should lead by example. This barbaric punishment is not right. Hercel asked calmly. Really? Then what should we do? Hercel, a humane punishment is better. Rix pointed to a rule mirror, highlighting the guidelines. Room 309 does not exist. Do not enter out of curiosity. If you do, remain silent for 24 hours until someone comes to rescue you at 6 p.m. Hercel was impressed. Oh, you mean imprison them? Yes, a time for reflection would be more effective. Hearing this, Ebel cursed under his breath. That bastard. To Ebel's group, Rix seemed even worse. They were already beaten severely, with noses bleeding, eyes swollen, and bodies bruised. Meanwhile, Limberton, watching from afar, muttered to himself while reading an erotic novel. There are no normal people here. The next day, the Schlaf Hall students looked at me like I was a hero. They seemed to think I stood up for them yesterday. That wasn't my intention at all. I didn't care about the worthless seniors as long as they didn't bother me. But if someone like Shibble caused trouble, it'd be annoying. Memorizing faces now would make things easier in the future. But since he was too stupid, a lasting memory through violence was necessary. What, did he give up? In the classroom, Hatherson looked at the empty seat. I explained. He's in the infirmary. He won't be back. Was my head that hard? Hatherson tapped his head lightly. Well, good. It'll be easier to teach. Now, we've mastered paper folding, so what's next? After thinking for a moment, he snapped his fingers. Yes, this will do. Today, you will be sleeping. Sleeping. Hatherson explained, relaxing his jaw. Yes, sleeping. But not regular sleep. Professor, bring a pillow. The professor waved his staff, and a pillow flew in from the classroom entrance. Magic power is a force that corrupts the mind. It's like poison. It triggers a rejection reaction. So, the only black magic you can handle now is paper folding. Because I can't handle much magic power. Exactly. So you need to fall into a state where your consciousness is weakest, sleep. This way, your body can build some resistance. Simply put, it's like alcohol. Your first drink gets you drunk quickly, but as you build tolerance, you can drink more. Similarly, magic power requires a certain resistance to handle more, though the end result might be addiction. Hatherson handed me the pillow and drew a formula on the blackboard. Follow this exactly and enchant the pillow. You understood paper folding, so you can do this. Professor, bring out some magic power. The professor summoned the black magic power from the underground. Following Hatherson's instructions, I drew the formula with my staff. SSSSSS. The once white pillow turned pitch black as the magic power infused it. The formula makes the particles finer. Yes, it increases penetration. Now, bury your head in it and sleep. Though dubious, I had the 1-second invulnerability skill. If I got addicted to magic power, it'd be nullified. I laid down on the floor, placing my head on the pillow. Watching him, Hatherson scoffed. The professor raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Hatherson's reaction. It's rare for you to teach so diligently. Hathersson scratched his chin, looking at the ceiling. He's worth teaching. The professor was puzzled. Magic and black magic are interconnected. Lacking magic talent, this student was the same. Though his understanding is exceptional, his physical capability is below average. Naturally, the amount of mana he could absorb was low. His sense of mana manipulation was poor, leading to wastage. It was a near miracle he became a mage. I don't understand. Even if you know how to sail, you can't go to sea without a boat. Yet, you say he's worth teaching. Hatherson smirked. Have you ever seen a noble accept magic power? The professor realized what Hatherson meant by worth teaching. Indeed, he has no boat. But he threw himself into the sea. He chose to swim. Occasionally, there were students like this. Despite knowing their limits, they kept trying, eventually earning the support of onlookers. And now, he's sleeping on a dusty floor in front of me. No wonder you, who hate nobles, like him. Hatherson scratched his head, embarrassed. He looks unpleasant, but his choices are admirable. The professor's eyes narrowed at the favorable response. Then, will you teach him that? Professor. Hatherson's smile vanished, and he answered coldly. Don't think I don't know your intentions. I'll never teach anyone my secret magic. I'll take it to my grave. The Empire kept Hatherson alive not just to teach students but because of his unique black magic. Do you realize the magic you created is a groundbreaking discovery that could change civilization? Hatherson named his magic inventory. A black magic allowing items to be stored and retrieved anywhere, independent of space. If it could be standardized into formal magic, it would revolutionize the world. Transport, military supply chains, and countless other applications. Hatherson laughed. Do I care? Professor, lend me your staff so I can get some cold beer. The most amazing thing was that items inside the inventory stayed fresh and preserved, as if in a time-stopped space. The lesson topic was the control of thunderclouds. As the professor demonstrated, the students of the Burger Hall began creating clouds the size of cotton candy. If we talk about the most difficult power to control among the elements, it's lightning. Some of you must have experienced being struck by your own lightning magic a few times. Many nodded in agreement. I, too, knew the pain, having been pricked by static electricity several times. But if you handle the thundercloud like this, it will move according to the caster's will. The professor brought a cloud sparking with electricity close to the lightning rod next to her. Then, a thin bolt of lightning shot out. Boom! The lightning bypassed the rod and struck a male student directly. Ah! As his hair stood on end, the professor narrowed her eyes. I told you not to daydream during class, didn't I? Sorry. The professor looked away from him with a dissatisfied expression and continued the explanation. If controlled properly, even with distractions, you can still reach your intended target. The important part is the shape of the cloud. Depending on its form, you can manipulate electricity more precisely, which you can only learn through practice. Now, let's start by making a cloud. To create a cloud, you need fire to generate steam, water, and wind to shape it. Unable to handle all three elements simultaneously, I had no choice but to shape it with telekinesis as a workaround. The result. Hey, look at that. Wow, how did they make a cloud the size of a bed? A huge cloud that looked like it was plucked straight from the sky. I wished it were mine. As I looked enviously, the owner of the giant cloud, Clabe, glanced at mine. A tiny fluff of cloud, barely the size of lint pulled from a hoe. Do you want me to share some? No, thanks. Rix, who was next to me, chimed in. Clabe, you should handle this yourself. Still, it's impressive. Your magic power has increased compared to the first day. Rick's sympathy was quite annoying. A cloud the size of a pillow floated above him. The others were similar. Even the next biggest cloud after mine was about the size of a shoe. After a minute, the professor looked at me and said, "You there. I told you to make a cloud, but is it still not done?" "I made it." "Huh. When I used telekinesis to bring my cloud closer," she apologized. "Ahem, sorry. I thought it was a fly. Are there even flies in this cold place?" It was just before the supplementary lesson began after class. While taking a break in the Schlaf Hall lobby, I watched Limberton and Aslay. They wore clothes I hadn't seen before, probably new tailor-made outfits. Limberton was dressed in slightly flashy clothes, and Aslay wore a clean jacket and pants, unlike his usual barbaric attire. "You look good. Definitely better than what you used to wear." Aslay seemed uncomfortable in his jacket, constantly fidgeting with his arms and shoulders. Limberton stood up proudly, showing off his height-increasing shoes. "How do I look? Do my legs seem longer? You're not planning to wear those during training, are you?" He flinched as if I had hit the mark. Should I not? If you want to twist your ankle, go ahead. It might attract a kind girl with sympathy. Enough useless talk. "How's the class?" Their expressions turned gloomy. "I'm the bottom of the Knights division. Next is Aslay." I knew it. Limberton is practically useless except for his archery skills. Low stamina, and his aura is severely lacking. And Aslay, swordsmanship is hard. I keep missing. Better than average. With 40% of his strikes missing, he had a cursed trait. For a knight, where each move matters, Aslay had few opportunities to shine. Especially since he had never held a sword properly, his stance would have been poor. It was only natural for the professor to give him a bad evaluation. We're all in similar situations. We were like rough stones, far from the mainstream education. Ironically, supplementary lessons were closer to regular classes for us. "How about the supplementary lessons?" When I asked, Limberton grinned. "They say the instructor is an outside expert. He has extensive knowledge of archery. I've been praised a lot." Aslay also answered in his awkward manner. "I was told not to aim." Judging by the smile on his face, he must have received good feedback too. I checked my pocket watch. "It's time for class. Let's get going." We, who were far from the norm, moved forward for our achievements. "You want me to design the curriculum? He's asking you to organize what you can teach." Hatherson scratched his head. "Well, there's a lot I can teach. But the important thing is whether it's useful for you. First, demonstrate a spell from each category. I need to see your level in detail. You want to streamline it?" "Yes. Start with the elemental magic." I took out my staff and cast the water cannon spell, my most confident one in the elemental category. SSSSSS. Hatherson watched expressionlessly without saying a word. "Say something. Stop with the piss stream." SSSSSS. "It's stronger than before." "That's too harsh. Don't bother with the other elements." "What about conjuration magic?" "Wait and see." I focused and created an imaginary quill. Hatherson's eyes twitched. "A dog's tail." "It's a quill." Hatherson held the shimmering illusion in his hand with a doubtful expression. "My goodness, there's no tactile sensation at all. Is this some mirage? If it were, you wouldn't be holding it." "In a way, it's impressive. No one could make such a thing even if they tried." Hatherson blew on the quill, making it vanish in a puff of smoke. "Next, let's see some curses." Hatherson's hair, unwashed, had fruit flies circling it like satellites. He swiftly caught one and carefully placed it on the table, pulling off its wings. I used the basic curse of puppet control. As expected, this works. If you couldn't control even a fruit fly, that would be pathetic. Now, make it do a trick. A trick. Make it roll over. Concentrating, I infused it with mana, making the fly flail and flip. But halfway through, it lost strength and fell limp. Hatherson looked at me like I was an insignificant bug. "Sigh, I knew from the start you wouldn't be a prodigy. Excelling in elemental, curse, peculiar, and conjuration magic is known as the perfection." Hatherson squinted at me and asked, "Do you have an innate talent in the peculiar category?" I nodded, and Hatherson puffed his cheeks, trying not to laugh. "Ha ha." He clutched his stomach, laughing uproariously. "Ha ha 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 ha." After a while, he caught his breath and exhaled deeply. "Ha, you're truly an odd one. Have you never seen someone with an innate talent?" "I have, but it's rare. How could I forget?" It seemed prudent to know their names. I might learn something useful if we ever met. "Really? What are their names?" Hatherson smirked, but his eyes didn't follow. "That's none of your concern. Anyway, you're saying you're peculiar." He pointed to a chair, changing the topic. Though his response was awkward, I didn't pry further. He must have his reasons. "Try lifting the chair with telekinesis. That's my specialty." "But a chair? Could I lift something that heavy?" "Yes, I can. Thanks to the mana accumulated from Rick's characteristic." Huff. Pouring all my mana into it, the chair began to float. "Wow, this is actually useful. But why do you look like that?" "Don't tell me." But the chair's height gradually lowered. Ugh. Already tired. Even though my hand holding the staff trembled from injecting mana, maintaining it wasn't easy. Still, I managed. I looked at Hatherson with pride. "Huff, how was it? You couldn't even hold it for a minute. What do you think?" Hatherson rubbed his face and spoke in a troubled voice. "Your telekinesis is at the level anyone else can do. Even without innate talent, it's achievable with developed senses. The old professor nodded in agreement. Frankly, teaching you might be pointless. I narrowed my eyes and asked, you think I can't learn? No, with your academic abilities, you can. But you severely lack sensory skills. Haytherson continued, looking deeply into my eyes. If you had naturally developed senses, you'd have a foundation. You wouldn't claim this trickery as magic. And if you had trained rigorously, your mana control wouldn't be so poor. Sensory development grows alongside skill. He hit the mark. So, here's my advice. If you want to be a true mage, give up on these classes and build from the basics. With your mind, 2 or 3 years should be enough. I chuckled bitterly at Haytherson's words. I don't have that time. I thought I'd find something useful in fiend magic, but if not, I'll have to find another way. Haytherson cursed under his breath, annoyed. You stupid brat. You don't understand good advice. Your head seems empty. Fine, I'll prove how wrong you are. He raised his cuffed wrist. See this chain? It's called a mana suppressor. It suppresses aura and mana. Attack me. You won't harm me. If you do, I'll teach you everything about fiend magic. The old professor's eyes sparkled. Of course, I'll leave out one thing. The old professor looked gloomy again. Ignoring him, I whacked Haytherson on the head with my staff. Ouch. Crazy bastard. Use magic. Haytherson clutched his forehead, glaring. You said to attack. You did it on purpose. You should have said with magic from the start. I felt better after venting my annoyance. Sigh, fine. Attack with magic this time. Just magic. As Haytherson emphasized again, I drew a fire spell. A flaming arrow in midair. Whoosh. A tiny arrow shot towards Haytherson's face. He blew it out with a breath. See? No matter how powerful your magic, it's as good as killing a fly. I still don't have time. 2 years is too long. I needed effective offensive skills urgently. I decided to find another way and stood up. Haytherson smirked and stopped me. Wait. There is a method. One that'll turn you into a mage worthy of curses in a short time. Intrigued, I sat back down. Haytherson drew a formula on the blackboard. The old professor's face twisted in horror. Haytherson, are you trying to kill the student? Curious, I examined the formula. It seemed like a peculiar type rather than an elemental, conjuration, or curse. I asked the old professor for clarity. What is this formula? It's a self-destruct spell. It converts mana into opposing forces and collides them, creating a destructive effect. Self-destruct. Die and be reborn, idiot. Maybe you'll have the qualities of a grand mage in your next life. I approached the smirking Haytherson and asked, will this cause damage to you? Haytherson scoffed. Don't pretend to be tough. Is that so? I drew the formula on the board with my staff. Haytherson didn't lose his composure, thinking I'd stop midway, but his gaze was fixated on my staff. In the slums, there's no distinction between people and the sewer rats wandering the streets. On foggy days, they would puff on cigarettes until the smoke became even thicker, drink more alcohol than water, and the only remaining shred of humanity was covering roadside corpses with tattered cloth. Other than that, their lives were no different from that of a rat. When crumbs fell, they would snatch them up quickly, scratching and biting any other rat that came near until it retreated. A life where being underestimated meant starving to death, and being overly defiant meant dying. It was hard to tell if it was a rat's life or a human's. Starting from such a life, Haytherson became an executive known as the Shadow Sentinel in the slums. Despite this, he found himself in a heart-pounding situation over a mere prank. What is this guy? To become a big shot in the slums, you had to go through all sorts of trials and tribulations. You had to meet all kinds of people, and naturally, your ability to read their minds improved. But this guy's eyes seemed endlessly calm. This cocky bastard, does he think he can fool me? Haytherson had seen countless people charging at him as if they were going to kill him. Some even died trying, but they all showed a moment of hesitation. No matter how determined, humans instinctively reject death, making even a small hesitation inevitable. Haytherson chuckled as he looked at the chain on his wrist. Do I look like I'm afraid of some brat? He tried to act confident, but Hercel steadily continued drawing the formula. Even though it led to the path of suicide, the hand holding the staff was infinitely calm. Haytherson maintained a poker face, desperately trying to shake off his anxiety. He's bluffing. Yet, as the formula neared completion, the worst-case scenario of what if kept playing in his mind. Explosion death. If mana and magic energy were made to conflict and create a chain reaction, even a small amount would be dangerous. While it might not be a problem for the professor, with his magic and aura suppressed by the chain, his flesh would tear apart at this distance. It's almost finished. Unswallowed saliva pooled in his mouth, betraying his agitation. Hercel, with a calm face, began to approach, drawing the formula with his staff. Since it's my first time, it's taking a while. You idiot, do you think I'll fall for that? Let's see if it works. What? At Hercel's reply, Haytherson instinctively sensed danger. It was as if Hercel didn't consider it a bluff from the start, only questioning its efficacy. He can't be serious, right? The staff's tip aimed at the final point of the formula. He unintentionally shouted, wait. Just as he was about to reach out and stop him, the formula started tearing apart. Zap! Turning his head, he saw the old professor panting heavily, aiming his staff. Huff. That was close. If he had been even a second late, I would be dead. Hercel Ben tennised. Were you really trying to die? Despite the old professor's stern glare, Hercel responded calmly. I was just trying what I was taught. Haytherson felt a chill watching Hercel lick his lips as if regretting it. This guy was serious. He really was going to blow himself up without hesitation. Ha! Can't believe you actually tried it. Haytherson, enough with the pranks. Despite the professor's scolding, Haytherson stared blankly at Hercel's face. A serene smile, as if he had transcended death itself, was on his face. This guy is crazier than any lunatic I've ever seen. Not like I'd die anyway, right? I copied the formula written on the board into my notebook. This would be my ultimate move, a suicide spell. Seeing this, Haytherson was horrified. Why are you copying that? You madman. I grinned and replied. It might come in handy. Haytherson backed away, shocked at my words. Even with my limited mana and magic energy, it seemed it would be quite painful. Using this on you might cause some significant damage, right? As I grabbed my staff again, Haytherson stuttered. Significant damage? Don't be ridiculous. Haytherson shook his head and looked at me seriously. Even a small amount of mana, if hit unguarded, is deadly. Do you realize you almost killed me? I thought it would just be a painful hit like being struck by a hammer. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to. Though I felt bad about nearly blowing him up, knowing the spell had that much power made it quite useful. Don't give me that half-hearted apology. Say it without that smirk. Haytherson slumped his shoulders, looking exhausted. Sigh, fine. I'll humor you, but a promise is a promise. I still haven't hit you. To learn the fiend magic I wanted, I needed to land a hit on this guy. As a person who values contracts, I couldn't let this slide. When I looked at him seriously, Haytherson narrowed his eyes. You're enjoying this, aren't you? He caught on. *****. Today's supplementary lesson ended a bit early. Haytherson said he'd prepare a curriculum and told me to go back. He added that it was more efficient to focus on what suits me rather than comprehensive magical improvement. You should concentrate on perfecting one spell. Make sure it's something you excel in and master it to its fullest. The scope of fiend magic is so wide that it'll take some time, but he said he'd call through a professor when ready, so I'd probably have to wait a few days. For now, it's going to be relaxing. If you have nothing to do, rest well. You've been accumulating fatigue lately. Come to think of it, I didn't feel refreshed this morning either. The mild exhaustion I felt upon waking up suggested I needed to pay more attention to my health. I should wash up and get some sleep. As I left the fortress, I noticed the air was less chilly than usual. Blowing out a breath to see, it was much lighter than usual. The snowflakes riding the wind had disappeared, and the height of the accumulated snow had significantly decreased. It was already early April. Enjoying the faint scent of spring, I walked towards the horizon. The foundation of the fortress was so high that there was a very steep staircase in front. I had to go down it to reach the gardens and walkways besides Schlaff Hall. After spending just over a month here, my legs moved familiarly. Soon, the dungeon practice for first-year students who hadn't taken the third exam would start. Of course, there was a high chance of fatalities. While professors did their best to ensure student safety within the academy, they emphasized practical training, so it was a hands-off approach in the mazes and dungeons. However, in this storyline, Rix, who started from Schlaff Hall without taking the third exam, would be there. Already having left a strong impression on the Schlaff Hall students, he would demonstrate leadership through his characteristic gentle charisma, leading to a near-miraculous cohesion. His excellent grades, numerous companions, and strength revealed through fights with the outlaws made even the dissatisfied henchmen of Lethe initially rebel but soon succumb to the numbers. Ultimately, the professors would recognize Rick's qualities, seeing his ability to quell coin disputes among students, and after the first semester, he'd be assigned to Adele Hall. It was no wonder that players called him Rix of the Legion. Next were the students of Adele Hall. They fit well with the regular curriculum, so they powered up naturally just by attending. The only exception was the slightly peculiar Lena, but soon a teacher suited to her would arrive, ensuring her growth. So I should worry about myself. Isn't the monsterology class starting soon? A notice about the dungeon practice in a month. Since it was one of the subjects for the midterm exam in the first semester, I needed high marks to advance to Burger Hall, but that was for later. Let's see. The test is in 3 days, and tomorrow is the weekend, so I get 5 consecutive days off. Thanks to the dungeon practice for the first-year students of Schlaff Hall, those who took the third exam had some free time. Coincidentally, supplementary lessons would take a few days, so I could relax a bit. Tap tap. Feeling like I was on vacation, my steps lightened. As I got closer to the stairs, I looked down. A subtle red-tinted black hair came into view. Even while under the professor's watch, Luan smiled gently and spoke to me. The scent of spring flowers has drifted here. His endlessly calm tone. Hiding my discomfort, I replied briefly. It seems even in this cold place, pollen flies. Are you looking forward to summer when the snow melts? Indeed. If the snowy mountains turn green, well, it would be nice to see. As we talked calmly, the professor interrupted Luan. The conversation ended, and I stared blankly at Luan's back. Though recently caught up in my changes, there was no need to worry. Luan hadn't taken anything from the Forbidden Library. Moreover, the only way to enter was through a key strictly managed by the professor or a formula known only to Felia. As someone unfamiliar with magic, Luan had no way of accessing it. In the end, his fate to be killed by the playable characters remained unchanged. As a background character, I only needed to watch from a distance. I took my eyes off Luan and descended the stairs. With a busy schedule ahead, I should enjoy the peace for now. Emmerich. Pathetic losers. Emmerich, a third year from Adele Hall and the representative of Burger Hall, clicked his tongue as he looked at the returning Ebel and his group, who had been gone for half a day. You're the first in Frosty Arts history to get beaten up and come back from Schlaff Hall. We have no excuse. But there's a freshman who took down Bidon. And now even Macdel is his lackey. The duo was formidable enough that even Emmerich in the past couldn't be sure of defeating them. Emmerich, you also turned a blind eye to their rampage. But that was all in the past. Now a third year, Emmerich could easily take them both on. The duo, aware of this, had only acted within safe limits, instinctively knowing they would lose if they fought. It's amusing. You said you had a relationship with Macdel, so I let it slide. Have you forgotten? That's true, but you couldn't easily beat them either. What could we do? Me not beating them easily? Nonsense. Even in the past, I would have destroyed them in a one-on-one. Now, Emmerich was strong enough to be considered for the top 10 students, known as the 10 Masters, in Frostheart. He tossed a book he was holding and sliced it cleanly with just his index finger. Shing! Seeing it sliced so neatly, Ebel's group widened their eyes in surprise. Creating such a sharp aura without a weapon. In Burger Hall, only a few could use aura within their bodies, let alone project it like a weapon. Even in Adele Hall, those who could wield it this proficiently were rare. But breaking the hierarchy can't be forgiven. Let me show you. Slaves have no right to resist. It was a perfect time. Soon, the first-year students who hadn't taken the third exam would be starting their dungeon practice. Emmerich looked at Ebel's group with a fierce gaze. Gather all the Burger Hall students. I have orders to give. This weekend, a storm was about to hit Schlaff Hall. Saturday morning. Today, the lobby of Schlaff Hall was as usual. The seniors were nervously pacing, stomping their feet, while my fellow freshmen whispered with worried expressions, saying, "What should we do?" The seniors were always strapped for cash, so I could understand that. The freshmen were probably anxious about the upcoming dungeon practice. A month was enough time for students who had taken the third exam to inquire about the dungeon from the seniors out of curiosity. However, when they saw my face, their expressions brightened, and they started to crowd around me. Hey, it's Hercel. Hercel is here. Hercel. They seemed crazed, like they'd gone mad from hunger, picking random mushrooms in the mountains. Worried, I asked about their well-being. Have you all gone mad? No, it's just that a situation has come up that makes us feel like we're losing our minds. Tell me what's going on properly. A senior, trembling with fear, was about to speak when Athera, unable to watch any longer, stepped in. The students from Burger Hall have declared war on us. War? Are they going to invade? I chuckled, but Athera spoke in a serious tone. It would be better if that were the case. Most of us here rely on commissions to make a living. You know that, right? I started to understand what she meant. The distribution of commissions was about 10% from professors, 30% from Adele Hall, and a whopping 60% from Burger Hall. Recently, we had a conflict with Burger Hall because of the brothers, Ebel and Schubel, or whatever their names were. It seems they declared that they would no longer give us any work. That's right. Because of that, the atmosphere here isn't good. This is a big problem. Losing half of the money needed for survival is a significant issue. As someone with an upright nature, I couldn't just stand by and watch these pitiful souls. You should have saved some money when you had the chance. Well, I've given my advice, so I guess I'll go grab a meal now. Wait a minute. Are you just going to leave it like this? If you're the representative, you should handle it yourself. Why keep asking me for favors? Still, I glanced at the annoying Athera and reassured her. This will only last a short while. How long do you think those pampered kids, who have been living like kings, can endure an uncomfortable life? An internal division will happen soon. They are spoiled brats who even spend coins on trivial errands. How long can bourgeoisie accustomed to luxury cars endure a pedestrian lifestyle? And take this opportunity to wake up and stop living hand to mouth. Either start a business through club activities or focus on your studies to get into that prestigious Burger Hall. Having said what I wanted, I continued on my way. However, Athera's words made me stop. You know we're last in line for the weapons the academy rents out, right? The Burger Hall kids insisted they needed everything and took it all. This was a deliberate move. Everyone knows the freshman's dungeon practice is coming up soon. My mind went blank for a moment. The Burger Hall kids owned personal treasures with their allowance, so they didn't even need to rent equipment. Thus, the only ones renting equipment were the poor students of Schlaff Hall, and since there weren't many of us, the academy didn't prepare enough. Did you bring this up with the professors? Of course we did. There was a brief internal meeting, but nothing came of it. I could easily imagine the professors shouting across a desk. They likely debated about what to do if students lacked equipment in real situations, arguing it was the students' responsibility to secure weapons in time. The academy focused so much on real-world practicality that they wouldn't intervene in students securing their own equipment. Athera, filled with anger, furrowed her brows. The professors are always like that, but those burger bastards. Is this how they want to play it? Indeed, they've crossed a line. A serious one, at that. This was a matter of life and death, played as a joke. Few Schlaff Hall freshmen had personal equipment. Many had sold theirs to stave off hunger. How could they face dungeon practice in this state? Even with Rix, the mortality rate would spike. Wait, driving us into such a predicament means they must want something in return, right? If you think about it, from their perspective, Schlaf Hall students are slaves. There must be some benefit to keeping us, so they probably want to negotiate. I asked, and Athera gritted her teeth in response. You're right, there is something. They want every Schlaf Hall student to prostrate in front of the fortress steps in their underwear by tomorrow morning. It sounded absurdly cheap, almost acceptable. Given the conditions, it seemed like it wouldn't be too much of a problem. With so many people, a few missing wouldn't make a difference. This might be easier than I thought. All right, everyone, go and beg well. That includes you. Especially you, as the instigator of the incident, they want you to lick the shoes of their representative. However, this was a brutal violation of human rights. Daring to trample on the dignity of others, under the same sky, was intolerable. Senior, gather all the people staying here. Huh? Oh, okay. But what are you planning to do? I replied in a cold voice. A strategy meeting. A strategy meeting. There's a saying that the best defense is a good offense. Tomorrow, we will strike the necks of the Burger Hall students. Tomorrow will be a day etched in the history of Frostheart. The day the slaves of Schlaf Hall defeated the entrenched elites and regained their human rights. It will be known as the Slave Revolution. Sunday morning. In the Burger Hall lobby, Emmerich was sitting on a sofa, reading a book. Next to him, Ebel paced nervously and asked in a worried voice, will this really be okay? They will have no choice but to accept it to survive. I hope so, but Hercel is there, you know. Hercel. I'm worried he might lead an attack. Emmerich took his eyes off his book and looked at Ebel. I don't think that will happen, Ebel. What? That guy Hercel. You think it's possible to survive a dragon's breath? Do you think that's a believable story? Emmerich didn't believe such an absurd tale. But defeating Bidon is true. Hercel probably used some cunning tricks and exaggerated it. I've heard Bidon fell off the wall. Maybe he pushed him while Bidon was off guard. No, there were several witnesses. They said he grabbed Bidon by the neck and slammed him to the ground. Emmerich shook his head with a disdainful expression. Why do you think a guy like that ended up in Schlaf Hall? Ebel, stumped, couldn't say anything, so Emmerich voiced his thoughts. Schlaf Hall made up a fake idol. Those slaves dared to fabricate it to challenge us. It seemed plausible enough that Ebel's group murmured in agreement. Emmerich looked at the grandfather clock and closed his book. It's almost time. They will soon raise the white flag. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard. The person who appeared was Shubel, with his face wrapped in bandages. Seniors, the Schlaf Hall guys are kneeling in their underwear at the bottom of the stairs. Ebel ground his teeth in disgust. Really, that bastard was a scammer. I'll be satisfied only after I chew him up. Once things settle, you and your brother can do whatever you want. As Emmerich got up, the Burger Hall students in the lobby started to gather. They must have heard that the others have surrendered. That's good. It's the representative's job to ensure everyone knows their place. Of course, the upper hand belonged to Burger Hall. Follow me? Emmerich led the students out of the fortress. Thick fog had formed. Emmerich walked ahead, cutting through the morning sunlight. The Burger Hall students followed in pairs due to their large number. Ebel laughed as he looked at the Schlaf Hall slaves kneeling in their underwear at the bottom of the stairs. Look at the fog. The sky must pity those bastards, trying to hide them. On the other hand, Emmerich strained his eyes to scrutinize beyond the fog. Even in their underwear, they didn't move an inch in the cold. And the area towards the snow mountain was clear enough to see large rocks. Why is the fog only gathering around them? As his eyes adjusted, the forms of the kneeling figures became clearer. Emmerich's eyes widened. It's a trick. Those were not people, but cleverly made figures using earth magic, painted and dressed in underwear. Therefore, the fog was likely a magical creation. What? A trick? Ebel and the others reacted similarly. It took them a few seconds to process this. But by then, it was too late. Boom! A heavy sound echoed as the fortress door was forcefully shut by a hulking figure. Inside, there were frantic knocking sounds and confused voices from the Burger Hall students who hadn't yet come out. What's going on? Why is the door closed? Open it! Open it now! Emmerich narrowed his eyes, looking at the muscular figure blocking the door with a giant shield on his back. Is that decoration a barbarian? Now that he thought about it, Emmerich had heard rumors about a barbarian joining Schlaf Hall. They planned to disperse our forces. This meant an ambush. The slaves dared to declare war on Burger Hall. Emmerich looked at the huge shield strapped to the barbarian's back with a sense of foreboding and shouted loudly, "Take down that barbarian immediately." The soldiers armed themselves and charged. The barbarian, exactly as Emmerich feared, wedged his massive shield into the ground, effectively blocking the entrance. Crash! The entrance was blocked by the shield, and the exit was blocked by the barbarian himself. No matter how deeply the shield was embedded, pulling it out should be manageable. Just as the 6 sturdy men nearly reached the barbarian, someone shouted from afar, and Emmerich's eyes widened once more. Now, from all around the snowfield, Schlaf Hall slaves emerged, uncovering themselves from white tarps like blankets. Most of them were wearing shabby armor and wielding crude wooden swords that looked hand-carved. Some used branches with leaves as makeshift magic wands. And at the center of this group was a familiar face. Macdal. Macdal pointed at the barbarian and ordered the slaves, "Protect Astley." The soldiers aiming to overpower the barbarian were quickly subdued by Macdal and a dozen slaves. Emmerich started to move forward to handle the situation himself. Macdal stepped out from the crowd to meet him. "Long time no see, Emmerich. You've lost a lot of weight since I last saw you. But who came up with this strategy?" It all came from Hersel's mind. So, it wasn't just a simple con artist. Indeed, being a great con artist requires a good head. But the cocky brat must be hiding somewhere safe. Emmerich sneered, but Macdal's eyes blazed with anger. Watch your mouth, Emmerich. He is not someone your kind should disrespect. The leader of cowards doesn't even show his face. Enough talk. Let's begin. Macdal raised his staff, and Emmerich smirked. Oh, without bite on, you think you can take me on? No matter what plans they had, the outcome was already decided. The main entrance was blocked, but soon reinforcements would come through the windows. Even with the current troops, wiping out Schlaf Hall students wouldn't be difficult. Schlaf's second and third year students are already proven trash. Among the first years, there might be some unknown talents, but Ebel's gang can handle them. Even if they were raw gems, no first year could defeat a third year from Burger Hall. Emmerich unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Macdal, who was the strongest among the enemy forces. First, I'll cut you down to break their morale. If you can, try it. Fine, I'll show you that all your tactics are useless against brute strength. Macdal's staff twirled, and snow gathered to form snowmen. The puppets were controlled using a combination of elemental wind magic to mold them and curse magic to move them. Emmerich admired the sight of Macdal controlling 30 snowmen at once. You've improved, I see. Well, circumstances forced it. Emmerich swung his sword and shattered the snowman puppet, throwing a punch at him. Meanwhile, Ebel growled at the man with the ponytail. You bastard. You had me starving in a cell all day. Rix blinked in confusion. They must have given you food. You think the trash you beggars eat suits me? Ebel shouted at his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Attack them now. His brother Shubal grabbed his staff. Rix didn't miss the chance and quickly used his spell to chain Shubal's wrist with conjured shackles, weighted down by a heavy ball. Ugh. As the knights charged, the soldiers of Schlaf Hall began to move. I'll support from the rear. Fight without worries. Rix coordinated the battle, adjusting their formations. Vinrel, move a bit to the right. Keep the formation centered. Hapal, aim your electric orb at the left target, not the right. Simply maintaining their positions became a barrier that the enemy hesitated to breach. While individual combat skills were uncertain, the enemy clearly outnumbered them. Sensing the difficulty of the fight, Rix turned his attention to Clabe, who seemed to be erasing her presence. Is that really Clabe? Clabe seemed faint, almost like a transparent ghost, making it hard to identify her clearly. But seeing her quietly preparing electric magic without anyone noticing confirmed it. Rix chuckled bitterly. She's definitely grown since she got here. Did she get inspired by that guy? As Clabe completed her spell, her camouflage spell faded. Rix immediately took action again, sending conjured eagles to harass the enemies Clabe had struck with her lightning. Where did that come from? As the enemies looked around, Clabe was discovered. But Rix had already sent eagles to protect her, and the birds began pecking at the foes. Ah, what the hell is this? Good thing I prepared. The camouflage spell doesn't completely erase her presence. Once Clabe safely retreated, Rix assessed the battle. The flow was good. Although the enemy's numerical advantage was troublesome, their quality was superior. Reluctantly, Rix acknowledged that Macdal's efforts had made them stronger. Then he wondered about Macdal's fight with the Burger Hall leader and glanced over. Is Macdal doing all right? Rix's eyes widened. Emmerich was right in front of him, dragging the exhausted Macdal by his hair, casting a dark shadow over him. Where is your leader hiding? The battle had barely begun, yet Emmerich had already determined the outcome. Even if Macdal struggled to defeat him, he couldn't. Emmerich recalled the overall situation of the battle when he was fighting Macdal, who remained composed. Contrary to his expectations, Ebel's gang was struggling. Especially the troops led by that man with the ponytail moved smoothly, like a living snake. These guys aren't the type to stay in Schlaf Hall. Especially this commander, he has the talent to have gone straight to Adele Hall if he had taken the third exam. Whenever there was danger, he manifested a temporary shield in the air and immediately replaced dropped weapons. He also created chains to fill in the gaps in their attacks. Where is your leader now? Emmerich released Macdal's hair and looked down at Rix. Macdal, though slumped, managed to stand up again. It's not over yet. You still have some fight left in you. You've become more resilient. Emmerich once again grasped his sword by the sheath, preparing his stance. Macdal swung his staff, and more snowmen appeared. Eat this. Emmerich effortlessly dodged the icicles shot by Macdal and destroyed the snowman with his sword. Pop. While doing so, he kept an eye on the overall situation. Despite the disruption of their forces by the barbarian, the enemy should have been subdued by now. Yet, one by one, his comrades were falling. Something is going wrong. Even if that first-year kid is exceptional, why are the others struggling against these slaves? At that moment, Emmerich heard the sound of an arrow slicing through the air. Whoosh! After the sound passed, a student from Burger Hall fell. On the ground was a long stick with feathers attached. An arrow. Observing carefully while dodging Macdal's attacks, he noticed the blunt tip. It wasn't meant to kill. Even if the tip were sharp, it wouldn't penetrate the armor and aura of a knight. You're getting distracted again. Emmerich sliced through the cursed fog that Macdal sent with a gust of wind and quickly grabbed the arrow. It sparked with static electricity. Is this arrow enchanted? Whoosh! Another student fell. Emmerich tracked the trajectory of the arrows with his eyes. Two faint figures. They were shooting arrows from the roof of the Schlaf Hall dormitory. The person beside the archer must be enchanting the arrows. Whoosh! Seeing more of his comrades falling, Emmerich changed his thinking. Even if Ebel's gang held out, the additional forces joining them would soon turn the tide. However, if their troops continued to decrease like this, it would be futile. But capturing that archer is impossible. To reach the roof, one had to enter Schlaf Hall, a place full of strange phenomena requiring a vigilant approach with the rule mirror. The archer was literally shooting from the safest fortress. It's impressive to hit from that distance, but why station there? Damn, if we drag this out, it will be bad for us. Emmerich momentarily abandoned his amusement and ignored the snowmen. Poof! The incoming punches were just snowballs, barely affecting his aura-clad body. I'll give you this. Your leader is quite the strategist. Perhaps defeating Bidon was indeed his skill. Finally realized it. First, I'll make sure to finish you, Macdal. Emmerich charged, evading various spells and cutting down the distance with his sword. Once within range, he swung his sword horizontally. Hut! Macdal quickly ducked, avoiding a fatal blow. You've only bought yourself a few more seconds, Macdal. Emmerich kicked Macdal in the solar plexus, followed by a punch to the jaw, and slashed diagonally with his sheathed sword. Ugh! With a dull impact to the neck, Macdal passed out. The snowmen disintegrated into powder. At that moment, the reinforcements who had been cut off arrived. Sorry, seniors, we were a bit late getting out through the windows. Ugh, what took you so long? Hurry and help. Yes, sir. They replaced the front line, moving the injured to the back. As they regrouped, the once confident Schlaf slaves started to falter. An arrow from afar bounced off a second-year knight's armor. Clang! Emmerich turned to look at the roof of the Schlaf Hall dormitory. The man next to the archer was panting heavily, visible even from here. Out of mana already, huh? No more variables. Emmerich raised a hand and shouted. Everyone, stop. His booming voice made the fighting slaves and troops lower their weapons and focus on him. The battle is already decided. Surrender peacefully before you get hurt. The key point was that these were slaves. The goal was to maintain the established order, not to render them useless. It was a concession because of this. However, the ponytailed man sneered. You think the battle is decided? Don't be mistaken. His group shared the same sentiment. In no time, a relaxed smile spread across the slaves' faces. Emmerich found it incomprehensible. At this point, they should raise the white flag, yet why? A certainty flashed through Emmerich's mind. Hercel Ben Tenist must be here. If morale wasn't broken even with the fall of their strongest, it meant he wasn't the real strongest. Moreover, if the leader was cowering in fear, they wouldn't look so confident. Emmerich scanned the area and found where he was hiding. This is creative. A fully intact snowman. Even with Macdal unconscious, this one remained untouched. Hiding in such a place. Emmerich gripped his sword and smirked. Let's begin, then. A real fight between the leaders. He slashed the snowman's neck diagonally, and a metallic sound echoed. Bang! The snow exploded, revealing Athera. Fully armored in full plate, Athera blocked with her sword. Sorry, not the person you were looking for. Athera shook her wrist, recovering from the impact. Emmerich couldn't help but laugh at the ongoing twists. Ha! You really mess with people. Where is Hercel Ben Tenist? Before that, as the representative, I have a few things to say. Athera raised 3 fingers. We demand 3 things. First, return the equipment you took. Second, stop looking down on Schlaf Hall students just because you have money. And the last, most important thing. Emmerich blinked as Athera smiled. An increase in wages. Emmerich responded with a chilling voice. You've gone mad hanging around slaves, Athera. Athera retorted. Failed negotiations? Then prepare to get beaten up by him. I'd love that. I've never had such a hard time meeting someone. Athera banged her armor and stepped back. Ugh, snow got inside. Anyway, he'll be here soon. She then shouted to the slaves. Everyone, retreat. Athera ran off. The Schlaf slaves stopped fighting, tending to the injured as they followed her. The students of Burger Hall watched in astonishment. Emmerich muttered to himself. He'll be here soon. Just then, a breeze sent chills down Emmerich's spine. The Adelele Hall's exclusive floor was very high in the fortress. The terrace offered the best view, overlooking everything below. While it also restricted access to Schlaf and Burger Hall members, I had the professor's permission, so I was an exception. Watching the battle between the two factions from above, I backed away from the terrace railing about 10 meters. Then I began drawing spells with my staff. Donathan, maximum speed. You're doing something crazy again, huh? We both moved our bodies in sync, accelerating to our top speed. Racing past the terrace entrance, I planted my foot on the railing and leaped with all my might. Tuck! What I was about to do was a bombing run. The target, Emmerich and his cronies. Their formation was tightly packed, perfect for a massive explosion. Thanks to the strategic positioning of the Schlaf Hall humans, this was ideal. Moreover, they had drawn attention, increasing the success rate of the surprise attack. Falling towards the distant ground, I adjusted my position with telekinesis, feeling the cold air as I descended. As I neared Emmerich's head, now appearing larger, I greeted him. Hello, nice to meet you. There he was. Hercel Ben Tenist. Right behind him. Emmerich turned around hastily. He had no time to react. The world already filled with blinding light, and a ringing sound echoed in his ears. Beep. In the blocked-out senses, all he could feel was the dull pain throughout his body. Even though he wrapped himself in aura, the impact was enough to disrupt his thoughts momentarily. Emmerich steadied himself, forcing his legs to support his weakened body. Ugh, my head. Ignoring the throbbing headache, he swung his sword to clear the rising smoke. Are you hiding again? Show yourself? Hercel Ben Tenist. After a moment of silence, Hercel's voice came through. Wait a bit. I need to pick up some clothes after using this spell. As the smoke started to clear, Hercel was buttoning up his coat. Emmerich adjusted his stance, while Hercel glanced around with a smirk. Give up, Emmerich. You've lost? All the soldiers were unconscious, lying on the ground. Given the slight noise of the earlier explosion, the man in front of him must have used some bizarre magic. I admit it. Your tactics have completely defeated me. But how about this? Blood trickled from Emmerich's mouth. It felt like his core was tearing apart. The shock had caused a reverse flow of aura. Until I can use my aura again, I'll have to buy time with swordsmanship alone. Aiming his sword, Hercel suddenly turned his back on him. He seemed to be mumbling numbers, full of composure, which only heightened Emmerich's wariness. A sudden opening? No, it could be a trap. Better to strike when least expected. Emmerich took a step forward, braving the risk, and Hercel turned, asking in a heavy voice. Why go this far? His eyes were sincere. Emmerich pondered briefly, appreciating the chance to stall for time until he could use his aura again. Even among beggars, there's a hierarchy. No matter where you go, there's a pecking order. Imposing ranks was a natural human instinct. If ranks are abolished, chaos would only ensue. It's better to draw clear lines and live within them. Those with ability become nobles. What system could be simpler and more functional? Even commoners could rise if they earned enough money or made significant achievements. If they failed despite their efforts, it was due to a lack of effort. If you choose to stay at the bottom despite opportunities, then fulfill your responsibilities at that level. That's the duty of your position. Hercel nodded. I agree. The capable should be treated accordingly. That's right. His words provoked Emmerich. Someone like him should have easily made it to Adele Hall. Knowing that, why go to Schlaf Hall? After taking the third exam, you still reject the natural order. Yet he chose Schlaf Hall, and despite declaring himself a slave, now stood here defying the rules. Enough of this mockery. Draw your sword? Let's settle this now. Emmerich roared, filled with murderous intent, while Hercel asked Donathan, is he really unable to use aura? I said it's reversed. He can't use it. How many times must I tell you to believe it? Can I win with pure swordsmanship? This is the third time you've asked, you insufferable? Hercel picked up a wooden sword lying on the ground, igniting the noble blood ember. All right, I'll make sure you rest soon. Sunday morning. Rockefeller, who had come to pick up some documents on his day off, made a candid observation as he stood in front of the window. It's quite a sight. The rebellion of the Schlaf Hall slaves was more impressive than he had expected. Not only were their strategies striking, but their group movements were commendable for mere students, likely due to their extensive experience in defensive battles. What was most surprising was how they endured, ignoring the overwhelming disparity even after gaining strategic superiority. I thought they would be subdued in no time, but this is unexpected. As he recalled the battlefield memories while watching the ongoing situation, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. A professor entered hastily, eyes wide with surprise, and reported. Professor Rockefeller? The students are at war in front of the fortress right now. I know. I'm watching it as we speak. As he interrupted, the professor asked hesitantly. Then, what should we do? Just leave them be for now. I want to see the outcome. This was a rare opportunity. He had already assessed the individual strengths of the students, but now he could observe their cooperation in a battle between factions. Most importantly, this wasn't a common sight. A slave rebellion? Huh? There had been several attempts in the history of Frostheart, but all ended in failure. The result would be the same this time. Rockefeller turned his back as he saw the remaining Burger Hall troops join forces with Emmerich. Russell. Just as he was picking up his documents and moving, a massive explosion shook the ground, accompanied by a faint earthquake. Rockefeller turned his head back, grinding his teeth. Amidst the gradually dissipating smoke, a glowing blonde head stood out. That guy is up to something outrageous again. Hercel had drawn his sword to fight Emmerich. Emmerich gulped. Clang? After just 3 exchanges of blows, he began to feel overwhelmed. The trajectory of his attacks is smooth. Whenever he deflected Hercel's strikes, the next move flowed in as if it were inevitable. It felt like swinging a sword at waves. No matter how much he cut, the water would keep coming. Emmerich decided to completely abandon the idea of deflecting or parrying. Ugh. Evading with minimal movement was ideal, but the swordsmanship of the man before him didn't allow that. Even if he took a defensive stance, his retreat was blocked 1 step ahead. Eventually, it forced him to roll on the snowy ground. Puff. How many moves ahead is he reading? Hercel's wooden sword, which should have been deflected, accurately cut through the air where Emmerich had just been. If he had tried to counter, he would have undoubtedly been struck. You dodged well. Emmerich looked up at Hercel, who was watching him leisurely, and broke into a cold sweat. With just 4 exchanges, his swordsmanship had been dismantled. Hercel probably thought so. Don't be mistaken. I've been observing you just as well. However, he couldn't deny that the fight should have ended with the last strike. Emmerich straightened his bent waist and asked, why didn't you use aura? If you had, the fight would have been over. If Hercel had increased his speed even slightly, he would have been hit before he could roll. A man who could wield such swordsmanship couldn't possibly be unable to use one of the applications of aura, rapid movement. As he voiced his curiosity, Hercel answered nonchalantly. You can't use aura right now, can you? I matched the conditions. Emmerich laughed bitterly. I must look pathetic. Fine, let's stop the probing. Sword ready, feet light. Emmerich adjusted his stance, not to gauge his opponent anymore, but to execute his most confident swordsmanship. Deep breath, then continuous strikes. Pop. The onslaught was as tight as a shield, leaving Hercel with no chance to counterattack. Tap. Even so, whenever Hercel broke through his defense and attacked, he would create distance to evade. Without giving himself any breathing space, Emmerich pushed his muscles to their limits. If I even take a breath, I'll lose. Emmerich poured all his strength into his sword, fighting in a state of no breath. Perhaps he overexerted himself. Damn. Unknowingly, the aura that had recovered seeped into his hand and sword out of habit. Realizing he had broken their agreement, he saw his sword already mid-swing. If it continued, he would end up breaking both the wooden sword and Hercel's neck. But then, Emmerich's eyes widened. Crack. The sheath, along with the sword, began to split. The sword inside seemed to break as a sharp sound echoed. Finally, the sheath shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, and the broken blade stuck into the dirt. Feeling the pain in his wrist, Emmerich released the sword handle he was gripping. He then trembled his fingers. With just one index finger, Hercel had destroyed the aura-clad sword with just his index finger while holding the wooden sword. Emmerich looked at Hercel, who was raising his index finger, and had to acknowledge it. One of the uses of aura, the defense technique to its extreme, indestructible. He has reached a transcendent level of indestructible. He couldn't win anything, neither in leadership, swordsmanship, nor aura mastery and application. Emmerich, feeling the disdainful gaze, slumped his shoulders. The fight is over. Will you accept our terms? I will. For some reason, he didn't feel bad. It was a refreshing defeat, and there was no shame in losing to an unfathomable master. Therefore, it could be considered a good experience. Thinking that his name might be included in the stories about this man in the future, Emmerich smiled with satisfaction. Just then, a window of the fortress burst open, and an old professor in pajamas shouted, "You bastards! What do you think you're doing in front of the fortress on a Sunday morning? Damn, time to run." It was terrifying when Emmerich used his aura. If I hadn't pulled off a great con, I would have probably bid farewell to the world with the second swing. But that was all in the past. I put aside thoughts of him for now. Sitting in my dorm room, I watched a black cat. The cat was devouring fish from a plate placed by the door. After finishing its meal, it disappeared in a puff of smoke. It seems to be eating more leisurely each day. Maybe it's getting used to it. But why do you take such care of that cat? There's a reason. I casually dismissed Donaton's question when there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Hercel Bentenist, you have a letter. It seemed like it came from the twins. Feeling bored, I happily opened the door. I grabbed the letter handed over by the professor and quickly closed the door. Because the residents of Schlaf Hall were lurking in the hallway. Oh, the door opened. Hercel, can I leave the gift here? Hey, what's this? Show your face. We came to thank you. Since the incident ended, they started treating me like a hero, spouting embarrassing compliments. Of course, I couldn't blame them. Schlaf Hall had undergone many changes. First, all the weapons confiscated by Burger Hall were distributed to the first years scheduled for dungeon practice. They also agreed never to call the Schlaf Hall students slaves again, instead using the term workers. The most significant change was this. Minimum wage. Future commissions would start from a basic rate. Depending on the task's difficulty, they would earn about 30% more money than before. However, not everything was positive. When we defeated the Burger Hall students, an incident occurred. Even if the leaders told us not to interfere, thinking we'd join you is a mistake. Schlaf Hall had a large number of Lethe members. Considering their position, it was unrealistic to expect their cooperation. They didn't participate in this battle. You rude bastard. Isn't it time to raise your voice? But, Senior, these guys are trying to get the benefits without doing anything. We should at least take a commission from them. That sounds good. Athera happily accepted my suggestion, and it was decided that from now on, half of the daily wages of Lethe members would go to public funds if they worked. They didn't intend to integrate into this place anyway, so it was better to at least take their money. That concluded the slave revolution. Now, let's read the letter. Seeing the name on the envelope, I felt a bit taken aback. I thought it was from the twins, but it was from AOL. Someone who had never sent a letter before. Carefully opening the envelope, I checked the contents. It was just one large, brief sentence. Make sure to serve her well when you meet. Meet who? And serve her well? I had no idea what it meant. Given that no names were mentioned, it seemed like someone I would recognize, so they didn't specify, but still. Did he send it to the wrong person? That seemed most likely. This was Frostheart, a place where even visits weren't allowed, an arena of human rights violations. Those who passed the third exam were free until Wednesday. With nothing to do, I decided to visit Nil's workshop for personal maintenance and was on my way back. As I walked through the fortress lobby to return to the dormitory, click-clack thud, I stopped in my tracks. In the middle of the lobby, a familiar woman stood, staring with wide eyes. She was so distracted she didn't notice me nearby. Lena was completely engrossed in something. It was the professors. Specifically, an old woman with a straight back despite her age among them. I chuckled, seeing Lena cautiously approach her. She must be wondering if this was a dream. The person who inspired her to become a knight was standing right there. Focusing my hearing, I heard Lena's strained voice. Sir Bellin. Do you remember me? I'm Lena from the Delevian family. I listened to their conversation as I walked. I knew it by heart since it was a crucial event that would significantly impact Lena. Bellin told Arvana. In The Loss of Felia, they probably did everything to make sure she wouldn't remember that memory from her childhood. Lena was a pretty little girl, famous within her territory even at 7. There are all kinds of perverts in the world, some even eyeing noble daughters with ill intent. Thus, kidnappings occurred regardless of status, and unfortunately, Lena was targeted. Terrified and clueless at that age, she was kidnapped by a human trafficking gang. But then, like a hero, the female knight Bellin appeared, rescued her, and they traveled together for 10 days until she was safely home. This adventure became a cherished memory that shaped Lena's life. However, memories are best left as memories. Who are you? Heek. You there, get me some more booze. She reeked of alcohol so much that it was noticeable from here. The professors next to Bellin were merely trying to support her, fearing she might collapse. The reason she was allowed to teach at Frostheart was ridiculous just because they provided her with unlimited alcohol. She had become a ruined idol, beyond saving. Sir Bellin. Lena seemed to sense something was off, looking visibly upset. Still, it was a trial she had to overcome, turning that despairing, drunk woman into her mentor. If she couldn't, she'd always remain a sidekick, never progressing beyond that. Heek. Oh, wait. I averted my gaze from the hiccuping Bellin, blending into a group of students passing by, trying to quietly slip away. But then, hey, you, not even a hello to your great-aunt. Bellin glared at me. To me, a great-aunt meant my grandfather's sister. Her name was Bellin told Arvana. Given the different surname, we were not related. I assumed it was just drunken rambling or she mistook me for someone she knew and kept walking. Just as I was about to cross the fortress gate, a hand landed on my shoulder. You rude brat. I turned around to see Bellin, so I politely smiled. The legendary female warrior who had fought alongside Sir Colot in her youth, Bellin told Arvana. Provoking her would be disastrous. It seems you've mistaken me due to overdrinking. Don't talk nonsense. I'd recognize your dirty face even if I were blind. What? Sunday morning. In his mansion's office, Colot asked with wide eyes as he sipped his tea. Bellin. AOL responded in a bitter tone. She should have arrived at Frostheart by now. I suppose the reason for her going there is obvious. It must be because of alcohol, right? Alcohol was always the problem with her. Despite her past glory, serving other families was easy for her, but she was always driven out for being drunk. This had happened so frequently that no family was willing to take her in anymore. Colot clicked his tongue in pity. It's sad to see the end of someone once called the Empress. In her youth, Bellin Tol Arvana was a wandering knight known as one of the best swordsmen. The news of her complete downfall wasn't pleasant for someone who had once admired her. Do you think my decision was too harsh, considering she's family? Colot shook his head at AOL's words. You already gave her a chance, even bending the rules of the family. You let her back into the mansion despite her having abandoned her family name. She had left because she was infatuated with a fallen noble, going against everyone's wishes. The head of the family at the time had stripped her of her status and completely disowned her. Even though they had become complete strangers, AOL had taken her back out of old affection. She had a sad story, but she was so consumed by alcohol that she couldn't function as a human being. It was like she was stuck in a swamp. She was taken back when the twins were 3 years old, an adult who was not good for their emotional development. There were reasons for driving her out. If you think about it, Bellin might be the reason why your eldest son went astray. He was in his rebellious phase then. That's not true. He showed signs even before she came. He would always try to sneak into my liquor cabinet. That's true. He had a mischievous streak from the start. A person is born the way they are. Colot and AOL nodded in agreement. Still, I have some hope. It's a miracle that he quit drinking. Maybe he'll have a good influence on her. Colot nodded vigorously at AOL's words. If you ask the people in the Northeast who the least likely person to quit drinking was, they'd probably shout Hercel in unison. Yet Hercel had quit drinking. Maybe he will come back a changed man. I've already sent a letter. Hopefully, he'll take good care of her. Don't worry. As you know, the eldest has changed a lot. AOL smiled broadly. That's true. I never thought I'd be so proud of him. Colot didn't interrupt AOL, who seemed lost in his proud thoughts about his son. He didn't want to spoil the mood for a father proudly admiring his child. AOL must not discover that Hercel had entered the Department of Magic. I learned that Arasil had heard something from the mistress and had been keeping it quiet after our conversation in the dining hall. Brother, why did you join the Department of Magic? I was so surprised when I found out. Why? Are you going to tell father? I wanted to, but mother sent me a letter. I wish she had sent it earlier. Although it was inevitable that he would find out someday, it would be better if that time wasn't soon. AOL, being an alumnus, had the authority to visit anytime. If he found out before then. Ugh. I imagined my head being crushed in AOL's grip. Given the circumstances, meeting someone related to AOL wasn't pleasant. Even if Bellin was nearly a wreck, there was a chance she might mention it to AOL. Of course, this was assuming she was indeed my great-aunt. She might have alcohol-induced dementia. It's best not to provoke her unnecessarily. Hercel, despite her age, she still has formidable aura flowing through her. Alright, let's test this. I smiled like a policeman dealing with a belligerent drunk. It seems you've mistaken me due to overdrinking. My surname is Tenest, not Arvana. Bellin stared at me incredulously. You insolent brat, now you're treating us like strangers just because I abandoned the family name. Abandoned the family name. Stop talking nonsense and get me some alcohol. I bet you've stashed away some expensive stuff. I made a foolish mistake. In this world, there's a tradition of taking the husband's surname upon marriage, so not being called Tenest wasn't unusual. This meant AOL's letter wasn't sent by mistake, and the person I was supposed to serve was Bellin. While I pondered what to do, Lena squinted her eyes behind me. I wanted to get out without interfering with the event. I was just joking. I'm busy, so I'll be going now. But Bellin didn't let go of my shoulder. Don't you understand what your great aunt is saying? Get me some good alcohol, now. I quit a year ago. She blinked at me in disbelief, then laughed. Yeah, right. The guy who died with a bottle in hand says he quit. I looked at her calmly and replied. I quit. You can do it too, for the sake of your health. Bellin's expression turned puzzled as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Are you serious? Yes. She sniffed me and widened her eyes in surprise. What? You really don't smell like alcohol? Am I dreaming? I guess the idea of me quitting alcohol was that far-fetched. You must have had too much drink today. Maybe I wouldn't have to worry about her for a while. She'd probably stay drunk for the time being, not in a state to write letters. With letters being the only way to contact AOL, she wouldn't be able to send any. Of course, she'd sober up and get back to her senses eventually, but that was a concern for later. I'd think about how to deal with her mouth then. For now, I began to leave. Well, I'll be going now. But she continued with her drunken behavior, not caring whether this was a dream or not. Perfect. I was feeling lonely without anyone I knew. Let's have a drink together, nephew. Lena, behind her, looked at me and Bellin back and forth. Her eyes soon turned sad, like a puppy that had lost its owner. I told you I quit. You brat. How dare you refuse alcohol from your elder? Yes. I answered honestly, and Bellin's hand flew to my back. Slap. Impact detected. Special trait activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. Of course, it didn't hurt. But Bellin clutched her wrist in pain. Ouch. The hand she was supposed to teach swordsmanship with was not broken, but this was her own doing. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly made my escape. Ow, my hand. How can someone's back be so hard? Bellin groaned in pain. While the professors were bewildered, Lena approached her with a concerned look. Miss Bellin, are you all right? Ouch, my joints aren't good either. By the way, why do you keep hovering around me? Heek. Bellin hiccuped and leaned on the professor. My head hurts. Take me to my room. Bring some bandages and some alcohol. Yes. Lena watched her leave, supported by the professors, with a blank look. She was shocked. This old woman was nothing like the hero who had wrapped her in a blanket on cold nights during their journey. More than anything, it was heartbreaking that she didn't remember her. Despite the disappointment, Lena smiled. Just as Bellin had rescued her back then, it was now her turn to help. But to do that, she needed to understand what had happened to her. Lena's gaze turned toward Schlaff Hall. A great aunt. If he was her relative, he might know what happened to Bellin. She had no choice but to ask him directly. What had turned Bellin into an alcoholic wreck? Suddenly, she remembered the sight of her cell walking away from the injured old woman without a second glance. He just left her? What a terrible person. I approached the wardrobe to get my coat. Hatherson's summons had come earlier than expected, contrary to my thoughts that it would take a few more days. I hurried with anticipation about what magic I would be selected for. Creak. Inside the shabby wardrobe, several clothes were missing. I had lost 2 outfits while testing the self-destruct magic and another during the actual battle. It seemed like a useful attack, but the tests revealed many problems. Besides the clothes tearing apart in the explosion, it was difficult to use in real combat. The time it took to draw the spell made it easy to be intercepted, and without a surprise attack, it could be neutralized quickly. If the 1 second invincibility went into cooldown from even a simple attack, it would be useless. The most critical drawback was that it took 3 hours to recharge after use. This meant it consumed all the mana and magic power in the body, requiring a long recharge time, and I wouldn't be able to use magic during that period. Essentially, it was impractical and had too many risks. I was lucky to defeat Emmerich. The positioning on the fortress and the surprise attack aligned perfectly, otherwise, I wouldn't have dared. Looks like I won't be using this much in the future. I needed a more practical offensive technique. I walked toward the fortress to learn it. As I exited Schlaff Hall, the front yard was bustling. Several men were hastily covering something large with a tent. It's her cell. SHH. They were busy avoiding my gaze. They did the same yesterday, so I ignored them, not wanting to get involved in their nonsense. They were probably up to something trivial as usual, but a woman with red hair blocked my path. Her cell. Lena spoke with a bit of anger in her voice. Quite different from her usual cold demeanor. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, I decided to ask directly. What's the matter? Miss Bellin injured her wrist. How could you just leave her, being family? I sighed inwardly. She's not an ordinary old woman. Even so, isn't it right to worry about her? And is it right for you to meddle in someone else's family affairs? I was already busy. I tried to walk past her, ignoring her again. but Lena stepped in front of me again. Thud. I almost bumped into her this time. A sigh escaped my lips. To be honest, wouldn't it be more unnatural for you if I took care of my great-aunt? That's true, but it was annoying that she agreed so quickly. Maybe I should tease her a bit. That's strange. You wouldn't think I'd change just because of a few words. So why come looking for me? Could it be? I trailed off and smirked. Are you regretting the broken engagement? Lena stepped back, contradicting her stern expression with a firm gesture. Oh, I see. You've been coming around too much. But sorry to disappoint you, as I said before, I don't see you as a woman. You better stop talking now. Despite her threatening tone, I smiled leisurely. If that's not it, then you have no business with me. Actually, I came more to ask you something than to scold you. She seemed to think I was an encyclopedia or something, always wanting to ask me questions. But this one was surprisingly commendable, making me almost exclaim in admiration. Tell me what happened to Miss Bellin. To take Bellin as her mentor, she had to change her heart. Gaining her recognition and opening her heart was the proper way. Nevertheless, Lena chose to seek clues directly from me instead of going the long way around. She probably thought a relative would know something. Why should I tell you? Lena bit her lip. Of course, if we quickly complete the quest of accepting Bellin as a mentor, it will accelerate Lena's growth, which is beneficial for me as well. However, knowing the likely outcome, I hesitated to respond. Are you suggesting we just leave Miss Bellin as she is? Do you think telling you would change anything? Comforting others is something that must be done with caution. Especially in Lena's case, since she has a bit of an awkward streak, there's a high chance she might make mistakes if she tries to do it clumsily. You won't know unless you try, Lena said sharply. I looked at her, scrutinizing her intentions, and replied, fine, let's say I told you. What do you think you'll do next? You'll probably approach great-aunt and awkwardly sympathize, saying such sad things happened. Then you'll keep repeating to cheer up. You won't realize that you're roughly tearing open painful memories. Lena's shoulders slightly flinched. I do have basic social awareness. That's a lie. At least look me in the eye when you say that. Everything has a process. If you truly want great-aunt to function properly as a person, don't give up and ponder on your own. Who knows? Maybe she'll open up to you directly. Still, I didn't want to give up on the rapid growth of a playable character. It's not much, but I'll give you some help. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Of course, I'll expect some compensation. Lena seemed intrigued, her eyes widening. Compensation. When the time comes, just fulfill one request from me. It's a very simple task. If Bellin stands up again, she might tell AOL about my admission to the magic department. To prevent this, having Lena's influence was the best option. By then, Bellin would consider Lena like a granddaughter and would easily comply with any request from her. In summary, I plan to ask Lena to ensure that the fact of my enrollment in the magic department remains a secret, even asking Bellin to keep it buried forever. However, Lena seemed very concerned about my request, her face showing clear distaste. A request? Surely, it's not something like, right. If a request comes from my mouth, she probably thinks it's something vulgar. But I can't reveal something that might become my weakness before receiving a definite answer. I needed to reveal a bit about myself to persuade her. Don't worry. I don't know about the past, but now I live with basic common sense. I won't make any strange requests. Since my reincarnation, I've lived a decent life. I haven't particularly harmed anyone, and the only murder I committed was of an assassin who tried to kill me. Moreover, I've done a lot of good deeds. When I smiled gently, Lena looked at me with wary eyes. I heard you hit a man on the day of the second test. I also heard that during the third test, you violently robbed coins from those you led and even dropped a third-year student off the wall. All this happened in less than a month. Well, there were valid reasons for that. I didn't want to associate with bad groups. In the case of Bidon, he provoked me first. As for the incident at the burger hall, I only fought back against their severe bullying. All those incidents were unintended. In the case of Lethe, it was a coin-snatching battle that was allowed. If they had been volunteers, I would never have touched them. Despite my fervent explanations, Lena's suspicion didn't seem to fade. It just sounds like a plausible excuse. Even if what you say is true, given your previous actions. Bring proof before making such accusations. Prove I did anything with malicious intent. Lena pointed her finger somewhere. Then what is that? When I slightly raised my head, I was momentarily speechless. Lena was pointing at a 5-meter-tall ice sculpture. A full-body sculpture that seemed to be modeled after my face. These bastards. No wonder there were so many ice sculptures piled up in the front yard on my way to the dormitory. So what? It's your face. It doesn't look anything like me. I was about to brazenly move past it when some clueless guys shouted loudly, ruining the timing. It's finally done. Hey, Hercel. Look at this. I was too shy to show you before, but this is the finished work? Doesn't it look just like you? When our eyes met, the senior guys waved and shouted loudly. Of course, we need such a symbol. Next, we should put a statue at Burger Hall too, since they lost to us. That's a great idea. If we take over Adele Hall as well, it'll be our third. Lena asked me with a trembling eye. Are you here to conquer the academy? Her gaze was mixed with contempt and disdain. As I said before, let's stop talking about this. The deal with Lena was concluded. There was a condition that if it was a strange request, she could cancel and ask for something else, but that was fine. You just have to make sure that my enrollment in the magic department doesn't get leaked to my father. I used the word cooperation to bind not only Belen but also Lena herself to keep this secret. And the help I was going to give was just some simple advice. From tomorrow, there will be classes hosted by my great-aunt. Start preparing for them. Can Miss Belen handle classes? She's here as an instructor, so she has to at least pretend. Though there's not much to expect. She'll likely just kill time initially. Belen had no enthusiasm for teaching. Moreover, she was so eccentric that students who applied based on her past reputation all ended up fleeing. Still, do everything she asks. For a while, she might just tell you to bring large ice chunks from the snowy mountains. Bring the largest ones you can carry. Prepare gloves and spiked shoes. And hide them well. With the right equipment, you can bring larger ice chunks. If Belen finds out, she might nitpick, but as long as you're not caught, it's fine. The quest's concept was to increase her favorability. The more profound the impression, the faster you achieve it. It's a win-win for me. The rapid growth of a playable character who would struggle to prevent destruction is something I must welcome. I can't believe it. How do you know about Miss Belen's classes? You will see tomorrow. That was the end of my conversation with Lena. And now, in the present. Arriving at the classroom, I stared intently at Hatherson, who was supposed to teach me. He seemed exhausted, with deep dark circles under his eyes and yawning repeatedly to the point of tears. He must have looked into it diligently, so I was curious. When I stared blankly, Hatherson pulled a grumpy face. I found it, but you might be disappointed. I narrowed my eyes and asked. Why? Because it's magic that can hardly be called magic. I had no idea what he was talking about. In the end, isn't magic just magic? Don't stall and explain it in detail. What I'm about to teach you is magic I learned before I joined the Watchers of the Shadows. Hatherson suddenly began recounting his past with nostalgic eyes. During my fiery youth, I went around conquering back alleys of cities and met a gang leader who claimed to be a magic swordsman. A magic swordsman is a class achievable only by those who develop a rare magical talent first through their sense of smell. It's also a class that's more dedicated to the sword than magic, making it even rarer. It's said that they can cut without using a sword. Defeating such a person, indeed, not just anyone can become an officer of the Watchers of the Shadows. I was scared, but a man lives and dies by his pride. I didn't back down and raised my staff. Then suddenly, the guy cut my hair without even drawing his sword. Hatherson pulled at his front hair with his index finger. He cut my hair like a fool, and I went crazy with anger. Moreover, the guy smugly asked, "How was that? Did you see?" So I pounded him with magic and punched him in the face. Suddenly, my interest waned. He must have been a con artist. Indeed, he was a con artist. But he was quite an intriguing one. He cut my hair without a sword or a spell. So I tortured him to find out. Hatherson placed a small glass vial in front of me. The contents looked like milky white liquid, like diluted milk. What is this? It's called liquid gold, worth hundreds of gold. Open it. When I brought it closer to my nose, there was no scent. In the slums, there's always smoke because of the drug addicts. He used this to cut my hair hidden in the smoke. If it's neither a sword nor a spell, then it means. Can this be controlled without a spell? Exactly. Hatherson drew something wavy on the blackboard. A body with 4 long legs and dotted lines inside it. A jellyfish. It's a human. Good heavens. After a brief cough, Hatherson insisted the jellyfish was a human. Ahem, look closely at the shapes inside the body. Listen carefully from now on. Hatherson's explanation was very basic. Just as a knight uses aura in their dantian, a magician uses mana in their brain to draw spells with intent. This was common knowledge. Though I found it odd, there was a reason for his basic explanation. After all, drawing a spell involves emitting mana imbued with your intent from your brain to your fingertips. Mana inside the body is like paint. A staff or your fingers are like the brush. In simple terms, he was saying to use liquid gold as the brush. So, if we take a martial arts example, it's like using aura to control a sword. Except here, you use mana imbued with intent instead of aura, and it's water you control, not a sword. Of course, there are steps to this. Hatherson pointed to the dotted lines, insisting it was the brain. When drawing a spell, mana from the brain is emitted through the fingertips, right? He then pointed to the jellyfish's tentacles and continued. Put liquid gold into your hand. It will infiltrate as soon as it touches. Then, you can control it with your intent. I hate the idea of putting this inside my body. How is this different from telekinesis? Why not just float it with magic? You know one thing but not the other. You're just like that con artist. Hatherson closed his mouth, seemingly urging me to ponder the application. Wait a minute, if it's water, can't it change shape at will? Can you make tools with this? Yes. You can shape it like clay into anything you want. It's incomparable to simply moving objects with telekinesis. Although it depends on your proficiency. Surprisingly, it's quite a useful weapon. How about it? Even if you're terrible at mana control, this will work. It moves as you wish, without any waste. That alone is impressive. But Hatherson surprised me even more. Moreover, you can draw spells. Liquid gold is a rare metal that resonates with mana. Draw spells with it? That means you can cast spells in midair, not just with a staff or hands. You could also launch surprise attacks. Do you have any more? Greedy kid. I told you it's rare. I squeezed out everything from my body, so it came from someone else's body. Ugh, look at your face. Even when given something good, you react like this. If you don't want it, don't take it. But it's a rare item. I carefully poured a single drop of liquid gold onto my right hand. If it were harmful, 1 second invincibility would nullify it. SSSS. The liquid gold, like mercury, seeped into my skin. Fortunately, no system window appeared. It seemed it wasn't harmful to the body. Gurgle. I emptied the vial, imagining a ball. A ping-pong ball-sized object floated in the air. Haytherson grinned as if he had given a child a toy. Do you like it? It's interesting. Moving the ping-pong ball in the air felt like controlling a drone. Try shaping it into something. All right. I recalled the drawing on the blackboard. Then a jellyfish floated in the air. Haytherson was impressed. You imagined a jellyfish, huh? No, it was your drawing. Lena passed through the entrance of the wall with an ice block the size of a single bed on her back. She was almost the last one to arrive. In the training ground, the students who had signed up for Belen's class were already there, busy glancing at Lena. Did she bring that here? Why didn't she break it up and put it in a bag like we did? Lena placed the ice block on the ground and panted heavily. Just as she was starting to catch her breath, Belen appeared with 2 professors. She was holding a bottle of alcohol in her hand. Get ready. At Belen's brief command, the professors waved their wands, placing large metal basins in front of each student. The metal basins sizzled as soon as they touched the ground, as if they had been heated by fire. A student, wide-eyed with surprise, asked, "What is this?" "Put the ice you brought into these." "Ice?" Belen didn't bother to answer, simply taking another swig from her bottle. The students, still bewildered, placed the ice they had brought into the basins. Steam rose quickly as the ice melted. SSSSSS. Hiccup. Ugh. Belen walked past the orderly rows of basins on the training ground, casting a glance at each one. Failed. You too. The students pointed out by Belen protested indignantly. What? Why? Why is that? The basins aren't filled with water. The basins of the students she had pointed at were only about half full. But then you should have set a standard from the start. I'm sure I said to bring as much as the basin could hold. How were we supposed to know you meant these basins? A basin is a container, too. Why are you arguing so much? Ignoring the questions, Belen continued to expel students. You're out, too. Don't think I didn't notice you adding more ice just now. You can leave as well. Students grumbled at the harsh disqualifications. What kind of class is this? Seriously. I thought I'd learn something from a famous knight, but all she's doing is making us do weird tasks. Students gradually left. Belen stopped in front of one basin. SSSSSS. There was still ice melting, with water already overflowing onto the ground. As the steam cleared, Lena's face emerged. You brought an absurdly large piece of ice, Belen said curtly, narrowing her eyes. After inspecting all the basins, Belen looked around at the remaining students, who were now less than half of the original number. The water quality is poor. Bring cleaner ice tomorrow. The students grumbled in unison. Tomorrow as well. Is there any point in bringing ice? What should we do with the ice we worked so hard to get? Belen laughed. The water you brought was meant to make alcohol. But the quality is bad. Do whatever you want with it, dump it, or whatever. Alcohol. Only then did the students realize that Belen's actions were a form of harassment disguised as a class. Damn it, we wasted our time. I'm done with this. Another half of the students left voluntarily this time. Watching the departing students, Belen finished her bottle with a satisfied look. Then, seeing the few remaining students, she turned her back. Lena was still dumbfounded. Bringing a large piece of ice was the correct answer, as he had said. Just so you know, don't feel guilty. It's not a competition to trample on others. It's about having the qualities to complete that difficult task. The reliability of that statement was reinforced by the attitude of the professors supporting Belen's so-called class. The academy must have had a good reason to accept it. Lena stood firmly in the training ground, looking towards the Schlaf Hall. How does he know? He seemed a bit different. Maybe he was more attentive than she thought. Lena soon shook her head. That's too much speculation. It's more likely that he overheard something due to their family connection. Still, she couldn't deny the impression he left. Haytherson was being led down the corridor by an old professor. He stopped to look at the scenery outside the window. He saw Hercel receiving fish from a young maid. Something. Just checking out what's outside. His gaze remained fixed on the window. The old professor spoke in a puzzled voice. But I don't understand. Why? Liquid gold was your prized weapon, wasn't it? You scoured the world to gather it. Why did you give it to a student? Only then did Haytherson take his eyes off the window and look at the old professor. So what? It's mine to give, and I'm about to die anyway. The old professor lowered his voice. Did you know? From the moment I set foot here, specifically after seeing that bastard's face, Haytherson had realized Frostheart was a death trap upon seeing the curly-haired, black-haired man. The old professor muttered softly. You saw Rockefeller. Rockefeller possessed magic that could probe people's memories. Although they had set up a security barrier to prevent this, it was only a matter of time. The barrier would eventually be breached, and once the barrier was removed, they would discover how to extract memories. This is too cruel. Dying at the hands of a traitor is not enough. Calling him a traitor is a bit much. At the time, Rockefeller was a soldier. He was just doing his duty. Haytherson tapped his head and asked, So how long will it take? A month. Once again, his gaze turned to the window. Haytherson looked at Hercel and smiled. Idiots. They can search forever. Liquid gold had another secret: it could store memories, not just resonate with mana. The memory of inventory magic had already been transferred with liquid gold. He had used dark magic to store the memory in liquid gold in case of emergencies. Ugh, I haven't slept well lately. I'm so tired. I keep yawning. It had only taken time because he was carefully progressing with a tiny amount of mana due to the hexagonal curse. Your nose is bleeding. Wipe it. Thanks, old man. If Hercel drew the set code with liquid gold, the memory would be reproduced in that golden-haired head. Of course, Hatherson had no intention of giving him the key. He was merely a means to hide the secret magic, nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Rockefeller calmly reported, Hatherson's case will be resolved in about a month. Interpreting the complex security spells on his head was only a matter of time. Extracting his brain would be the only option, but the crucial part was the memory of inventory magic. The life of a condemned man was worthless. Good to hear we're making progress. His Majesty will be very pleased. Arkandric smiled in satisfaction. Rockefeller internally sighed in relief. He had expected to be chastised about why that guy was still in the magic department, but recently, things had been quiet. By the way, did you notice any promising students among those who entered the dungeon practice? Yes. There is an outstanding talent. Oh, you rarely give praise. Explain in detail. Rix Don Orine. He has exceptional leadership skills. He even managed to foster unity, preventing a coin-snatching battle. The core members he leads are also not just suitable for Schlaf. Arkandric's face beamed with joy. A hidden gem, huh? This year has been exceptional. Indeed, this year had been exceptional. There were twice as many talented students as usual, with 8 particularly outstanding ones. One student from Adele Hall is already aiming for a position in the top 10. Ryamancel Rebetura from Adele Hall. A first year who could already infuse aura into his sword. He might make it to the top 10 before the end of his first year. I have high expectations. We need to push that kid harder. The one Arkandric personally mentored was none other than the mentioned individual. And how is Luan Albanus? He's growing well. He's a student I personally chose. I'm excited about the prospect of our academy having a magic swordsman. Recently, Arkandric had been heavily focused on Luan. He had awakened his sense of smell, the highest form of magical talent, without any training. It was understandable. Moreover, he was a rare talent who had chosen the path of the sword, not magic. His value was extremely high. However, there were many concerns. I'm not sure. You know what kind of person he is. Before recommending his admission to the Banas family, they had thoroughly investigated him. From his childhood, there were only bad stories, making a strong impression. A twisted person who turned his stepmother and half-siblings into that state and meticulously left no evidence. When Rockefeller first met him, he was convinced. He's a monster with intelligence. Such a gaze had been seen countless times on the battlefield. A person who wielded the sword purely for pleasure, not driven by a sense of duty. With his qualifications as a magic swordsman and learning swordsmanship from the old master of the Frost Heart, the outcome was clear. After a long silence, Arkandric spoke. I understand your concern, but this is a place of learning. We will do our best to correct his nature before graduation. Rockefeller could say no more. For Arkandric, he was an invaluable talent worth taking the risk for. I won't object to your decision. I'll take my leave now. As he was about to leave, having finished his report, Arkandric called out. By the way, what's going on with Hercel Ben Tenist? Here it comes. That. Relax, relax. Just speak comfortably. I'm not going to berate you about that anymore. Excuse me. Rockefeller couldn't believe his ears. The man who always pressured him as if he were about to devour him was now calm. Actually, thanks to that kid, something great happened. Arkandric took out a letter from the drawer. Do you know what this is? It's a letter from the mistress of the Tenist family. Rockefeller's eyes widened as he read the letter. It was about the admission of Mercel. Although there was an absurd condition to send him home once a month, his innate talent made it worth considering. The Tenist family was one of the Empire's pillars, and the head of the family was a graduate of Frost Heart, ensuring security concerns would be addressed. Rockefeller understood Arkandric's reaction. That mischievous little kid wants to come here to see his brother. How could I hate him? The #1 recruit prospect sought after by other academies was coming voluntarily. Despite his young age, he was offered incredible benefits, with rumors of a strategic marriage by the royal family. With such a blessing, other principals would be envious and jealous. As disappointing as it is, Mercel is good enough. Let's set aside the matter of Hercel. But this is not acceptable. I plan to transfer Hercel Ben Tenist to the Knight Department. Although he held a grudge, it was a rational decision. Why? Because he has the qualities to excel as a knight. No, he has already reached an extreme level. I've witnessed it several times with my own eyes. He might have even approached AOL's level. If so, he was already at the peak, merely a step or two away from becoming the strongest. Letting him stray into magic would be an unacceptable regression for an educator. That would be a retreat. He couldn't let such talent live as an unknown magician. Moreover, I don't recognize him as a magician. Rockefeller finished speaking and cleared his throat, feeling embarrassed by his outburst. Fortunately, the principal seemed pleased and smiled. Do you understand why I can't give up on Luan? Rockefeller realized. Arkandric had planned this all along, mentioning Luan before bringing out the letter. He was a cunning old man. All right. If that's what you want, do it. But how will you do it? I heard rumors that he might go to Adele Hall. Remember, keep it within the regulations. Rockefeller calmly answered Arkandrik's question. I plan to pull a stunt during the midterms in a month. I'll make sure he realizes that transferring to the night department is the only way. Is it already time for the freshmen to go to the dungeon? Time sure flies. Arkandrik's low muttering made Rockefeller smile slightly. Her cell-bentenist was sure to get the worst score in the upcoming dungeon test. By the way, Rockefeller, what's with that sculpture over there? The principal pointed out the window. Turning his head, Rockefeller frowned. There were unfamiliar ice sculptures erected next to the statue of the founder in front of the fortress. One of them looked like Hercel, daring to put his hand on the founder's shoulder, while another seemed to depict Emmerich, crushed underfoot. How dare they place such things in plain sight where professors can see them? And from the principal's office, no less? This makes me doubt your capabilities as an educator. I'll remove them immediately. This was a major incident. However, it was already too late. Arkandrik frowned and unleashed a tirade of complaints. In my younger days, Arkandrik's grumbling stabbed at Rockefeller's ears incessantly. This is an issue of educational authority. With this kind of behavior, will students respect their professors? It seems you've forgotten the basics of being an educator. It felt like his mind was going blank. It would probably end around sunset since he had just started. This is all because of Hercel Bentenist. That damned kid. It felt like he was going to have a nervous breakdown again. Are you listening properly? Yes, sir. Rockefeller wanted to kill Hercel. He probably would feel this way for the rest of his life. The lobby of Schlaff Hall was noisy as usual. Wow, you really went through a lot. How did none of you die, right? Normally, at least 5 people don't come back. The seniors were holding a celebration for the freshmen who had returned alive from the dungeon practice. It was an unusual event, but it seemed the recent slave revolution and newfound unity had fostered a sense of camaraderie. However, there was no food, and the drinks were all water. It's all thanks to Rix. When the sentinels appeared, I thought we were goners, but we managed to take them down by working together. A female student spoke, and a nearby male student approached sheepishly. Well, it was pretty impressive. Judging by the glares from the Lethe group, he seemed to be one of their members. Most of them had taken the 3rd test, but a few hadn't even made it that far. Don't talk to them, come here. When they gave him a look, the man left the girl reluctantly. She also looked disappointed. It seemed they had grown close during the dungeon practice. Instead of studying, they're destined to stay in Schlaff Hall. Tisk tisk. Clicking my tongue at their pitiful behavior, Limberton began spouting nonsense. Melfin is out of reach. What? I don't mess with women who are already taken. That's my rule. Limberton's expression was as if he had just been dumped by a lover. Anyone would think you were dating her. Ugh. Poor guy, he's just jealous. Limberton's shoulders shook. Considering his earnest efforts last time, I decided to offer some friendly advice. He came to the academy just to get a girlfriend, so it's kind of sad. Limberton. What? Maybe you're trying too hard. Try thinking of women as prey. Stay still and 1 or 2 might approach you. Limberton pondered deeply and murmured. That sounds good. Maybe I need to change my approach. If a guy who always hits on girls suddenly shuts up, it might make them curious. Simpleton. At least it would be quieter now. While Aslay, who had been listening, yawned, the main players of the dungeon practice showed up. Rix and his group appeared, their hair still wet from a recent shower. The seniors seemed to like them and approached them eagerly. I know it's a bit late, but I'm sorry about before. Ah, he was the guy who hid on the stairs during the defense. Rix had asked for his help, but he had coldly refused. Rix remembered him and responded. It's all in the past. Ironically, thanks to that, I made a good friend. Rix looked at me in an unsettling way. Come to think of it, he was one of the reasons I almost ended up in a terrible situation with Bidon. Instinctively, I felt I should keep my distance. You guys are really strong. Challenging Senior Macdal like that, it seems it really had an effect. We still have a long way to go. The spotlight was on them. Curiously, Gravel Clave wasn't getting much attention. Anyway, since I was here for the celebration, I decided it was time to leave. At that moment, someone tapped a glass with a spoon. It was Athera. Attention. Macdal has something to say to you all, so let's give him some space. Macdal awkwardly scratched his head and stood in the center. Well, I'm not sure how to say this, but I'm sorry. He looked at the ceiling, then bowed his head. Being isolated made me realize how hated I was. It made me think a lot, and I've reflected on my actions. I'm not asking for forgiveness, but I felt it was right to apologize. He tried to sound calm, but his voice wavered a bit. Maybe because of his recent positive image, Rix helped him stand up. It's all in the past. I'm sure everyone has already forgiven you. Speaking formally makes me uncomfortable. I apologize for my previous rudeness, Macdal. And thank you. I learned a lot from your guidance. This unexpected scene made me shake my head. I guess I can really leave now. Oh, and since we didn't properly celebrate our victory due to the dungeon practice, how about we do that now, Athera? Good idea. All right, let's gather all the contributors. As I tried to ignore it and leave, people started blocking my path. Where do you think you're going? You can't leave, man. In the end, I was pushed to the center of the lobby by their insistence. Next to me were Limberton, Aslay, and Macdal. Athera looked at Rix. You guys should come too. No, it's fine. We've already received enough attention. Rix's group exchanged glances and smiled, nodding. If you say so. Athera pointed at Limberton. This short guy played a big role, didn't he? He hit targets from a distance with arrows, and every time the enemies fell, I was amazed. People started murmuring in agreement. True. I thought he was just an idiot, but he's got some skills. Combining arrows with magic, who knew it would work like that? Even the women were interested. Limberton seemed to be holding back a grin, taking my earlier advice to heart. A sleigh needs no introduction. Who would have thought he could single-handedly block their reinforcements in front of that thick iron door? People cheered loudly. A sleigh raised his fist and shouted in a booming voice. "Ale-ho." People echoed. "Ale-ho, ale-ho." Some listeners looked puzzled. What does that mean? Ale? Ale-ho. Haven't you heard? It's the language of a sleigh's hometown. It means blessings. Oh, that's nice. Apparently, a sleigh's popularity had grown significantly. Indeed, his exotic appeal had drawn the attention of many, regardless of gender. Then next is Macdal. No need, Athera. It feels awkward to speak right after an apology. Really? Then lastly, Athera pointed at me. I prayed it would end quickly, but this damned woman started spewing unnecessary words. Herself has done a lot for Schlaff Hall. You all know he joined us even after passing the third test. Athera added more unnecessary explanations. Honestly, he could have gone to Adele Hall right away, so why did he come here? Encouraging responses, many people chimed in. To check out the bottom, of course. Yeah, he cleaned up the troublemakers and even declared war on the Burger Hall guys, didn't he? Hey, Hercel. You're staying with us, right? Pleased with the response, Athera smirked. I whispered in her ear. Senior, if you think I'm someone who gets swayed by mere atmosphere, you're mistaken. What? While Athera was dumbfounded, I shouted to the Schlaff Hall residents with noble flame of blood blazing in my eyes. Let me make it clear. I'm going to Adele Hall, you worms. These people were nothing but passing acquaintances. Cutting ties with these maggots was the way to secure my future. Still, out of some affection, I might use them for menial tasks if I went to Adele Hall. Why the long faces? Follow if you want. Of course, they couldn't follow. Smirking, I presented an unreachable goal. But their reaction was strange. Indeed, Hercel, are you planning to conquer Adele Hall too? He's serious? Things were going wrong. I hurriedly tried to finish my sentence. Of course, you can't. Hercel is sincere. Rix cut me off loudly. The prevalent culture of discrimination in this academy. We understand differences in rewards based on dormitories, but actions of disdain and contempt should never be taken lightly. That's why we need to clearly convey our message to those at the top of Adele Hall. Right, Hercel? This crazy bastard. Even if you maggots were to die and come back to life. Of course, as Hercel said, it wouldn't be enough even if we died and came back. The harsh reality is that only those with power are heard. To convey our message, we must strive to strengthen ourselves with all our might. Rix's fabricated speech received applause from the crowd. I felt my mind go numb at the disaster unfolding before me. What is happening? Intentional or not, Hercel, you've achieved a lot. In their eyes, you're a hero. In this atmosphere, even if you curse them, they'll cheer. But still, does this make any sense? When people form a crowd, their intelligence diminishes. Nothing is scarier than mob mentality led by a foolish leader. At Donaton's words, I shook my head. No, these guys have no intelligence left to diminish. Resolutely, I decided to escape this madhouse as soon as possible. On a terrace, a man leaned against the railing, listening to a woman's voice. Recently, the slaves of Schlaff Hall have been shouting about overthrowing Adele Hall. Really? The dungeon practice will start soon, and I'm worried. This year's freshmen are said to be capable, and there's Hercel, a wild card. We might get stained with a blemish. Adele Hall always took the top spots in the tests. It had always been so, a tradition tied to their pride. Getting lower scores than the Burger Hall or Schlaff Hall would be a lifelong disgrace. We need to raise awareness. The man, who had been merely listening, stood up from the railing and spoke to the woman. Gather all the freshmen in the lobby. Bernthal, the representative of Adele Hall, one of the top 10, began to move. Under the leadership of their seniors, the first-year students of Adele Hall were subjected to additional nightly training sessions. They ran laps around the training ground, engaged in strength exercises, practiced swordsmanship, and trained in magic. Already overwhelmed by their regular classes, the first-year students found the continuous training sessions to be torturous. Huff huff, I'm so thirsty. Ugh, I almost threw up what I swallowed. I'm going crazy. I even had after-school classes today. They had no choice but to endure it. Although it was said to be voluntary, who could refuse when the representative of Adele Hall was watching them with sharp eyes? Don't blame me too much. It's not like I enjoy torturing people. They couldn't argue with him, as he too participated in the training, setting an example. He did this while wearing what looked like heavy iron armor. The moon is already up. Let's call it a day. Bernthal, the representative of Adele Hall, sheathed his sword and gathered the students. Despite his friendly demeanor, his imposing presence made some students gulp nervously. As I mentioned before, you'll soon be taking the dungeon practice test. Some of you may have heard from your seniors that it's far more dangerous than the third test. But since you're from Adele Hall, I'm not too worried. I wasn't planning on this training, but... Bernthal lowered the smile that had been on his lips. Recently, the Schlaff Hall guys defeated the Burger Hall. Now they're baring their teeth at us. I've heard there's a first year who even took down Emmerich. The first year students of Adele Hall, who lived with the goal of joining the top 10, had a vague idea of who Emmerich was. It was rumored among the seniors that it was only a matter of time before he took one of the top 10 positions. We can't afford to get lower scores than those Schlaf Hall guys. Especially as your representative, I won't allow that guy to take the top spot in the dungeon practice. The top scores must always go to Adele Hall. It's tradition. Actually, losing a few other ranks to other dormitories wouldn't matter much. In the first semester of the first year, sometimes students from Schlaf Hall would shine. However, Adele Hall had never lost the top spot in any test throughout history. If such a mishap occurred, it would not only be a disgrace to the graduates but also to the future students. That's all I have to say. Of course, training continues tomorrow. It's tough, but endure it for a month. If you must hold a grudge, blame those who caused this situation. After Bernthal left, Scylla collapsed onto the training ground. I feel like I'm dying. Lena, who was next to her, wiped her sweat with a handkerchief. Aren't you tired? You've been climbing the mountain every day to fetch ice. It doesn't even seem like a proper class. If it were me, I'd have given up. It's fine, Scylla. This kind of training is something I do every night. Scylla pouted at Lena's refreshed expression. Take it easy. Watching you work so hard makes me tired. As Scylla looked up at Lena, she noticed a tall man descending the stairs. Hey, your husband is walking by. That joke doesn't work on me. Despite her words, Lena's head turned slightly. Seeing her expression turn cold, Scylla smirked. This time I'm right, aren't I? I've told you many times, Hercel and I are not like that. Really? Then why do you keep looking at him? Scylla continued to watch Hercel. Sure enough, he was standing in place, just staring blankly. Then she saw a small man following him down the stairs. What? Scylla squinted at the flashy fashion and goofy hairstyle in the distance. It's too far to see clearly, but could it be? What do you mean? Lena blinked in curiosity. Scylla stood up and closely observed the two men. The man next to Hercel was indeed who she thought. Scylla smiled wickedly and asked Lena, did Limberton Bell Delcy, that duck, enroll here? Your language is too coarse. Okay, how about this? Did the Empire's biggest idiot enroll here? This seemed much milder. Lena, finding it acceptable, nodded. Yes. Didn't you know? He's always with Hercel. Why would I notice? There was a joint class, but maybe you didn't see him because he's so short. In fact, he was almost the same height as Scylla, making him short for a man. Hasn't he grown at all over the years? Still as pathetic as ever. Scylla erased the smile from her lips. If he was with Hercel, then he was definitely in Schlaf Hall. Thanks to the Schlaf guys, she had to endure this month of hardship. He was perfect to vent her stress on. Great. Time to beat him up a bit. Scylla cracked her neck audibly. Despite that, her eyes fixed on her target like a predator. Sensing something wrong, Lena asked with concern. Scylla, are you okay? Huh? What? Your expression, never mind. Lena swallowed her words. Although it was brief, Scylla's expression had been as fierce as a lion's. Today's after-school class ended late. I paused in the middle of the stairs, feeling bemused by Limberton's presence, and stopped halfway down. The first-year students of Adele Hall were collapsed on the training ground. It looked like they were doing some special training. Did this ever happen? No, I didn't recall it. Training late into the night a month before the dungeon practice was unprecedented. I shook my head, dismissing my worry. Then I remembered I was descending the stairs and spoke to Limberton. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. Limberton. Why had he stopped without a word? I turned to look at him. His face was pale, and he was trembling as if in fear. What's wrong? Nothing. Just checking out how the Adele Hall girls look. Really? Curious, I followed his gaze. It was too far to see clearly, but I noticed a striking red-haired girl. That must be Lena, and the short girl next to her. Light purple hair. They were always together, so it must be her. Scylla and Lionheart. Lionheart, symbolized by a lion. A renowned family known for their charging sword techniques. Scylla, the eldest daughter, was a playable character and Limberton's nemesis. Let's go, Hercel. It's getting late. Limberton hastily descended the stairs. I sighed, looking at his head. Their meeting was inevitable. Playable characters often faced trials from interactions, and if Limberton didn't want to be written off in the narrative, he had to go through this. It was because of Limberton's blessing. Blessing of the Wind Hermit. Don't ask about me. I am nothing. The mysterious god who didn't even reveal their name had hidden powers that only appeared under specific conditions. Each playable character had different ways to unlock these powers, and for Limberton, the key was personal growth. The first step was Scylla. To gauge his readiness, I asked him, Limberton, want me to introduce you to a girl? This time, seriously. Really? Sure. How about the girl next to Lena? If you play your cards right, I can introduce you. As expected, Limberton quickly turned around and refused. No thanks. I suddenly feel tired. I just want to go rest. Really? The guy who's obsessed with girls is refusing? That's strange. I spoke with a teasing tone, trying to provoke him a bit. Do you know her? As expected, it was still too much for him. I didn't want to dig up painful memories. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I started down the stairs, thinking he would handle it when the time was right. But then Limberton, who had been silent, mumbled. Well, I guess I can tell you. This was surprising. Even though we had gotten closer recently, I was still someone who had given him bad memories. Limberton sighed deeply and continued. I was 10 years old. There was an event at the court ballroom. You know how noble children have separate gatherings? I attended one. I knew all about this. Still, I pretended to hear it for the first time because he was speaking seriously. I was just a boy then. It was scary to talk to girls, but there was one I wanted to talk to. So, I mustered up the courage. But, all I did was that. Limberton spoke, almost on the verge of tears. She suddenly poured stew on my head. All I did was talk to her. This was a distortion of his memory. In Scylla's recollection, a 10-year-old boy approached her with a nauseating comment, so she rightfully punished him. If Limberton hadn't been 10, the police would have been involved. My clothes were soaked. I was worried about explaining it to my mom. Then she brought a pillow, tore it open, and covered me with duck feathers. That's how I got the nickname Duck Pigeon Limberton. Kids laughed at me, pointed fingers, and even cursed like commoners. Limberton choked up, struggling to continue. Sure, it was too much for a 10-year-old to handle. After all, the court ballroom was a dream and a debut stage for young nobles. Getting labeled as a fool in front of peers and showing up to parents covered in feathers was too much. That's harsh. The feathers were too much. Duck feathers. Duck, chicken, same thing. A chicken means coward. Ducks are better, right? At least, seeing him talk so calmly, it didn't seem bad for him to face Scylla now. A lot of time had passed, and his confidence had been on the rise recently. Even though it was limited to Schlaf Hall, his popularity had increased a bit. By the way, Hercel, can I ask you something I've been meaning to ask? Sure, go ahead. As we reached the dormitory, Limberton looked up. Why do you hang out with me? That's a broad question. Well, you and I are from different worlds, right? Different families, and I hate to admit it, but... Limberton traced his face with his hand. I found it amusing and chuckled. Ha, you're really curious about that. Don't stall, just tell me. Well, I think I already told you the reason. It was probably during the monster defense battle. I had been berating him back then, so it passed lightly. Limberton, I think you're a cool guy. You may look pathetic sometimes, but you always do what needs to be done when it counts. Oh, what a compliment. But whenever you talk about girls, it's a total turn-off. Humph. It ended with a rebuke, but it was sincere. I don't remember. What did you say? I don't like repeating myself. But if I had to add something. I paused and looked at Limberton. I respect your determination to pursue girls even after what you went through. Talking to him just now made me think that maybe he was trying to overcome his trauma with girls by continuing to approach them. Or maybe not. See? My path is right. No, it's wrong. Keep thinking of girls as dragonflies. If you move too much, they fly away. TCH. I guess he's just naturally like this. To be continued. After the after-school supplementary class ended, Limberton headed towards the Schlaf Hall with arrows slung over his back. He couldn't hide his excitement, and his steps were light. That instructor, their skills are no joke. The fatal flaw of the bow, aura. The bow cannot penetrate or contain aura. However, the chubby instructor said it was possible. It's possible, albeit briefly. Normally, the aura dissipates when it leaves the body. But, it lingers for a very short moment. Aura is like the flame of a wick. It extinguishes when it separates from the wick, but there's a moment when the flame lingers in the air. Of course, the time the aura lingers is extremely short, so you need to shoot the arrow quickly. You also need incredible strength because you have to use a bow with extremely high string tension. Additionally, the range is shorter. The conditions are demanding, and the advantage of the bow's long-range effectiveness is halved. But, there was a significant advantage to this. You can pierce even knights enveloped in aura in close combat. Of course, this requires reaching a high level of skill. This single fact cleared up any doubts about whether wielding a bow was the right choice. I have so much to do. I need to exercise my arms and learn advanced aura manipulation. Limberton ran with joy, eager to share this information with Hercel. I wonder what reaction I'll get. If I tell him that the bow he recommended was actually the right choice. That kid. He must not have known and kept pushing me to use the bow. Wouldn't he be surprised to know it actually worked out? As he rounded a corner, his footfalls echoing, a woman with light purple hair suddenly appeared. She greeted him with a nasal voice. Hi there, Limberton. Limberton's eyes widened in shock. Yikes. Scylla. I've been waiting. I needed to see you because of your Schlaf Hall friends. Scylla grabbed him by the collar with tremendous strength. Limberton couldn't resist and was dragged to a secluded place, his feet barely touching the ground. At that moment, the bow strapped to his back fell. Thud. A minute later, someone reached out to pick up the bow left on the ground. Hercel looked in the direction Limberton had disappeared and smirked. Are you going to help Limberton? Isn't it obvious? The opponent is a woman though. Doesn't matter. A nasty girl needs to be taught a lesson. See that mountaintop? This time, try bringing ice from there. It looks almost like glass. This was said because I thought it would be enough to bring Belle in proper ice. The dungeon has a unique water taste. Because of this, adventurers often seek out pubs near the dungeon for its unique acidity in distilled or fermented drinks. If you bring that, she'll nod approvingly saying it's good enough for making fermented drinks. Bellin not only bought drinks but also made her own, having learned various brewing methods as a wandering knight. Now, her skills were at a master level, and her standards were very strict. Okay. Lena nodded with a skeptical look. She had asked several times how I knew these things. Each time, I had remained silent, and she seemed to have accepted that questioning me was pointless. But, I wonder if it's okay to know these things alone. Again with that. She was unnecessarily honest. I smiled gently for her sake. Do you want to back out now? Fine. Because of your inaction, my great-aunt will continue living as a recluse for the rest of her life. Lena flinched. I drove the point home. Because of your worthless conscience. Tisk tisk, you look just like someone holding a hostage and making threats. Threats? It's called motivation. Lena reluctantly furrowed her brows and nodded. I turned my back, having accomplished my goal. But then I heard some bad news. By the way, is Limberton okay? Why? Well, Lena explained that Scylla's gaze towards Limberton was unusually suspicious. I don't know what their relationship is, but it didn't seem good. Recently, the Adele Hall folks have had bad feelings towards the Schlaff Hall people. After the Schlaff Hall people recently defeated Emmerich from the Burger Hall, the Adele Hall folks seemed to resent them. To prepare for the upcoming dungeon practice, they had been training every night, which was not a trivial matter. Scylla and Lionheart. Blessing. Tyrant Abel's blessing of subjugation. Equals bow your head. If you don't want your neck cut by the wielded sword, receive 1.2 times the stats when facing the weak. Strength slightly increases upon subjugating an opponent. Receive double the attack power when striking the neck. Traits. Fierce charge. Savage strike. Like Delurger, who became lazy due to a blessing, Tyrant Abel's blessing of subjugation tended to make one's personality more hot-tempered. Especially towards the weak, if they gave a reason to get angry, the latent sadism would awaken. Normally, this trait would shine in large-scale battles, but not now. If Limberton, who had decided to train seriously, were to be ruined, it would be a significant loss of strength, especially with the dungeon practice a month away. Thanks for the info. I spoke briefly and then ran to find Limberton's usual route. I found the bow on the ground while running along the sidewalk and soon saw Limberton being dragged away in the distance. Doesn't it bring back memories? We often met in similar places. In a secluded backyard, Limberton stood frozen, staring at Scylla. Scylla approached and compared their heights by placing her hand on his head. Wow, I'm still taller. Your growth plates must be as stupid as you are. Scylla boasted about a mere 1 centimeter difference. Limberton barely managed to calm his trembling insides. The incident at the court ball was long past, but Scylla's voice, tinged with a sneer, brought another vivid memory to life. Remember? During the summer camp at our house, you were always crying pathetically. The swordsmanship lessons hosted by the Lionheart family were attended by nearby families who couldn't afford excellent swordsmanship instructors. Of course, he didn't want to go, but his father, unaware that the humiliation at the ball was Scylla's fault, forced him to attend. All that awaited me were the expected pranks and torments. Yet, Limberton summoned his courage and looked into Scylla's eyes, thanks to Hersel's words that came to mind. He remembered Hersel's words when he was scared, seeing a woman dragging a corpse at the corridor's entrance. Now you know, Limberton. Which side are you on? Will you continue complaining and stay passive, neither here nor there? He came here to change and to make a girlfriend. If he remained pathetic, he would live and die alone. Limberton forced a smile and spoke. I cried. When you get snow in your eyes, of course, you cry. As soon as he finished speaking, Scylla's foot swept his ankle. He lost his balance and fell. Thud. Scylla glared down at Limberton with a vein throbbing on her forehead. Who gave you permission to talk? Limberton smirked. Though Scylla wasn't very feminine, she was biologically a woman. He relaxed and spoke tauntingly. Wearing a skirt instead of pants would have been nice. This is a great angle to see your underwear. Have you gone mad since I last saw you? I guess I need to re-educate that rotten head of yours. In heat? Well, this is awkward. I wasn't being sincere. Even if I was, it's hard to see you as a woman now. That seemed to snap something in Scylla's head. You know, Limberton, here, even if I beat you half to death, the professors won't care. I'm from Adele Hall, and you're just a bug. Because of you guys, I had to suffer for a month. But I'm kind-hearted enough to only punish you. Isn't that fair? Scylla's voice was filled with rage as she grabbed his collar and lifted him. Despite this, Limberton kept his nonchalant demeanor. Rough with the skinship. This isn't rough, you idiot. Scylla's fist struck his face. Crack. The brutal punch nearly knocked him unconscious. Scylla smiled blissfully, trembling slightly with satisfaction. Hehe, should I mark your eye with a bruise? Feel free to report me. Getting beat up by a girl is your shame. Bam! A heavy blow to his eye followed. Next was a burning pain in his solar plexus. Thud. Arg. After just 3 hits, Limberton almost lost consciousness. However, his body, remembering the terror, went limp, losing all will to resist. As he lay with his cheek pressed to the ground, Scylla clenched her fist. Limberton forced out his voice. You won't find a guy because of your personality. You bastard. Bam! Her fist smashed into his cheek. Limberton's consciousness faded. Scylla looked down at him regretfully. What? It's already over. She then kicked his bent arm straight. Scylla raised her right foot high. I was only going to break one arm, but it seems I'll have to. You'll need someone to feed you for a while. Just as she was about to stump down and break his arm, she heard footsteps from afar. Clomp, clomp. A low voice followed. What do you think you're doing to our archer? Scylla put her foot down and turned her head. Herself. His gaze was sharp enough to send chills down her spine. Realizing he was the one who had recently taken down Emmerich, a candidate for the 10 grades, she stopped her foot mid-air. Nevertheless, Scylla didn't lose her composure and sneered. This is a personal matter. Why don't you just get lost? Did you just tell me to get lost? Scylla scoffed. So, what are you going to do? Hit a girl like me? Hercel let out a slight sigh and calmly replied. Am I the type to go easy on someone just because they're a girl? Thinking about it, that's true. But Scylla had something else up her sleeve. If you want to touch me, go ahead. The 10 grades have been keeping an eye on you anyway. Are you prepared for the consequences? Emmerich might be out of the picture after going to the burger hall, but if Hercel laid a finger on even one Adele Hall student, the 10 grades wouldn't sit idly by. Scylla felt confident as Hercel did nothing. As expected, handling 10 people at once would be too much for him. Then, I'll assume there are no complaints. I'll take this arm. Just as she was about to stomp down on Limberton's arm again, a static shock made her skin tingle. Zap. Ah, that stings. Relying on the 10 grades to act cocky. When she turned her head, Scylla's eyes widened. A blue-tinged mist was swirling calmly around him. Aura? He's emitting that much aura. Strangely, she couldn't feel its energy. It was probably due to the prickling sensation from the static electricity. For a moment, she suspected it was magic, but there was no staff in his hand. What a laughable misunderstanding. Moreover, there were no signs of him having drawn any runes with his fingers. The one who needs to worry isn't me, but the 10 grades. If you break Limberton's arm, they'll take it as a challenge. Which means, ultimately, it all comes down to one thing. They said reaching the extreme in aura manipulation could cause natural phenomena. Could it be that this guy? The prickling static electricity was proof. A question naturally slipped out of Scylla's mouth. Why did you come to the academy? Someone at his level wouldn't need any formal education. He could easily secure a prestigious position and command the world beneath him. He might even rival his father, who was rumored to be untouchable by the royal family. Why should I answer that? Hercel's eyes glinted coldly as he approached. Instinctively, Scylla lowered her raised leg and took a step back. She quickly calculated her options. If the 10 grades attack, they might end up defeated. That would only damage the reputation of Adele Hall. For now, retreating is the only option. I have plenty of other ways to crush that pigeon. Feigning nonchalance, Scylla clicked her tongue. Tisk, fine. I won't take the idiot's arm. Is that good enough? But Hercel, casting a glance at the fallen Limberton, spoke in a chilling voice. Good enough? Do you think this is a game? Their eyes met, and Scylla stuttered involuntarily. What? Just because he's knocked out? I barely hit him. Really? So, by your standards, knocking someone out is a light touch. Fine. I'll go easy on you too. Hercel put his hands in his pockets and confidently shouted. Come at me. I'll knock you out. The aura around him had dissipated. Scylla squinted her eyes at Hercel's bizarre behavior and asked. What are you doing now? Don't worry. I won't even use my legs. I plan to knock you out with a single strike. Without using his hands or legs. How was that possible? It seemed he was underestimating her too much. Still, feeling uneasy, Scylla turned sharply on her heel. Like Lena said, he must have lost his mind. It wasn't normal for someone who was supposedly the idol of delinquents to be cozying up to Limberton. Witnessing it herself made it all the more convincing. Scylla decided she didn't want to engage any further and started to walk away. But his voice from behind made a vein pop on her forehead. Just as expected from someone as short as a walnut, your guts are just as small. Scylla froze and glared back at Hercel. What did you just say? He had touched a sore spot. The same words that had made her nearly kill a senior who teased her about her height on the first day of school. If it hadn't been for Brenthal's intervention, I would have killed him. Whether he knew it or not, that damned mouth of his kept going. I said you're as small as a walnut. Want me to say more? You're also small-minded. That's why, as the eldest daughter, you're still outdone by your sibling. Scylla's eyes widened and then narrowed again. Not enough to mock my height. Everyone knows it. The eldest daughter of the renowned Lionheart family, overshadowed by her sibling and sent to Frostheart Academy. Oh, your sibling is about to get into a prestigious academy, right? You've said something you shouldn't have. He had crossed the line twice. Scylla took a deep breath and assumed a charging stance. Tat tat tat. In an instant, she was in front of Hercel. She leaped, spun midair, and aimed a high kick at his neck. Die. He was defenseless. No matter how skilled he was at aura manipulation, a blow to the vulnerable neck would surely break it. But Scylla felt a dull sensation in her shin. Huh. At the same time, a shadow loomed over her face. Hercel had ducked and delivered a headbutt. Smack. The impact of his blonde head against her forehead made her vision blur. Scylla staggered, trying to maintain her balance, but soon collapsed, sprawled out. Thud. Hercel took out an ink bottle and smeared Scylla's face with ink. Ink can change form and contain spells. Therefore, he made it into vapor and imbued it with elemental electric magic. Despite being in gas form, the metallic property allowed it to conduct electricity well. Additionally, he used blue light magic to mimic the visible aura smoke that AOL used to create a convincing effect. Originally, I planned to just scare her. Limberton, wake up. A month later, in the dungeon practice, Limberton was needed. Therefore, he needed to give a severe enough punishment to ensure she wouldn't come near him again. Normally, this would have been impossible, but understanding Scylla's traits made it manageable. Fierce charge. Speed increases by 1.5 times during a straight charge. When angered, Scylla tended to charge straight ahead. Savage strike. Attack power doubles during large movements. With no weapon, Scylla was bound to use a large, high kick. And with her short limbs, a long-reach kick was inevitable. Thus, he prepared the headbutt. Get up, Limberton. Slap. He slapped Limberton's cheek, bringing him back to consciousness. Ow. Hercel. Are you okay? My solar plexus hurts, one eye is throbbing, and my jaw aches. That's fortunate. And my cheek stings. That woman must have slapped you too. He pointed at Scylla, sprawled out pathetically. Limberton jumped and gasped. What did you do? Consider it avenging you. That's great and all, but what's with the scribbles on her face? He had inked her eyes and nose black. She's a panda. What does that mean? It's my favorite animal. Hercel helped Limberton to his feet and started walking. Limberton, however, stood still, looking down at Scylla. Aren't you coming? The ground is cold. Are we leaving her like this? If you want to take care of her, do it yourself. Limberton hoisted Scylla onto his back. It looked quite challenging, but Hercel didn't help. Ugh, she's heavy. Maybe he was trying to overcome his trauma in his own way, proving he was a better person than his abuser. It seemed he was undergoing internal growth, and Hercel hoped Limberton's blessing, Wind Hermit's protection, would soon reveal its true nature. By the way, Limberton. What? Are you studying properly? Huh. There's a written exam before the dungeon practice. If you want to leave Schlaf Hall, you need good grades. Limberton averted his eyes. You haven't been studying, have you? I was going to start now. With your brains? How lucky. Growth, my foot. This guy still had a long way to go. From today, I'm forming a study group. You must attend. Belen is an old woman who drowns her loneliness in alcohol. The silent, empty room filled only with bottles is the result of a life driven by youthful emotions. Ignoring her family's objections, she married out of stubbornness, and after suffering severe injuries in a fight with a powerful opponent, she became unable to have children. This was something she had accepted when she became a knight despite being a woman. However, living with it was a daily hell. She traveled the world seeking a cure for her ailing husband, but when she returned, he was already dead. The servants had fled with her wealth, leaving her without a home. Drinking poison to numb the pain was her only solace. Thus, she sat on her bed and tilted the bottle again. Ugh. But the alcohol tasted particularly bad here. She never expected to see that child's face here. In a secluded alley at midnight, she was drawn by a weak pulse to overpower two men and open a suspicious box. Inside, a child with red hair was bound and crying. Belen couldn't help but smile as she recalled that day. You've grown up beautifully, Lena. But seeing the room filled with scattered bottles, her smile faded. Claiming to have no memory was his way of avoiding embarrassment over his current pathetic state. But she realized there was something she had to do for that child. To survive, she must not become a knight. This was agreed upon with the head of the Dirvian family. Shortly after being expelled from the Tenist mansion, Belen enjoyed a drink with Lena's father at the Dirvian household. Of course, Belen was holding a bottle of alcohol. If she hears you're here, my daughter will be delighted. No, that's all right. I look too terrible to show myself. The old woman, now an alcoholic, didn't want to disappoint the child. She had come to deliver a message. More importantly, how is she doing? She's not wandering outside, is she? No. Since that day, she's been determined to become a knight like you and has been focusing solely on swordsmanship at the mansion. His flattery made Belen's voice grow louder. Surely you're not planning to make her a knight. I was thinking of it. But is there a problem? That's a foolish choice. Do you think she can escape that pig's grasp by becoming a knight? His face filled with confusion. But I believe she'll be safe for at least 3 years if she gets into Frostheart. 3 years of safety, but only 3. That's just buying a little more time. You're making it easier for him to take her. The one who orchestrated Lena's kidnapping was a man with a vile nature. Belen knew he was still biding his time, waiting for an opportunity. He couldn't be dealt with because he was the Empress's brother and held a significant position in the Empire. If Lena were to take an imperial post, she could be taken away with just one order. So what should I do? I came here to discuss that. I have a nephew of similar age. I'll send him here. That fool should fall for your daughter quickly. Then you can propose an engagement. The Tenist family was untouchable even by the Emperor. Entrusting her to such a noble family would ensure her safety. Understanding Belen's intent, Lena's father's expression grew heavy. I understand your thoughts. But isn't your nephew notorious? That worries me. The child will be unhappy, of course. He has a rotten nature. But his father is a decent man. I guarantee it's better than being taken by that scoundrel. And now, Belen drank while watching Lena bring the ice. The others would soon give up. But she had a peculiar determination and tenacity in her eyes, indicating she wouldn't quit easily. It was only a matter of time before she was left alone. Belen stood by a basin filled with clear water, watching Lena. You brought something good. Now, show me your palms. Lena, looking pleased, held out her palms. Belen clicked her tongue. Tisk. It's clear you've learned from a cheap swordsmanship manual. Your wrists lack flexibility. Your sense is slow. You took the wrong path from the start. Quit now. She tapped Lena's hands lightly, then eyed her. I heard you're engaged to my nephew. Yet, you're here. He wouldn't allow a girl to wield a sword. Hercel and I have no relationship. We've agreed we're strangers. What? Belen's face grew serious. This was bad. That's it for today. The agreement with the Dirvian family head had been ruined by that fool. That damned kid, is he planning to ruin everything? Grinding her teeth, Belen asked the professor. Where is Hercel Bentenist, that bastard, right now? It was a moment that sobered her up completely. I moved quickly in response to the sudden summons. Belen stood in front of the Schlaf building, clutching a bottle of alcohol in her hand, her expression twisted into a frown. Even though I have a lot to prepare for the upcoming exams, what's this about? Heek, just follow me, you brat. What's going on with her? As I was dragged to a secluded spot, Belen finally opened her mouth. Why now? When you said she was the one you wanted as a partner. What? I'm talking about Lena. But why is this old lady talking about it? What does that have to do with you, great aunt? Belen made a sharp noise and attempted to smack me on the back, but remembering a previous painful encounter, she quickly withdrew her hand. This brat, speaking so rudely to the one who arranged your meeting. Arranged the meeting? To be honest, I don't remember much since it was so long ago, but could you explain in detail? Are you young or senile already? What Belen explained next made me realize things I hadn't known before. The story of Lena that I was familiar with went like this. The one who orchestrated Lena's kidnapping when she was young was Prime Minister Gillum, one of the Empire's key figures. And because of his obsessive nature, even now that Lena is grown, he's still lurking, waiting for the right moment. The weak Dirvian family didn't have the power to protect Lena, and in this situation, the Dirvian head saw the unexpected visit from Hercel as the perfect opportunity and proposed an engagement. The purpose, of course, was to use the Tenist family as a shield. The name Tenist carried a power even the Emperor dared not challenge. However, Belen claimed something different. I was the one who sent you to Dirvian. Didn't I tell you back then? There's a fine young lady there. It was a bit of a shock. Up until now, the role I had known Belen to play was this, the mentor. The hero who saved Lena as a child. The one who motivated her to pick up the sword. The messenger who informed the Dirvian head about who was after Lena. That's it. It did seem a bit odd that Hercel would randomly visit the Dirvian estate, but I dismissed it as a coincidence. The Dirvian estate is quite far from Tenist, after all. But now you say she's just someone else? Do you want to cancel everything just because of a whim? Isn't it strange that I, the player, don't know about this? Originally, this body should have died. I wasn't a character of much importance in the scenario, so this part of Lena's story was probably omitted. Are you even listening to me? To summarize, not only was I a pawn of the Dirvian head but also a piece moved by Belen's design. She probably thought that if she showed Lena to a womanizing scoundrel like me, I'd definitely fall for her. Anyway, this was yet another moment that made me realize just how insignificant this body truly was. After organizing my thoughts, I fixed my gaze on Belen and opened my mouth. I'm listening. And this isn't just some whim. Belen furrowed his brow. What the hell are you talking about? If I didn't give a definite answer, she would undoubtedly keep bothering me in the future. So, to put an end to this, I had no choice but to make something up. Did you think I didn't know? That you used me to protect Lena from Prime Minister Gillum. Belen's eyes widened as if lanterns had been lit within them. How do you know that? I'm aware of your unfortunate circumstances, so I played along. I willingly became your pawn. And now you want to break off the engagement knowing that. Despite Belen's angry outburst, I calmly replied. Because I no longer feel the need for it. What did you say? She's a woman who came here prepared to sever ties with her family. Recently, she's been taking lessons from great aunt, right? Then let me ask you, do you really think Lena will give up the sword? Belen pressed her lips tightly together. Of course, I understand what you're worried about. But don't worry. Lena will protect herself from Prime Minister Gillum. I know she will. I was sincere in that statement. Even when this body died in the original scenario, Lena carved her own path. After that, she joined the other main characters in the grand finale. As the player, I was well aware of that. How do you know that? Of course, from Belen's perspective, it must have sounded like nothing more than an uncertain story. But reminding her of an issue that neither of us could solve would likely cause her to back down. So, what will you do? Lena will never lay down her sword. Since there's no mutual affection, there won't be a marriage either. Do you have any brilliant solutions to this problem? Here I am, Hercel, the scoundrel who refuses to listen. Lena is a woman so stubborn that she would sever ties with her family just to become a knight. Belen, knowing this fact all too well, was left speechless. Then, suddenly, a good idea came to mind. This could actually be turned into something beneficial. I decided to use this opportunity to pull off a little trick. To accelerate Lena's growth a bit more. Teach Lena proper swordsmanship. So she can protect herself. You mean to properly train her? To make her a knight? Yes. Lena will become a knight anyway. It would be better for her to learn real swordsmanship. I believe that Great Aunt is the best teacher for her. Belen lowered her gaze with a serious expression. She seemed to be contemplating deeply. She probably needed time to think it over. TCH, I'll think about it. Belen turned on her heel. I celebrated inwardly. Then, suddenly, a point of caution came to mind, and I called out before she could leave. And one more thing. One more thing. Please don't tell Lena about this conversation we had today. When I said that, Belen looked at me with a puzzled expression. I wasn't sure what kind of misunderstanding I might have caused, but it was better than letting Lena find out that I had intervened. In the hallway of the dormitory where professors came and went, Belen was returning to her room but couldn't shake off her complicated thoughts. How did he know that Prime Minister Gillum is after Lena? This was something she hadn't even told AOL. Accepting someone who had abandoned their family as a guest was already breaking the rules. How could she possibly ask for their help? So it's even stranger. Speculating won't lead to an answer. Belen shook her head. There was something else that bothered her more. Have I been seeing this brat in the wrong light all this time? His appearance and impression remained the same. His tone and voice were also unchanged. It's hard to believe that the person had changed, but the words he said weren't something a scoundrel would say. This planted one thought in Belen's mind. If there are no rumors of him changing, he hasn't grown at all. So, has he just been hiding his true nature all this time? It made sense. At the time of the arranged meeting, Hercel was only 16. Yet he knew about the situation with Prime Minister Gillum and the Dervian family and claimed he played along because he felt sorry for them. This would mean he had been wearing the mask of a scoundrel while hiding his true intentions all along. Of course, she wondered if this speculation was a bit too much. But Hercel's last words before leaving had driven a stake into that doubt. Please don't tell Lena about this conversation we had today. Was he secretly looking out for her? Belen chewed over those words with a bitter smile. Even though he looks like a scoundrel on the outside, he's actually quite a decent fellow. It was the moment when Hercel began to appear different to her. The study group of Schlaf Hall was huddled together in front of the lobby fireplace. Personal items such as small desks, cushions, and textbooks were scattered around. In the poor Schlaf Hall, there wasn't even a proper study room. Whoosh. As Rix added more firewood, Limberton asked, "Why did you do that back then?" I mean, during the celebration, when Hercel was about to say something, you quickly stepped in and spoke for him. It seemed a bit unnatural. I thought you were his interpreter or something. Haha. Rix fell into deep thought. It seemed Limberton wanted to know about that incident. Of course, you can't come. Hercel is serious? Although the difference in rewards based on the dormitory makes sense in an academy steeped in discriminatory culture, we absolutely cannot overlook the acts of contempt and disregard. That's why we must make our intentions clear to those at the top in the Adele Hall. Right, Hercel? He even interrupted him like this and answered instead. You worms couldn't even. Of course, as Hercel said, it's not enough to do it even if it kills us. The harsh reality is that only those with power are heard. So, at the very least, we must do everything we can to make our voices heard by strengthening ourselves. Rix responded to Limberton in a thoughtful tone. He's not good at saying things that please others. Maybe he's shy, but his words are always rough. So I wanted to convey his intentions properly. I guess I just wanted people to think better of him. Ah, that makes sense. He's a bit like a porcupine, isn't he? That's a fitting description. He's prickly on the outside, but soft-like down on the inside. Just as they were joking around, a shadow loomed over them. Hercel glared at them with a frown. Limberton, stop chatting and focus on your studies. Why is it always me? You got more subjective questions wrong than a slay, who's a foreigner. There's less than a month left until midterms. While the practical exam in the magic realm was the most important, the written exam was also significant and couldn't be taken lightly. Rix shifted his gaze away from them and looked around. What's this herb? Gosh, it's poisonous. If you eat it, you're done for. What was the right spot to catch it on a slope? Perhaps the study group had more influence than expected. The lobby was bustling with students studying. Although most were first-year students, there were also a considerable number of seniors among them. Maybe we'll really be able to show those Adele Hall students something on the written exam too. Rix smirked as he watched Hercel scold Limberton. The changes around them were probably thanks to this man. Don't talk back when you're at the bottom of the class. That was during the entrance exam. I won't be at the bottom this time. Yeah, you probably will. He's a strange person. He has a peculiar talent for drawing people in. For some reason, if he were to stay here, and he had to move to another dormitory, he'd feel reluctant to leave. Belen had set a condition with Frost Heart Academy beyond just alcohol. She would only start teaching once there was just one student left. Today, that moment arrived. Sizzle? In the training ground, Lena put ice into a hot basin. Belen approached her and asked, "You're incredibly persistent. Why do you seek to learn from me?" Lena calmly answered, "You may not remember, but you helped me when I was a child. I've wanted to become a knight ever since. If I'm going to learn, I want to learn your swordsmanship." Belen took a step closer and fixed her with a penetrating gaze. "I know people like you. You won't put down the sword because of your stubbornness. I've seen countless people die that way. Even if you survive, you'll end up like me. You'll spend your life as a knight and be left with nothing. If you don't want that, graduate half-heartedly and live as an ordinary noble." Two professors who were assisting approached with troubled faces. They were probably here to object to the broken condition. Belen gestured for them to stay back and listened to Lena's reply. "I still want to become a knight." Her unwavering eyes. Belen had hoped she might change her mind, but she hadn't. She sighed. Her stubbornness is just like mine. It was the same feeling she imagined her father had when looking at her. Fine. This ice was taken from the top of a snowy mountain, wasn't it? Yes. It's been a few days now. Do you feel less cold than before? Even with a thick coat, it was cold. But seeing that she wasn't shivering, it seemed she had adapted well to the cold. "Take off your coat." Without hesitation, Lena placed her coat on the ground. Even when Belin's cold hand touched her stomach, she remained unfazed. Her body temperature is significantly higher. With this level of cold resistance, she could be taught the basics. Belin instructed the professors. Bring it here. A long paddle flew over from the air. You're going to remove the impurities from the water you brought. The water seems clean. Ice from nature contains invisible microorganisms and dust. To prove this, Belin stirred the basin's water with the paddle like a sword. After repeating this a few times and removing the paddle, a drop of cloudy water clung to its tip. Lena's mouth dropped open. You lack wrist flexibility and sensitivity. You can't distinguish between water and dust. This training is perfect for you. Succeed in this, and you'll move on to the next stage. So, I'll teach you my swordsmanship. Belin smirked and lightly poked the snow with the paddle. Whoosh! Heat radiated from the ground, melting the snow within a 3-meter radius into steam. The swordsmanship I've honed all my life, the sword of the fire demon. Lena's eyes widened. I was on my way back from learning how to handle liquid gold from Hatherson when I noticed steam rising from the training ground and stopped to watch. So, it's already started. I had sped up Belin's decision, but witnessing it firsthand was quite a fresh shock. A quest that would normally take a month was completed in less than a week. The quest that would make Lena's hidden blessing shine. Blessing of Alkin, the spirit king of fire. Whether it would create warm heat or consuming flames depended on her choice. Fire attribute attacks would be 3 times more powerful, and her body would be immune to burning. With Belin as the flint, Lena, who was like oil waiting for a spark, would shine brightly. This should help her navigate future scenarios well. But I can't worry about others right now. If I don't want to get caught in the crossfire, I need to handle the basics myself. I pulled out liquid gold. Adding the invisibility magic frequently used by gravel made the already vaporized liquid gold nearly invisible. I picked up a Shinhai rock in this state. It's definitely stronger than your telekinesis, right? And it consumes much less mana. With the rock in hand, I arrived at the front yard of the Schlaf Hall. I was about to throw the rock at a statue modeled after me when Limberton emerged from the entrance. Tisk. I'll have to destroy it another time. What are you doing out here instead of studying? It's hard to stay cooped up inside reading textbooks. Can't I take a break for a bit? He was holding a thick belt in his hand. What's that? Oh, this? The instructor gave it to me to build arm strength. The tension is insane. Eventually, I have to use this as a bowstring and pull it whenever I get a chance. So that's what it was. Limberton stretched the belt like kneading dough. He couldn't even stretch it to his chest width, but over time, it would expand. It's good to see you working hard. Hehe. I left the grinning Limberton and entered Schlaf Hall. The lobby was packed with people studying, even more than yesterday. I moved quietly so as not to disturb their focus. Then I overheard Athera and Macdal talking. Doesn't he seem a bit unfit for good grades? Well, Hercel doesn't seem like the type. Why is he watching Limberton? He's the one who needs to study the most. Their conversation grew loud enough for others to join in. Right. I'm from the northeast, and Hercel doesn't have a good reputation there. Even Lethe joined in. Remember when he beat up the innkeeper over change? He paid correctly, but he claimed the innkeeper cheated him. Yeah, that was hilarious. He can't even do simple math, but if he weren't the president, people would have burst out laughing. I sneaked up and knocked both of them on the head. Ouch. My head. Then I glared at Athera and Macdal. Do you think I'm dumb? Eek. H. Hercel. They recoiled as if they'd seen a ghost. No, not exactly dumb, just. Yeah, he meant you'll do fine, right? Macdal. Right? Hercel can do well even without studying. These guys seemed to think of me as some kind of idiot. Given Hercel's past behavior, it made sense, but it still annoyed me. I hate being seen as ignorant as much as I hate spiders. I spoke to them with irritation. Just fine. I heard people gulping around me. Ignoring them, I surveyed the entire lobby with a grin. Shall we make a bet? The topic is whether I will get first place in the magic department in the upcoming written exam. If I don't, you win. How about it? Athera tried to calm me down gently. Well, that's a bit. We were wrong, so please calm down. If you're going to say that, put your wallets down first. Suddenly, everyone around pulled out their wallets and approached. Well, Hercel, I believe you'll get first place. But betting is more like charity. You know what I mean. I'm betting against you getting first. Don't be offended. Athera held up a notebook and pen high and shouted. All right, let's do this in an orderly manner. Those betting on Hercel getting first, go to the right. Everyone else, to the left. Everyone moved to the left. I stared intently at Macdal, Rix, and Gravel, who hesitated in the middle. They quickly averted their eyes and moved left. Only a sleigh stood on the right. Limberton joined him after coming back from his walk, making it 2 people. What's this about? I believe in the boss. Even if I lose everything, I'll stay here. Huh. Limberton looked confused, so Athera explained. We're betting on whether Hercel gets first place in the written exam. Limberton, where do you want to bet? By the way, that's the spot for betting on Hercel getting first. First place. So, how much are you betting? The minimum is 10 coins. Well, then, just 10 coins. I suggested an amount to Limberton. Bet at least 1,000 coins, Limberton. And you too, a sleigh. What? I'm betting 3,000 coins. It's my bet, so it doesn't matter, right? Athera nodded. Of course. Limberton's knees shook as he gripped them, sweating. T3,000. Then, looking at Aslay's unwavering expression, he shut his eyes tight and shouted, "All right, I'll stay here like Aslay. That's what a team does." I looked at the crowd on the left and vowed inwardly, I'd bankrupt these poor fools. Adele Hall was noisy as ever. Bernthal had given the first-year students a break from training because Athera had come to talk. She held a ledger and a pen. "Don't you want to join the bet? The odds are extreme, but there's some money on Hersel's side. What do you think?" Bernthal shook his head with a grim expression. "Don't think I'll entertain that nonsense, Athera. Really? I just came from Burger Hall. Emmerich bet 10,000 coins on Hersel getting first." Then Athera said something that would provoke Adele Hall. "If you're scared, forget it. But seeing Bernthal so scared makes me think he might actually get first." Getting first in all exams was a tradition. As a representative, he couldn't ignore such a comment. Bernthal shouted at the first-year students to gauge Hersel's academic level. "Hersel Ben Tenist claims he'll get first place in the written exam? What do you think?" The response was ridicule. "Huh? Hersel? First place? Did I hear that right?" Lena barely suppressed a twitch of her lips. Arasil rolled on the floor, clutching his stomach. "Ha ha ha, him? That's hilarious." Bernthal was puzzled by the echoing laughter. How dumb is he? This seemed like a good chance to make a big bet. "What are the odds? Check this." Athera showed the betting board. There were 81 first-year magic students. Everyone except the first-place slot had odds written in multiples of 5. Most people bet on ranks 75 to 80, with fewer bets higher up. Betting on first place has odds of 89:1, the lowest is 1.3:1. The odds will keep changing since more people are betting. Bernthal grinned. At 1.3:1, he could make a 30% profit. A chance for easy money. "All right, I'll bet 30,000 coins. Wow, big spender. Shouldn't you tell the first years? They'll work harder if their money's on the line." Bernthal clenched his fist and shouted, "Attention, everyone. Your voice is too loud, I'm leaving. Tell the second and third years to come to Schlaf Hall if they want to bet." Athera left as Bernthal explained the bet. She took out her notebook and smiled slyly. This could be huge. The names betting on Hersel getting first were Limberton, Aslay, Hersel, Emmerich, and Athera herself. She had bet nearly all her money, 5,000 coins. She boldly placed this bet after overhearing a conversation in Rockefeller's office while reporting on Schlaf Hall. Make the first-year magic exam as hard as possible. Is it because of Hersel? Yes. He aced the hardest questions in the entrance exam. Even if the average score drops, it doesn't matter. Expand the range and double the questions. Athera muttered with a sly smile. If even he acknowledges it, he must be incredibly smart. This was the plan from the start. Feigning ignorance and prompting Macdal to initiate the bet was a ruse. It was surprising that Hersel suggested the bet first. Thus, an unprecedented scale of gambling was underway at Frostheart Academy. Previous ITOCI next. Magical energy is like alcohol. If you overindulge, it damages your brain and shatters your mind, ultimately leading to death. Of course, this doesn't apply to me. Excessive magical energy detected. 1 second invincibility activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 60 seconds. If I exceed my capacity, the 1 second invincibility will purge the magical energy from my body. Therefore, I need to know my limit. After countless attempts, I finally succeeded in sensing what it feels like to contain 97% of my magical capacity. This is impressive. It's rare for someone to sense their optimal capacity. Many go mad by overindulging in magical energy, Hatherson said, releasing my hand. Is that a mistake people make often? Magical energy is a deceitful force that tricks the brain. It's like a drug. Use it too much, and your senses go awry. You start questioning if you're using the right amount and end up increasing your intake little by little. Well, I wouldn't know since I've never done such wicked things. It seems similar to coffee addiction, building up a caffeine tolerance until you drink more. But that has nothing to do with me. Even if my senses go haywire, 1 second invincibility ensures I won't be harmed. By the way, did you bring it today? Hatherson asked, licking his lips. I placed a bundle on the desk, contents filled with food from the cafeteria. Of course. They say even a ghost who died from overeating looks nice. You cheeky brat. Always with the mouth. I had been bringing food to Hatherson on class days as a token of my appreciation. After all, a death row inmate doesn't receive a salary. He needed some form of reward to be motivated to teach sincerely. Hatherson devoured the meat voraciously. Much better than cold bread. The old professor cleared his throat. It's just food for a condemned man. You should be grateful for such luxuries. Hatherson ignored the old professor's grumbling and finished the plate in no time. I handed him a bag of cookies for dessert. What's this? Cookies baked by our maid who works at a cafe. They were ginger cookies, which didn't suit my taste. Since Sally made them using her mother's recipe, I couldn't refuse and had just one. Hatherson took a bite and puckered his lips. Oh, ginger cookies? Never thought I'd taste home snacks here. Aren't they common? Of course not. They're traditional snacks from my region. Seeing him sucking on his fingers like that made me pity him. It stirred both sympathy and curiosity. Don't you have any regrets? About what? If you knew this would happen, would you have made different choices? Hatherson snorted. Don't be silly. You're too young to understand how this country works. Even if I could go back, I'd still kill that bastard. He must be talking about the Imperial Third Knight Commander he killed. If only he hadn't meddled, he wouldn't have ended up like this. From what I heard, he was captured shortly after, exhausted. But there is one thing I do regret. Haytherson looked nostalgic and wiggled his pinky with a lecherous grin. It was a crude gesture, implying a girlfriend. There was a woman I lived with. Strong-willed and feisty, she was very attractive. Of course, she was too good for a guy like me. So, she eventually left you because you were nothing but trouble. Arg. Haytherson grabbed his neck and sighed. Ah, it's pointless to get mad. You're half right and half wrong. She asked me to refuse the offer to become an underworld guardian executive. She wanted us to live an ordinary life. It's obvious what happened next. While I was working, she packed up and left, leaving a note saying I was a bastard she couldn't stand. If there's anything I regret, it's that decision. Bastard she couldn't stand. Is that some regional dialect? Yeah, something like that? His expression looked so troubled that I offered some comfort. She probably did well for herself. Strong-willed people adapt easily anywhere. Fool. She died before me. Oh, well, it would have been better if she'd lived well. Lately, I often wonder what would have happened if I'd listened to her. Haytherson gave an awkward laugh as if uncomfortable with his confession. Talking nonsense to you. Maybe it's time for me to go. It wasn't too bad. It showed some humanity. Haytherson looked away, glancing at the nearby object. It's holding up quite well. The candelabrum made of liquid gold. The pillow-sized metal chunk on top began to lose its magical power. The candelabrum melted, and the metal chunk fell. Crash! It punched a hole through the desk and cracked the stone floor beneath. Phew, that's it for today. Keep at it every day like building muscle. Soon you'll be able to shape it with the hardness of steel. The old professor jumped up, furious. Who's going to fix the desk? And the floor? That's your job, old man. I was just teaching. Before he could demand compensation, I hurriedly left. Back in my dorm room, I left a plate at the door as usual. While the black cat ate, I opened my textbook. It was more of a review. I'd already mastered the exam material long ago, having prepared for the second semester during my free time. The calculation problems seemed oddly easy, giving me more time for other subjects. With today's review done, should I go check on Limberton's progress? I picked up a novel and a chair. The black cat, which should have disappeared by now, approached and rubbed against my leg. Oh, have you finally warmed up to me? I've fed you enough, a thank you is expected. The cat meowed and vanished into smoke. It'll be soon. What? You'll see? As I descended the stairs, the air was already warm. The Schlaf Hall lobby was filled with makeshift heaters. Everyone had brought portable heaters instead of studying in their rooms. The dormitory manager was calmly ventilating by opening windows as I headed toward Limberton. Hey, you're here. Have you been studying well? I feel like I hear that 10 times a day. I'm working hard, okay? Stop asking. Confident, are we? Time for a surprise question. What's the protocol if you get separated from your unit in the labyrinth? Limberton scratched his head and pretended to search his pockets. Break the signal stick. Entering the labyrinth, we're given chopstick-sized signal sticks made of resonant mana stone. Breaking one releases mana, causing nearby signal sticks to flash. There are 3 colors. What color should you break if isolated? Black. Correct. What about red? Danger signal. Black indicates missing. Red signals danger or enemy sighting. And the last one, blue. It means the target has been found. Blue indicates mission completion, usually upon finding treasure or a hidden dungeon. That's the Pathfinder's job. Seeing blue meant you could head home and relax. Correct. Limberton puffed his chest proudly, showing off for knowing the basics. Huh? Still, he must have worked hard, so I didn't say more. Don't get cocky. What you memorized in 3 hours, I could read once and remember. Ugh. Limberton opened his textbook with a downcast expression. I looked at Aslay, who was flipping pages seriously. He barely touched his Imperial dictionary anymore. Given the circumstances, he has the toughest conditions for the exam. Besides struggling with Imperial, his trait prevents him from scoring above 60% on multiple choice. He has to ace the subjective questions to pass, as his trait's curse doesn't affect written answers. I left the two to their studies and sat down with my book. The sounds of scribbling and muttering filled the air but didn't bother me, except for the shadow cast by this girl. Aren't you supposed to be studying? Athera asked in a trembling voice, her face full of anxiety. A genre novel. What? Less than 2 weeks before the exam, and you're reading? Didn't you boast about getting first place? Yes, I did. Why? I asked half-lidded, and Athera's pupils shook. Sensing something, I smirked. Did you bet on me? How did you know? That makes me happy. Smart choice, betting on me. But still annoying. Trying to make money off me without permission. I'm studying half an hour a day, but it's tough. Lots of difficult questions. Athera's face turned pale. She must have bet a significant amount. Shouldn't you study harder? I'll help. Let's study 21 hours a day, with just 3 hours of sleep. Athera pleaded desperately. I raised my chin arrogantly. I don't need your guidance. Give me half the profits, and I'll study. Half. Take it or leave it. All right, just study. I pretended to read my textbook. Athera kept glancing at me anxiously. She must be dying of worry. She invested heavily in this, so my winnings will be substantial. On the day of the written exam, in the first-year magic class, all dorm students were staring intently at their textbooks, trying to memorize one last thing. Rockefeller, who volunteered as the proctor, kept his eyes on the entrance. He boasted about getting first place. I'll see if he can pull it off. He included questions rarely on exams. Even with tutoring from seniors, they wouldn't manage. The questions doubled, and he made some himself. Even if Hercel scored well, there was nothing to worry about. You weren't the only one who aced the entrance exam, Hercel Ben-Tennist. Rockefeller looked at a man comfortably leaning back with his arms crossed, glasses on the desk, eyes closed. He was a prodigy who entered Adele Hall. He might score perfectly again. Footsteps echoed, and the man opened his eyes. The hot topic of the academy entered. Whispers of Hercel filled the room as students glanced at him and murmured. Did he really think he'd get first? I thought he'd make excuses and bail. Good, more coins for us. I hope he doesn't cheat. Hercel scanned them and spoke. Did you know? Our Schlaf students have been studying hard lately. So, he raised his chin and smirked arrogantly. His deep voice filled the room. Anyone who scores lower than us should hand over their dorm spot and die. You're not worth living. Pens snapped all around. The exam began, and the sound of scribbling filled the room. But within 10 seconds, it fell silent. The only thing most students had managed to write was their name. The first question left them stumped, making it impossible to confidently put pen to paper. Describe the methods of preemptively identifying enemy magical abilities. Despite training as pathfinders, the first question was about human combat tactics, specifically melee combat, which left the students bewildered. Professor, I think there's something wrong with the exam questions. What's wrong with them? They're including issues that aren't particularly important. The professor cleared his throat before responding. Military tactics and personal combat skills were part of the curriculum. These are mandatory subjects in other academies, so it's not strange for them to be included. But this academy teaches how to fight monsters in the dungeon, not primarily for military ranks. The point is, it was part of the lessons. These will all be useful eventually, so stop complaining and get to work. The professor's tone was firm. The exam questions were not just difficult but seemed to have shifted the subject entirely. The students, with no other choice, turned their test papers hoping for easier questions. Rockefeller nodded slightly at the professor's answer and then glanced at the man with glasses. From the start of the exam until now, his pen had never stopped moving. Bellman told Jers. His magic skills were average, but his academic prowess was extraordinary, almost professor level at a young age. If not for his family's circumstances, he would have attended the prestigious Wisdom Academy as a scholarship student. He might just score perfectly. Rockefeller's eyes filled with anticipation, only to be interrupted by an irritable voice from below. Professor, why are you only watching me? Standing before Hercel's desk, Rockefeller replied with irritation. Be quiet and focus. Seriously, just like during the entrance exam. Muttering, Hercel resumed writing. Rockefeller found him more annoying than usual, as his speed in solving the questions was astonishing. Scribble, scribble. It was as if he was copying from an answer sheet. Bellman is understandable, but this kid. These questions were rarely covered, yet The Academy's textbooks were more specialized than the general ones, containing distilled knowledge from countless real-world experiences. This knowledge wasn't easily accessible outside, meaning Hercel must have learned it here. Despite Rockefeller's keen observation for any cheating, none was found. Let's see how he handles question 83, the runic script problem. Ancient magical hieroglyphics, runes, were subtly embedded in the calculation problem. Only by fully deciphering the runes, which contained multiple meanings in a single sentence, could one solve it. However, since this was beyond the Academy's typical level, there was an alternative: solving it through sheer computational effort. He's going for the calculations. With 3 hours remaining, the problem alone would take 4 hours to solve. It would be wiser to skip it and focus on the other questions for a better score. But Rockefeller had no intention of letting Hercel achieve a good grade. Isn't this problem too much for someone like you, Hercel Ben-Tennist? I'll commend you for your spirit, though. A provoking insult targeting his pride. Hercel looked up. Why are you distracting me during the exam, Professor? Is this even allowed? Rockefeller was taken aback by Hercel's curt response. Still, Hercel showed no intention of moving on from the problem. Bored, Rockefeller glanced around. The groaning faces of students brought a satisfied smile to his face. Enjoyable. I should do this more often. While pondering the questions for the next final exam, Hercel stood up. I'm done here. Hercel Ben-Tennist, are you giving up? No way, Hercel said, climbing the stairs to the entrance. Bellman also stood, having finished his exam. An hour had already passed. Rockefeller suspiciously examined Hercel's test paper, and his eyes widened. He solved it. Though the paper was covered in incomprehensible symbols, the answers were correct. This meant he had matched the speed of deciphering runes through raw calculations, a feat that sent shivers down Rockefeller's spine. It takes an hour even with the proper method. But he did it with calculations alone. Compared to this, the rest of the questions were insignificant. Rockefeller, lost in thought, watched Hercel leave the exam hall. His academic talent was undeniable. Whether he developed his own calculation method or whatever, it was impressive. But he still didn't see Hercel as a true mage. The important thing was whether he could properly wield magic. Knowledge of melee combat and siege warfare was typically emphasized in other academies, not institutions focused on training pathfinders. However, they weren't entirely excluded here since some graduates did end up in government roles. Anticipating Rockefeller's trickery, I had already prepared for this. The exam material wasn't crammed at the last minute. I had been studying these subjects in advance, thinking it might be useful to have another option besides just heading into the dungeon after graduation. Ugh, my head hurts. That was harder than I thought. For something you solved easily. The runic problem was tough. I couldn't understand the annotations. The problem felt like reading a foreign language. If I had any basic understanding of runic structure, it would have been easier. But I hadn't studied runes yet, as that knowledge is mainly for excavating ruins after graduation. But you, dead.A, lived a long time. Don't you know runes? I used to. Forgotten? Huh. It's an ancient language. It's natural for it to fade from memory. I had hoped he could help, but it looks like I'll have to learn runes myself. Typical. How dare you speak to me like that? Whatever. I'm going to take a nap. Runes were already disappearing in my time? You don't even know the historical context. Ignoring dead.A's grumbling, I continued walking. Suddenly, a voice stopped me. I have a question. Turning around, I saw the man with glasses. What is it? Did you give up on the exam? Let me ask you. If I said I finished, would you believe me? Adjusting his glasses, he suddenly asked about the runic problem that had given me a headache. What's the answer to question 73? Ignoring him might have made him pester me, so I sighed and answered. The type of magic is a curse. The formula has 3 parallel lines and 1 series line, with a monoratio of 3:7. Is that sufficient? His eyes widened in surprise. Leaving him behind, I walked away. The next morning, all the students gathered in front of the notice board. Their interest was obviously in the first-year magic department rankings. Many had bet all their living expenses for the month, some even their entire savings. Those at the front were gaping like fish. First place, Bellman Tolgers. Because. First place, Hercel Ben Tenist. They realized they had lost their money. Coco first place. They fell into denial. The professors must have made a mistake. Right? That has to be it. We should demand a correction. But just then, a woman arrived to shatter any remaining hope. Yes. Athera ran up, laughing and shouting triumphantly. Hercel got first in the magic department? I confirmed with Rockefeller that he scored perfectly. Everyone stared at their trembling hands before collapsing. It was an economic depression. There would be desperate pleas for loans and even theft. Clap, clap. But amidst this tragedy, one man clapped. I thought you had a brilliant mind, but I didn't expect this. It was Emmerich, the biggest bettor. Athera mocked him. Going to make a lot of money, huh? Some of us have to give up half our profits. It was a risk worth taking. True. So, what will you do with the money? First, I'll buy equipment and challenge the 10 stars. That'll be something to see. Maybe I'll set up a betting pool. Do as you wish. In a sea of despair, 2 people laughed. The unprecedented capital shift caused wailing throughout the academy. Oh no, my money. I bet even my food expenses for the month. What should I do? Should I take on a quest to earn money? Meanwhile, Hercel observed the scene from the Schlaf Hall terrace, sipping his tea. A sleigh, Limberton, today is a joyous day. More people are beneath us now. A sleigh proudly pounded his chest. Limberton scratched his head in confusion. A lot of people seem to have bet everything they had. Is it okay? Limberton, they took the risk. If the economy collapses, that's good for us. The one with capital is king, even against Adele Hall. Hercel laughed wickedly. Rix and Gravel came to the terrace, asking for help with tearful voices. Hercel, can you lend us some money? Yeah, we'll pay you back soon. Hercel narrowed his eyes. It's annoying that you bet against me, but fine. I'll lend you money. But with interest. Money begets money. Hercel turned his gaze back to the gloomy castle. The timing is perfect. Perfect for what? For the upcoming dungeon expedition. It's good to be on edge. Thinking about future events, Hercel closed the curtain. With the dungeon expedition approaching, Rockefeller listened to a professor's report in his office. We received another letter. They want a match against our students. Pathfinders, the Empire's dungeon exploration organization, had such a long history that it often attracted attention. Some nobles knew vague details, while a few were aware of the priceless resources hidden deep in the dungeon. Naturally, this information had reached the ears of a foreign king. A roaming band. The king of Bellam's imitation of the Empire's Pathfinders, the roaming band. They didn't want the secrets of the dungeon widely known, so they didn't announce the organization publicly. But they had a training school for their roaming band, just like Frostheart. Rockefeller laughed derisively. Overconfident nobodies. They're challenging us again this year. Frostheart was an educational institution for nobles. In contrast, the roaming band's training school was for vagrants. Compared to the systematic education and pure talent at Frostheart, they were pathetic. Shall we accept the challenge? This is good timing. They'll be informed of the training location. The upcoming training would be a battle for survival. The roaming band's test was to bring back the head of a Frostheart student. On my way to class, I felt the sting of glares piercing my face. The atmosphere among the students was tense. I didn't understand. The losses from gambling were their responsibility, not mine. They all think they lost money because of me. I don't think that's it. Limberton pointed to the skewer I was holding. It seemed that those who lost money couldn't even afford such a luxury and were filled with envious jealousy. Oh, so that's why they're drooling. You can be really nasty sometimes. I smirked and took a bite of the skewer. The sight of me eating made those watching gulp and glare even more intensely. Once I finished, I waved the untouched skewer at them. Now I have trash. If someone throws this away for me, I'll give it to them. They smiled brightly, acting like they hadn't been glaring just moments before. The competition was fierce. Me? I'll throw it away for you. Move? I was here first. After giving the trash and the skewer to the first person, I made my way to the classroom. Monsterology was a joint class for all first-year students, both knights and mages, regardless of dormitory. Everyone looked exhausted as they sat in their seats. A female professor stood on the podium. This will be our last class for a while. In 2 days, all first-year students would head to the dungeon. Feeling nervous? Don't worry too much. The place you're going to is near the entrance, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. The professor twisted her braided hair with her finger and sighed. Still, it's an unexplored area, so stay alert. Now, let's take a look at the map you'll be using. She used a conjuration spell to project a large holographic map. Between the mortal realm and the dungeon, there was a long boundary line, much like a national border. The entire line could be considered an entryway. As you can see, the path to the dungeon is quite wide. Markings along the boundary line indicated buildings, which served as entry points maintained for adventurers. The Adventurers Guild even provided facilities nearby. These buildings mark well-maintained roads. Some roads are wide enough for carts to transport large monster carcasses. Nearby, the Adventurers Guild offers convenience facilities. But what's our job? Rix raised his hand energetically. To pave the way so civilians can eventually create such facilities. The professor clapped approvingly. Correct. As pathfinders, we explore uncharted territories. We don't take the easy paths. We'll be going through untouched land, and our destination will be in the wild. The female professor glanced at a male professor standing by a black tent. He was a professor from the night department. Please begin. Without hesitation, the night professor pulled back the tent. Inside was a wolf bound in chains. It had 3 heads and war muzzles. Previously, in Monsterology, we only covered theory, but this time, they brought in a dangerous specimen. This is a 3-headed wolf from the dungeon you'll be entering. I'll teach you how to handle it, so watch closely. The night professor dragged the chained 3-headed wolf onto the podium. Limberton scoffed. It looks weak compared to what we saw in the dungeon. Don't be fooled by appearances. The 3rd trial was set to a beginner level by the professors. For a first-year student to safely handle a 3-headed wolf, it required at least 2 people working together. This standard was based on students from Adele Hall. For Schlaf Hall, it would take about 5 students to barely succeed in capturing one due to its challenging conditions. But the Sentinels were on another level. That's something even the professors can't control. The Sentinel was like the dungeon boss. Regular monsters were placed in manageable numbers and positions, but Sentinels were untouchable even if the dungeon was tamed. Excluding the Sentinels, the quality of the dungeon monsters will be much higher than those we faced in the dungeon trial. Dungeon monsters moved like puppets. This varied by dungeon, but the ones we faced in the 3rd trial fell into this category. Dungeon monsters, however, were relentless hunters with enough intelligence to retreat strategically or exploit weaknesses. Surviving in such an environment is no small feat. Ugh. The night professor wielded a wooden sword and removed the muzzles from the 3-headed wolf. The wolf immediately lunged. Tack. The professor easily dodged the first head, countered the second with a strike, and kicked the third to create distance. He then expertly maneuvered the chains to subdue the beast. Donaton, impressed by the professional display, commented. His movements are better than expected. Well, he is a professor. Though I had a poor impression after seeing Lena defeat him, that wasn't entirely fair. She was a monster on par with Arcandric, and the professor had been tasked with capturing, not killing. Holding out until Rockefeller arrived was no small feat. The 3-headed wolf is known for its rapid attack tempo. Always expect follow-up attacks when fighting it. The female professor then took over to demonstrate handling the wolf with magic. She showed brief examples of using electrical magic to shock it and curse magic to silence it. This was just to prevent the wolf from howling. Oh woo, this is howling. It's a signal to call other wolves. To avoid being surrounded, you must incapacitate all 3 heads simultaneously. If even one is conscious, you'll be in trouble. With that, the female professor killed the wolf, causing it to explode. Boom! Blood splattered on the students' faces, leaving them pale. Ignoring their discomfort, the professor offered some encouragement. Remember, anything you find in the dungeon belongs to you, even during training. While some items might be claimed by the Empire, the Emperor will reward you generously. Eyes lit up at the mention of rewards. Do you mean coins? Coins? Usually, it's gold coins. Could we get coins instead? The students, preferring coins to gold they couldn't use, seemed even more excited. After class, I headed to Nil's alchemy workshop. The representative greeted me warmly, while a woman stirring a pot looked displeased. Let me guess, you bet on me, and she bet against me. The representative laughed good-naturedly. Haha, well, I had to support our workshop's investor, right? But Melda here thought it was nonsense and bet against you. Don't rub it in. I barely ate yesterday. And I bought you lunch today. That's true, thanks for that. The representative turned to me, remembering something. Oh, I almost forgot. You came for your items, right? Just a moment. He placed a bag on the counter. It contained custom potions and other items I had ordered weeks ago. You're in luck. The creature you'll face in the dungeon is a three-headed wolf, right? That's right. You've got good timing. It takes about 2 weeks to make these potions. The day before, the target monster had been announced, so it seemed like a stroke of luck to him. Well then, I'll see you next time. As I was about to leave, Scylla spotted me and quickly hid behind Lena. Ignoring her, I picked up my bag and started to leave. Lena glared at me briefly before turning to the representative. Do you have any potions for bone health? Yes, but if your friend is injured, it might be better to visit the infirmary. Scylla shouted in desperation. Then I won't be able to go on the dungeon expedition. I paused to look at Scylla. One of her legs seemed to be bothering her. The representative must have noticed and suggested the infirmary. Could she be injured from our fight? Possibly. Her shin might have cracked when she kicked you in the neck. Ah, that high kick to my neck. It happened a month ago, so it should be mostly healed by now, unless... Lately, Adele Hall's first-year students had been undergoing harsh training under Bernthal. Their bodies wouldn't have had time to recover. I noted this and left the workshop. Outside the citadel, Aslay and Limberton were waiting. They had bought better equipment with their recent earnings. Aslay had a thicker shield strapped to his back and wore rough-textured gloves. Limberton proudly showed off a special metal bow he was holding, following his instructor's advice. How do you like it? The draw weight is no joke. His arms seemed more muscular than before. Your arm strength has improved. Yeah, but I can only shoot 3 arrows with it. I'll save it for crucial moments. As we headed to Schlaf Hall, we chatted idly. It's surprising how much the average rank of Schlaf students has risen. I heard some seniors even scored higher than those from Adele Hall. I heard Bernthal lost 30,000 coins. Adele Hall must be in chaos. As we approached the dormitory, Limberton asked, "Isn't it the same for us? The seniors have been acting strange. They ignore me and didn't even reply when I talked to them today. Could they be upset about losing money?" That's not it. After entering the lobby, I surveyed the area. I saw a peer talking to a senior, who turned away coldly, leaving the peer embarrassed. Don't talk to me about the expedition. A professor watched from beyond. This was on Rockefeller's orders, silencing the seniors. Plus, the seniors likely didn't want to help their juniors. Turning away from them, I asked Limberton, if someone tried to kill you, could you take their life without hesitation? I've never been in that situation, but I guess I would. I want to live. What if it were a child? Limberton's eyes shook, and he couldn't answer. In a dark basement, a single candle flickered. Sires was killed by a black-haired man. Then how will we get more orphans? 2 men stood around a cot, discussing. We'll find another supply chain. There's never been a shortage of orphans. True. There are always plenty of abandoned children. The roaming band selected its students differently than Frostheart. They prioritized quantity over quality, gathering orphans, and training them. Only those who survived the dungeon were chosen for further training. Just like us. Knock, knock. Come in. A young woman, just past puberty, entered cautiously. We've received the location from Frostheart. One man took the papers and grinned. That's why I like Rockefeller. He knows refusing is pointless. We always find their training sites. The man left the room, walking down a long corridor. Beyond the iron bars lining the hallway were numerous young boys and girls, some as short as half the man's height. But their eyes were all fierce, like hungry beasts. The man looked over the orphans and shouted, "Prepare yourselves. We're heading to the dungeon? If you want to be taken in by the king, bring back their heads." The eyes of the young roaming band members lit up with a dangerous glint. The day before the expedition, I successfully hardened the liquid gold into a metallic consistency. It took 3 weeks to get to this point. Today was the day to learn my ultimate skill. Swish! When I sliced the firewood with the hardened liquid gold, Hatherson ran his hand over the cut surface. Nice and clean. With this, even with your tiny mana pool, you should be able to scratch a knight with aura. Aura is vulnerable to mana. If a knight wants to defend against a spell cast with a power level of 5, they need 10 units of aura. According to the professor, this is because aura, being a corrupted form of mana, causes a resonance effect. It's a complicated topic. I've passed? Don't get cocky. Even so, knights are the toughest opponents for mages. Even if magic works well, a knight is still a knight. They can slice through magic with their overwhelming physical abilities or simply dodge, allowing a knight to close the distance spells certain death for a mage. Do you think I don't know that? I'm saying this because I don't want you to die from overconfidence. I'll keep it in mind. Alright, since you've passed, let's get to teaching you the ultimate technique. Hatherson wrote the incantation on the blackboard. Today's topic was coating weapons with the hardened liquid gold. It was the start of my ultimate skill lesson. To coat a weapon with this material, you need a specific incantation. Hatherson taught me the adhesion spell to fix the liquid gold onto the weapon. The adhesive agent used was dark energy. You can't just wrap it around with manipulation. Right. If you did that, it would scatter like dust when you swung your sword. Be happy. Once you learn this, your weapon will be better than one infused with aura. It takes only 60% of the mana to penetrate 100% of the aura. The hardened liquid gold can hold mana. This was Hatherson's secret to killing the Empire's 3 knight commanders. Honestly, I was ready to die when that knight commander closed in. If this technique hadn't caught him off guard, he would have cut my head off. Hatherson mimicked the move with a chalk in place of a dagger, reenacting how he killed the knight commander. When I stabbed him in the chest, he was stunned. He never imagined a mage's strike could be so strong. While he was momentarily paralyzed, I used that chance to put distance between us and survived. Hatherson's lips twitched, recalling the thrill. The principle is simple, but it's an impressive technique. This guy is a genius. It's a shame he's a convict. Who would have thought to create a mana blade, a technique typically reserved for battle mages, using magic? That Hatherson is quite an extraordinary teacher, Donaton remarked joyfully. For someone who can't use aura, this weapon would indeed give my swordsmanship a significant boost. Weren't you calling him a scammer and a lowlife before? Ahem. Even so, without the ability to strengthen my body with aura, I'm just a child holding a chainsaw. Did you bring it? You mean the lunchbox? Of course, but I meant the dagger to be coated. I placed a long object wrapped in cloth on the desk. What's this? A long sword. Why, a long sword? Hatherson's eyes widened. Why is a mage carrying this? I thought it wouldn't be bad to become a battle mage this time. Hatherson looked at me as if I were crazy. Are you insane? Do you think you can pull off something meant for those who can use aura? A battle mage is someone who can fight without a sword. They can infuse both aura and mana into their weapon, making their attacks far superior to regular knights. This is why people fear battle mages. Why not? I can mimic it using this material. You're crazy. Are you trying to be a scammer like that bastard? Just as Hatherson finished his thought, the old professor spoke up. It's an interesting idea. Maybe it's possible for him. What? Have you lost your mind, old man? I don't mean he'll be a battle mage in the conventional sense, but in a different way. If he can wield both aura and mana, that's also a type of battle mage. Hatherson asked, surprised. Can you use aura? No. Ha ha ha, Hatherson, you underestimate this student. We originally intended to place him in the knight department of Frostheart. He has outstanding qualities as a knight. No, I don't. I see, I thought he was just a weakling, but it turns out he's quite capable. No wonder he looks fit despite studying magic. Hatherson's gaze changed as he looked at me. Let's get on with the lesson. All right. If you think you can do it, why not? This might be thinner than a dagger, but it will still increase your cutting power significantly when combined with mana. I can't use aura. The long table stretched out. Professors were seated in every chair. These were the ones overseeing the upcoming dungeon expedition. Rockefeller, sitting at the head, surveyed the professors with a voice laced with annoyance. This time, one of the 7 sparrow statues in the faculty building has gone missing. He was returning from being scolded by the principal. Do you have any idea who might be causing these disturbances? The tense professors swallowed hard. And no, we don't. We've been monitoring any suspicious students as you instructed, but no one stood out. Rockefeller sighed, a frustrated sound. Fine, we'll discuss this in detail after the expedition. For now, there was something more important. Rockefeller looked around at the seated professors. As you know, while our internal training is like any other academy, outside is different. Even during an expedition, Frostheart maintains a real combat approach. When outside, even if students died before their eyes, they wouldn't intervene. Protecting one's life was a key virtue for a pathfinder. Professors had to steel their hearts for these expeditions. Remember, your role is to evaluate and prevent students from escaping. However, there was one exception. If the instructors from the roaming band intervene, you may step in. They wouldn't allow adult wolves to interfere in the fights of the pups. Frostheart didn't want the students to face total annihilation. Whenever they identified exceptionally talented students, the roaming band often sent their instructors to eliminate potential future threats. This time, I want to make an exception. Some professors looked puzzled. Rockefeller used conjuration magic to display the faces of the students. This year, we have too many talented students. Pointing his staff, he highlighted Ryaman, Scylla, Lena, and a few others before stopping at Bellman. If the roaming band instructors confront these students, let them handle the fight first. Intervene only if it becomes too dangerous. And these two. Rockefeller zoomed in on the portraits of Luan and Hercel. They can handle the instructors on their own. I personally hope you create opportunities for these two to face the instructors. A professor hesitantly spoke. What do you mean by that? Let them experience the consequences of provocation. If students kill the instructors, it will be a great humiliation for them. There was another reason for Rockefeller's decision. Hercel banned tennis, even you won't have time to score points if you're targeted by the instructors. He couldn't let Hercel get good grades. Rockefeller still intended to transfer Hercel to the night department. Therefore, he hoped for a poor performance like in the third trial. Late at night, Luan smoked a cigarette, looking out the window. He had collected many items during his nightly escapades. A black pebble from the fountain. A piece of glass from the mosaic of the founder's image, representing the eyes. A rusted metal headband he had dug up. A sparrow statue from the faculty building. These were all gathered based on information from the floorbound consciousness of Felia. Cough, that smell is awful. Put it out immediately. A female voice came from beside him. More accurately, it came from a pigeon with a headband around its ankle. The pigeon was normal, the headband contained another fragment of Felia's consciousness. All right. Luan extinguished the cigarette, then looked at the pigeon curiously. This one has memory retention, unlike the floorbound Felia. Now that I think about it, I got the same impression from the Forbidden Library entities. If it controls a host with a brain, does it retain memories? In that case, the floor-bound Felia might also have memory retention under the right conditions. How can we give it a body? Why care about that deceitful woman? Both the consciousness he met last time and the floor-bound Felia showed a belligerent attitude towards each other. Luan was curious about the reason but didn't ask. It would only create conflict. Not going out tonight. I plan to rest. I have the expedition coming up. Luan smiled gently, and the pigeon replied wistfully. That sounds boring. I'll leave the window open. Go play outside if you want. Is the expedition to the dungeon? That's right. It was Luan's first time entering the dungeon. It excited him like a kid before a field trip. I'm looking forward to it. You'll have fun. Battle mages were exceptional in the past. No matter how many monsters come at you, you'll handle them easily. Luan's eyes turned cold as he asked. Did you watch my training with Arcandric? He hadn't mentioned that to anyone. Yet, she knew. Would you be mad if I did? Who knows? I might just close the window. Stingy. Fine, I won't spy on you. Let's forget this happened. Luan ignored the sulky pigeon and lay down on his bed. The upcoming dungeon expedition was what mattered now. He closed his eyes, hoping it would be a satisfying experience. The chair rattled. We were moving in a wagon covered with a white canopy. Our destination was likely an untouched snowy field. I handed motion sickness medicine to Aslay and Limberton, who seemed uneasy. Drink this. Aslay took the potion and gulped it down, looking relieved. Limberton waved it off, saying he was fine, and asked. It's so cramped in here. How long do we have to stay? Probably over 5 hours. Just sleep as much as you can. I handed them belts. Use these to secure yourselves to the seat. You won't fall over in your sleep. The seats had short pillars like bars. Aslay and Limberton looped the belts through the pillars, securing themselves. Hercel, can't we at least get some fresh air? The professors will wake us when it's time. We repeated this process of waking up and sleeping through breaks. Eventually, we received the order to disembark. All first-year students, yawning, stepped into the dense vegetation. Crunch. The scent of damp foliage. Knee-high grass. The towering trees were thick. In the wilds, the professor scanned the students. Let me briefly explain the dungeon expedition. His monotone voice was amplified by magic. This test is also based on group performance. Points are awarded for the number and grade of monsters hunted and for gathering resources from the dungeon. In summary, it was similar to the third trial, with an added treasure hunt. You'll find more details in the pamphlet in your backpack. Treasures included rare herbs, mana stones, and relics from ancient civilizations that lived here before the dungeon. Finding a significant relic would warrant a personal invitation from the Emperor. Although unlikely to find anything significant, there was one notable relic, a stone tablet. You have 5 days. Good luck. The professors left. I took out a compass and a blank map from my backpack. First, we scout. We'll record our position on this map, determine if it's an optimal location, and set up a base. The two nodded. Explaining more as we moved, we entered the forest before anyone else. Rustle. There was no wind, yet the vegetation moved. The forest began to glow a dull purple. Hercel, the forest's color is changing. Think of it as the dungeon greeting us. This was the purple forest, the entrance to an uncharted dungeon. Rustle. A wolf's howl echoed as we took another step. Grr. The purple forest was the stage of many ghost stories that occasionally circulated among adventurers. Strange experiences recounted by those who had wandered and lost their way in the enchanted forest often came up in tavern conversations. One of the most common stories involved the eerie phenomenon of leaves turning a dull purple and sightings of fairies. Grrrrrrrr. A fairy, no bigger than a thumb, fluttered its butterfly wings around a 3-headed wolf. I spoke to the 2 individuals beside me. Stop it, Aslay. Limberton, put down your bow. Aslay lowered his arm, encased in a metal gauntlet, and Limberton, after resheathing his arrow, asked me, what is that? That is a fairy. You must have heard about them in class, right? Oh, that. Fairies are the guardians of the purple forest, neither enemies nor allies. They do not intervene in the battles between monsters and humans. They solely oversee the forest's ecosystem. However, there is one exception, which is the current situation. But it's rare to see one so easily. Why now? As Limberton expressed his doubt, I pointed to the 3-headed wolf. Look at its belly. The sagging belly, almost touching the ground, clearly indicated it was pregnant. The mother wolf was exuding killing intent not to attack but to defend. Is it pregnant? Yes. The moment we attack, the fairy will become hostile. There are 2 things to keep in mind when encountering a fairy. One must never harm a fairy, and one must not attack a pregnant creature. Violating either of these rules would make the entire forest unfriendly. Be careful not to offend them. We could get lost or buried by a sudden landslide. A landslide? In such a densely wooded area, is that even possible? Trees and the forest can move. They have the power to manipulate the entire purple forest, from underground to the sky. They could turn the forest into a maze, make you wander in circles, and even summon storms or lightning to punish you. There's a famous story about people who went missing trying to capture and sell fairies because of these abilities. The rumor goes that the fairies ate their corpses. Once the fairy realized we had no intention of attacking, it stared into the 3-headed wolf's eyes. The wolf, like a tamed dog, retreated with its tail tucked. I took out a small pouch from my backpack. Inside were candies made with butter and honey, prepared by Selly. Crack. As I crushed the candy and approached the fairy, Limberton looked alarmed. What are you doing? I'm going to give this to the fairy. What? To those terrifying creatures. Just watch. I held out the candy crumbs on my palm. The fairy showed curiosity, placing a finger on its lips, then picked up a small crumb, sniffed it, and popped it into its mouth. Crunch. The sound of tiny bites ceased, and the fairy's eyes widened. Then it whistled. Other fairies started gathering around. It seemed they liked the ratio of butter to honey. I gestured to Aslay and Limberton to follow and handed each of them a candy. Do as I do. Aslay crushed the candy without hesitation, while Limberton reluctantly held out his trembling palm. In less than a minute, not a single crumb remained. The fairies circled us happily before waving and disappearing. Phew, I thought I was going to mess up and die, Limberton sighed in relief. I chuckled at his reaction. They're quite cute for such terrifying creatures, aren't they? Aslay nodded. Amazing. Nothing like this exists where I'm from. Limberton looked unconvinced. They seem like little demons to me, not cute at all. But why did you give them candy? If you get on their good side, they'll provide some conveniences. Conveniences? The forest might arrange a prime spot for us to settle down. Encountering a fairy right from the start was a stroke of luck. Preparing the candy in hopes of such a lucky encounter was a great decision. We received their blessing as a reward. The fairy has shown favor to you. The purple forest's protection will provide conveniences. Now, we would have a bug-free sleeping area, optimal humidity and temperature, and the forest's layout would adjust reasonably for us. The greatest benefit was that our aura and mana would increase by 1.2 times until we left the forest. A prime spot. We are under the forest's protection. If we build a fortress, the leaves might even camouflage it for us. How do you know that? It's not in the textbooks. Of course not. This is advanced information even active pathfinders might not know, so keep it to yourselves. Aslay and Limberton's mouths dropped open in amazement. But don't we need to know how to make that candy to use it? Yes. Can you teach us? I shook my head. No. I'm planning to patent it if I run out of money. Limberton gave me an exasperated look. The place we chose to set up our base was halfway up a mountain path. We marked our route by carving symbols into large rocks with a dagger. Using a compass on blank paper, I began drawing a map. Once we found a suitable location, a three-headed wolf appeared before us. Limberton, do you see any fairies around? No. We can probably take this one down. It's prey. Everyone, get ready. Aslay took the lead, holding his shield. The wolf tried to attack from the side, avoiding a frontal assault, but Aslay's agile movements kept it at bay. Whenever the wolf attempted to pounce, Aslay swiftly changed direction, blocking with his shield each time. Limberton was amazed. His movements are much more refined now. He learned proper techniques, of course. What was once raw and primitive was now disciplined and precise. At this level, he could handle the wolf on his own. Aslay glanced at me. Captain. As if his blood had started to boil, he seemed to seek my permission to go all out. I nodded, and he drove his shield into the ground. Thud. Aslay spread his arms wide, as if to catch the wolf in a net. The wolf, delighted, lunged at him, biting his gauntlets with its two side heads. Crunch. The wolf bit down on the gauntlets but couldn't penetrate them, likely due to the aura reinforcing them. The side heads refused to let go, while the middle head aimed for Aslay's neck. Aslay, using his brute strength, threw the wolf into the air, which still clung to his arms. He then swung his arms down like splitting wood with an axe. Boom! The wolf hit the ground with a wail. Whimpering. The heads loosened their grip on her arms. Aslay quickly climbed onto the wolf's back, choking all three heads at once. I admired his quick thinking. He's aware of the howling. When in a disadvantageous situation, three-headed wolves summon their kin with a howl. This must have been taught by the professor. Aslay's learning ability was impressive. However, there was one thing he overlooked. Oops. The necks of three-headed wolves are incredibly flexible. Even with its back held, the side heads could still turn to bite Aslay's face. The heads began to turn despite his chokehold. Hup. Aslay tightened his grip to slow the turning. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, showing how strenuous it was. Limberton, you know where its heart is, right? Of course, I can see the chest swelling and shrinking. Your eyesight is excellent. Now, shoot without hurting Aslay. Limberton drew his special metal bow. Despite his lack of strength to fully draw it, he managed well enough. The arrow embedded deeply into the wolf's chest. Thunk. The wolf died instantly. Just one shot tires me out, Limberton sighed. You said 3 shots mean an hour of rest, right? Yeah. It's still awkward, but using strong force takes a lot out of me. Strong force is the power to enhance strength while manipulating aura. When Aslay blocked the wolf's teeth, he probably used an unbreakable technique for defense. Both you and Aslay seem to have trained hard. You've definitely improved since the 3rd exam. They both grinned widely. All right, let's set up the base. I took out a potion from my backpack, looking like a perfume bottle. Scent replicating potion. This potion, when mixed with the target's blood, can reproduce their scent. I opened the cap and collected the blood dripping from the wolf's heart. After sealing and shaking it, Limberton asked, "What does this do?" "We'll cover ourselves with the wolf's scent. Because they have a keen sense of smell." Exactly. This was the territory of the three-headed wolves. Camouflaging ourselves as neighbors was the best strategy. Other wolves would avoid this area, recognizing it as the territory of the one we just killed. They usually act independently, only coming together when a significant external threat appears. Hold out your arms. I sprayed the potion on all of us. Next, we needed to establish our stronghold. I took out a box the size of a small crate from my backpack, provided to each Pathfinder squad. Multi-fortress. This magical tool constructs a temporary base using nearby materials. It disintegrates when the mana stone's power depletes, but can be recharged. I found a flat area surrounded by dense trees, just 5 meters ahead. I wish the trees were a bit denser, I complained. The trees moved closer together. Limberton's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, the forest really does help us. All thanks to getting on the fairy's good side. I placed the box on the ground and tapped the diamond-shaped mana stone embedded on the top 3 times. Bzzz. The box emitted light, absorbing the surrounding trees. In a minute, it transformed into a 2-story wooden house, with a triangular roof and a lookout space. A sleigh marveled, amazing. Indeed. It's different seeing it up close compared to the professor's demonstration. Their eyes sparkled. The mobile fortress must have ignited their sense of adventure. After all, camping stirs a man's blood. Let's unpack first. The two of them excitedly went inside. I also unpacked and leisurely took out a pamphlet. Limberton and a sleigh quickly came over, showing interest. We haven't checked the pamphlet yet. Let's see. I unfolded the paper with drawings of various monsters. The 3-headed wolf was a C rank worth 3 points. A leader with horns on its head was a B rank worth 100 points. Occasionally, there were predators marked with question marks, classified as A rank with a whopping 200 points. Limberton gasped, wow, 200 points. We won't be targeting that, I said firmly, and Limberton sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I thought you were planning something risky again. A big score, huh? He wasn't entirely wrong, but I kept that to myself. Let's see the next page. I'm curious about the resources we can gather. Alright. Turning the page revealed various herbs and mana stones, along with detailed descriptions. Limberton pointed at a flower illustration. Peliodon flower? Why is this worth 500 points? It's used to treat pneumonia. It's known to be more effective than any other remedy. Oh, you mean that potion worth 50,000 gold per bottle? Exactly. Although their medicine, enhanced by magic, was advanced, they couldn't access resources as abundantly as in modern times. Thus, even a common pneumonia cure was a luxury for the wealthy. A herb that could completely cure pneumonia was understandably priceless. It's not an exaggeration to say rare herbs come from enchanted forests. That's why the Empire invests heavily in Pathfinders. That concluded the detailed explanation about earning points. I closed the pamphlet and took out an unread book. Limberton squinted at me, seemingly irritated by my leisurely manner. Can you really afford to relax like this? Rest well for now. Rest? Others are probably busy earning points. We should hurry too. Bloodthirsty for points, are they? I doubt they'll have such luxury. I glanced at Limberton. You must realize we're enjoying a privilege right now. Privilege. If you're curious, go to the 2nd floor and check. Take the telescope too. Limberton climbed the ladder. Soon after, a thud echoed from the ceiling. And then, a woo. A howl echoed throughout the purple forest. Previous ITOCI next. The students were gathered by dormitory. To prevent the surprise attacks from monsters that could appear at any time, it was good to have a large number of troops. The watch shifts could also be divided more efficiently. However, there were some drawbacks. There's not enough wood. We have to go and cut some down. What else can we do? To accommodate everyone, they had no choice but to choose the lowland plains. Therefore, they had to walk to gather wood, and battles with monsters frequently occurred during those times. Rix, that's already the 6th 3-headed wolf. Points are great, but I'm getting exhausted. No whining. Even now, the guys from Adele Hall are chasing them to capture more. Building the fortress on the first day itself took a lot of physical strength. And the more people there were, the more mistakes occurred. Yuwoo-a-dash. Howling. That's the thicket where the Lethe guys went. Damn, it looks like they've caused some trouble. What do we do? Rix quickly gave orders with a serious expression. The Lethe guys are running towards us. The wolves will soon charge into. Gravel and I will hold them off here. Happle, go and tell the guys resting inside the fortress to arm themselves immediately. Oh okay. Gravel, have you seen where Hercel went? He went into the thicket first, so I don't know. That's a shame. If he were here, it would be a big help. *****. Meanwhile, the 26 members of Adele Hall were returning to their units after hearing the wolf howls. Bellman observed the two men. Ryaman was cutting off the tail of a 3-headed wolf with a greatsword. Erisiel, who seemed dissatisfied with Ryaman's nonchalance, shouted. Ryaman, I'm the captain. I said let's retreat. Erisiel, I won't say anything about you feeling superior now because you've always lived like an accessory. It's probably due to some kind of deficiency. But remember, I gave you that position because it was cumbersome. Ugh, you twisted bastard. The unit usually operated in teams of 3. However, Adele Hall had 26 students. Excluding the 24, those 2 were assigned to a single unit instead of being incorporated into another. Man, I thought you were normal at first, but the more I know you, the weirder you get. Your true nature comes out eventually. If you hate it so much, just drop out. I won't blame you. Fine, I'll hang out with you a bit longer, but let's catch just one more and go back. Bellman cleaned his blood-stained glasses and thought. Ryaman, who achieved first place in the third test, and Erisiel, who was once praised as the Sword King of the South and taught by Colot. Their unit had the highest chance of placing first. This fact annoyed Bellman. If we increase our efficiency, winning isn't impossible. After all, their side only had 2 members. Meanwhile, his team was composed of the top 3 students. It was worth trying. Bellman looked at Lena and Scylla. By the way, Scylla, isn't it inconvenient to fight with your hair in pigtails? It sometimes hits my face. Should I tie it back like you? Bellman stopped walking. Let's delay our return. We'll continue fighting. I'd prefer to rest a bit first. When Scylla frowned, Bellman explained logically. Howling means the leader of the 3-headed wolves is coming. To hunt it, we need more information. Hunt the leader. That's the best way to get the highest points. And don't worry, we won't be fighting the ones that rush in. Oh, really? That's easy to say. Bellman pointed towards the Schlaf Hall camp. It's quite possible since the wolves are focused on the Schlaf guys. We'll approach from the side to estimate their numbers and guess the leader's location. We can handle encountering a few on the way, right? Bellman looked at Scylla provocatively. Scylla gritted her teeth and answered. I can kill 100 more if needed. Lena, who was next to her, pointed at Scylla's leg. But Scylla's left leg hasn't fully healed yet. Isn't it better to retreat to avoid any unexpected situations? Bellman narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, why did she come to the demon realm practice? She could have told the professor and stayed back. Then I'd be demoted to Burger Hall, you idiot. That's your personal problem. I don't see why I should suffer because of it. Of course, that's if you're implying you can't do it. Scylla drew her heavy great sword with a swish. The murderous intent was evident in her eyes. Bellman casually looked away and entered the forest path. I'll take that as you can. Tisk. My leg is fine, so don't worry, Lena. The pain's completely gone since I was in the carriage. Lena reluctantly drew her sword as well. They carefully approached the wolves. They encountered 3 charging wolves along the way. Growl. The wolves bared their teeth and stopped in their tracks. Scylla charged forward, swinging her heavy sword horizontally. Slash. The 3-headed wolf's 3 necks were severed in one stroke. Bellman admired as he drew a spell. Her talent was astonishing every time he saw it. To cut through such thick necks in one go. Lena's movements also caught his attention. Her swordsmanship, which had been simple during the third test, had improved significantly. The stance was the same, but her sword's trajectory had become much smoother. I thought she only relied on brute force, but her wrist has become much more flexible. The transition of her attacks was seamless. She cut through the 3-headed wolf's jaws and pierced its heart in one move. Bellman trapped the remaining wolf with a barrier spell. Buzz. The trapped wolf howled, but the sound didn't escape the sealed barrier. When Bellman clenched his fist, the circular barrier began to shrink. The wolf was crushed, and blood filled the inside. These guys can handle 1 wolf each on their own. After a few more fights, they approached the wolf pack's vicinity. Growl. As expected, the wolves were surrounding the Schlaf Hall camp. Bellman gauged their numbers and fixed his eyes on the largest wolf. It was easy to spot with a horn on its middle head. That's our target. When Bellman spoke, Scylla asked. But what good is identifying its location? Would a 4-legged beast stay in one place? The pack will soon retreat. We just need to confirm the direction they escape to. Retreat? How do you know that? Bellman adjusted his glasses and answered. Just from observing their recent behavior. They'll realize they can't win and retreat. Scylla rubbed her forehead. Ugh. As much as I hate to admit it, that's likely with that guy around. You're talking about her cell. Lena's face showed discomfort. Bellman, unbothered, continued to stare at one spot. It's not just him. There's a guy named Rix in Schlaf Hall. The professor said he'll skip Burger Hall and be promoted to Adele Hall after the first semester. Rix was coordinating and leading the units from the rear. Their unified movements stood firm like a shield. Whenever there was any danger, Rix's chains would bind it immediately. Growl. The approaching wolves fell to the ground as corpses. Seeing him use chains like that, he must have a talent for forming shapes. Keen observation of the battlefield, wise command, and an excellent sense of filling gaps with magic. He was indeed a worthy candidate for Adele Hall. However, an unexpected situation arose. The leader did not retreat. Although the wolves stopped advancing, they did not withdraw either. Bellman grew anxious. Could it be that the leader intends to step in? If that happened, things would get complicated. If Schlaf Hall successfully hunted the leader, the first place would go to an unexpected team. Bellman needed to change his plan. Scylla smirked annoyingly. Look at that. They've already wiped out a third of them, and they're not retreating. Different from what someone said, huh? Bellman didn't respond but made his decision. We need to push a bit more. Scylla, Lena, we're going to ambush the leader from behind. A frontal assault was a matter of time. Usually, the leader of a monster pack does not take the lead. It usually stays in the center or the rear of the pack. When the wolves charge at Schlaf Hall, there will be a gap. We'll take that opportunity to decapitate the leader. Bellman led the unit in a wide circle to ensure a safe distance. Just as the wolves began to charge Schlaf Hall, they heard rustling sounds from behind. Not just one, but countless footsteps surrounded them. Growl. 3-headed wolves encircled the unit. From afar, a majestic 3-headed wolf with a horn on its left head approached. Bellman, why is the leader here? I'm thinking. Bellman carefully observed the leader. The one they saw in front of the Schlaf Hall camp had a horn on its middle head. But this one had the horn on its left head. Damn, there wasn't just one leader. Bellman hastily drew a spell. Scylla, Lena, get ready to climb the steps. Translucent green panels appeared in midair, forming a stairway. It was an application of the barrier magic. The unit quickly climbed the steps. But at the end, Scylla screamed. Ah! Looking back, Bellman saw Scylla lying on the ground, clutching her leg. You idiot. Were you lying about being okay? No? I looked into that leader's eyes, and my body stiffened? That's why I fell. What? Bellman didn't bother to verify the fact by looking at the leader. Lena, continue climbing. But Scylla will be fine. Bellman left the top step and concentrated barriers around Scylla. Charging wolves slammed into the barriers with a loud crash. The leader, gazing up at them, casually walked away. Bellman was convinced. They have intelligence. The leader realized the barriers would break once the mana was depleted and left its pack to deal with them. Bellman, look over there. Lena pointed at the leader with the horn on the middle head. It was leading its pack away. Sweat trickled down Bellman's forehead. They used us as bait from the beginning. The leader hadn't retreated right away because it anticipated someone might try to ambush it. Its goal was to draw attention to itself, making it easier for the other leader to hunt. This was proof of their cooperation. Break the emergency signal rod immediately. Lena snapped the red rod in half. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The territory of the three-headed wolves was vast. In proportion, there were many individuals, and the factions were divided. There were 3 leaders in total. Usually, they would be at each other's throats, but they would unite against an external threat. Got it? It's tough to earn points by hunting wolves. Even if we join Ricks in the lowlands, we'll only get mediocre points. Then, how are we going to earn points? I closed my book at Limberton's nagging and pulled out a pamphlet. We will achieve the top score through treasure hunting. With the wolves focused on the lowlands, half the forest is safe. It means we can gather materials comfortably. Limberton made an admiring sound. That's true. So, what are we looking for? Anything we can find. But my main target is this. I pointed to the end of the pamphlet. There was an image of a black square with a question mark on it. What's this? And why doesn't it have a score? This was the treasure I had been eyeing from the start. Although I knew Rockefeller would cause trouble, I had no idea what exactly it would be. Hence, I needed a surefire winning strategy, and this was it. It's a relic. It doesn't have a score because finding it grants maximum points. Limberton's mouth dropped open. What? Maximum points. It's an artifact of great archaeological significance. Of course, if we find it, the imperial family might contact us. They could send a letter, invite us for commendation, or, if it's valuable enough, the emperor himself might come to Frostheart to present a plaque of appreciation. Limberton seemed uninterested, as if it were just a dream. Oh, really? That sounds like a pipe dream. I mean, would it really be here? Or maybe not. I could barely contain a smirk. If you understand, take a rest. The wolves will likely launch a surprise attack on the lowlands tonight. We will take that opportunity together. Just as I reached for the book I was reading, one of the 3 colored signal rods on the floor started blinking. It was the red one, signaling danger. Her cell, someone seems to be in trouble. The blinking speed was fast. That meant they were nearby. The fact that someone had sent a distress signal on the first day meant things weren't going as I knew from the original scenario. Limberton, a sleigh, we are heading up to the 2nd floor immediately. We needed to check what was happening. From the watchtower, I lifted the telescope. A man and woman were visible, isolated in midair among the leaves. And below them, wolves swarmed, drooling profusely. Is that Bellman's unit? Hey, it looks like there's someone down there. Limberton pointed downwards. When I aimed the lens downward, a woman isolated within a green barrier amidst the prowling wolves came into view. A question arose here. Wasn't Ryaman supposed to be part of Bellman's unit? Originally, Ryaman should have joined that group and wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. But there were only 3 people visible. I began to get a rough idea of why things had gone wrong, but now wasn't the time for idle speculation. We had to act before Bellman's magic ran out. We're going to rescue them. When I said that, Limberton was startled and asked, "Are we rescue them? Through those wolves?" The number of wolves was roughly 60. Honestly, it was close to a mad act. The moment we approached, we'd be torn apart and only bones would remain. So, I'll explain the method now. Listen carefully, I'll only say it once. Still, it wasn't an impossible task. We had the scent-confirming potion and the emergency smoke bombs distributed to all trainees. Smoke bombs, they block vision with black smoke. Pathfinder is a very dangerous profession. A typical crisis is being surrounded by monsters. Hence, there were a few magical tools for escape, one of which was a smoke bomb. First, we'll mask ourselves with the wolf scent. Then we'll use the smoke bombs to obscure their vision and proceed. Tri-headed wolves perceive their kin if you mask their scent. But they weren't dumb enough not to distinguish between a human and a wolf right in front of them. But if we use the smoke bombs, we won't be able to see either. At Limberton's point, I squinted my eyes. This guy clearly didn't study properly. It was likely a question that even appeared on the exam. Limberton, that's what compasses are for in such situations. Looks like you'll need to study again when we return. Ugh. Everyone, take them out. Limberton and a sleigh grasped the compasses they each carried. The needles and the direction plates are painted with a dye that glows in the dark. Even if the smoke blocks our view, we can identify it by holding it close. The precision is incomparable to the ones available on the market, so remember the units accurately. Seeing Limberton and Aslay nod, it seemed they thought it was feasible. I raised the compass and precisely aimed at where Bellman's unit was. Northwest 292.5 degrees. Their position is at 292.5 degrees northwest. Our fortress is at 112.5 degrees southeast from there. I'll take Lena and Bellman back. Limberton, you rescue Scylla. Limberton looked distressed. Me. Whether you like it or not. Scylla has the most wolves around her. This is the best scenario for you, with your small body, to weave through. I'll give you this entire bottle. I handed a perfume bottle to Limberton. It was a backup scent confirming potion. The wolf scent is already applied. Spray it thoroughly on Scylla and return quickly. Aslay, you'll have to throw me up there. I pointed at Bellman and Lena, floating above the barrier. Aslay blinked. Is that possible? I'll cast a lightning spell on myself, so I won't be heavy. Your strength should suffice. Any trajectory errors could be corrected with telekinesis. Be cautious of your footing as visibility will be blocked. The problem was visibility. Limberton had excellent eyesight, so the compass would be very clear to him. Additionally, his small size would help him navigate through the wolves. Donaton, you need to be my eyes, guiding me through the wolves. Donaton had that ability. During the interview, he must have said something like this. Honestly, I wasn't particularly remarkable with a sword. Compared to other ego swords the master had, I was just insignificant. My only other abilities were sensing someone nearby and serving my master's rest. The skill of sensing someone nearby relied on distinguishing objects through currents. It shouldn't be difficult. We hurriedly armed ourselves and opened the fortress gate. Then, let's begin. The education of the Jers family is quite pragmatic. While others read fairy tales to children, instilling in them the beauty of the world, the head of the Jers family was different. He always forced his children into moments of choice, even on mere outings in a carriage. Here is a coin. You're planning to give it to one of those two beggars. So, tell me, which one would be more efficient? An old woman on the left, a young girl on the right. My brother and sister responded like this. I believe it's right to give it to the young girl. The old woman will die soon anyway. Considering future labor, that's the correct choice. I disagree with my brother. The old woman has a lot of knowledge. She can spread beneficial knowledge to the young buds. Besides, she'll die soon if not now. It's better to give her charity so she can do something beneficial before she dies. The young girl has a higher chance of receiving charity, so we can wait for the next opportunity. They always coldly suppressed their emotions and analyzed. This was the educational policy of the Jers family. Lastly, Bellman, what's your opinion? Don't hesitate, answer. Yes. With this coin, I can buy bread. I would split it in half and give it to both. They wouldn't be full, but it would solve their immediate hunger. The head chose Bellman's opinion. And, the next day, they heard the news that the old woman had died. The culprit was the young girl. The girl was executed for her crime, so both died. This fact was known thanks to the indifferent father. According to the young beggar's confession, she killed to snatch the remaining bread. This is the result of your choice, Bellman. If you had chosen one beggar and thrown the coin through the window, the other beggar wouldn't have known. Develop the habit of considering everything next time. It all happened because bread was chosen. In the process, the coachman had to get off the horse to enter the bakery, and unlike the coin, the bread was too large to conceal in a pocket. It blatantly showed that they had shared the bread. Bellman, who had to bear the consequences, was just 5 years old. And now, wolves swarmed below. Bellman sweated coldly and hesitated. At best, they might take down one each. He didn't even have the courage to fight. Damn it. He had already sent a distress signal. But no one showed signs of coming to help yet. Because he had circled around for a surprise attack, the distance from the camp was too far. Bellman, it seems they've spotted us over there. As Lena said, Schlafhall's men were pointing and shouting from afar. They seemed willing to help. But calculating the time it would take for them to reach here, it was clear they would run out of magic before help arrived. They can't help us. The timing is off. So, another choice time approached. We have no choice but to move the barrier to a safe place. If he squeezed out the remaining magic, he could move the barrier as a stepping stone. Lena's face turned serious. That means leaving Scylla. Yes, right. If the distance increases, the barrier on Scylla will dissipate. The range to maintain magic wasn't long, but there was no better option. It was more reasonable for two to survive than all to die together. Realistically, this is the right choice. It was just a matter of erasing emotions once. His family had done so, and Bellman had grown up under their influence. Bellman tried to move his trembling hand, but Lena just watched. Aren't you going to stop me? You want me to stop you, don't you? Bellman shut his mouth tightly. Coming to Frostheart was also because of his father's pressure to develop cold-bloodedness. This was an opportunity to prove he was a member of the Jers family. But then a foolish decision slipped out of his mouth. I don't know anymore. Let's trust the rescue team. I don't know if we can hold out, but I'll give it a try. Looking back, he was lacking as a leader. He hadn't assessed the condition of his unit, and his greed for points had led to a wrong outcome. Ultimately, he had to take responsibility. As he placed all his hopes on a sliver of hope, Bellman's eyes widened. Whoosh. Suddenly, black smoke began to engulf the ground. Smoke bomb. Someone's coming? Bellman was bewildered. There seemed to be a unit nearby, but their number would be significantly small. Moreover, merely blocking vision wouldn't avoid wolf attacks. How could they deceive those identifying by scent? This is suicidal. A foolish choice. Bellman shouted towards the ground. Retreat immediately. Then, through the black smoke emerged a blonde head. The suicidal act was yours. Hercel swung his staff and stepped onto the barrier. Tap. Then he waved his hand. Make some space for me. Bellman instinctively stepped back and made room. Hercel greeted them. Hi, nice to meet you. Lena squinted her eyes. Why are you here? Because I received the signal. Bellman asked in a slightly urgent voice. Are you here to rescue us? That depends on your answer. What are you willing to pay for being saved? Lena showed a flustered expression. Pay. We used up all our smoke bombs. Naturally, we expect you to replenish them. It's like charging a fee. Bellman thought Hercel's request was reasonable. It was written in the manuals that Pathfinders demanded compensation when assisting other units. Moreover, coming here risked their lives, so it was only fair. We'll comply with your conditions as much as possible. So, what do you want? Bellman asked, and Hercel held up 2 fingers. 2 days worth of food. All right. We'll give you all the smoke bombs we have and 2 days worth of food. Handing over the smoke bombs, Hercel grasped them and took out a compass. How many soldiers are there? 2. By now, a sleigh should have returned, and Limberton is waiting below to rescue Scylla. What? Bellman's heart sank. There was no doubt about his exceptional combat power. Defeating Emmerich had proven he was the top first-year student. However, he was still just one person. What are you trying to do? We know you're strong. Maybe you can survive among the tri-headed wolves. But we can't. The moment we go down, we'll be devoured. Bellman frowned and asked, and Hercel took out a perfume bottle. That's just your unprepared thinking. What is that? A perfume with tri-headed wolf scent. Stop talking and hold out your arms. You too, Lena. Hercel sprayed the perfume on them with a hiss-hiss sound. They won't attack you. Now, take this. He handed them a rope. Our fortress is halfway up the mountain. I'll lead, so hold on to this rope tightly and follow. Be careful not to trip over anything. Bellman admired the perfume bottle internally. It's definitely a scent replication potion. A potion widely used against monsters with developed senses. Though it was likely a stroke of luck to have it, his preparedness was commendable. Even the alchemy club didn't have such a thing. Where did he get it? Bellman observed him closely. Hercel threw another smoke bomb onto the ground and brought the compass close to his face. Lower the barrier. I'll signal you when, so release the barrier on Scylla then. Bellman gradually descended the barrier. When his feet touched the ground, Hercel spoke softly. Now. Bellman released the barrier, gripping the pulled rope tightly as he ran. Occasionally, wolf fur brushed against his cheek, but miraculously, he wasn't attacked. After running for a few minutes without looking back, Hercel said, Stop. The wind started to clear away the black curtain. Lena, with a surprised voice, exclaimed. This is. Their fortress was hidden among the dense trees. If Hercel hadn't led them, they wouldn't have noticed it. Bellman silently admired Hercel's back. Preparedness, power, decisiveness. In terms of objective evaluation, he was an ideal leader worth emulating. Hercel stopped and turned her head swiftly. Oh, wipe the dirt off your shoes before coming in. Inside the fortress, a sleigh approached. Hercel asked. Hasn't Limberton returned yet? No, that's not good. I'll go up to the 2nd floor for a while. You guys rest here. Prepare to leave once it's calm. Hercel climbed up the ladder. A sleigh, sitting cross-legged, shook a necklace made of animal teeth. Rustle rustle. Curious, Bellman asked. What are you doing? Praying for Limberton's safe return. It seemed to be a tribal ritual. Having nothing else to do, Bellman looked around the fortress. He had thought there would be a lot of tri-headed wolf tails, but there was only one. The location halfway up the mountain and not collecting tails meant. So, you guys were planning to earn points through treasure hunting. When he guessed, Lena retorted. Did you plan to gather while we fought the wolves? Probably. If their attention was drawn, the forest would be quiet. While others are suffering, how selfish. A sleigh glared at Lena. My boss is like a chieftain to me, and the wisest sage in the tribe. Do not insult him. Lena stepped back awkwardly. Bellman whispered softly in her ear. They worship him as a god. Don't provoke him. I know. That's why it's creepy. The question of why Ryaman hadn't joined Bellman's unit would have to wait. I moved the telescope from the watchtower. The wolves, losing their prey, started to disperse slowly. Thanks to that, I could clearly see where Scylla was. This. A single shiny object lay on the ground. It was a compass. Apparently, Limberton had lost his compass. I took out 3 signal rods. At that moment, the black rod glowed. It was a distress signal. This guy, always startling people. Limberton and Scylla were alive. Black smoke obscured the view ahead. Ordinary people wouldn't have been able to distinguish anything. However, Limberton's vision was exceptional enough to discern even the subtlest differences in brightness. Thanks to that, he could see the scene in front of him as if it were a painting in black and dark gray. Cough. He saw dust being pushed by a wolf's cough, and as the wolves moved, black clouds left shapes in their wake. Limberton cautiously followed the airflow between the wolves. Just then, a gentle breeze swept the smoke in a dome-like hemisphere. This should be the barrier, right? I estimated it to be around here. When he confirmed it by touch, the barrier vanished just in time. Limberton sprayed the perfume on Scylla with a hissing sound. What? SHH. Limberton grabbed Scylla's hand and helped her up. She complied silently, keeping her mouth shut. After all, she probably didn't think a wolf had grabbed her hand. Now, all that was left was to navigate through the wolf pack, relying on the compass needle. However, the hand holding Scylla was abruptly yanked. Scylla lost her balance. Thanks to her quick footwork, she didn't fall completely, but her footing was poor. She stepped on a wolf's tail. Grr! The wolf let out a fierce growl, displaying its anger towards a random direction. The wolves, whose nerves were heightened due to the obscured vision, quickly got agitated. The wolf wrongly accused let out a growl, which spread like an infection, turning the place into chaos. Thud! During the commotion, Limberton, weaving through the wolves, was pushed and dropped his compass. Oh no! He had to escape the area. Finding the compass amidst the raging wolves was impossible. Moreover, the smoke had a limited duration, so there was no time to linger. If I don't want to die, I need to get out of here. Limberton carried Scylla on his back. He had been training his stamina. He could somewhat handle strength-enhancing mana, albeit imperfectly, allowing him to briefly dash swiftly. Ta-da-da! As he sprinted with all his might. Huff, huff. He got lost. Limberton panted, pushing through the bushes. His mana was depleted, and his leg muscles felt like they were tearing apart. Ugh, I'm dying. Already exhausted, Scylla's irritating voice grated his nerves from behind. Why did it have to be you? I didn't even know and grabbed your hand. Scylla leaned on a crude splint made from chopped wood. And whose fault do you think that is? When Limberton said that, Scylla widened her eyes. She hadn't expected him to talk back. What? If you hadn't stepped on the tail, none of this would have happened. It's your fault. Don't be ridiculous. I injured my leg falling from a high place. It was already hurting because of your captain. Now she was playing the victim. What did Hercel do wrong? She scolded you because you beat me up. When he logically countered, Scylla ground her teeth. A coward like you, talking back to me. If my leg were fine, I'd kill you. Oh, really? That's good to know. Limberton grumbled and quickened his pace. From behind, Scylla shouted urgently. Hey, slow down a bit. I'm saying it's good because I won't have to hear your annoying voice anymore. Scylla frowned but kept quiet. She seemed to have realized her situation. Limberton adjusted his pace to match hers and continued walking. Where are we going now? We don't have a compass. Is it okay to wander around? We're heading to higher ground. It's safer up there. The wolves are focused on the lowlands. We just need to wait for rescue in a safe place. Scylla's eyes widened. Wait. With this leg, you're telling me to climb a mountain. Limberton squinted. You wouldn't need to if you had just carried the compass. Why didn't you have it? Bellman took care of that stuff. Scylla was defiant. Limberton looked at her blankly. The habit of dumping all troublesome tasks on others hadn't changed. Don't ask me to carry you later. You're heavy. Scylla flared up. Heavy? Do you want to die? And I don't want to touch your disgusting back again either. He had heard it too many times to respond. While pushing through the bushes, his eyes widened. Limberton urgently grabbed Scylla's arm and threw himself to the ground. Russell. Something was nearby. We formed a search party of 4 and decided on the search direction. The destination was higher ground. Bellman and Lena had their doubts, but I quickly convinced them. It's a simple guess. Limberton would think that with the wolves focused on the lowlands, the chances of encountering them on higher ground are lowest. Besides, from a high point, it's easier to locate the camp, especially since he has excellent eyesight. But thinking it was safe was a mistake. There was a reason why we built the fortress halfway up the mountain. The higher ground was the most dangerous. I asked Bellman, how long until your mana recovers? It'll take about 30 minutes to use any effective magic. Perhaps understanding my question's implication, Bellman's expression grew serious. So, asking that means higher ground isn't safe. I nodded. Right. It's where the leader resides. I saw 2 leaders. They didn't go to higher ground though. There are 3 leaders in total. One must be based there, which is why you didn't see it. The wolves were divided into the lowlands, midlands, and highlands. As the mountain narrows higher up, the chance of encountering the leader is high. Bellman pondered and asked. That's strange. Why didn't that one participate in the attack? I'll explain as we go. The important thing was to rescue them as soon as possible. According to Bellman, Scylla was injured. Limberton was the only one able to fight. We've already wasted a lot of time. Don't slow down. As we picked up the pace, Bellman spoke. But if Limberton wins the duel, maybe. How optimistic. That was the confidence of someone who could handle the tri-headed wolves alone. If he had that much skill and the duel condition, he might win. But Limberton can only use a bow. Limberton's specs were among the lowest of playable characters. In a world dominated by swords and magic, archery had little standing. He was vulnerable in close combat, and his ranged attacks paled compared to magic. He was always overlooked by players, only used as a support at best. Even if he had trained recently, unless the blessing Wind Recluse's grace manifested, he remained weak. And you think wolves are the biggest threat to them, but that's a mistake. Mistake. I glanced at Bellman and explained what I had delayed. You asked why one leader didn't participate in the attack. Yeah, the leader in the highlands was already captured. Bellman and Lena gulped. Captured? By people. Yes. It was no longer the territory of the tri-headed wolves. That meant wolves would have been preferable. The highlands are likely occupied by just 4 people. I checked the black rod. Its blinking had quickened. This way. I hastened my pace to rescue Limberton before he encountered them. Limberton covered Scylla's mouth and held his breath. Voices of men came from beyond the bushes. Ugh, disgusting. Why did you pull that out after already having fun? Snicker, I'm curious about what the fetus looks like. Hearing human voices in a crisis should have been welcome. But not when those holding a wolf's fetus like a toy were the ones talking. Who are they? Limberton frowned with caution. Those two were known for their cruelty as executives of Lethe. If they were discovered, things would not end well. Even monsters, mate. What are we doing? Yay, it's been months since we had any fun. Too bad. If it were a bit bigger, it would have been fun. Limberton's eyes trembled. Another man held a fairy in his hand, mocking it as he plucked its wings. But it feels like we're lost. We're circling back. I think I saw that branch before. Could it be the fairy's curse is real? Curse. You know, the hunters who disappeared deep in the forest after hearing about fairies. So, it's your fault. Curse? You. I don't like that. The man forced a smile and gently set the fairy on the ground. Sorry about your wings. Hope they grow back? Go back to your family. The fairy glanced at the man before running off. But the man's smile vanished, and he stumped the fairy like a bug. Crunch. The man dragged his foot to scrape off the blood on the dirt. His casual disdain for life was evident. Limberton thought hiding was the right choice. I knew it. You're not capable of good deeds. Hey, curses are for fools. If the trees block our path, just cut them all down. The two men vanished, cutting through thick trees with their swords. Trees that would take several axe blows to fell. Limberton broke into a cold sweat, cutting through that thickness like paper. When the men left, Scylla pushed away Limberton's hand from her mouth. How long are you going to keep it shut? Scylla scrubbed her mouth with a handkerchief. Still scared of those guys, huh? You saw them swing their swords. What's so great about it? If my leg were fine, I could do that too. Yeah, you're amazing. Limberton moved cautiously. Anyway, let's go down. This place seems more dangerous. Knew it. Trusting you was foolish. Just move quietly. Don't give orders like a fool. Scylla's voice was filled with irritation. Being stranded with someone she despised made her edgy. But Limberton was equally stressed. Really? Forgot who saved you from the wolves. The danger hasn't changed. You agreed to follow me, didn't you? Then just be quiet. Scylla's emotions intensified. Trust you twice. You know why you're called an idiot and why girls hate you? Because everything you do is disgusting. Even now, if you had followed the path correctly, we'd be with the unit by now. Listening to Scylla's rapid-fire insults, Limberton sighed, thinking, I must be patient. Fine. Everything I do looks foolish to you. If you want to go separately, go ahead. Despite her complaints, Scylla followed. Limberton thought of saying something but kept silent. He didn't want to waste energy arguing. Hiss. Just in case, he sprayed the perfume while moving. Drip. A drop fell from the sky. Rain. But the liquid was red. From behind, Scylla's startled voice rang out. Hey, look up. When he lifted his head, his heart sank. A man, shirtless and covered in blood, was perched on a tree. I smelled wolves and came, but it was humans. Wiping the blood with wolf fur, he leaped to the ground. Luluan. Unintentionally, Limberton muttered his name. At that moment, a dull pain hit his head. Limberton lost consciousness. Splash. Water poured over his head. The wet sensation woke Limberton. Whistle. A piercing whistle sounded in his ears. Luan put away the canteen and gestured around. What do you think of our base? Pretty well set up, right? The place was a clearing, blocked by dense trees. Every branch held a tri-headed wolf's corpse. The overwhelming smell of blood made Limberton wrinkle his nose. What do you want? His hands and feet weren't bound. He was kidnapped, but they left him relatively free. Luan stepped aside, revealing what he had been blocking. Is that girl your girlfriend? Limberton's eyes widened. Scylla was chained and gagged, held by two men. One of them licked her cheek. We're not like that. And I asked, what do you want from me? That's why you brought me here. Luan replied softly. It's not much. Just join our game. Game. Look to your left. Limberton turned his head. A tri-headed wolf was chained to a tree, its heads covered in sacks, with a horn poking out. The leader. Yes. It was there when we set up here. It seemed wasteful to kill it, so we kept it. But now we're bored. Limberton understood what Luan wanted. You're not asking me to hunt it alone, are you? Luan smiled softly. It seemed like a joke, but his dull eyes were serious. As Limberton reminded himself not to relax, Luan said, I found this among your belongings. Interesting. Here, take it. He handed Limberton a bow and 4 arrows. Luan explained, sounding excited, as if explaining rules. See the circle on the ground? That's the wolf's range. You go in and hunt it with the bow. Simple, right? This is a game? You're insane. Ignoring him, Luan pointed at Scylla. If you want to save her, you better comply. My men are getting restless from the professor's watch. They might go crazy without some relief. Despite the threat, Limberton smirked. Even in this magical forest, professors were present. They were likely watching to prevent students from escaping, which meant they were observing this situation too. Professors know what you're doing. Stop before they send you to punishment. They could intervene any moment. But Luan's words silenced him. Really? Then why didn't they intervene when we brought you here? As you said, they might be watching. But if it were the academy, they'd step in immediately. Why aren't they? Luan blinked and gave an answer. Just a guess, but maybe punishment happens after we return. Limberton gulped. Having no one to stop them was a different matter. If punished after returning, it meant the crime would already be done. If he were dead, punishing the perpetrator was pointless. These guys don't fear punishment. That's why they're doing this. What mattered to them was mere pleasure. Luan whispered softly. Honestly, this situation isn't that fun. All these things are old news. Now they feel like kids play. Those guys might settle for just a girl. So, if you don't want to, you can leave. But the girl stays. Limberton's ears perked up. I can go. Luan grinned. Of course. I planned to let you go if you refused. Did I bind you? Limberton coldly replied as he retrieved his belongings. You misunderstand. To me, you and her are all the same. Limberton moved. Two men holding Scylla smirked as they overheard. Looks like you got dumped. Shall I comfort you? You seemed gutless anyway. Let's enjoy ourselves now. Scylla's eyes filled with fear. MMPH. She headbutted the man holding her face. The man wiped his bloody nose, grinning. Strong, huh? She seemed to hurt when we touched this leg. Wait a moment. Amid her rough resistance, the man grabbed her injured leg. MMPPH. Her screams grew louder. Seems she likes pain. Let's start by stripping her armor. Tears streamed from Scylla's eyes. Yet Limberton kept walking. Thud. He stopped at the line marking the wolf's range. Limberton drew his bow and smiled. The mansion of the dead.A family was located in the remote coastal village. A humble location with no shipping routes, where fishing was the only livelihood in such a poor land. However, the head of the dead.A family was a remarkable man. With exceptional stamina, he cherished his territory enough to work as a fisherman himself, earning the deep trust of the villagers. His business acumen was so outstanding that he made it easier for people to live, even in that poor land. On the other hand, his son Limberton. Tisk tisk, if only he had inherited even half of his father's traits. Seeing as how he has no luck with children, maybe the name dead.A is cursed. He was small and weak, lacking courage. He would cry at the barking of passing dogs and, despite being a noble, was always ostracized by the village children. He was often regarded as a fool for his flirtatious attempts with women and looked down upon for showing pathetic behavior when he tried to follow his father onto the boat. Because of this, his mother, Lulin, always overprotected him. Hunting again? Didn't I tell you not to go? But I need to do something. Even so, look at your arms. Wild dogs would chew them up like bones. Look at these arms. They've become sturdier since I started learning archery. They look thinner than my fingers. Of course, this was a bit exaggerated, but they were thinner than the plump wrists of his mother. But archery is safe. I can shoot from afar and run away if things go wrong. Your skin is softer than calf skin. What if you cut yourself handling arrows? And every time he received such overprotection, Limberton would complain about his younger sibling. Mom, you let Selberton go to the back mountain without a word. Why are you only like this to me? He always heard the same response. Your brother takes after your father. Limberton's younger brother was tall and had a good personality. He was also handsome enough to receive letters from women frequently. While Limberton was proud of his brother, it also hurt his self-esteem as an older brother. I think I'll go crazy if I stay here. I feel the same, brother. It's tiresome when father drags me onto the boat. But at least there's good news. What is it? I'm leaving here. You'll definitely become the head of the family. The brothers often had a subtle rivalry about inheriting the poor land, but the younger brother had a clear vision for the future. He planned to graduate from the academy and get a government position, which would make their father agree to let him go without any complaints. Did you get accepted? To the academy? Yes, to Valiant, my first choice. Limberton could never forget the shock of seeing his brother's acceptance letter. And what's that? Did you apply elsewhere? Oh, this? It's an invitation letter to Frost Heart Academy. It looked suspicious, so I kept it to use as kindling. Throw it away? If it's useless, give it to me. I'll go. This required a guardian's signature, and Limberton's father was hesitant. Frost Heart? What kind of place is that? Never heard of it. I don't know either, but it's an academy. Please let me go. Please. How can I manage your mother if you go? But if I stay here, my future is clear. If I don't leave and find a girlfriend, I'll die alone and lonely. If it's a wife you want. The last marriage proposal was rejected as soon as they heard my name. No woman here wants to meet me. Fine. If that's what you truly want. This was how Limberton got into Frost Heart. Compared to others, his reason for attending was light and pathetic. Limberton somewhat regretted his decision. Although he appeared calm, he was inwardly terrified. Now that I think about it, on the day of the third exam, I planned to beg the Lethe guys for my life. If Aslay hadn't been there, he would have done just that. Yet, why did he act so bravely? He must have been influenced a lot over the past few months. The delinquent, who seemed unlikely to change, had become impressive and achieved successive accomplishments. Aslay played his role with tremendous strength and even scored better than Limberton on the written exam despite not knowing the Imperial language initially. For some reason, he felt he was the only one standing still while others moved forward. Limberton disliked this. He hated resigning himself with a "this is how it is for someone like me" attitude and crawling to keep up with them. Perhaps these thoughts arose after hearing this statement. Limberton, I think you're a cool guy. Even when you seem pathetic, you always do what's necessary at the crucial moment. It was the first time he heard from someone else that he had such a positive trait. And now was the time to do what was necessary. But you guys are really bad at handling women. So, how about some advice? Limberton spoke to the two guys holding Scylla. Think of women as dragonflies. If you stay still, they'll come to you. Limberton drew his bow. Luan removed the sack from the leader's head. The tri-headed wolf squinted at the sudden burst of light. At that moment, Limberton's eyes widened. What? His hand weakened, and his body stiffened. Whiz! The arrow flew off aimlessly. Luan approached and spoke. Judging by your reaction, you didn't know. Limberton forced out his voice. Why is my body. When you make eye contact, you get paralyzed. But it's interesting, isn't it? An archer against an unseen monster. It's rare to see. Limberton quickly closed his eyes. His body began to move again. Then he scoffed. Paralyzed by eye contact. Then he just needed to avoid looking at the eyes. But the wolf's left head lowered, using its glowing eyes as a shield. Whiz! The second arrow flew uselessly. Luan opened his previously closed eyes and spoke. 2 chances left. The wolf, which had been slowly approaching, growled and charged. As a leader, it was much faster than ordinary tri-headed wolves. Thud! Limberton hastily closed his eyes and aimed his bow, predicting the wolf's movements from his last glimpse. He released the bowstring. The sound of the bow was still filled with despair. Thud! The third arrow struck a tree. His arm ached. Unfortunately, he had brought a bow with strong draw weight, making it hard to even pull the string properly. What should I do? As he pondered, the wolf approached. Thud thud thud. Limberton changed his thinking. The closer the target, the easier to hit. Even if the power was weaker, it would penetrate at close range. Yes, this is the only way. Limberton used all his strength to draw the bowstring. The string was half pulled when he closed his eyes, trusting his timing. Here goes nothing. How will you hit the heart? A voice resonated deep in his chest. And a hand on his eyelids. Someone opened Limberton's eyes with their hand. A man covered in rags. His face was hidden in the shadows. More surprising, the wolf in front of him was frozen as if time had stopped. Limberton tried to speak, but his lips wouldn't move. Who are you? I don't feel like answering yet. It seemed he could communicate with thoughts. Is this some kind of mystery or magic? Stories often mentioned such phenomena. They usually involved extraordinary beings like fire-breathing humans, but there were also records of encounters with transcendental beings. Mystery was a broad term, encompassing such phenomena. You make it sound trivial by lumping it together. That doesn't matter. What is that bow? It's pathetic. If he could stop time, he wasn't someone to take lightly. You seem powerful, but what's your purpose? There's no time for a long talk. I will disappear soon. The man adjusted Limberton's posture. Limberton's stance was corrected, the bowstring fully drawn, and his grip adjusted. This is how you hold a bow. Find the heart yourself. What? The man closed Limberton's eyes with his hand. Limberton saw his orderly upper teeth and heard an excited voice. Overcoming fear is good, but don't be reckless. I look forward to revealing my true name to you. After the mysterious man disappeared, Limberton's body moved. The wolf's heartbeat was loud, indicating it was close. Time resumed. Limberton instinctively lowered his left hand holding the bow and released the arrow. Thud! The sound of piercing flesh was unmistakable. However, Limberton was knocked down by the charging wolf. The wolf's jaws drooled above him, but its neck went limp. Huff! Luan flipped the wolf's corpse with one hand. Limberton stood up, breathing heavily. If he hadn't received that strange help and hit the heart, he would be dead. What was that? There was no time to dwell on the strange occurrence because of Luan. Amazing. The arrow pierced through. What? Look at the tree. Your final arrow went through the wolf's body. The arrow was deeply embedded, with only the feathers sticking out. Luan asked with interest. By the way, what's your name? Limberton. Limberton Beldelsey. All right, Limberton, you can go now. I'll make sure she survives and returns. Limberton's eyes widened. Letting her go later meant something entirely different. Return her? Release her now. This isn't what we agreed on. Luan blinked curiously. I intend to keep my promise. What do you mean? I promised to save her, not release her immediately. His tone was pure, devoid of malice. Limberton felt a chill at his incomprehensible demeanor. He had dealt with many ill-natured people, but this was new. Strange. Isn't returning her safely enough? When Luan pondered, a man holding Scylla approached. What's going on? Is that little guy complaining? The man glared threateningly, clenching his fist as if to hit. You're too gentlemanly. Sometimes, you need to show them their place. As the punch was about to land, slash, blood trickled down the man's cheek. Luan, who had been pondering, made a sound of realization. He doubts I'll keep my promise. Right? Well, that's understandable. Don't worry, Limberton. If they try to hurt her, I'll stop them like this. AHH. Luan grabbed the man's ear, making him bleed. I'll stop them. Of course, you'll cooperate, right, Arceus? Yes. Then unclench your fist. I told Limberton he could leave anytime. Got it. The man, Arceus, cowered like a frightened puppy. Luan turned his back to Limberton. Limberton swallowed his fear. Magic swordsman. Slashing without drawing his sword was proof. Magic swordsmen were feared and revered, capable of cutting through a knight's auraclad sword and nullifying a mage's attack. Almost all historic figures of immense power were magic swordsmen. Luan likely single-handedly killed most of the wolves here. What if he asked Luan to release Scylla? Turning his back is a warning not to speak further. Refuse, and his invisible sword slash would decapitate him. Limberton felt helpless, unable to move his feet. When Luan perched on a tree, the two men noticed. That idiot is just standing there staring. Ignore him. He'll leave after watching. MMMP. The men continued to strip Scylla. Hey, Arceus. What's with your cheek? Huh. Arceus touched his cheek, finding blood on the other side. Only Luan could have done it. Luan, did I do something wrong again? It wasn't me. Luan was looking at a man approaching from afar. He tapped the back of the frozen Limberton. Why are you standing there? Hercel. More importantly, how's his face? Heh, what did you do this time? It looked empty, so I gave him some whiskers. Hercel looked away from Limberton and lifted his head. The two men flinched. The skill they had witnessed was something only a magic swordsman could do. The situation was already difficult, and now Hercel's group had joined in. Who are those people to dare touch Scylla? Hercel, are those dangerous guys the donation entrance? The two men glanced at Luan. Luan shook his head, seeming uninterested in a fight. TCH. If only those meddlers hadn't shown up. Yeah, it was just getting heated. What a shame. They released Scylla from the chains, and she tore the gag from her mouth. Then she spat at the men. You bastards. I remember your faces. Once my leg heals, you're dead. Glaring fiercely, she limped away. But that red-haired girl, she's quite something. Don't you know? That's Lena, the former chairman's fiancée. While the two men licked their lips, Luan asked Hercel. Are Limberton and those behind you your friends? His voice was emotionless and flat. Hercel answered coldly. Let's say they are. Luan let out a deep sigh, then smiled slightly as if relieved. Safe travels. Hercel turned away. Despite some disputes among his group, they all agreed with his words. If you want to hold anyone accountable, do it later. We're still in the exam. Save your strength for when you'll need it. He led his group away. Arceus, his cheek marked with cat-like scratches, asked Luan. Luan, you could have won. Is it okay to let them go? Luan laughed scornfully. If he had shown his full strength, we'd all be dead. Luan recalled the incident in the forbidden section of the library. Even after being hit by magical spears filling the space, Hercel hadn't sustained a single injury. Moreover, who would have thought he was a magic swordsman? What are you saying? You know Hercel was just a poser. Even if he became a magic swordsman, could he be stronger than you? Arceus stopped mid-sentence, realizing his mistake, and closed his eyes tightly. Sorry. I take back calling him a poser. Luan, who usually wouldn't tolerate insults about him, seemed indifferent today. He responded calmly, as if it didn't matter. There are 6 whiskers on your cheek. When I cut one, he cut 5 in an instant. This alone shows he's several levels ahead of me. Do you understand now? Arceus gulped, sweating profusely. Yeah, I get it. But Luan, you seem different today. Can I ask something? Go ahead. Does the desire for Hercel to return as chairman still stand? Luan chuckled at the cautious question. Seeing him today, I'm sure he doesn't want to come back. Forcing someone who doesn't want to return is pointless. The two men smiled widely, relieved. Luan, ignoring their reactions, continued speaking. But for some reason, I have a bad feeling he might interfere with our plans in the future. Arceus asked excitedly. What if he does? We'll have to kill him. Luan's face was surprisingly gentle as he said this. Meanwhile, a bird that didn't quite fit in with the purple forest watched the scene with hollow eyes. A pigeon with a hair tie around its ankle. Felia whispered softly. The more I see him, the better he seems. 2 days had passed since the practical training in the enchanted forest began. Summarizing what I had learned so far. The reason Ryaman hadn't joined Bellman's unit was as I had suspected. At this point, there were 25 students in Adele Hall. This would have been the case normally, but there was a variable. With the addition of Erisiel, who wasn't originally expected to enroll, there were 26 students. Therefore, instead of assigning Ryaman to another unit, they paired him with another student. This was within expectations. However, I hadn't anticipated things to become this complicated. I'm not a fortune teller, predicting this far was impossible. How could I have known Scylla would injure her leg because of me and couldn't properly recover due to the month-long training at Adele Hall? Or that Bellman, fueled by competition, would recklessly hunt the leader because Ryaman wasn't there? Or that Scylla would fall and worsen her leg injury after being paralyzed from eye contact with the leader while stepping on the barrier steps? Of course, I couldn't deny being the root cause of all these events. Even so, my actions were merely desperate attempts to survive. It was unfair that these actions came back to bite me so severely. However, outside intervention wasn't entirely bad. Limberton, are you serious about seeing a man covered in rags? I'm telling you, it was right before I was about to die. Maybe it was a hallucination. But why are you so happy about it? Because it wasn't a hallucination. Sometimes, a god who grants blessings appears. This is a characteristic of blessings that conceal true names and can trigger events that grant new powers when conditions are met. Limberton's blessing was like that. Blessing of the Wind Recluse. Don't ask about me. I'm nobody. Accuracy is corrected by the tailwind. This blessing probably changed to Blessing of the Wind Wanderer. Wealth and honor are things to be laid down eventually. The only lifelong companion is oneself. Accuracy is corrected by the tailwind. Senses targets through sound waves. The true name hasn't been revealed yet. He's only just started to awaken, but it's still significant. What should have been achieved by the end of the first semester was already accomplished. Thanks to this, Limberton's accuracy had reached its peak, even with his eyes closed. Since the growth of playable characters is directly tied to my safety, it's something to be happy about. This warranted some praise. I never thought you'd take down the leader alone. Here, have some jerky. Huh? Weren't you saving this? There's plenty. Got it from those guys. I pointed to Bellman's unit, huddled in a corner of the fortress. Lena licked her lips at the sight of the jerky in my hand. Scylla glared daggers at Bellman, and Bellman silently read a book. How long do you plan to stay here? I asked. Bellman closed his book and answered. I proposed an alliance, didn't I? His unit was lagging behind due to Scylla's injury. Meanwhile, Ryaman and that fool Arasil had hunted the leader, and Rix had formed a unit to take down the remaining leader. As a result, the tri-headed wolves had lost their leaders and left the area. Their only chance to score points was through treasure hunting. In other words, Bellman had a good nose for opportunities. He realized that this group had planned to score points through treasure hunting from the beginning and was ahead of the game. Why not hunt the remaining wolves? You know everything and still pretend to be clueless, right? And your situation isn't my concern. It was indeed troublesome. They needed to remain in Adele Hall for the storyline to progress properly. If they got demoted to Burger Hall, so, I had to resort to clever tactics. Helping for free was out of the question. I smiled like an angel and extended a helping hand. If it were before, maybe. But I'll be generous this time. My heart is big now. Lena's eyes widened. Scylla looked incredulous, and Bellman was equally stunned. Lena, look. He's really lost his mind, like you said. Lately, he's been saying stuff like that more often. Hercel, given how you look, your words lack credibility. Should I just let them be demoted? Shut up and listen. Here's the deal. You join us in treasure hunting, and you can earn points. But after scoring, hand everything over to us. Even in practical training, Pathfinder training rules apply. The treasures found in the enchanted forest, except for certain items, belong to the finder. This means that once graded, they can keep what they find. So, we give up our coins. I nodded at Lena's question. Scylla protested vehemently. Bellman, don't listen. Our wallets are already empty. Scylla, that's because of your unnecessary gambling. Lena and I aren't that desperate. I glared sharply at Scylla. This detestable thing. She must have bet that I wouldn't get first place in the written exam. But you're the only one against it. Just accept it quietly. Despite some internal noise from Bellman's unit, Scylla finally kept quiet. Then it's decided by majority. After the cooperation was settled, a few minutes passed. While reviewing the map, Limberton approached and asked, Hercel, can I share some of this with them? Do you really need to ask? Still, I should get the leader's permission. Today, Limberton seemed particularly commendable. Rations are managed by the leader's decision. Knowing this meant he had been studying hard. Do as you like. Limberton handed the jerky to Bellman's group. Scylla looked displeased, seemingly irritated by Limberton's actions. What's this? Are you expecting gratitude? Not really. Anyway, it wasn't me who saved you, it was Hercel. So, it doesn't matter if you don't thank me. Don't eat if you don't want to. TCH. Scylla scowled and bit into the jerky, looking humiliated. Perhaps out of embarrassment, she changed the subject to a sleigh. But how did that savage get into the academy? I raised my voice. Stop it. Limberton narrowed his eyes and added. Don't use the word savage. It's a discriminatory term. A sleigh defined himself simply. I am a foreigner. Bellman's group looked at him with curious expressions. While they were joining our side at the fortress, we established a few rules. When returning, make sure not to reveal this location. Though the environment was well camouflaged, it was best not to reveal it. Thieves driven by greed for points could appear, and it would be dangerous if our coordinates were marked by certain people. Never go out at night. Bellman asked. Why? The wolves are gone, so there's no danger. I gave an excuse. That's precisely the problem. It's safe, so others will extend their activity into the night too. That makes sense. Bellman agreed readily. He was likely wary of Luan's group in the highlands. Knowing Luan was a magic swordsman had heightened his vigilance. It was convenient for me not to disclose future information. The roaming band lingering around must have gathered enough intel about our position, numbers, and strengths. They would probably attack tonight. Thus, treasure hunting could only be done now or after they were dealt with. There was no time to relax. You memorized the herbs we need to find, right? Aslay nodded confidently. I will offer tributes to the boss. Hearing his confident answer was reassuring. Having lived in nature, his gathering skills were unmatched. Though I roughly knew where the treasures were, finding them with my own eyes was a different matter. Aslay wouldn't miss a thing, gathering everything in his bag. I handed the map to Bellman. See the marked areas? You search those to avoid overlapping routes. Is this reliable? It's hard to believe you made this map so quickly. Any doubts would vanish once they checked the locations. There was no need to persuade them with evidence. Do you have a choice to trust or not? I applied a bit of pressure, and Bellman fell silent. While preparing our gathering tools, Limberton whispered. Weren't we aiming for relics? If we find those, it's over. Why put in so much effort? What a thoughtful kid. He spoke discreetly, ensuring Bellman didn't hear. Even though it was obvious, he seemed endearing today. So what? It's good to earn more coins. You just scored big recently. I'm still thirsty. While chatting, we finished our preparations. I opened the fortress gate and said, "Let's get started." After parting ways with Bellman's unit, we set out with a sleigh leading the foraging activities. Your mana has increased slightly. The frequency of the system alert for Rix's blessing, the devoted sage's blessing, had noticeably decreased. This likely meant that the wolves in the area had been nearly hunted down. Though it was a bit disappointing, my current mana had nearly doubled. It was initially so minuscule that even a slight increase seemed significant, but progress is progress. Limberton scanned the surroundings and asked, "I don't see a single wolf around. How will the others earn points now?" "Well, some might take the opportunity to rest, having earned enough points already, while others might venture out to hunt different monsters in the outskirts," I replied. The outskirts were naturally much more dangerous. The monsters there were on a different level, as they preyed on tri-headed wolves. The saving grace was that these monsters roamed individually, making them manageable. Still, I had described the area as extremely dangerous because of one particular reason, the presence of the roaming band's instructors and the young roaming band's base. Most of them will likely engage in treasure hunting like us. They wouldn't recklessly venture out without information on the monsters in the outskirts. Limberton narrowed his eyes and smirked. "You didn't do anything on the first day because you were waiting for the wolves to be cleared out, right? To make treasure hunting easier." "Exactly. That's why the second day is the perfect time. Others are probably just starting to map out the area." Limberton waved the map I had drawn and asked, "But when did you make this? Did you have the time?" "When I went up to the highlands to rescue you," I replied. "There's nothing easier than getting a lay of the land from above. If you know where the sun rises, where the large rocks and mountains are, you can sketch a map pretty quickly. Then, it's just a matter of matching it with my memory from beyond the monitor and marking areas where treasures frequently appear. Of course, there might be discrepancies since this is reality, but I wasn't too worried." "Found it," Aslay announced. His skills would more than make up for any errors. I inspected the 3 mushrooms he handed over. They were golden, fibrous mushrooms. Shingum mushrooms, huh? Quite a rare delicacy. These are worth 30 points each. The enchanted forest was a treasure trove, not just for medicinal herbs but also for rare insects and gourmet ingredients that food enthusiasts drooled over. Many ventured deep into these areas, risking their lives for such finds. Especially since the purple forest was part of an unexplored zone, it occasionally attracted greedy adventurers. The academy had chosen secluded locations for exams, considering such risks. Hence, vigilance was always necessary. "Hercel, someone is watching us," Donaton warned. "Not another student?" I asked. "They look quite young. Their attire is shabby compared to yours." "A young roaming band member. They were likely scouting to gauge whether they could handle us, preparing for tonight's attack. Leaving them alone would increase the risk of our base being discovered. We needed to drive them away." "Why don't you come out instead of hiding like a squirrel?" I called out. I heard a faint rustling of leaves. "Not there, behind us." "Got it." I turned and looked up at the trees. Limberton and Aslay also readied themselves. I kept my eyes on the spot, carefully conjuring a sharpened blade and quietly throwing it with precision. Slash. The branch was cut, and the startled forest squirrel darted away, causing leaves to rustle all around. "We lost them," Limberton said, lowering his bow. "Could it be the Highland guys?" he asked. "Who knows?" There was no need to explain. They'd find out soon enough. "Anyway, if there are shingum mushrooms here, there should be more around," I said, scanning the surroundings as Aslay continued his search. "I found another one," Limberton said, adding the mushroom to his pack. He glanced at the cut branch and asked, "But why did you keep being a magic swordsman a secret?" Ever since encountering Luan, they had mistakenly thought I was a magic swordsman. It was more than just a misunderstanding. I hadn't corrected them, and it was a deception on my part. There was a reason for this. Recently, I'd been having nightmares. Nightmares of being surrounded and trampled by those I had deceived. In the dreams, they shouted at me, calling me a fraud and demanding all my coins, leaving me beaten and penniless. If they found out the truth, those dreams could become a reality. So, even now, I had to keep up the facade, burning the embers of noble blood and pretending. "A talented hawk hides its talons," I said. Limberton's eyes sparkled, and I felt a pang of guilt. How did I end up like this? In the estate, I did what I had to do to survive. But at the academy, there was no need for such deceit. I just needed to monitor the storyline and build enough strength to graduate safely. That was the original plan. But it all started with resisting Bidon to protect something precious. Then, opposing Burger Hall because Rix's group faced the dungeon trial without weapons. Defeating Emmerich had led to this. I had eventually succumbed to the temptation of posing as a magic swordsman, looking at the blade Heatherson had given me. Reflecting deeply on myself, Donaton gave me some practical advice. "Hercel, lies only cause problems. Haven't you experienced enough? Rescuing the red-haired woman because of Rockefeller was due to the mistaken belief that you were strong." Donaton was right. I had already faced the consequences, and more complications would arise in the future. But it was too late to turn back now. So, should I confess everything now? If they find out, I won't even have bones left. True. It's already too complicated to untangle. I felt a bit less guilty knowing I was doing my best. Even if I didn't meet their expectations, I was striving to become stronger. I sought out means and acted on them immediately. The proof of my efforts was the mana blade, which could cut through aura. It was a fake, crafted differently from a real magic swordsman's weapon, but it was better than nothing. If my deceit were exposed, I hoped they would be less disappointed. Aslay found something else. I think it matches the picture, he said. Well done, Aslay. This one's worth 100 points. I didn't expect you'd find the Sevala flower. But Hercel, when are you going to search for the artifact? Limberton asked. After we've sorted everything else out, I replied. For now, we needed to focus on the task at hand. Branches rustled loudly. A girl, not quite an adult yet, looked over her shoulder, sweating nervously. Seeing nothing behind her, she sighed in relief. Phew, she was the leader of the young roaming band. Her task so far had been to observe and assess the enemy's strength. But now, someone had noticed her presence. This has never happened before. She was quite flustered. Her sleeve, torn as if cut by a sword. There was a magic swordsman on the Frostheart side. Two of them, in fact. The one in the Highlands wasn't the only magic swordsman. She needed to inform the instructor. She quickly left the tri-headed wolf's territory and headed for the outskirts. The base was hidden in a thick mist. The interior was visible since the fog only enveloped the exterior. There were 3 multi-fortresses and several tables in the yard. The young roaming band members were sharpening their weapons on grindstones, and the instructor was talking to someone at a large table. As she approached, the instructor turned his head. You're late, Melon. His expression was cold. Intimidated by his demeanor, Melon stiffened and quickly responded. Sorry, instructor. I was checking to make sure we didn't miss anyone. I heard from another leader that we had already identified them all. Melon knew that failing to provide a satisfactory answer would lead to trouble. The instructor was like a king to the children here, commanding both fear and reverence. Obedience was rewarded with food, while disobedience earned the lash, leaving scars as a reminder. Melon answered briefly and clearly. There's another magic swordsman. The instructor's expression turned serious. He checked his watch and turned away. We'll discuss that later. The instructor called out to the children with a vigilant voice. All leaders, gather. The children moved in unison. The instructor, looking satisfied, addressed the line of leaders. I will now give instructions. He waved his staff, and a large map appeared in the air. It was a map compiled from the young roaming band's gathered information. Melon swallowed hard as she looked at the marked camps. We don't know the location of that newly discovered fortress yet. I hope he doesn't ask me to pinpoint it. If he did, it would be a disaster. The instructor began explaining in a composed manner, waving his staff. The initial content was something they had already learned. Frostheart categorized its forces into 3 levels, Adel, Burger, and Schlaf, in descending order of strength. To pass the test, targeting Schlaf Hall was the best strategy. However, some within Schlaf Hall were just as strong as those in Adel Hall, so underestimating them was dangerous. The guy with the ponytail specializes in manifestation magic. The instructors deemed his skills comparable to those in Adel Hall. The instructor enlarged the images of the ponytailed man and his followers. Those following him are also at a level beyond Schlaf Hall. That meant avoiding them and targeting the rest of Schlaf Hall was the best approach. But the instructor dangled an enticing reward. I know you're all thinking of avoiding Adel Hall, but if you succeed, there will be fitting rewards. The same goes for hunting the ponytailed man and his followers. One of the leaders raised their hand. The instructor nodded. Go ahead. What is the reward? You can make a request within reason. A request. Anything that doesn't involve leaving the roaming band or harming the kingdom. The leader shuddered slightly. Then, can we ask you to find our parents? Of course. Melon's eyes widened. This was significant for the young roaming band. All the children here had been abandoned at orphanages and then brought to this place. Some harbored resentment, while others were indifferent, assuming their parents were dead. But some, like Melon, still yearned for their parents. My mother. Her mother had promised to return and had given her a doll before leaving her at the orphanage. But Melon had been sold to the roaming band and separated from her mother. Now, she had a chance to see her mother again. The wish she had kept hidden in her heart shone brightly, making her feel alive. My target is the ponytailed man's followers. As she steeled herself, the instructions ended. The raid would begin tonight. As everyone moved to prepare, the instructor called Melon over. Come here. It was time. Melon approached the instructor's table, her steps hesitant. Her gaze was fixed on his staff. Every tap of the staff on the table made her heart race with fear. You found a magic swordsman. Yes, he did this to my sleeve. Melon showed the tattered sleeve, feeling anxious. The instructor raised his staff. Melon, you're the most honest but also the most foolish of the leaders. Melon clung to his pants, pleading. Please, instructor, forgive me this once. They must have thought I was just an animal. I made sure they didn't see me. Please. Her honesty seemed to work. You made a mistake that could have ruined the raid and want forgiveness. Fine. I don't think you lied. So, I'll end it with a simple punishment. The instructor put down his staff and picked up a whip from his belt. Whoosh! Long red welts appeared on Melon's body. Despite the pain, she bit her lip, relieved inside. As long as she survived, she could one day reunite with her mother. I picked up a telescope on the 2nd floor of the fortress. Smoke was rising from the lowlands. I turned to Limberton and brought up an old question. Limberton, do you remember the question I asked you before? If the person trying to kill you was a child, could you take their life? Limberton responded immediately. No, I couldn't. His expression was firm. He had clearly given it some thought since I first asked. With unwavering eyes, Limberton asked me, what about you? Who knows? My response reflected my true feelings. At some point, I must have realized that the minimum requirement for survival in the brutal world of Asars was ruthlessness. This also meant losing one's humanity. Could I really become merciless enough to kill a child? We'll find out when the opportunity arises. What happens after that? I'll tell you then. What I did. I stood up and looked at the night sky. A large cloud covered the moon. This was Asars. Though it had felt lighthearted so far, it was a dark fantasy world where human depravity could be seen. In this world, those who lived in shadows took the easy path, while those who sought to be a beacon paid the price and met the necessary qualifications. Tonight, someone would stain their hands with blood, and someone else would bleed. What are those things? I'll explain later, Limberton. Let's go down. The lowlands look dangerous. We should take a look. Previous ITOCI next. It was common for the main characters of a narrative to be retired. It was an inevitable fact. With 100 playable characters in a single world, the numbers were simply too high. Of course, significant figures would survive until the latter parts. But those who didn't were usually fated for different outcomes. Some were born sickly and died without timely treatment. Others lost opportunities due to the butterfly effect of the player's choices. And some perished fighting against hostile factions. This inevitable culling always arrived at some point. We chased after the smoke rising from the lowlands. Bellman, running alongside me, spoke up. Purcell, we'll head toward the Adele Hall. Our paths diverged at a certain point. Bellman's unit would want to check on their belongings left behind in their base. Meanwhile, I headed towards the Schlaf camp. The current raid was orchestrated by the young roaming band. The Schlaf Hall students were their ideal targets due to their perceived weakness. Limberton glanced at the backpack slung over my shoulders and asked, "Why did you bring the entire backpack? It's not like we're fleeing." "Just in case," I replied. Upon arriving at the Schlaf camp, we saw them in the midst of firefighting efforts. Rix was sweating profusely as he directed the efforts. His face was covered in sweat and soot. Magic Division, work in groups of 4 to extinguish one fortress at a time. Knights Division, fetch water from the nearby stream. And the rest of you, check if anyone might still be trapped inside. Rix darted around, using his magic to spray water. We joined in, helping to clear the debris. Purcell, I saw the smoke and came to help. Rix cautiously asked, "Where have you been all this time? This is a competition. Even you don't get to know the location of our base." Rix let out a sound of frustration but seemed to understand, nodding in acceptance. Despite cooperating in the field, the test remained a test. It appeared he wasn't naive enough to deny that fact. As the firefighting efforts neared completion, Rix, Purcell and the rest of you, when did you arrive? Rix's friend, Hadel, appeared, dragging a boy bound with ropes. I sensed it was time and quietly drew out my dagger. Rix asked, "Who is that? Why is there a child here?" Hadel's expression turned grim. He pulled out a holder filled with sharp objects with his left hand. "This kid started the fire. When I caught him trying to escape, I found these on him." Rix quickly approached the boy. The child's eyes were filled with fear, trembling. I urgently shouted, "Get back, Hadel." I shoved the boy away with my dagger. As Rix turned his startled gaze towards me, an explosion echoed around us. Boom! Blood splattered across Hadel's face and clothes. The boy had left nothing behind but gruesome remnants of his existence. Limberton, shivering violently, murmured, "So that's why you asked that question." He seemed to recall the question I had posed to him. "Indeed. Now you'll know if your choice was just empty words, Limberton." There were 2 ways to deal with the young roaming band. Either hesitate to kill them and wait to be bombed, or send them off without pain. Both were equally cruel methods. I asked Rix to gather the leaders of the Schlaf camp. Since there were more children who had exploded, the others had already witnessed it. Additionally, the fire was still fresh in their minds, so they gathered without much resistance. The location was a slightly charred fortress. I shared my future knowledge, explaining what the roaming band was. According to what my father told me, the Kingdom of Bellum established an organization called the Roaming Band, modeled after the Pathfinders. No one questioned this. My father was a well-known alumnus who frequented the Enchanted Forests as a hobby. It's not surprising to have rival organizations. The resources in the Enchanted Forests are no longer a secret. I explained the existence of the young roaming band, their purpose, and the nature of their bomb-related curses. This is their test. Since they're orphans, it doesn't matter if they die. They're treated like bombs. Rix clenched his teeth and fists in anger. These bastards are using children. The other leaders nodded in agreement. I always thought Frostheart was abnormal, but this is even worse. Realistically accepting the situation were the majority. The first to voice their opinions were the leaders from the Lethe division. So what now? If they try to kill us, we kill them. They burned all our supplies, after all. I agree. Even if they're children, killing them in a battlefield isn't unusual. Other leaders nodded in agreement. Honestly, I shared their sentiment. Even with a modern mindset, my values had adapted to this world. Children soldiers dying in battle was nothing new here. Once they wielded weapons, they became the enemy, regardless of age or gender. It would have been strange if I rejected their opinion. But I disliked agreeing with them, not just for moral reasons but because there were also playable characters among the roaming band. These characters, if allowed to grow, could be significant allies in the future. This was natural. Just as some started their narratives in Frostheart, it wasn't strange for others to begin in the young roaming band. They were also an academy for training talents to enter the enchanted forests, and there were many main characters. So we just kill them? Knights have a code of chivalry. If you aspire to be one, there are lines you shouldn't cross. Mages also have a responsibility to benefit others. Rix's opinion, though seemingly valid, swayed some leaders. His reasoning made sense, even if the origin of chivalry and mage ethics stemmed from the unruly behavior of ancient knights and mages. Over time, these ideas had become ingrained in societal perceptions, especially with religious influence. Regardless of the origins, the present norm dictated viewing child soldiers as prisoners, not criminals. Though killing was permitted in dire circumstances, alternatives were preferred according to the unwritten rules of knights and mages. In short, we had to at least pretend to consider all options. Although many ignored these rules, resulting in posthumous disgrace. Rix's statement missed a crucial point. What if there's a way to save them? First, suggest an alternative. If we kill them knowing there's a way, it's different, right? Second, appeal to their remaining conscience. What happens tonight will be remembered, good or bad. Third, use a threat. Future memoirs of a successful person might read that a certain noble killed a child despite having a choice. That would be a dishonor, something their descendants might want to erase from their family history. The leaders flinched. Are you planning to become a whistleblower after succeeding? Frostheart is a secretive academy, even within the Empire. Do you think they'd allow such revelations? I looked at the leaders of the Lethe division with contempt and clicked my tongue. Do you think this secret will stay hidden forever? With imitation Pathfinder groups already emerging, the truth will come out someday. Maybe next year, or the year after. You might not face legal punishment, but your honor would be at stake. Think about it. The aggressive leaders fell silent, and Rick smiled bitterly. Your approach is always effective in these situations. Dealing with naive noble heirs and young ladies wasn't difficult. Yet, I hesitated because, although I said there's a way, I'm not sure it will work. This is an untested strategy. The method I thought of wasn't even an option in the game. It was a clever idea possible only in reality, so I had no certainty. Rix's face fell as I gave my bleak answer. We'll need the cooperation of all the Adele, Berger, and Schlaff halls. That alone is a tall order. I was just one person. Saving children intent on killing us would require significant manpower and risk. Moreover, I believe this decision should be made by a majority vote among all the leaders, considering the potential casualties. If we don't meet these conditions, I'll consider my moral responsibility fulfilled and follow your opinion. Rix asked. What exactly is this method? It's a long explanation. I'll tell you all at once when all the leaders are gathered. I stood up and left the fortress. Outside, Aslay and Limberton were waiting. What's the decision? Limberton asked. I gave a roundabout answer. You asked me before if I could kill a child trying to kill me. Seeing Limberton's half-fearful face, I hoisted the backpack onto my shoulder. For now, we've decided to try saving them. Limberton sighed in relief. Phew. So, I need you two to do something for me. The instructions I gave them were clear. By now, the students from Adele and Berger halls are likely struggling with the same issues we are. Tell them we have a good solution. If they doubt, remind them that it's better to band together than to be hunted separately. Aslay and Limberton nodded and quickly ran off. I reflected on the playable character in the young roaming band as I walked. Could a member of Frostheart like me save Melon's life? No, pointless questions. I would find out soon enough. In the Adele hall, a meeting was taking place. Due to the small number of members, all were present, not just the leaders. After witnessing the child explosions and realizing through reconnaissance that the enemy moved in military-sized groups, they were on edge. There were countless footprints of varying sizes, and many broken branches indicated some were moving through the trees. When the report ended, discussions on how to handle the situation began. The opinions were largely divided into two camps. Ryaman sat with his great sword stabbed into the ground behind him. So, we kill them, right? Our unit is in favor. Ryaman, I've told you many times, I'm the leader. You agreed with me, didn't you? Well, yes, but. So why hesitate now? You were ready to kill a kid when you thought it was justified. That was, under different circumstances. If it wasn't for the intervention of my big brother. Tisk, all talk, no action. Some felt uneasy, but the majority leaned towards approval, including Scylla. You all saw the explosions. Beheading them is more humane. But Scylla, we should be more cautious. You almost got hurt too. If you hadn't quickly enveloped yourself in aura, you'd have been fatally wounded. While Scylla and Lena discussed, Bellman, who had been silent, spoke up. The discussion is too focused on whether to kill or not. We need to consider this from multiple angles. Bellman's voice held significant weight within the Adele hall. Ryaman might be the top student, but his impulsive actions and twisted personality were problematic. As the second best student, Bellman was informally recognized as the leader for some time. Everyone listened attentively. We don't have enough information about those children. We don't even know why they want to kill us. As for the explosions, they seem like some sort of dark magic. If anyone here has knowledge about it, please raise your hand. We need to know if there's a way to break the spell. If they had such information, it would help in gathering more intel and appeasing the dissenters. As they exchanged glances, someone raised their hand. Dillam, you're in the night division, but you seem knowledgeable about magic. Bellman's tone was surprised as he spoke. Dilem scratched his head. No, not really. I just remember there being an extracurricular on dark magic. You mean non-mainstream magic? Yeah, I saw the registration list by chance. Only one person signed up for that class. Bellman's eyes sparkled. Who was it? It was Hercel. The students murmured amongst themselves. Arasil looked incredulous. My brother. What? Your brother? Arasil shouted at Ryaman and then questioned Dilem again. Are you sure it was him? Of course. It's hard to miss such a notorious figure. Why him? Despite Hercel's notoriety, they had to acknowledge his intelligence. Hercel tied for first in the written exam. Even though dark magic isn't a main subject, I believe he knows a fair amount. Hercel had solved the difficult rune problems in the exam. His prowess during the wolf incident was no fluke either. Bellman recalled the impressive display and continued. Perhaps he has already figured out a solution. Bellman picked up his staff. It's worth consulting him. I'll head to the Schlafkamp right now. Wait. Ryaman, who had been mocking, stood up and drew his great sword from the ground. I'd like to come along. Mind if I join? The students stared at him. Bellman was also surprised. Ryaman's active participation was unusual. Do as you please. As they started to leave, they saw a sleigh and Limberton approaching. Ryaman blinked. Isn't that Limberton? That idiot. You know him too. Of course. Should I tell them? Ryaman looked at the sky and continued. During the third exam, that fool begged me to help Hercel. He ended up giving me all his coins. Without that, Hercel would have been the top student in the Adele Hall. The student's eyes widened. What? He would have been the top student. Ryaman sneered. Yes. But for some reason, he gave up the first place. If he wanted to, he could have taken all my coins. Bellman wanted to ask more, but now wasn't the time. I'd like to hear more about that later. Limberton arrived, panting heavily. Huff. Huff. Hercel says to gather all forces at the Schlafkamp. Gather all forces? Bellman nodded. All right. Do you all agree? He asked the leaders, who nodded in confusion. Limberton was surprised. Wait, you're all coming without asking why. No need. You must be facing the same issue. Hercel has found the answer. Am I wrong? Limberton blinked. Yes, Bellman, you're right. But how do we get the Burger Hall kids to cooperate? Bellman answered nonchalantly. It's simple. If the Adele Hall moves to the Schlafkamp, the Burger Hall becomes the target. Just tell them that. Adele Hall moving was convincing enough. If the top students were moving, there must be a good reason. As predicted, convincing the Burger Hall was easy. Soon, all forces headed to the Schlafkamp. The Schlafkamp's activity was strange. They were all gathered, dismantling burnt multi-fortresses to rebuild them. Melon asked the commander beside her. Can those really be reused? Don't underestimate Imperial technology. We only burned the structures, not the core. As long as that's intact, they can be recharged with mana and reused. The fortresses were being reconstructed. The camp's layout seemed odd, forming a circular barrier around the main fortresses. The center was obscured. The commander cursed. What are they planning? No idea. Growing impatient, the commander told Melon. We need to attack now. Now? The raid was planned for the day after tomorrow. That's why we burned their supplies, right? The original plan was to attack when they were weakened by hunger and relaxed towards the end of the test. The commander explained impatiently. Think. The longer we wait, the worse it is for us. They're preparing a large-scale assault, and they're all gathered, leaving no gaps. I get that. Despite the odds, their individual strength was incomparable. The roaming band's only chance was to catch stragglers with overwhelming numbers. But the enemies were stronger than expected. Even the commander admitted they hadn't anticipated the wolves being wiped out in 2 days. We'll almost be annihilated. The commander sighed. Do you think time is on our side? They leave in 2 days, but we don't. We're in worse conditions. Melon fell silent. She couldn't deny his logic. They had only 2 days to bring back their opponents' heads or face death. So now's the chance. Their knights are exhausted from building, and their mages are recharging mana stones, some even exhausted. Plus, their supplies are burnt. They must be hungry by now. Tomorrow, our chances decrease. The argument made sense, and Melon nodded reluctantly. I know what you're worried about. We've always done this. Those who fall behind die. Look at the survivors. 10 times more have died. I understand. Survival of the fittest was the roaming band's way, a truth Melon knew all too well. So, get ready. I'll inform the other commanders. While he spoke to the commanders, Melon approached the instructor. He smiled approvingly. Starting now? Wise decision. It wasn't my idea, but yes. Instructor, I need the spell. Of course. The instructor drew an electric rune and filled it with mana. Melon inhaled it. Hugh, interesting talent, always. Remember, Melon, you're a commander because of this gift. Now, go use it. The preparations were complete. The moon was high. Most of the Frostheart students were asleep, save for a few guards. It was the perfect night for a surprise attack. Previous ITOCI next. The power of fiend magic was generally stronger than regular, mainstream magic. The synergy between mana and dark energy, even just for self-destruct spells, was immense. Despite this, fiend magic was regarded as non-mainstream and often shunned for several reasons. Mental contamination? Among magicians, eccentrics were common. Many were already so obsessed with magic that they would sell their souls. But this wasn't the main reason fiend magic was rejected and failed to become mainstream. The main reason was the critical weakness inherent in the dark energy that fiend magic relied on. Anti-magic potion. This potion could restore any phenomena caused by dark energy to their original state. And the primary ingredient for this potion was this holy herb, an herb containing components that suppress dark energy. Hatherson, an expert in fiend magic, had said, if you encounter anyone with either of these two things, retreat immediately. There were only about 10 sentries. The rest of the personnel were either in the fortress or resting in the open space beyond it. Melon looked at her teammates holding torches. After taking out the sentries, set fire to the fortresses. The enemies will panic and rush out one by one. The enemy wouldn't expect an all-out assault, especially since they were also huddled together. When they're confused, quickly target their necks and then escape. Understood. Her team members nodded. The young roaming band members approached silently, then suddenly increased their speed. Thump thump thump. A simultaneous assault. The yawning sentries opened their eyes in shock. What's going on? An attack. Melon didn't intend to take their heads. Her real targets were members of the Adele Hall or the companions of the ponytailed man. To fulfill my wish, I must be ruthless. As the units approached the sentries with their weapons, Melon felt a chill from their conversation. It's happening tonight, just like that guy said. Let's pull back for now. Melon slowed her pace. The sentries didn't raise an alarm or even scream, they simply turned and ran away silently. That could only mean an ambush. Another squad leader shouted as the fortress doors orderly opened wide. The enemies emerged swiftly and in perfect formation, even from between the fortresses due to limited space. As they drew their swords, the advancing children stopped abruptly. Melon, with a trembling voice, ordered her unit. Retreat. Just then, the windows on the second floor of the fortress swung open, revealing figures with staffs. Among them, Melon noticed a familiar face next to a short man, the blonde man. That man. The swordmaster. He was undoubtedly the one who had sliced her sleeve with his sword energy during reconnaissance. Melon turned and fled without looking back. Whoosh! The stinging smell of burning and the intense heat surrounded her. Sweat formed on her forehead. She was blocked by walls of fire. Magicians did this. With no way out, her comrades started to panic. The enemy soldiers raised their swords and approached slowly. The significant difference in height only intensified the fear. What do we do? What do you think? We have to fight to the death. Hey, Commander, give us some orders. Despite her squad members calling her, Melon couldn't take her eyes off the window. The man jumped down from the railing, landing lightly as a feather before setting his feet on the ground. Thud. He stood at the front and scanned the young roaming band. Just his gaze made them feel oppressed. Melon was certain that Swordmaster is definitely their leader. Their eyes met, and Melon flinched, her ears perking up as he opened his mouth to speak. Squad leaders, throw down your weapons and step forward. The term squad leaders from his lips caused a stir among the young roaming band. Melon was also taken aback. This meant he knew the structure of their organization. The instructor said they wouldn't know, so how? Melon quickly dismissed the thought. Perhaps they learned it from their instructors. What mattered was that the blonde man was a sword master and that she had to comply with his demand. If he slashed with his invisible sword energy, her head would be lopped off. Thud. Leading the way, Melon stepped forward, and the other squad leaders followed, puzzled. In a low voice, she informed them. That's him. The sword master I mentioned. The squad leaders flinched and dropped their weapons as they approached him. Melon, despite her seemingly compliant attitude, had other thoughts. An ambush is possible. I have this power. If she could strike down that man, the instructors would be satisfied. Her wish could be granted. Moreover, if she could eliminate their strongest enemy, it would boost her comrades' morale. Thud. Melon showed her empty hands, indicating she was unarmed. The man shifted his gaze from the approaching squad leaders to Melon. In that moment, Melon's eyes flashed. Crackle. Electric sparks erupted from her body. She activated the electric magic she had absorbed, empowering her entire body. Her current speed rivaled lightning, thanks to her mystical power. Zoom. Melon swiftly drew a hidden dagger from her chest and aimed it at the man's neck while he was off guard. Ping. All her aura was concentrated in that strike. However, she felt only a dull pain in her wrist. Crack. The sound of breaking echoed, and Melon's eyes widened in shock. What? The broken pieces of her dagger scattered. While she was bewildered, the man reached out and grabbed her by the collar, lifting her off the ground. Whoosh. Throughout the process, Melon couldn't even think of resisting. What use was speed when she was already caught? Melon's body was thrown to the ground. Thud. The man applied a knee to her neck, preventing her from struggling further. Despite this, Melon mustered all her strength and flailed. Ugh. Stop wasting your energy. The same goes for the rest of you. His words completely drained the squad leader's will to fight. Melon. It's over. Their reaction was understandable. As a squad leader, Melon wasn't particularly capable. She held the position because she was the strongest. Now, seeing her utterly defeated, the children's faces contorted with fear. The man's next words were even more surprising. I'll spare you. Tell the others behind you to drop their weapons and surrender. What a foolish statement. The instructor would be watching from afar. If he deemed her captured, he would likely trigger the bombs. Melon tried to rise, even if it meant breaking her neck. You don't know anything. But the man's reply made Melon doubt her ears. You don't need to worry about the explosions. What? Begin. Seconds after his shout, white smoke enveloped the area. Coughing, Melon heard something from the man that made her ears prick up. This smoke contains the scent of herbs that suppress dark energy. You're safe from explosions for now. I fanned away the smoke trying to penetrate my lungs. The smoke came from the holy herb filling my backpack. This was something easily obtained from Nil's alchemy workshop, albeit at a considerable cost. Why do you need so much of this expensive stuff? Anti-magic potions are costly because their ingredients are not cheap. Just in case. We can return what we don't use, right? Sure, we can stock up on them. It's not difficult. Despite the high cost, it was a drop in the bucket for me after the recent windfall from gambling. Additionally, with the promise of a refund, I had nothing to lose. Coughing, Melon spoke. Cough. You expect me to believe that Bellum Kingdom opposed the Empire? The instructors had likely indoctrinated her thoroughly. A little persuasion might be necessary. Really? Then why are you still here? Your instructor would have activated the self-destruct curse by now. You were quickly subdued and are still in close proximity to me. This should have been the perfect opportunity. Melon's hostile gaze faltered. Maybe the smoke really did work, and she was half convinced. It was time for a bit more pressure. Anyway, we've done our moral duty. If you refuse, you'll be throwing away your rights as a prisoner. Melon, seemingly resigned, said. Fine, just get your knee off me. After that, the situation quickly stabilized. Melon led the other squad leaders to surrender. The children who followed them also dropped their weapons and raised their hands. Follow me? Hey, we're out of ropes here. Why aren't you holding out your wrist? Want a beating? One by one, the children were bound. I wondered if I was dreaming. I never imagined they would all comply. If even a few from the other dormitories had stayed behind, the roaming band's forces might have been divided, causing us significant trouble. According to Limberton, Bellman played a significant role, and things seemed to have fallen into place miraculously. In any case, I pulled on the rope. Melon stumbled but managed to keep her footing. What should I do with her now? I succeeded in saving her, but hadn't decided on the specifics yet. Blessing of the Dark Dragon Alden. There is no magic that you cannot taste. Grants special abilities based on the magic element consumed. Fire magic makes you a fire person, water makes you immune to physical attacks. The strongest element was electricity, limited to 1 strike per charge, but unmatched in speed. It would be a waste to retire her. But her story involved growing stronger through the roaming band. If I let her go, she'd be killed under the pretext of failing the exam. I organized my thoughts and spoke. Do you have any thoughts of becoming an imperial citizen? If you accept, I'll request my family to look after you. Leaving her at the family estate wasn't a bad option. With AOL and Colot there, perhaps they could help guide her talents, which would benefit her story. But Melon refused. You think I'd fall for that? Of course, she wouldn't trust an enemy. Even if she did, she'd be concerned about her mother. Given the chance, she'd likely try to escape back home. Returning home would reveal a harsh truth, but it was necessary. I won't force you to stay. Even if I relayed her mother's passing from the estate, she probably wouldn't believe me. Directly witnessing it with her own eyes would be more convincing. For now, your safety will be under Tenist's care. If you want to leave, say so. We'll provide a carriage from the family. When you arrive, decide whether to stay with us or not. Melon mulled over my words. What do you hope to gain from me? Let's just say I value your talent. I led Melon to the designated prisoner holding area behind the fortress. At its center, a large pile of holy herbs burned brightly, emitting smoke. From the roof, Limberton called out to me. Her cell, they're starting to move. Looks like they're trying to find a spot to see this area. His awakened blessings detection ability was now comparable to a radar, an excellent skill for a long-range archer. They're probably checking why the explosion spell isn't working. We need to hurry. The holy herb smoke was just a temporary measure to buy us time. The dark magic curse wasn't lifted. The only ways to break the self-destruct curse were purification magic, which we couldn't use yet, or killing the caster. We planned to deal with the instructors. The motivation had already been planted. I know everyone's hungry. The food given to us is just a handful, and you've all lost money gambling because of my grades. None of us can remember the last time we had a full meal, right? They gulped and their eyes gleamed. As I said, the enemies have food. Let's take it and eat like humans for the remaining time. Dealing with hungry beasts is easy. Just throw them food. Prepare yourselves, and begin, Bellman. The children distanced themselves from me. The knights raised their shields and exuded aura. The magicians cast defensive spells, and Bellman set up a barrier around me. Having previously cleared the smoke with telekinesis, I absorbed the dark energy rising from the ground. I was preparing a self-destruct spell. First, I needed to deceive the instructors. From this vantage point, the area beyond the fortress wasn't visible. Thump thump thump. The instructor moved quickly, feeling uneasy. There were many concerns. It was puzzling why the students didn't kill the captives but tied them up instead. Since the children were grouped together, it was a perfect opportunity, and he had activated the curse, yet there was no response. It was a situation he couldn't understand without seeing it firsthand. As he moved closer to the students' camp, a pungent smell hit his nose. Sniff sniff. It was a familiar scent. Any dark magic user would know this nemesis. Is this holy herb? His eyes widened in shock. He had never seen anyone bring such an amount to an exam. Which lunatic? As he cursed, a loud explosion rocked the forest. Boom! White light and black smoke spread in all directions. He didn't know the details, but the self-destruct curse seemed to have finally activated. Looks like they ran out of holy herbs. The instructor smiled wickedly, hearing the successive explosions. The children are unfortunate, but rules are rules. If they wanted to survive, they should have passed like me. Several figures emerged from the black smoke. This was within his expectations. Each year, there were always capable individuals who survived the explosions. He grabbed his staff. Those who survived would be troublesome opponents for the roaming band later. Better to eliminate them early. The rest are either dead or severely injured. I just need to deal with these ones. He looked around. Oddly, the professors were nowhere to be seen. Usually, they'd intervene when he took action. That was concerning, but as long as he acted quickly, it should be fine. They're just kids. I'll kill them in no time. The instructor entered the Schlaf camp. 2 other instructors joined him shortly after. Seems we all had the same idea. Perfect timing with no interruptions. But where's Amel? He went to kill the swordmaster in the Highlands. Always full of pride. Well, he does have the skill for it. Instructor Burm, who had a scar on his lips, drew his sword. Still, that guy is beneath me. Foolish as always, focused on appearances. Can't argue with that, Burm. As they conversed, they arrived at their prey. Burm licked his scar as he eyed the leading man. Years of experience told him that the blonde man was the leader. I'll take those blue eyes. Previous ITOCI next. A secluded fortress. Professors from Frostheart were observing the situation through a crystal orb. The extermination ended quicker than expected. At the skinny professor's comment, the burly, hairy professor scratched his chin. It's not necessarily a good thing. Professor Rockefeller wanted this to make sure her cell-bentenist wouldn't score well. The 3-headed wolves had long since fled their habitat. Actually, the extermination wasn't really relevant. He wasn't interested in the 3-headed wolves from the start. He's been focusing on gathering points through harvesting all along. Given the circumstances, no suitable sabotage plan came to mind. Acting too overtly would appear too blatant. There seemed to be no effective way to lower her cell's grades. Right? We've completely struck out here. At least we've accurately assessed the students' strengths. We can see their growth clearly. Maybe even the instructors will reveal themselves. Oh, right. He did ask us to look into that. Rockefeller had instructed them to observe quietly if the instructors targeted specific students. Normally, professors would intervene immediately if adults interfered in students' conflicts. This was clearly considered another aspect of their growth. Let's not be complacent. He did tell us to assist if things became dangerous. True, but there shouldn't be any immediate danger, right? They haven't even fought the roaming band yet. That's true, but... Wait, what's going on? The professors looked at the orb with surprised eyes. Students from Adele Hall and Burger Hall were moving en masse, heading toward the Schlaf camp. What's happening here? They must be trying to join forces. That much is obvious. What I'm curious about is why they're gathering at the Schlaf camp. The higher-ranked dormitories had more pride. Though they occasionally banded together for mutual benefit, Adele Hall was always the central player, summoning others to come to them. Why now? It's strange. Usually, Schlaf would be the one seeking help. No, it must be that kid again. He's up to something, no doubt about it. In the orb, Hercel was explaining something to everyone's attention. What a baffling kid. He was like this during the entrance exam, and now he's up to some new trick. The students began building fortresses again. Time passed, and the fortresses formed a circular formation. Just then, the orb showed the roaming band preparing to attack. The hairy professor's eyes gleamed. Oh, looks like it's about to start. Smoke. What are they burning? The orb was filled with thick smoke, obscuring the view of what was happening. The professor stood up abruptly. Soon, an explosion occurred inside the circular fortress. The self-destruct curse has been triggered. Damn, if they let their guard down, the damage will be immense. The roaming band would have been annihilated, and the instructors might target the surviving students. The professors hastily armed themselves. It seems the instructors are starting to move. Wait, that guy with the scar on his lips. Could it be? The hairy professor pointed at a man. The skinny professor gasped and widened his eyes. It's him, the bloody viper, Burm. Even among the roaming band, there were renowned adversaries. The bloody viper Burm was particularly infamous, having killed over a dozen pathfinders. What are you doing? Hurry and grab your weapon. Yes, sir. Let's move immediately. The hairy professor ran quickly, sighing with relief. Burm was a formidable opponent, but with Hercel Bentenist, things would work out somehow. Thank goodness. With Hercel Bentenist, things will be easier. The crystal orb, now left alone, showed Hercel and his team emerging through the smoke. To lure the instructors, we needed suitable bait. Therefore, the combat team was composed of a small group of playable characters, including capable allies like Aslay and Gravel. But why was this oddball added to the mix? I glanced at Arasil. What's with that look? Nothing. Notably, Scylla and Bellman were excluded from the fight. Scylla was injured, and Bellman was tasked with maintaining a wide, thin barrier to keep the smoke from escaping, given our limited supply of holy herbs. Bellman was inside with the children, effectively filling in for him. We faced 3 instructors in total. As I said, our top priority is the magician. If we don't take him down before our holy herbs run out, all of this will be for nothing. Remember, we're racing against time. I looked at Aslay, Limberton, and the bob-haired woman. I had instructed those three to focus on tracking the magician if he tried to escape. Lena, Rix, and Gravel. You remember your roles. The three of them were assigned to match up against one of the instructors based on their strengths. Including me, Ryaman and Erisiel would face the remaining man. Our target was the bloody Viper Burm, a foe formidable enough to challenge active Pathfinders. Even for playable characters, he was not an easy opponent. However, I believed we had a chance due to a reliable backup plan. Let's begin. I advanced through the dust curtain created by the self-destruct spell. The three instructors' eyes gleamed. The middle-aged man with the scar on his lips licked his lips. He was undoubtedly Burm. All the targets have come out. That's not entirely true. There was also that guy with glasses. He can be dealt with later. More importantly, a man we must eliminate has shown himself. Burm looked at me. Judging by your blonde hair, you must be the sword master. Unconsciously, I averted my gaze. The other two instructors chatted, unaware of my internal dilemma. So he's the sword master Melon mentioned. Burm seems quite interested. My head began to ache. My original plan was to let Ryaman take the lead while I provided support. But now, due to the self-destruct spell, I couldn't use magic for approximately 2 hours and 50 minutes. Getting targeted by Burm wouldn't be beneficial. Swish. When we drew our weapons, the instructors did the same, readying for battle. Just then, a breeze began to clear the dust. Burm looked toward the fortress and smirked. The self-destruct curse didn't activate. Following his gaze, I saw the collapsing fortress. The explosion seemed to be starting now. Through the gap, the children inside the barrier became faintly visible. Burm spoke excitedly. The explosion smoke was your magic, huh? My heart skipped a beat. After my self-destruct, I had used minor explosion magic to stage the scene. Knowing that, the smoke in that barrier must be from burning holy herbs. Given how it's thinning, you must have a limited supply. Too much information had been exposed. Then, the rest of the troops must be waiting nearby. I shouted urgently. Attack! Now! The students hidden inside the fortress rushed out. Burm sheathed his sword and stepped back. Retreat for now. It's a trap. Burm turned, and the two instructors followed, looking alarmed. As we chased them, their voices echoed in my ears. Something seemed off. Toland, don't even think about fighting them. Burm, what do you mean? They plan to save the children by sacrificing themselves as bait. So, right, Toland. They set this trap to kill you and break the self-destruct curse. If we stay here, we'll be up against their entire force. The two instructors laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this is getting interesting. Who would have thought these young ones could devise such a plan? We must kill them. Hurry up. If we're too slow, the children will blow up. The bloody Viper Burm. I knew he had sharp instincts. Even with bad luck, who would have guessed he'd figure out our most hated move so quickly? This is why I said there was no certainty in this plan. It could easily turn into a game of cat and mouse. Thump thump thump. We chased at full speed, but they had already disappeared into the thicket. I clicked my tongue involuntarily. TCH. I halted abruptly and signaled the others to stop. If we had launched a simultaneous ambush with 239 hidden students, we might have won. But as it stood, we failed. Ow. Why did you stop so suddenly? I bumped into you. It's dangerous ahead, Erisiel. I told the group, except for the elite unit, to stay back. Don't follow us. This forest is dangerous. You'll only get in the way, so wait here. Erisiel asked in a bewildered voice. Why? Their skills match those of our professors. We're like chicks compared to them. Sending a large force into the thicket would only increase casualties. Everyone looked tense. Facing enemies on PAR with professors was daunting, especially for first-year students in their first semester. Don't worry. As I said earlier, we had backup. Our insurance was not the students preparing for the ambush, but the professors who would surely appear when the instructors showed up. The roaming band episode was actually a tutorial designed to teach playable characters how Pathfinders fought. They should be here soon. Just as I finished speaking, the professors appeared. Recently bested by Lena, but now reassuringly present, the hairy professor scanned the anxious students and grinned. The troop arrangement is good. The hairy professor was the one to face Burm. I felt relieved, standing behind him. But then he did something outrageous. But there are some wasted troops. You, move over there. You too. Following his orders, Ryaman and Erisiel were reassigned to another group. I blinked in confusion at the odd situation. You must have seen him. The man with the vertical scar on his lips. His name is Burm, the Bloody Viper. He's a formidable opponent, even among Pathfinders. The other two instructors aren't as strong, but they're still skilled. This didn't feel right. So, Burm will be handled by one person, and the rest will split into two groups for the hunt. Of course, the one facing Burm will be. Sensing imminent danger, I tried to sneak behind Erisiel. Hercel Bentenist, you'll handle Burm alone, right? Are you out of your mind, Professor? Previous ITOCI next. The hairy professor, Gomon, had heard countless stories about Hercel. Hercel was a topic of conversation even among the professors. Not only had he subdued a couple who had infiltrated the Forbidden Library, but he had also blocked an attack with his bare body, an attack that even Professor Rockefeller found difficult to handle. He could probably take down Burm with ease. Rockefeller, who was once known as the Twilight Wizard on the battlefield, acknowledged him. If Rockefeller admits it, then it's more than possible. He must have confidence, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to hunt them down. Gomon liked her cell. He took his eyes off him and looked at the assembled units. The ratio of the Knight's division to the Magic division is well balanced. Considering each individual's abilities and personality, it's an efficient setup. The top priority seems to be the mage's head. The unit with Limberton, who has excellent vision, must be the one chasing the mage. And the barbarian Aslay, with his exceptional mobility in the forest, makes this a solid plan. Gomon, as a professor, knew all the characteristics of his outstanding students. Their talents matched well with the enemies they would face. All right then, Hercel Ben Tenist. I'll leave Burm to you. Let's go and chase down the other two. Gomon waved his staff. Blue footprints began to appear in 3 directions along the forest path. This was a tracking spell that combined earth elemental magic and shaping magic. Rick's eyes lit up. Professor, you're incredible? When can I learn that magic? You'll learn it in your 2nd year. But don't get too excited. If your opponent is determined enough, they can erase their traces even with this magic. In this case, they left the traces on purpose, probably hoping you'd follow. At that moment, Hercel took the lead, walking ahead. Gomon liked that too, the way he took initiative. However, he was going in the wrong direction. Hercel Ben Tenist, the mage went to the right. Your target is to the left. The professors led their students on the chase. Left alone at the edge of the forest, Hercel frowned as he watched Gomon's back. Does he have some grudge against me? I stood idly at the edge of the forest, turning my head to look around. Then, I gazed at the Schlaf camp, a clearing created through logging, with a distant look in my eyes. What would happen if I just turned back now? I cut off the pointless question. The chances of being discovered as an empty-headed fool would only increase. If I didn't want to contribute to bringing the nightmares I'd been having for days into reality, I had to keep walking. Besides, the strategy one had devised was now completely messed up, so there was a need to supervise things directly. 10 minutes after entering the thicket, Donaton spoke up. The situation we feared came sooner than expected. Indeed. You seem surprisingly calm. Do you have a plan? Of course. Just pretend I was chasing him and lost track. That should be enough. Such neglect would inevitably introduce the variable of increased difficulty. But that was a problem to be dealt with when the time came. For now, let's leisurely pretend to search. Slowly, I cast the basic white light magic at the tip of my staff. Nothing happened. What was I thinking? I had momentarily forgotten that after casting a self-destructive spell, I couldn't use magic for 3 hours. I had no choice but to take out a small lantern from my backpack and light it. Ping! As expected, a transparent thread near my feet reflected the light. These guys were known for being good at setting traps to eliminate their competitors. It was a quickly set up trap. Even while fleeing, they set up something like this. They're experts at killing pathfinders. Crazy enough to develop their own tools. Zap! There was a device embedded with magic stones at both ends of the thread, from which lightning was emitted. If not for my 1-second invincibility, my organs would have been fried. Why did you stop walking again? Just taking a minute's rest. I planned to gather some excuses, like being caught in a trap, so I could say I lost them. I made my clothes look a bit messy and bought some time for my mana to recover. I kept walking, searching for traps like a treasure hunt. Whiz! There was even a beehive trap, which was difficult for knights to handle. These bees were raised on venomous honey, and their sting could be fatal. But as long as you knew how to deal with them, it was easy. I swiftly killed 3 scouting bees and pulled out a sack. I quickly covered the hive with the sack and brought the lantern's flame close to it. Listening to the crackling sound, I continued forward. Your quick thinking always surprises me. One needs to know such things to survive, don't you think? Haha, I suppose so. I was a bit surprised because it was the first time Donaton had laughed. Why the sudden change? You're giving me chills. It's just that I realized something. What? Did you know? I used to think of you as nothing but a treacherous villain. All your schemes were cunning tricks far removed from honor. Now he was insulting me. I didn't know how to respond. But as I kept watching, I realized something. You were doing your best in your own way. Despite your poor health, you never despaired, nor did you become lazy. And in the end, you achieved something, didn't you? It seemed he was referring to the swordsmanship exclusive to mage swordsmen. Are you talking about the mana blade? Yes. That is truly admirable. Weren't you the one who always complained that you had the wrong master? Which is why it's all the more meaningful. Donaton's voice was filled with excitement. Now that I think about it, when I first demonstrated it, he was happier than I was. But what does it matter? It's just an imitation that falls slightly short of the real thing. What I learned from Hatherson is nothing more than coating the sword with a small amount of mana. That's true. There's still a long way to go. Enough. Let's focus. The enemy isn't nearby, right? Don't worry. I only sense small animals. Next up was either a cursed talisman attached to a tree or an automated device that fired poisoned darts. Since they could be bypassed, there was no need to deal with them. I continued to follow the green footprints, dismantling similar traps along the way. Halfway through, the traps stopped appearing. The footprints of Burm veered sharply to the right. I started to read his mind. Even after all this time, I hadn't shown myself. In this situation, the fugitive's thoughts would be something like this: they were wiped out by the traps, or the enemies never chased us to begin with. Or maybe, seeing that no one had come for so long, they were observing from afar, but then got scared and ran away when he saw someone crazily charging through the traps. In any case, all three guesses would lead to one course of action. The enemy must have joined the other instructor. It was a simple deduction. If he thought we were wiped out, he had no more business here. If he concluded that no one had pursued him, it would naturally lead him to believe we were focusing on hunting the other two instructors. This would eventually drive him to go and offer support. Well, if he witnessed me breaking through the traps and felt threatened, he would probably say, "That monster," and run off to ask for help instead. Let's see. This was the left path of the forest, right? Then he must have gone to the instructor fleeing towards the center. That sounds plausible. To join forces, they would need to pass through the center first. Exactly. There was no reason for Burm to take a roundabout way to meet the right side instructor. This meant that a battle was likely to occur soon. The center was led by that hairy professor, Gomon, wasn't it? It was a force that would struggle against two instructors. If left unchecked, they were likely to be wiped out. Swoosh. I took out my pocket watch. There were 17 minutes left until I could use magic again. I had bought enough time. I followed the footprints to go and help them. Burm was leaping from tree to tree, scowling. Only one was chasing him. It wounded his pride that the professors had only sent a single student to face him. But that was only momentary. When he checked the situation through his telescope, he couldn't help but agree. That absurd bastard. Burm was at a loss for words. What kind of lunatic deliberately looked for traps just to step into them? That was horrifying enough, but there was something even more terrifying. How the hell is he unscathed? Even if he had wrapped his entire body in aura, it didn't make sense. His legs should have been broken, or at least he should have sustained some fractures. At the very least, he should have had some scratches. I don't want to face him alone. Burm put the vial of pills he had been toying with back into his pocket. For now, it was better to join the instructors and deal with Hercel together. If the professors joined forces with that monster, it would become a nightmare. Magic swordsman, I'll take your head after I kill the others first. Burm twisted his lips into a grin as he looked at the trees marked with signs of battle. He was close. It was unmistakable that the instructors were currently fighting the Frost Heart group nearby. Gomon wasn't doing anything. He just aimed his staff and watched in admiration. They're putting up a better fight than I expected. The opponent was an instructor. Lena was clearly at a disadvantage in swordsmanship. But occasionally, she managed to advance a step forward, pressing the instructor. While she had recently grown rapidly, it was thanks to the support of Rix and Gravel, who were backing her up with magic. The instructor, with shackles on his ankles, gritted his teeth. When he swung his sword, the shackles turned to dust and scattered. Though they were fake, created by shaping magic, they weighed as much as the real thing. The instructor readjusted his grip on his sword and pressed Lena again. SSHHNG. As he thrust his sword, Lena twisted her blade to deflect it. But her technique was still clumsy. The instructor saw an opening. Hup. Without retracting his sword, the instructor followed up with a horizontal slash. He had wrapped his arm with aura, strengthening his muscles to make the swing as powerful as a full slash. Thunk. But then, his arm tingled with a sudden static shock, temporarily paralyzing him. Gravel had electrocuted him with an electric spell. Lena quickly leaped back, escaping the attack range. Troublesome brats. The instructor swallowed hard. For their age, their achievements are impressive. Especially this red-haired girl, doesn't she ever get tired? Even an outstanding student should have been exhausted by now. Yet, Lena wasn't even panting. The instructor narrowed his eyes, releasing more aura. His attention wasn't on Lena but elsewhere. This is a troublesome situation. Behind him was a professor, holding his staff at the ready, merely observing. If the instructor tried to kill the students with all his strength, the professor would intervene immediately. Ignoring the professor and going for the kill would expose a significant weakness to him. And that was no ordinary pathfinder, it was the infamous stone owl, Gomon. But the instructor couldn't afford to fight on Gomon's terms. As time passed, his stamina would be drained. Caught in this no-win situation, the instructor had no choice but to reveal his trump card. It was a small box. I never thought I'd have to use this precious thing here. Gomon grinned as if he had been waiting for this. So you're finally pulling it out. Sorry to keep you waiting, Gomon. Now, let's have some fun, just us adults. Crash. The instructor stomped on the box, shattering it. Smoke billowed out, seeping into the instructor's nostrils. Rix asked Gomon. Professor, what is that? It's like the trademark of the roaming band. A potion that allows you to use some of a monster's power. Is something like that even possible? The resources of the demonic realm are full of mysteries. You can't think in conventional terms. There are many substances that cause bizarre phenomena. The existence of the life herb, which was said to extend a person's lifespan, had already been proven. That meant they had obtained and tested countless materials. Some of them reacted in strange ways when combined with parts of certain monsters. Anyway, as I explained about the traps earlier, the roaming band are a bunch of twisted people who only research perverse things. That potion was also achieved through human experimentation. But drinking it can cause permanent damage, so never touch that stuff. Gravel, who had been nervous, became even more uneasy at Gomon's nonchalant explanation. This isn't the time for a lecture, Professor. Smoke poured out with every breath the instructor took. Seeing his bloodshot eyes, Gomon began to draw magic circles in the air. Rocks gathered around Gomon, forming a thick suit of armor. Ahem. Anyway, staying around here will get you hurt. If the students were taken hostage, it would be problematic. You should join the unit on the right. Rick seemed to understand immediately, as he began to pull Gravel and Lena away. The students had almost disappeared into the distance when, in that fleeting moment, the instructor charged. Thud. The instructor's sword stabbed into Gomon's stone armor. Gomon grinned. Judging by its effect, that potion must be made from a Barovite. The Barovite was a rabbit monster the size of a human. Given the instructor's eyes and bulging leg muscles, it was likely true. The instructor spoke. The name Stone Owl suits you well. Ugh, I hate that name. There are so many cool names out there, but an owl? Really? Haven't you ever looked in a mirror? Maybe if I lost some weight, I could have gotten a better nickname. Well, whatever. In your next life, I hope you get a name you're satisfied with. The instructor pushed his sword with all his might. Crack. The armor began to split. But something was off. The instructor noticed the strange texture and quickly pulled back his sword, retreating at once. He found that his blade was coated in lime residue. A petrification curse. Who knew how many enchantments were layered on that stone armor? The instructor enveloped his entire sword in aura, shattering the curse. Gomon's expression turned serious. With that sword, you might actually be able to cut me down. In that case, stone spears shot up from the ground where the instructor stood. Whoosh! The instructor quickly jumped onto a tree. Gomon lazily waved his staff. Rocks shot out in a straight line like cannonballs, and trees began to fall one after another. Crack! The instructor desperately slashed at the stone spears rising from the ground. He used rapid aura manipulation to evade when possible and resorted to using invulnerability when he couldn't. As the reckless onslaught continued, sweat began to drip down the instructor's forehead. Meanwhile, Gomon, without showing any signs of fatigue, continued his magic as if he were playing a musical score. Damn it, his mana reserves are monstrous, just like the rumors say. If this kept up, he'd only be put at a greater disadvantage. The instructor released all the aura in his body. He intended to end this in one decisive strike, no matter who won. Gomon raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, ending it already? It hurts my pride, but I must admit it. If it weren't for the potion, I'd have died long ago." The instructor channeled all his speed and aura into his sword as he charged. Tated. He narrowly dodged the stone spears and rock cannonballs. Just as his sword was about to pierce Gomon's throat, Gomon's stone armor melted and flowed like a wave, engulfing the instructor. Crack! In an instant, the stone solidified again. The instructor was trapped inside, with only his face sticking out. Gomon stared at him with cold, merciless eyes, pointing his staff at his forehead. This is a pity. It could have been a great opportunity to teach the students about combat. The tip of his staff began to glow. The instructor squeezed his eyes shut, but then his eyes shot open at a voice from above. Use every ounce of strength for invulnerability, Gurt. Burm. The instructor's face lit up, and Gomon immediately stepped back, his eyes wide with surprise. Burm was descending from above, aiming to land on the stone trapping the instructor. Boom! Crash! With an overwhelming kick, the stone shattered into fragments. Though the instructor was freed, he coughed up a significant amount of blood, indicating severe internal injuries. Cough. Pathetic. Are you about to die from just this? Why, you could have been a bit gentler. Tisk, just rest for now. I'll need your help to kill the one trailing me. Gomon asked in a startled voice, are you talking about Hercel? Burm scowled. That blonde guy's name is Hercel? I can't believe that monster is still a student. What on earth is going on with this year's Frostheart? Although he didn't know the details, it seemed Burm had fled from Hercel. So he's figured out Hercel's strength. Just as the rumors say, he's got a keen eye. It makes sense now why active pathfinders find it difficult to hunt him. Burm drew his sword. SSSNG. The purple blade gleamed menacingly. It was a falchion, 70 centimeters long, with the blade widening towards the tip. Gomon could feel in his bones that Burm was no easy opponent. If he can destroy reinforced stone like that, armor won't do much good. Spots began to appear on Gomon's skin. These formed lines that eventually merged into a magical pattern. Burm's eyes lit up. Is that spirit magic? Indeed, say hello to Stone Bear. From the magical pattern on his skin, a bear made of stone emerged. The bear was small, barely the size of a palm, floating in the air. It had no intimidating presence, but Burm's expression remained serious. Spirit magic, high-level magic that only those with exceptional talent in elemental magic could achieve. It may look unimpressive, but I'd be a fool to underestimate it. Tated it? In an instant, Burm closed the distance to Gomon, but the stone bear blocked his advance, forcing him to defend with his sword. Clang! The force of the impact made his wrist tingle. The weight behind that tiny bear was far greater than its size suggested. Burm felt a thrill. Interesting. It's been a while since I've faced a spirit. Burm's sword emitted a sharp aura, and for a moment, his eyes widened. His sword cleaved through the bear's shoulder, slicing it smoothly. But then the blade stopped, stuck in the bear's chest, which had turned thick and viscous like mud. It's become sticky. Did he change its properties? When Burm tried to pull his sword free, it wouldn't budge easily. Gomon grinned and fired a massive boulder like a cannonball. Boom! The boulder hit Burm square in the stomach, sending him flying backward. The impact was so strong that it yanked the sword out of the stone bear. Cough! Blood trickled from Burm's mouth. Yet Gomon didn't let his guard down. despite the blood dripping from his mouth, smeared it on his sword with a twisted grin. Heh, I needed some blood anyway, so this works out well. Gomon hurriedly conjured stone pillars from the ground, lifting himself into the air while looking down at Burm. The reports said to be cautious of his blood. They say it can even melt steel. That sword must be made of some special metal. Then, Burm was as infamous as he was well documented among pathfinders. He had survived a bite from the venomous snake monster, Viper Celis. Whether the venom had been neutralized or something was done to his body through some experiment, Burm's blood was now mixed with a corrosive venom. You don't plan on letting me get close, do you? Mages always try to maintain their distance. Burm began leaping from tree to tree, his speed far exceeding that of the enhanced instructor from earlier. Gomon quickly showered him with stone spikes like rain. Crash! Burm cut down all the stones coming his way as he leaped towards the pillar. The stone bear moved to block him, but Burm's vertical slash sliced it in half with a sizzling sound. Gomon's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't just cut through the bear, he had melted it. He melted stone bear that quickly. Burm reached the top of the pillar, where Gomon hurriedly conjured 10 layers of protective barriers. However, they only served to slightly slow down Burm's sword. Thud! Gomon quickly jumped off the pillar, creating a makeshift slide in midair. The situation was so urgent that he didn't have the luxury of creating proper stairs. His round body rolled down the slide, crashing into a tree. Thunk! Ugh! Was that an aura blade? Gomon groaned as he rubbed his aching back but considered himself lucky. Burm's sword had cleaved through 10 layers of barriers. It was better to be thrown around than to be sliced open. Damn it! Fighting 2 instructors in a row has drained my stamina. I need to get up quickly. Gomon struggled to his feet, but Burm, who had already landed, sheathed his sword. Huh! Burm's eyes lost their spark of excitement. The fight's over. What? Suddenly, Gomon's legs gave out. A sharp pain shot through his arm. Cold sweat ran down his face as he looked at his left arm, a shallow cut in his clothes, just a minor scratch. Yet even that small cut had poisoned him. Gourt, have you recovered? Don't even start, Burm. Finishing it so quickly. Gourt, still recovering, grumbled. It's a bit much to expect me to be fully recovered already. Besides, his students are likely hiding around here somewhere. We should deal with them first. There's an easy way to handle that. Burm approached the barely conscious Gomon. Gomon could do nothing to resist as Burm rifled through his pockets. Just as I thought. Burm pulled out a red stick meant for signaling an emergency. Gourt, you know which direction they fled, right? I do. But what are you planning to do with that? Burm's eyes glinted like a snake's as he grinned. Before I face the blonde, it's best to eliminate all other obstacles. Heh, I think I know what you're planning. But what about this fat guy? He'll die on his own eventually. Leaving him here is better. If he's still clinging to life, he might slow down the blonde. He'll be here soon enough. Guided by Gourt, Burm began tracking the 3 students. As they moved, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, have you heard anything about Amel? Nothing yet. He must be struggling quite a bit. That magic swordsman up there isn't an ordinary opponent. Burm glanced up at the high ground before continuing on his way. Limberton's eyes were bloodshot. The mage had cunningly erased all the green footprints. To track him, you need eyes that can see clearly even at night. Professor, my eyes are killing me. Is there any other way to track him? The young professor shook his head. Unfortunately, no. Finding a mage who's determined to hide is always difficult. That's why we allocated the most people to this unit. Limberton wet his eyes with water from his canteen. Hey, look. There's a broken branch up there too. The young professor raised his hand. Professor, over here. The skinny professor asked skeptically, there's a broken branch here too. Are you sure it's that way? Limberton spoke up, the cut is too clean. It looks like it was done intentionally to mislead us. The skinny professor jumped closer to inspect it. He shuddered. You can see that from this distance. Yes. Ahem, I see. Everyone, gather up. We've found the target's path. The young professor looked at Limberton in awe. You're surprising me, Limberton Beldulcy. You were always last in class, but it turns out you had a talent like this? No wonder you took down that 3-headed alpha wolf. You've grown a lot. Limberton's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? So, you saw everything that Luan's group did? What the hell were you doing? I almost died. Well, that's how it was during the dungeon training too, wasn't it? We didn't intervene when you students fought each other. In training, we don't interfere in conflicts between students. If you want to blame someone, blame the school rules. Limberton glared with resentment. The young professor chuckled bitterly. It's all for a reason. When you go deep into the demonic realm, you'll encounter truly bizarre things. Eventually, you'll realize that even fellow pathfinders can become your enemies. Huh? Why would we turn against each other? The professor glanced around at the gathering students, avoiding a direct answer. You'll understand when you're out in the field. But why on earth are so many of your batch such soft-hearted kids? Saving the roaming gang members? Really? What's wrong with that? They're still just kids, and it's all because they were pushed to the limit. The professor spoke with a hint of concern. When you go active, you'll have the hardest time. Remember, mercy is something only those with the ability to grant it can afford. Right. I'm only alive because of some lucky break. A voice suddenly interrupted. Limberton flinched and turned to see Ryaman looking down at him. Damn, you scared me. Give a warning before you sneak up like that. Ryaman ignored him and continued speaking. You talk about honor and whatnot, but honestly, isn't it just because you couldn't bring yourself to kill them? You're justifying it by telling yourself that you're noble because you did everything you could. Limberton frowned. You're such a twisted guy, and I can never understand you, Limberton. Showing mercy with that frail body of yours is as good as putting your life on the line. What's the point if you die? You'll just be a fleeting topic of conversation for a bit and then forgotten. Limberton couldn't argue, knowing there was some truth to what Ryaman said. Nobody was going to praise him for his actions, and there were few things more precious than his own life. Whatever. We can think about the complicated stuff later. We're short on time, so let's get moving. Limberton signaled the professor to lead the way. Just as they were about to cross through the underbrush, everyone's backpacks or pockets flashed with red light. The young professor pulled out a stick. A distress signal? Professor, what's going on? Judging by how fast it's blinking, it's not far. It's probably Gomon. The skinny professor nodded and suddenly whipped his head around at the sound of rustling bushes. Who's there? As everyone prepared for battle, Rix emerged, holding a telescope. Lena and Gravel followed, all sweating profusely from the rush. Panting, Rix spoke. Huff, huff. Professor Gomon is in danger. The young professor asked for details. What happened? I briefly saw it through the telescope, but it looks like that guy, the venomous viper, has shown up. Rix held out the flashing red stick, and the skinny professor's expression grew grim. Damn, they're nearby. Gomon must be heading this way. The skinny professor turned to the young professor. It could be a trap, so let's go check it out together. The rest of you stay here. As the two professors left, Limberton scratched his head. It would be safer if they all went together. But this felt as if, do they think we'd get in the way? He didn't expect an answer, but Ryaman replied. Isn't it obvious? This is no longer a test, it's a real battle. Limberton nodded. After all, they were still first-year students, just about to finish their first semester. It was only natural that the professors didn't trust them completely. Still, is it okay for us to just stay here doing nothing when time is running out? Who knows when the holy herbs will burn out? Just as Limberton was feeling anxious, Ryaman drew the greatsword strapped to his back. SSSNG. What's going on? Why are you drawing your sword? Someone's coming, Limberton. Limberton focused his hearing and heard the faint rustling. That Burm bastard, he's really enjoying this. It was an instructor. The one who had gone to the central area was now smirking as he turned to look at them. There you are. You've had a rough time tracking us down, haven't you, brats? Now it's our turn to be the hunters. Everyone assumed a battle stance. Then, to make matters worse, a mage who had been hiding in the trees revealed himself as the trees rippled like water. Gurt. Is Burm planning to take on both professors by himself? Were you hiding in there? Don't even start. Their tracking speed was no joke. I was buried in that tree for so long, my whole body's cramping. The mage glared sharply at Limberton. All because of that damn brat. Eep. Limberton quickly ducked behind Ryaman. What's going on? What do you think? We walked right into a trap. Lena, Ursel, and a sleigh stood protectively in front of Limberton. Limberton, we'll need you to snipe. But where's the big guy? Did he die or something? Don't speak disrespectfully about the boss. What? A savage talking back to me. I am a foreigner. The instructors chuckled. Good posture. The ones who followed you must be talented too. They're worthy of note. Oh, by the way, have you heard anything from Amel? Burm was curious. He's probably toying with him right now, but he'll show up soon. All right, let's get started. The instructor drew his weapon and began to approach. Meanwhile, on the high ground, Amel, the instructor who had gone hunting alone, trembled as he stared. Ugh. Blood trickled from the corner of Amel's mouth, and soon a chill ran through his gut. Damn bastard. To think a magic swordsman already knows how to wield a mana blade. Amel rolled his eyes to check on Luan, who had stabbed him in the stomach. Luan's shoulder sleeve was stained red, and his thigh bore a deep stab wound as well. Sook. Luan pulled out his sword. The blood on the blade froze, glittering like a ruby. Amel's eyes widened. He's freezing the blood. He must have frozen the wound to stop the bleeding. Amel had to admit it, this wasn't prey in front of him but a monster. This bastard can channel cold into his sword? What on earth is he? Luan spoke in a detached tone. It would be a waste if you died already. I've finally found an opponent who's perfect for gauging my level. Amel grimaced and shouted, are you trying to humiliate me? Amel quickly reached into his pocket. When a glass vial popped out, Luan's eyes flashed. His hand shot forward like lightning. Pat. In an instant, Luan snatched the vial. He examined the purple pill inside with curious eyes. You kept reaching into your pocket, so I figured you were hiding something. Ugh. What is this? You think I'll tell you? You don't need to. I can experiment with it myself. Just as Luan was about to pocket the vial, Amel stabbed his own throat with his sword. Thunk. A ragged voice escaped his mouth. I'd rather die than be humiliated. With his secret weapon taken from him, Amel knew he couldn't win. He preferred death to disgrace. Amel collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming completely still. As the battle ended, Luan's legs gave out, and he fell to the ground. The three who had been watching from a distance rushed over, pulling out bandages. Are you okay, Luan? Damn, that bastard was insanely strong, but you took him down alone. Now's not the time for admiration? Start treating him already. Alright. Got it. Don't glare at me like that, cruel. They began treating Luan's deep wounds with herbs and bandages. Even as he was being treated, Luan wiped the blood off his sword, releasing a bit of cold air, still far from the old man's frost sword. A few minutes later, as his strength began to return, Luan stood up. Luan, don't push yourself. You should rest. I'm fine, Cruel. I just have something to take care of. Ignoring their protests, Luan walked into the bushes. He whistled, but there was no response. He whistled again, and finally, a pigeon flew down. You called, Luan. Luan opened the vial and held out a pill to Felia. Do you know what this is? Felia, a disciple of the Archmage, was also a warlock knowledgeable in alchemy, but her answer was disappointing. The scent is unfamiliar, and so is the color. I'd need to run some reagent tests to figure out what it does. So even you don't know. With the time gap between my knowledge and modern knowledge, how could I know everything? Luan conceded the point and put the pill back into the vial before looking at Felia. But you're a bit late. Did you go somewhere? Yeah, I did. Staying in one place is boring, so I went exploring. Now that you mention it, I'm curious. What's happening with the others down below? Felia smirked and perched on Luan's shoulder. Oh, there's some real fun going on down there. It's quite a sight. As she whispered in his ear, a slow grin spread across Luan's face. It's been a long time since the green footprints disappeared. Just as feared, it seemed that Professor Gomon had either fainted or died. However, since the footprints had been heading straight all along, there was no worry of losing the way. Her cell, someone is up ahead. Really? I quickened my pace. In the distance, I could see Professor Gomon leaning against a tree. I hurried over and checked his complexion. This is bad. His forehead was burning, and his breathing was faint, indicating a very serious condition. Still, there was no need for excessive worry. Knowing that the opponent was Burm, it was only natural to prepare for the venom of Viper Celis. I quickly pulled out an antidote and placed it in Gomon's mouth. Swallow this. The medicine seemed to take effect quickly, as his breathing gradually stabilized. If I had been even slightly later, he might have died. As I sighed in relief, Professor Gomon began to move his arm. Ugh. He struggled to extend his index finger and pointed in one direction. It seemed he was trying to tell me that Burm had gone that way and to hurry and assist. If I stepped in, there was a high probability that I would end up fighting him directly. The other instructors were one thing, but Burm. Without Gomon, even if the two professors and the students worked together, they might barely manage to take him down. He was a formidable opponent. Are you sure you can win? If you doubt me, look at your own arm. As Donaton suggested, I looked closely at my arm. It had become thicker, so much so that I could hardly remember when it had been so thin. It seems I've gained a bit more muscle. Well, in any case, the swordsmanship you could handle before was just the tip of the iceberg. But now, things are different. You've grown enough to barely skim the surface. Tip of the iceberg, either way. Still, I can't help but find you unreliable. Even after mastering the mana blade, your doubts remain.